Transcending the great melody. You present to the first emperor. A deceptive art of prolonging life. You presented the first emperor with a deceitful art of prolonging life, believing that you would inevitably be dragged down and executed. Yet, unexpectedly, it was regarded by future generations as a feudal art of Taoism, while in this grand performance, it flourished as if a fish in water. What was originally merely a means for you to prolong your existence? As if bestowed with the wondrous essence of this ancient land. Indeed, it truly serves to fulfill the aspirations of countless individuals who have longed for immortality. Eternal life at this moment. Outside the Qin palace. You stand amidst the crowd. Muttering in despair. Having just traversed through time, you were seized as a laborer. Still, you are tasked with prolonging Brother Zheng's life. To live or to perish, that is the question. One must devise a means of escape. Just as you are engulfed in distress, Zheng Han emerges from the Qilin hall, commanding silence with a single utterance. He then surveys the assembly, ultimately directing his gaze towards you. Upon witnessing the scene, a weight settled in your heart. What one fears often comes to pass, and indeed, it was as anticipated. Zheng Han pointed a finger toward you, declaring, "This esteemed Daoist, accompany me to the palace to meet His Majesty." Upon encountering Zheng Han's indifferent demeanor, your heart plunges into despair. Your face is etched with bitterness. You yearn to flee, yet the sharpness of the surrounding soldiers weighs heavily upon you. The chilling beams of moonlight pierce through. Escape seems unattainable. After drawing a deep breath, you reluctantly step forward. With a respectful gesture, you acknowledged Zheng Han. He responded with a slight nod before turning and entering the Qilin hall. Under the watchful gaze of numerous military attendants, you had no choice but to muster your courage and follow Zheng Han into the hall. Moments later, within the confines of the Qilin hall. Under the guidance of Zheng Han, you traversed the heavily guarded Qilin hall, where you encountered for the first time the legendary Emperor Ying Zhang, revered throughout the ages. Yet, in comparison to the illustrious Emperor Qin envisioned in bygone dreams, the current Ying Zhang reclines upon the dragon throne, appearing exceedingly frail. "Your Majesty, I have brought the person," one approaches respectfully, bowing deeply. Ying Zhang raises his head slightly, still half reclined upon the dragon throne. Gazing at you, I slowly begin to speak. "Do you possess the secret to immortality?" Facing this ancient emperor, you nearly faltered in your resolve. And yet, with a whisper, you utter a simple denial. In order to buy some time, you must bravely step forward. "Your Majesty, I possess no secrets to immortality, yet I do have a method to propose." It is said that His Majesty may extend his life for a decade. However, Ying Zhang's expression remained remarkably indifferent, devoid of any hint of excitement. He had heard this phrase no less than 1,000 times. Let alone the prospect of extending his life for a decade. Even the prospect of immortality has garnered assurances from others. You persistently press on, stating that this technique is known as the 7 stars lantern, a method for prolonging life, also referred to as the soul summoning lantern. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang exhibited a flicker of intrigue and inquired, "What is the essence of the 7 stars life prolonging technique?" Upon encountering the first emperor, a sense of relief washed over you. You aim to outsmart Zhang Ge, granting yourself a precious 7 days to escape. Nian Ci raised her head and spoke of the 7 stars method of life continuation, which involves borrowing life from the heavens. This technique necessitates that the individual seeking to prolong their life remains in solitude within a chamber. Within this space, offerings such as incense and flowers must be scattered, followed by the arrangement of 7 oil lamps, meticulously positioned to form the shape of the Big Dipper. 79 small oil lamps are placed on the altar, alongside both large and small measuring containers. Within these containers, an assortment of grains is stored. At the center of the larger container, one places the essence of their wishes, accompanied by scissors. Additionally, tools such as mirrors, scales, rulers, and lamps must also be included. These instruments symbolize the 5 cardinal directions, representing the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. The southern direction is embodied by a pair of scissors, signifying Zhuke. The northern direction is represented by a mirror, denoting Xuanwu, and the eastern direction is illustrated by a scale, symbolizing Qinglong. In the west, a foot signifies the white tiger. In the center, a lamp represents one's destiny. Once everything is arranged, one must wield the 7-star sword and traverse the 7 stars. Crossing the 7-star bridge, 7 copper coins are arranged on the ground. in the shape of the Big Dipper. With my feet upon the coins, I take 7 steps, signifying the passage across the 7-star bridge. And then scatter 36 copper coins in a bowl that symbolizes 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses upon a piece of white cloth. Subsequently, the longevity seeker must sit cross-legged before the main lamp for 7 days. If the main lamp remains lit throughout these 7 days, one may extend their life for an additional season. After you slowly finished speaking, Ing Zhang fell into deep contemplation. He felt that this so-called 7-star life extension technique sounded far more compelling than the elixirs concocted by the previous sorcerers for immortality. More feasible are the elixirs of immortality forged through various means. Though each bears a grander title than the last, they ultimately lead to the demise of eunuchs, one after another. Below, you remain composed, awaiting the decision of Ing Zhang. Should Ing Zhang acquiesce, it would grant an additional 7 days to escape from the confines of the Xianyang Palace. After a prolonged silence, within the tranquil Qilin Hall, the resounding voice of Ing Zhang echoed with authority. I bestow upon you this opportunity. Tomorrow, we shall convene to perform the ritual. You promptly bowed in reverence, acknowledging the decree. A sense of relief washed over me. Everything you require. Simply convey your desires to Zhang Han. Whatever you wish for, I shall provide. Should success be attained, you are appointed as the Grand Master of the Great Zone Kingdom. All that exists in this world, as long as it belongs to me, I can bestow upon you. Even if it means relinquishing half of the vast territories of the Great Feng. With a grand gesture, Ing Zhang makes his promise. Do not think that I deceive you. What I utter shall not be taken lightly. He has never failed to keep his word. He, Ing Zhang, is the first emperor. He never engages in treacherous acts against those who have served him. This reflects his inherent pride. What he speaks, he accomplishes. Zhang Han stood silently by, his expression inscrutable, displaying no semblance of surprise at Ing Zhang's bestowal of rewards. These words had been uttered by Ing Zhang on numerous occasions, yet no one had ever received such a gift. Instead, a multitude of restless spirits now roamed outside the city of Xianyang. I shall first express my gratitude for your Majesty's generous bestowal. You speak with an air of calm assurance. Ing Zhang nods slightly, feeling an inexplicable glimmer of hope arise within him. Zhang Han has arranged accommodations for the esteemed guest. Ming decided to give the 7-star life extension method a try. Ing Zhang turned his gaze towards Zhang Han and addressed him with a tone of respect, saying, Sir, please. After uttering these words, he led you away. Moments later, Zhang Han brought you to a magnificent palace. Then, with a solemn expression, he inquired, May I ask what is required for your spellcasting, esteemed sir? In response to this, without any hesitation, you promptly stated, Prepare a purification chamber. A solitary oil lamp. 14 diminutive lights. Scissors and a brass mirror. A scale and a ruler. A variety of grains. A bowl of rice and a piece of white cloth. Indeed, then craft 7 large coins and 36 smaller ones. This serves as the imagery of the coins. You have also sketched the appearance of the coins upon the ground with your hand. After all, in this day and age, what is utilized for great performances is certainly not copper coins. Upon witnessing your demeanor, Zhang Han felt a flicker of clarity within. At the very least, it was not a mere fabrication conjured from thin air. Contemplating this, Zhang Han's expression softened somewhat. He respectfully spoke of the items required by the gentleman, which could be prepared by tomorrow. Sensing the shift in Zhang Han's demeanor, you were not at all surprised. You have yet to encounter failure. In the Qin Dynasty, all regard you with utmost reverence. The following day, deep within the royal palace, everything you desire has been meticulously prepared. Within a concealed chamber, all has been arranged according to your specifications. All items were meticulously arranged. In addition, some delicacies were prepared. Shortly after, Ing Zhang appeared in the secret chamber, gazing upon the carefully set ritual with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Then you turned to him, a smile gracing your lips as you spoke. Everything is prepared, dear sir. Please, commence. With a smile upon your face, you confidently responded, and subsequently handed the 7-star sword to Ing Zhang. Teaching Zhang how to walk the 7-star steps. Use 7 copper coins to arrange them on the ground in the shape of the Big Dipper. letting Zhang step on the coins and walk 7 paces, signifying his passage across the 7-star bridge. Then gesture to Ying Zhang. Place 36 copper coins and a bowl signifying 1,000 troops and horses upon a piece of white cloth. After completing this task, you turn your gaze towards Ying Zhang, stating that His Majesty only needs to remain seated in silence for 7 days to achieve his goal. For 7 days, no one is permitted to enter the secret chamber. As long as the main light remains unextinguished, Your Majesty will have successfully defied fate and altered destiny. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han furrowed his brow. To abstain from court appearances for 7 days is one matter, but relying solely on the prestige amassed by Ying Zhang over the past years is another. Yet it can indeed hold the court at bay. However, within the span of 7 days, they cannot meet Ying Zhang. What if, during these 7 days, an unforeseen incident befalls Ying Zhang? How shall one proceed then? Seeing the two in silence, you calmly speak. The 7 stars' rejuvenation is but a slender thread of hope. Any action taken may lead to the extinguishing of the main light, and defiance against fate is likely to provoke divine retribution. If Your Majesty truly wishes to prolong life, for 7 days, one must not encounter any individual. Indeed, it was during the time when Zhuge Liang arranged the 7 stars lantern. That Wei Yan unexpectedly intruded and inadvertently extinguished the main light. This ultimately resulted in the failure of the extension of life. More importantly, it ensures that you can navigate these 7 days with greater safety. During this period, Ying Zhang shall not meet anyone, and outsiders are also prohibited from visiting him. You may securely devise your plans. How does one escape from the palace? Ying Zhang pondered deeply. In the past, such matters were easily forgotten. For ordinary individuals, this would not be deemed significant. Yet, for him, Ying Zhang, it was entirely different. He is the backbone of the great Qin. Your Majesty, have you ever contemplated how many people desire your demise? Observing Ying Zhang's momentary hesitation, you swiftly uttered a harsh remark. This remark caused a shift in Zhang Han's expression. Ying Zhang let out a cold snort. They both understood the implications of your words. In this world, there are indeed numerous individuals who wish for Ying Zhang's demise, including those among the high-ranking officials. Should they become aware of Ying Mei's actions here, it is inevitable that someone would attempt to disrupt her endeavors. After all, this main light can be extinguished by human intervention. Ying Zhang took a deep breath. He turned to gaze at you. After a prolonged moment, Ying Zhang withdrew his gaze. In your eyes, he found no deceit. Only an overwhelming confidence. In this lifetime, I have triumphed through my own efforts. Whatever endeavor I undertake, I place my trust in you, just this once. Imperial decree. I shall retreat into seclusion for 7 days. During this period, I shall not meet with anyone. Ying Zhang waved his hand, issuing an order. And made a resolute decision. Zhang Han, I command you to lead 30,000 palace guards to steadfastly guard the secret chamber. No one is permitted to approach this place within 100 paces. Those who defy this order shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. Even relatives of the family are not exempt from this decree. Nua Zhanghan respectfully acknowledged the command. Upon witnessing this, you also let out a sigh of relief. This wave is steady, at least for the next 7 days. After concluding matters with Zhang Han, Ying Zhang turned his gaze towards you. In these past few years, I have encountered numerous practitioners of the mystical arts. You are the sole individual who has enabled me to reach such heights. I implore you not to let me down. With that, Ying Zhang strode into the secret chamber, taking his seat before the master lantern. It is not that he possesses an abundance of trust in you, rather, he has lost all sight of hope. Now, with his life nearing its end, he is willing to exhaust every seemingly reliable method available. As long as it promises to prolong his existence, he is prepared to do anything and attempt everything, all in the pursuit of ensuring that the grand legacy of Dezhou endures through the ages. You turn your gaze once more towards Ying Zhang. Regarding your Majesty, in 7 days, I shall personally unlock the door to the secret chamber. By then, your Majesty will have extended your life by a decade. As I spoke these words, your gaze flickers, no longer exuding the confidence it once did. For in 7 days hence, we shall either part ways for eternity, or you shall be borne away to a nameless grave. Perhaps this is for the best. Seated before the flickering light, the figure of Ing Zheng appears somewhat frail. He felt an unusual surge of excitement within, yet his exterior remained composed. Although the extension of life by a season amounts to merely 12 years, it is more than sufficient for Ing Zheng's purposes. Subsequently, Zhang Han took his leave from you and departed the secret chamber. Upon stepping out of the concealed room, Zhang Han gazed at you, a serene expression gracing his features. "Sir," he said, "for these few days, I shall remain by your side. Should you have any matters to discuss, please feel free to speak with me." You nodded in acknowledgement. The meaning of naturally bright pertains to Zhang Han's essence. Is it not simply a fear of your departure? This notion was well within your expectations, observing the manner in which you comply. Zhang Han nodded, and then took out a token from his bosom. He spoke, stating that he had urgent matters to attend to. "This token I temporarily entrust to you with this decree. Anyone in the palace who sees it shall regard it as if they have encountered His Majesty. One may freely assign anyone to attend to their affairs. It is still the same matter as long as your method of prolonging life yields no results. No one dares to show him disrespect. Please, General, proceed as you wish." You received the token and smiled. Zhang Han nodded, then turned to depart, intending to proclaim Ing Zheng's decree and mobilize the palace guards to seal off the vicinity of the secret chamber. Watching Zhang Han's retreating figure, you let out a long sigh, pondering how to orchestrate your escape. The news of Ing Zheng's seclusion for 7 days spread throughout Xianyang. How strange it is. The emperor would actually seclude himself for 7 months. It is said that an immortal has descended to impart to His Majesty the secrets of longevity and the art of extending life. Your Majesty, are you in seclusion to prolong your life? You old man, you speak such nonsensical words. Why would the immortal Qin Tang descend to bestow longevity upon mortals? The officials in the court are also engaged in whispered discussions. Yet, no one dared to inquire why Ing Zheng had chosen to seclude himself. Meanwhile, Hu Hai consoled his father during this period of isolation. "Teacher Kiri, do you comprehend the matter at hand?" Hu Hai inquired, his brow furrowed. "What could possibly warrant the expenditure of 7 days' time?" Zhao Gao confidently responded to Hu Ku. Although the edict previously announced by Zhang Han did not clarify the reason for Ing Zheng's seclusion, what other purpose could there be besides the pursuit of eternal life? In these past 2 years, Ing Zheng is engrossed in the secret arts of immortality, occasionally retreating for days on end. The emperor has aged. A multitude of charlatans roam the realm, claiming knowledge of longevity methods. Yet, perhaps it is for the best were it not so, our schemes would not unfold with such ease. Upon Zhao Gao's conclusion, he offered a slight smile, and his gaze revealed an added touch of intimacy. "However, I have heard that this time, Zhang Han has mobilized 30,000 imperial guards to enter the palace. I am apprehensive about the 30,000 imperial guards." Zhao Gao pondered for a moment, finding himself somewhat unsettled under Hu Hai's probing inquiry. After a brief contemplation, in Zhao Gao's eyes, a serene expression emerged as he addressed His Highness. Even if His Majesty has indeed discovered some reliable secret technique this time, it is essential to remember that human effort is paramount in all endeavors. Success is determined by fate. Not every endeavor guarantees 100% success. The outcome, whether favorable or not, is within our influence. Moreover, what of the so-called immortal beings? It is merely a folk rumor. As far as I am aware, it is nothing more than a mere trick of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai felt a slight sense of relief. Yet he was reminded of his own father, the emperor. The formidable presence of the emperor who commands the world remains unseen. He clenched his teeth and spoke to his teacher, "You are the chancellor of the central carriage department. In this capacity, even amidst the current confinement within the palace, one can still venture to gather intelligence. If there exists no divine being to impart the secret of prolonging life, then so be it. However, if there is indeed something to be revealed here." Suddenly, a piercing murderous intent surged in Hu Hai's eyes. His tone turned icy as he implored, "I beseech you, teacher, for the sake of our grand undertaking, to escort that so-called immortal on their journey." Upon hearing Hu Hai's words, Zhao Gao pondered for a moment, and then nodded, saying, "Since your highness harbors unease in your heart, I shall make a visit to the palace. If what you anticipate is indeed true, and there exists a method to prolong life, it would greatly benefit your grand ambitions. I am resolute, undeterred by the prospect of death." The following day, before the gates of the royal palace in Xianyang, a carriage adorned with the banner of the Central Vehicle Department approached slowly. However, unlike the usual carriages that smoothly entered the palace, unlike before, the once unimpeded bird carriage entering the palace now bears two chilling long spears at its forefront. The royal palace is sealed off, and all are halted in their tracks. The commander of the Imperial Guard steps forward from the confines of the palace. The chilling gaze pierced through the air as the carriage gradually came to a halt. Within the carriage, a voice resonated, urging calmness. "Do not be impudent. Do you not recognize this as the carriage of Zhao Gao?" As Zhao Gao, seated within, uttered these words, an unsettling feeling began to rise within him. Palace sealed. In his capacity as the minister of the imperial chariots, he finds himself unable to enter. The current situation has evidently exceeded expectations. General Zhang Han has issued a decree. For these 7 days, the palace permits exit but forbids entry. The commander of the Imperial Guard spoke with a stern expression, showing no regard for Zhao Gao. The original intention of Ying Zhang was merely to seal off the palaces surrounding the secret chamber, yet Zhang Han, in a bid for precaution, took further measures. The entire royal palace was directly sealed off. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao's expression underwent several changes. The palace's lockdown, did this not signify that the endeavor to extend Ying Zhang's life bore a glimmer of success? Otherwise, why resort to such a grand display of force? Even the royal palace has been sealed off. Upon mentioning the consequences following Ying Zhang's immortality, Zhao Gao's countenance changed abruptly, his expression darkening as he remarked, "What if I insist on entering?" The charioteer, sensing the tone of his master, displayed a countenance that betrayed his ill intentions. His right hand instinctively grazed the hilt of the sword at his waist. With the decree of the general in mind, he declared that any intruder would be executed without mercy. The fierce general, imbued with an aura of menace, spoke with a chilling voice that seemed to plunge one into an abyss of despair. He boldly unsheathed his sword, and upon witnessing his actions, the palace guards swiftly raised their weapons in unison, responding to Zhao Gao's command with resolute determination. Any who dared to breach the palace would face death. Within the carriage, Zhao Gao's countenance darkened. Zhang Han dared to issue such an order. Were it not for this? Ying Zhang nodded, relinquishing authority. Zhang Han undoubtedly lacked the right to do so. Feeling the chilling aura of impending death surrounding him, he could only resign himself to his fate. He commanded the driver with a sharp tone to depart. The carriage retreated, and tranquility once more enveloped the palace gates. Time flew by. At this moment, it has been 6 days since the closure of the Dian administration. Tonight at noon marks the time of Ying Zhang's emergence. In these 6 days, news of Ying Zhang's seclusion has spread throughout the land, igniting a flurry of rumors among the populace. Speculations abound regarding whether Ying Zhang has indeed acquired some elixir of immortality. Is His Majesty truly in possession of the secret to everlasting life? This recent conduct appears far from fabricated. It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps it is merely a ruse. In jest. What extraordinary talent and unparalleled vision does Your Majesty possess, shaking the very foundations of the earth? Is there a need for deception? Whom shall we deceive at this moment? Within a secluded chamber of the royal palace, your eyes, bloodshot, clutch a meticulously crafted map. For the past 7 days, you have been incessantly devising a plan to escape the palace. After days of observation, you have nearly deciphered the routines of the palace guards and their patrol timings, and the extent of the lockdowns at various palaces. Fortunately, I have finally discovered a flaw. Tonight at midnight, you will be able to depart from the royal palace. You hold the map in your hand, murmuring to yourself. This map is of your own design, meticulously detailing the deployment of guards throughout the palace. And regarding the patrol timings, although the entire palace is currently under lockdown, he has managed to find an opportunity. If all goes smoothly, he will be able to depart from the palace tonight. At that moment, the skies will be vast and the sea will be boundless, allowing fish to leap freely. Even if Zhang Han has ordered the shadowy guards to watch over him, he shall still find a way to escape. When the time comes, even if the first emperor seeks to punish him, it will not reach him. Just as Qin Mu was contemplating his escape plan, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Is the gentleman within the hall? The voice grew increasingly closer, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Chapter 5, Extension of Life and the position of the National Master. Qin Mu's countenance darkened abruptly. Was that the voice of Zhang Gu? No. He should still be in the secret chamber, the time had not yet come. Wasn't he at only the 6th day? His expression shifted as he realized that Ying Zhang had unexpectedly emerged ahead of schedule. Logically, given Ying Zhang's obsession with immortality, he should not have come out so soon. Damn it, I could leave tonight, how could such a significant surprise occur? Why did Zheng Ge choose this moment to appear? Could it be that the lights have gone out? Qin Mu's expression was exceedingly grim. Regardless of the reason, the most pressing concern was that Ying Zhang had emerged prematurely. And he had yet to slip away. How could he escape now? Ying Zhang was just outside and could enter at any moment. Qin Mu hastily concealed the map in his hands, his mind racing as he pondered how to delay for another night. However, before he could devise a plan, Ying Zhang burst in, followed closely by Zhang Han and several guards. "Sir, I have succeeded." "Sir!" Ying Zhang exclaimed, rushing towards Qin Mu, seizing both of his hands with palpable excitement. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. What was happening? Yet, he forced himself to regain composure and smiled. Addressing him, "Your Majesty." "Sir, with your remarkable talent, the method to extend life you provided has proven effective. Whatever you desire, I shall grant it." Ying Zhang's face was alight with exhilaration. He had succeeded. Although it was merely an extension of 12 years, it was enough to elate him. Ying Zhang could distinctly feel the changes within his body, an invigorating sensation reminiscent of the time before he was afflicted by illness. The ominous sense of impending doom had dissipated completely. He was certain he had gained an additional 12 years of life. Qin Mu, however, was bewildered. He had been contemplating his escape, and yet, success had been achieved. The method he had mentioned, the 7-star life extension, truly worked? What a jest! Had the emperor truly extended his life? Looking at Ying Zhang, who was brimming with vitality, Qin Mu found it hard to believe. Goodness gracious, he had merely jested casually. It really succeeded? The 7-star lamp could genuinely prolong life? Could such a simple arrangement of a few oil lamps, accompanied by a few coins and a week's weight, be capable of defying fate? Was this not overly simplistic? Could it be that the 7-star life extension was not a mere trick? Was this not a form of divine sorcery? Indeed. Experience begets knowledge. Who could discern the truth without trial? Regardless, Ying Zhang had triumphed. It seemed he no longer needed to flee. Moreover, he could ascend to the position of the national master of the Great Qin. From this day forth, he would rise in rank, standing above countless others in the Great Qin. Qin Mu's heart was a tumult of emotions, an indescribable sensation enveloping him. The reality diverged immensely from his expectations. Yet, it seemed perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable? This seems far more comfortable than fleeing. Qin Mu gradually relaxed, realizing that he could enjoy a prestigious position in the Great Qin without the need to escape. As the national master of the Great Qin, he had indeed made a name for himself among the many who had traversed realms. Blessed be the ancestors. It appeared that Qin Mu's fate was not yet to be extinguished. However, was this happiness not a tad too sudden? Doubts crept into Qin Mu's mind. Could this be a mere dream? The immense mental strain he had endured in recent days had begun to invade his subconscious. Seeing Qin Mu remain silent, Ying Zhang assumed he was displeased with his early emergence and quickly clarified, "Please do not be angered, sir. My early departure was merely a response to the celestial will I sensed. It was not that I disregarded your arrangements, rather, the fate lamp unexpectedly vanished. And I felt my body restoring, prompting me to emerge a day early." As he spoke, Ying Zhang cautiously gauged Qin Mu's expression, fearful of inciting the wrath of this immortal master who possessed the secret to extending life. In his lifetime, he had encountered but this one individual. He could not afford to offend him. He still yearned for longevity and wished to behold the abode of celestial beings. All of this hinged upon the presence of Qin Mu before him. Upon hearing Ying Zhang's words, Qin Mu snapped back to reality. Regardless of how unreasonable it seemed, he was now secure. After years of being a Taoist, he recognized how to respond to Ying Zhang's demeanor. Instantly, a smile adorned his face, and he appeared calm and composed, as if everything were within his control. "No worries, Your Majesty. You have successfully extended your life, which is what matters." If it is destiny, then all is predetermined. However, the fact that you have not completed the 7 days may pose future risks, Qin Mu slowly articulated. Adept in the art of persuasion as a Taoist. He subtly mentioned the potential dangers of not fulfilling the 7 days. This way, if anything went awry later, it could not be blamed on him. After all, it was Ying Zheng who had emerged prematurely. This statement also provided him an escape route, for if trouble did arise, it would be Ying Zheng's own predicament. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, admiration flickered in Ying Zheng's eyes. He paid little heed to the implied risks. The ability to extend his life was paramount, and everything else was inconsequential. Sir, previously, Great Qin has shown you disrespect. I, Zhang Han, on behalf of my comrades in the Shadow Guards, humbly seek your forgiveness. At that moment, Zhang Han stepped forward and knelt before Qin Mu. Please punish me as you see fit. Should you desire it, I would willingly offer my life as recompense. Now, Qin Mu's status was incomparable to the past. Having successfully aided Ying Zhang in extending his life, he had transcended from a mere charlatan to a genuine immortal elder, Zhang Han. Fearing that Qin Mu might harbor resentment for the earlier summons by the Qin army, proactively sought atonement. As long as Qin Mu bore no grudge against Great Qin, Zhang Han's life was of little consequence. What was his insignificant existence compared to the enduring reign of the first emperor and the Great Qin? Observing Zhang Han's earnest demeanor, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly responded with a smile. General, why do you act thus? Has the Great Qin shown any neglect towards me? Indeed. The Great Qin has not been remiss. For the past 7 days, whatever he desired, Zhang Han has dutifully provided. If there were any concerns, it would be the fear that, should the extension of life fail, Zhang Han might be commanded to take his head. Yet, that is not the case now. It would be more prudent to offer Zhang Han a favor, paving the way for his future happiness within the Great Qin. Upon this thought, Qin Mu's demeanor softened with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Zhang Han exhaled in relief, his expression turning solemn as he declared, Your Excellency's magnanimity is truly commendable. Forgive me, Zhang Han, henceforth, should there be any command, I shall not dare to disobey. With that, he bowed deeply, signifying his earnestness. Ying Zheng observed in silence, contemplating whether this celestial figure was indeed a man of wrath. If he were as fierce as those of the left-hand path. While the pursuit of immortality is desirable, as the eternal emperor, Ying Zheng certainly possesses alternative means of balance. Once Qin Mu permitted Zhang Han to rise, Ying Zheng finally gazed earnestly and sincerely upon Qin Mu, stating, Esteemed sir, I have extended my life by 12 years. It is time to fulfill the promise I previously made. Ying Zheng not only sought to honor his word but, more importantly, he aimed to intertwine Qin Mu's fate with that of the Great Qin. The position of national master is one of great honor and reverence, bestowed upon the custodian of the nation's fortune. Very well, Qin Mu replied with a faint smile. Chapter 6 From today onward, I shall embark on the path of immortality. Hiss. Qin Mu, once a dying swindler of the Jianghu, is now destined to become the Grand Master of the Great Qin? Henceforth, when I step outside, I shall be known as the Grand Master of the Great Qin. Among all the generations of disciples, it seems that I, the Daoist, have achieved the greatest success. In his heart, Qin Mu silently contemplated the lineage of his predecessors. Indeed, he appeared to be the most accomplished among them. The position of Grand Master, the rightful authority, the highest achievement of his lineage merely connected with some general, while not a single one had attained the status of Grandmaster. Tomorrow South Morning Court Session shall see my name proclaimed throughout the realm, and I shall bestow the title of Grand Master of the Great Qin upon you. However, I have just extended my lifespan and must personally attend to countless matters, making it regrettable that I cannot engage in a lengthy conversation with you. Ying Zheng shook his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. He genuinely wished to linger a while longer to cultivate their relationship. Yet, the accumulation of affairs over these past 6 days demanded his immediate attention. No worries, Your Majesty, please proceed. Qin Mu replied with a faint smile, urging Ying Zheng inwardly to depart swiftly. He needed some personal space to revel in this unexpected delight and to calm his emotions. Once Ying Zheng had left, Qin Mu hastily retrieved the concealed map, swiftly tearing it apart and incinerating it. He no longer required this artifact, for if it were discovered in the future, it would be challenging to explain. Am I truly the Grand Master of the Great Qin? Why does it feel so unreal? Qin Mu gazed into the bronze mirror, speaking to himself. This all came too suddenly. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mindset. He could no longer harbor the mentality of a mere swindler. He was now a sage, a master of celestial arts. From this day forth, he would serve as the Grand Master. The following day. Morning court. The officials arrived gradually. Zhao Gao and Li Si also took their places in succession. Once all the officials had gathered, a figure clad in a flowing black robe of water virtue appeared in the hall, flanked by the guards of Zhang Han. Upon sighting this figure, the officials bowed in unison. We humbly welcome your majesty. Your majesty, we humbly welcome you. Your majesty, we humbly welcome you. Rise. Ying Zheng calmly instructed as he took his seat on the dragon throne, casting a commanding gaze over all the officials. Each individual who met his gaze trembled within. Particularly Zhao Gao, who nearly collapsed to his knees. That was the majesty of the ancestor dragon, the source of the unification of the 9 provinces. Esteemed officials, during today's South Morning Court I have an announcement to make, Ying Zheng declared slowly. With the immortal sage Qin Mu granting me longevity, he has rendered great service to the Qin and has shown me profound grace. Today, I hereby confer upon the immortal sage Qin Mu the title of Grand Master of the Great Qin. Additionally, I bestow upon him the title of Lord of Chang'an, granting him the revenues of 18 prefectures and dominion over half the realm. From now on, encountering Qin Mu shall be akin to encountering me. Furthermore, I shall order the construction of Daoist palaces for the Grand Master across all prefectures, erecting stone statues in his honor so that all may revere him. Ying Zheng did not linger on superfluous words. Without waiting for the officials to respond, he directly issued the decree to confer upon Qin Mu the esteemed title. He has always been resolute in his actions, requiring no counsel from the ministers. This Grand Qin is his, Ying Zheng's, Qin. With a piercing gaze, Ying Zheng surveyed those below, acutely aware that his prolonged illness had rendered the empire ailing. The affliction might extend beyond the empire itself, perhaps even to the very court. Intentionally, he altered the term extend life for a decade to eternal life, a stratagem to stabilize the somewhat tumultuous Qin. Subsequently, he would systematically eradicate the malaises afflicting it, reviving the Qin to its former vigor. Upon his pronouncement, Qin Mu found himself momentarily stunned. To encounter him was akin to meeting Ying Zheng himself? The vast dominion of the world was at stake? And now, a temple and statue must be erected in his honor? This was more exhilarating than the position of the state master. With this singular act, he was immediately transformed into a celestial being gracing the realm. Qin Mu's speechless astonishment only deepened Ying Zheng's admiration. Truly, he was a celestial sage, unperturbed by the allure of wealth and glory. Such a sage was precisely what the Qin required. Meanwhile, the ministers were gripped by fear and disbelief. They gazed at Qin Mu, clad in a robe, standing at the steps of the dragon throne, their eyes wide with incredulity. This was no charlatan. Hush! Speak softly. This is a genuine celestial sage. How astonishing that the rumors from the common folk were indeed true. Could it be that His Majesty had been deceived by him? Silence. What sort of existence is His Majesty? Is there not a body of that charlatan from outside Xianyang? To grant such honors, this person must undeniably be an immortal. As the ministers were engulfed in shock, Zhao Gao's expression darkened significantly. Prior, he had perceived Ying Zheng's desperate search for an immortal as mere madness. Yet, he had truly unearthed this needle from the vast sea. If Ying Zheng attained eternal life, what then for him? What of Hu Hai? The deeds he had committed over the years, any one of which could lead to the annihilation of his entire clan. Ying Zheng's immortality was a conclusion that Zhao Gao could not bear to witness. His Majesty may have gained eternal life, but he must still remain flesh and blood. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Zhao Gao's eyes. He had been cornered into a desperate situation. Upon bestowing the honors, Ying Zheng prepared to rise from the throne. Burdened by the overwhelming matters that had accumulated over these days, preferring not to engage with the ministers in the court. Naturally, Qin Mu departed alongside Ying Zheng. Leaving the ministers in a state of astonishment, unable to regain their composure for a long while. The following day, the name of State Master Qin Mu swiftly reverberated throughout Xianyang. The citizens of Xianyang were now universally aware that the Qin had gained an immortal sage capable of bestowing life and eternal longevity. Concurrently, the news of Yingzhang's immortality sent waves of excitement through the old Qin populace, while the rebellious spies lurking in Xianyang were left despondent. How could Yingzhang attain eternal life? Such a tyrant, how could he be granted longevity? The heavens are unjust. The heavens are blind, allowing that tyrant to achieve eternal life. Simultaneously, with the issuance of Yingzhang's decree, the 36 prefectures of the Qin commenced their labors, erecting statues and constructing temples in honor of Qin Mu. Regardless of the tumultuous world outside, at this moment, Qin Mu was pondering the reasons behind the success of the 7-star lantern. Simultaneously, he reflects on the esoteric arts he studied at the Taoist sect, which was the very lineage he belonged to before his transmigration. Qin Mu considers himself a mere outer disciple of the Taoist sect. In later times, the sect has sadly declined, now relegated under the aegis of the Jingyi Daoist Tianshi sect, transformed into the Taoist school of Longhushan, effectively severing its transmission of teachings. It has become an auxiliary sect of the Jingyi school. In his quest to become a Daoist priest and secure this unconventional livelihood, he had memorized numerous arcane techniques, though he wonders if they hold any practical value. If they do, he muses, perhaps he should commence his cultivation of immortality at once. Could he not effortlessly vanquish this group of martial practitioners with a mere wave of his hand? Such thoughts swirl within Qin Mu's mind. Chapter 7, A Miscalculation. Master of the National Strategy, I am Zheng Han, a humble general, here to pay my respects on His Majesty's orders. As Qin Mu reminisced about the doctrines, Zheng Han's voice echoed from outside the hall. Come in, Qin Mu replied, putting away his talismans and nodding slightly. Upon entering, Zheng Han's expression was grave. His purpose for visiting was to inquire about Qin Mu's doctrinal lineage. After all, they remained unaware of Qin Mu's title and the origin of his teachings. Yingzhang intended to establish Daoist temples for Qin Mu across the various prefectures of the Qin Empire, which necessitated clarity on this matter. His Majesty has issued orders to establish Daoist temples throughout the land, yet the name of your doctrine has yet to be bestowed. I humbly request you to enlighten us. Zheng Han said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu pondered briefly before standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I am a disciple of the Taoist sect, the current leader thereof, with the title Tai Xian. The temples established by His Majesty may simply incorporate the name Tai. Your command shall be strictly adhered to. Zheng Han replied with a respectful nod before taking his leave to prepare for the necessary arrangements. Once Zheng Han departed, Qin Mu retrieved his writing materials and inscribed the esoteric techniques he could recall in simplified characters. Even if they were to be stolen, no one in this era would comprehend them, given the vast difference between Qin seal and simplified characters. At this moment, within the residence of the Yinyang family in Xianyang City, the moon goddess gazed towards the palace, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Ever since the previous day when the Yinyang family received news of Yingzhang appointing Qin Mu as the national master, her expression had been one of consternation. Who exactly is Qin Mu? Why is it that not even my Yinyang family can uncover any information about him? She murmured softly. The emergence of Qin Mu had a profound impact on the Yinyang family, particularly as he had been conferred the title of national master of the Great Qin, enjoying the bounty of half the empire. She too was a national master. Why was she not granted similar treatment? Look at him, he is constructing temples and erecting statues. Meanwhile, she held merely the title of national master, devoid of any substantial benefits, and her authority was pitifully limited. It was rumored that construction had begun in the southern part of Xianyang City to erect a national master's residence. Why was there no such residence when she was appointed as national master? The Yinyang family, with 2 national masters, had never received such privileges. Indeed, the Yinyang family boasted 2 national masters, the moon goddess and another named Star Soul. Both served as protectors of the family, holding esteemed positions and mastering various esoteric arts, having cured Yingzhang of numerous ailments. Moreover, the Yinyang family excelled in astrology, often predicting the future for Yingzhang. Thus, both were bestowed the title of national master of the Great Qin. However, when compared to Qin Mu, their status paled significantly. Setting aside the disparities in treatment, the differences in status were glaring. Although they were labeled as national masters, Ying Zhang had never indicated a desire to treat them as he would himself. Nor had he granted them any land or stipends. Moreover, judging by Ying Zhang's demeanor, it seemed that their positions as national masters might soon be rescinded. Is it truly possible for someone in this world to master the secrets of immortality? The moon goddess furrowed her brows and murmured, her skepticism evident. How could a mere novice Taoist, appearing from nowhere, grant Emperor Ying Zhang an extension of life when even she, a practitioner of the Yin-Yang school, could not bestow even a single day? After a prolonged contemplation, she rose and departed from the encampment in Xianyang, resolved to report this matter to the Eastern Emperor Tai and seek his counsel. Within the royal palace of Xianyang, in the Hall of Morning Glory, Qin Mu was escorted by several eunuchs to this location. This had become Qin Mu's new residence following his recent appointment as the national master. Naturally, his accommodations had greatly improved. The Xianyang royal palace comprised a staggering 145 courtyards and 270 palaces, with the Hall of Morning Glory ranking among the top 3 of these grand structures. Constructed by Ying Zhang over the past 2 years, it was initially intended as a sanctuary for his enlightenment and cultivation. However, with the advent of Qin Mu, it had been graciously bestowed upon him. Outside the Hall of Morning Glory, General Zhang Han hesitated for a moment before returning to seek out Qin Mu once more. "General, what brings you back?" Qin Mu inquired, puzzled by Zhang Han's sudden return. "National Master, I have pondered this matter for quite some time and am uncertain whether I should speak of it," Zhang Han replied, a hesitant expression adorning his face. "Feel free to speak without reservation," Qin Mu gestured for him to continue. "Then, I must ask for your forgiveness, National Master. Are you aware that in addition to yourself, there are 2 other national masters in our great Qin?" Zhang Han revealed. 2 others? Qin Mu was taken aback, for this revelation was unexpected. Is the position of national master in our great Qin not a singular honor? How could there be 3? Moreover, considering Brother Zhang's character, those who hold such a title must possess genuine abilities. Yet, given his current frailty, why have those 2 national masters not stepped forward to perform their duties? Indeed, the 2 national masters are unlike you, they merely bear the title without the substance. His Majesty has never constructed temples or cast statues for them, rendering them inferior to you, Zhang Han affirmed with a nod. Have you ever heard of the Yin-Yang school? He continued. Those 2 are the 2 great protectors of the Yin-Yang school, the moon goddess and the star soul. The Yin-Yang school? Qin Mu paused, recognition dawning upon him. He had indeed heard of it, even having glimpsed it in writings. Was this not the realm of Qin's illustrious legends? Yet, it seemed implausible that the martial prowess within this world could be so formidable. In recent days, aside from tinkering with his own system, Qin Mu had taken the opportunity to delve deeper into this world, utilizing the palace's resources. Notably, he had come across a phrase inscribed in the palace's archives, in Qin. There are warriors unmatched in valor, capable of silencing the Weha River with a single punch, and shaking Kunlun with a mere gesture. Such martial might was akin to the celestial beings that resided in his mind. He recalled that the martial prowess of the Qin era had never been depicted to this extent. Do not be displeased, National Master. Those 2 are not comparable to you. They merely hold the title of National Master, with no true recognition from His Majesty, Zhang Han hastily explained, sensing Qin Mu's silence as a sign of discontent regarding the existence of 2 other national masters. That is of no consequence. Qin Mu waved his hand, fully aware of the nature of the moon goddess and the star soul. Their titles as national sages were merely superficial, fundamentally, they remained practitioners of the Yin-Yang school. And Ying Zhang did not regard them as his own. Being from the Yin-Yang school, they possessed some minor astrological skills and often alleviated the emperor's concerns, which earned them the title of national sages, yet they could not compare to you. The general thought to himself that it would not be long before the emperor would revoke their positions, bestowing sole recognition upon the esteemed master. Zhang Han clasped his hands in greeting. Did the general return specifically to convey something to me? Qin Mu inquired, turning his gaze toward Zhang Han. Indeed. Please do not fault Zhang Han for underestimating your intentions, now that you have ascended to the position of national sage, overshadowing those from the Yin-Yang school. They must be devising strategies to counter you. Zhang Han cautioned. He was familiar with the temperament of the Yin-Yang practitioners, as well as Ying Zhang's character, which he could discern quite well. In a few days, the title of national sage would undoubtedly belong solely to Qin Mu. And whatever Zhang Han could anticipate, the Yin-Yang practitioners could surely surmise as well. Would they willingly relinquish their prestigious positions? Clearly, that was implausible. Thus, Zhang Han returned to offer a warning to Qin Mu. He did not believe that the Yin-Yang school could pose a significant threat to Qin Mu, but he aimed to earn goodwill by reporting this matter. Thank you for the information, General, Qin Mu nodded, comprehending Zhang Han's intentions and acknowledging his gesture. The title of national sage is indeed significant. Should the need arise, my shadow secret guards can monitor the movements of the Yin-Yang family. Zhang Han felt a flicker of joy in his heart and then spoke with a bow. In that case, I am most grateful, General. Qin Mu's eyes shifted, not rejecting Zhang Han's goodwill. One cannot respond coldly to someone who approaches warmly. Furthermore, he was quite familiar with the Yin-Yang family, known for their cunning ways, always ready to ensnare one in their traps. Though they often shrouded themselves in mystery, their sorcery indeed held some merit. He had yet to ascertain the efficacy of the techniques from his past life, and thus he remained cautious in the face of these old tricksters. This is the token of my shadow secret guards. Originally, they are directly under the Emperor's command. But given your status, you may also wield some authority over them, Zhang Han said, presenting a token. This had also received Ying Zhang's approval, otherwise, even as the commander of the Shadow Secret Guards, Zhang Han could not casually bestow such a token upon another. With that, I shall not intrude upon your meditative retreat any longer. After handing over the token, Zhang Han respectfully exited the Morning Radiance Hall. Chapter 8, Verification of the Path of Future Charms in the Palace. Qin Mu toyed with the token in his hand, lost in contemplation. Having just survived a life and death tribulation, he had yet to indulge in the joys of life when the Yin-Yang school emerged as a new threat. This group of old silver coins. It appears that as the national master, I must first deal with the Yin-Yang school to secure my position, he muttered to himself. What Zhang Han said was indeed the truth. The Yin-Yang school would not idly watch as the position of the national master was revoked. Therefore, they would undoubtedly take action. With the token put away, Qin Mu had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. He then instructed the eunuchs in the palace to fetch brushes, vermilion, yellow paper, and other materials. What he needed to do now was to experiment with Taoist arts and recall various other life-prolonging methods. With Zheng Gu as his backing, the Yin-Yang school would not dare to act openly against him. The 7 Stars life extension technique had proven successful in this world, so it should work for others as well. A peculiar light flickered in Qin Mu's eyes. He had not only studied the 7 Stars life extension method in the past. In order to deceive people, no, to be more professional, he had glanced at several renowned life-prolonging techniques from later generations. There seemed to be another life-prolonging method called Zhongshengji. Qin Mu pondered deeply. Even in later generations, the pursuit of longevity was a desire shared by countless individuals. Therefore, Qin Mu had examined many methods in this regard. Among them, the most reliable ones were the 7 Stars Lantern life extension technique and Zhongshengji. Even if the 7 Stars Lantern method succeeded, Zheng Gu would only have 12 more years to live, after another 3 to 5 years. He would again be troubled by concerns regarding his lifespan. At that time, I would still be the one suffering, Qin Mu sighed and shook his head. He now hoped that the Zhongshengji method could prove as effective as the 7 Stars Lantern. Otherwise, the position of national master in the Great Qin would be enjoyed for only 2 or 3 years. Zhongshengji was different from the 7 Stars Lantern. Though the latter was demanding and difficult to succeed, it was a legitimate method of prolonging life. Zhongshengji, also known as Zhongshengzhen, was strictly speaking not a Taoist technique, but rather a form of feng shui derived from ancestral graveyard practices. According to feng shui principles, the burial site of one's ancestors significantly influences the fortunes and prospects of their descendants. If an ancestor is interred in a land of auspicious feng shui, the energy of that place would be transmitted to their descendants, ensuring their success and prosperity. Conversely, if an ancestor is buried in a desolate and wretched location, the descendants may face dire poverty or, in severe cases, a complete lack of heirs. Zhongshengji is similar to ancestral grave feng shui but differs in that it involves burying one's own nails, hair, and other personal items in a site of auspicious feng shui, thus establishing a life grave to absorb the earth's spiritual energy and subsequently return that energy to oneself. This method aims to enhance one's fortune, achieve wealth and honor, and extend one's lifespan. However, this practice incurs a loss of moral virtue and may lead to repercussions in later years, yet if one finds a substitute, it could still be utilized. Qin Mu stroked his chin, deep in thought. The art of life extension, devoid of contemplation, inevitably leads to a wretched old age. Indeed, the very inception of such sorcery might adversely affect the fortune of those closest to the practitioner. Yet, this concern bears no weight for Qin Mu. Nor does it pertain to Ying Zhang. Qin Mu's sole desire is for Ying Zhang to survive. As for Ying Zhang, as long as he himself endures, the demise of others holds no significance. This method may warrant preservation. If no alternative exists, it could potentially grant His Majesty an additional 10 years of life. Qin Mu mused to himself, contemplating that, should the opportunity arise, he might employ this technique to prolong his own existence in his twilight years. After all, birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural order of humanity. Qin Mu, too, shall face the inevitability of death, thus, he could first experiment with His Majesty, discerning which life-prolonging methods are viable and which are not. Simultaneously, he could assess whether the side effects of such longevity techniques are bearable. When the time comes for him to grow old, equipped with this wealth of experience in extending life, perhaps he might beseech the heavens for an additional 500 years. Next comes the Tai Talisman. O revered ancestors, may your artistry not be a mere whimsical endeavor. Qin Mu inhaled deeply, placing the yellow paper in vermilion ink sent by the eunuch before him, while reciting incantations. The Tai Talisman represents the foundation of his sect's deceptions across the realm. Within this compendium of talismans are recorded 365 varieties, harmonizing with the celestial cycles. As a disciple of the Tai sect, Qin Mu, though not fully acquainted with every talisman, has sketched them all. The talisman he had drawn most frequently was the safety talisman, which could fetch dozens of coins. During festive seasons, its price could soar to 100 or more. However, how to validate the efficacy of the safety talisman puzzled Qin Mu once more. The Tai talisman records that the safety talisman can intercept the forces of heaven and earth, ensuring an individual's safety. Yet, how might he test this so-called assurance? Would he need to find someone to strike him with a sword to see if he lives or dies? Such trial and error would entail excessive risk. The divine power talisman could suffice. Qin Mu rummaged through the talismans in his mind, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally recalled a talisman that was both simple and easily verifiable. The divine power talisman, bestowing the strength of the heavens and earth, claims the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Of course, Qin Mu remained skeptical. If the divine power talisman could merely lift a heavy cauldron, he would consider that a satisfactory outcome. Chapter 9, The Formation of Divine Power Talismans, the foundation of the Daoist sect. Qin Mu took a deep breath. Adjusting his Daoist robe and meticulously arranging the table before him into a ritual altar. The talismans and charms serve as vessels infused with the celestial, terrestrial, human, and divine information, embodying the language of the celestial deities and conveying their divine will. The crafting of talismans adheres to sacred traditions, utilizing yellow talisman paper as a foundation, blending secret methods to refine ritual inks, and employing pure young cinnabar to inscribe the seals. This intricate process involves a series of rituals, including hand burning, pen burning, invoking the pen, purifying impurities, forming seals, reciting incantations, gathering qi, entering mysteries, and concluding the spell. Certain talismans necessitate the opening of an altar to summon deities, requiring a response before they can be crafted. However, the divine power talisman is merely an introductory talisman within the realm of Tai talismans, exempt from the need to open an altar. As it is but a beginner's talisman, it can be drawn with just a few steps. With his eyes tightly shut, Qin Mu adjusted his state to its peak. Soon, a flickering flame erupted upon the altar, and he plunged his hands into the fire, bathing in its purifying warmth, incinerating all impurities. With his right hand, he grasped the brush, dipped it in the ritual ink, and passed it through the flames, a process known as pen burning. With the essence of Yang Ming, the spirit is extraordinarily agile, gathering divine power, alleviating all afflictions, and summoning heavenly troops. I command. Qin Mu intoned the incantation for invoking the pen. As his words faded, he began to inscribe the talisman upon the yellow paper. He first wrote the character for strength. Flanked by 3 curves on either side, inscribed the characters for hearing and listening in the center. And below wrote a circle that spiraled 6 times alternately to the left and right. He then folded it downwards, forming a loop upwards to the left and a 2 curved upward hook to the right. As the final stroke was made, Qin Mu flicked the brush, staining it with cinnabar, and signed the Taoist sect's seal. Thus, the talisman was complete. With a sigh of relief, Qin Mu set down the brush, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He then gazed at the divine power talisman on the altar. His energy felt intact, his body showed no signs of depletion, and he felt no hunger. Nothing had changed. Could it be that this talisman was a fraud? Qin Mu scratched his head, reflecting on those novels he had read, where practitioners, upon their first talisman drawing, experienced drained energy, hunger, or headaches, often feeling a vague sense of spirit loss. In any case, the common belief was that the act of drawing a talisman necessitated a sacrifice of some essence to be deemed successful. Yet here he was, feeling perfectly fine. Was this talisman a failure? With a hint of disappointment in his eyes, Qin Mu picked up the divine power talisman. Had all his assumptions been incorrect? Was the esoteric art passed down through the ages merely a deception? Alas, was only the 7 stars lamp genuine? My dream of cultivating immortality. Qin Mu sighed. And then, with determination, affixed the divine power talisman to his body. He had gone through the effort of drawing it, surely, he must test it. What if it truly worked? A spark of hope ignited within him. The moment the talisman adhered to his skin, his expression transformed dramatically, followed by a radiant smile. Could it be true? Indeed, it was real. The esoteric arts he had learned in this modern age were all authentic. Would the Daoist priests of the great Qin not stride forth with unparalleled confidence? Could mere martial practitioners ever surpass a Daoist adept in the art of cultivation? A radiant smile could not be contained upon Qin Mu's face. The moment the divine power talisman adhered to his body, he felt an inexhaustible force surge within him. A terrifying power that seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder. Fortunately, prior to his transference, he had been a Taoist priest, and his dedication to the craft allowed him to thoroughly study the myriad techniques of the Taoist sect for the sake of his own enlightenment. Clenching his fist tightly, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. At this moment, Qin Mu was filled with grand aspirations, for his mind was a repository of countless esoteric Taoist arts. These abilities were indeed genuine, capable of transforming him into a celestial master, wielding immense power. It is only through strength that one can find solace. Previously, even as the national master of the great Qin, he had lived in constant trepidation. The Yin-Yang school, with its ancient wisdom, posed a formidable challenge. Yet he smiled cruelly at the thought of competition. The success of this experiment signified that he possessed countless methods to outmaneuver the Yin-Yang school. Though the Taoist sect was a prestigious and righteous lineage, it held considerable records on the art of feng shui. Additionally, during his previous life, he had dabbled in feng shui consultations, thus acquiring a wealth of knowledge in this domain. When it comes to dealing with the supernatural, few arts are as fitting as feng shui. Mastered correctly, it could even send you to the afterlife with the mere placement of a flower pot in your home. It could bring about calamities and misfortunes without a trace. However, there was no need to rush, cultivating immortality was the foremost priority. And he hoped the Yin-Yang practitioners would be reasonable. Qin Mu calmed his excited heart. While he indeed possessed a treasure trove of knowledge, it needed to be utilized. The Tai Foundation establishment method recorded 100 days for foundation laying and 1,000 days for entering the Tao, which seemed rather protracted. He recalled the foundation establishment techniques of the Tai sect. Each sect had its own unique method, and only after establishing a foundation could one wield Taoist arts. Otherwise, one could only resort to talismanic techniques, borrowing the power of the celestial deities. Traditionally, the Taoist community spoke of 100 days for foundation establishment, as the name implies. It required a full 100 days to succeed in laying a foundation. Chapter 10, Preparing to Establish a Foundation, 18th Prince. Though 100 days may seem brief, Qin Mu was unwilling to wait that long. 100 days to establish a foundation, how truly unavoidable it seems. Qin Mu furrowed his brow in contemplation. This period of foundation establishment is a commonality across all sections. While cultivation may vary in pace, the foundation must be laid within 100 days. Only those with innate talent can achieve this. The records of the Taoist sect state that while this foundation stage is not particularly arduous, it has nonetheless barred many individuals from entry. Let me practice for now. I can't devise a solution at this moment, Qin Mu thought, shaking his head in resignation. Although he had perused numerous texts from various sects, he could not conjure a satisfactory plan on such short notice. He decided to set aside his thoughts for the time being, as he had another pressing question. However, is there truly no consumption involved in this talisman technique? Qin Mu mused, glancing at the divine power talisman affixed to his person with a hint of skepticism. Upon crafting this talisman, he had felt no sense of anomaly. The vital energy was abundant. Yet, this should not be the case. If there were no expenditure of vital energy, he felt an unsettling sense of unease. Gaining without effort is not always as pleasurable as it appears. What exactly does the talisman consume? I possess nothing apart from my own vital essence, so from where does the power of this divine talisman originate? Could it be that there is truly no consumption at all? Qin Mu once more attuned himself to his condition but still sensed nothing amiss. This defies scientific reasoning. Could it be that I am capable of drawing talismans without limit? Qin Mu speculated aloud. If this were indeed the case, then after a few years of seclusion, I could craft countless thunder talismans, emerging with a sackful to unleash upon any adversary, no matter who they are, obliterated without hesitation. Surely, it cannot be that simple. This is rather concerning. He chuckled as he imagined the chaos that would ensue if those versed in talismanry learned of such a phenomenon. Alas, the Taoist sect is not renowned for its talismans. The 365 talismans it possesses are largely supportive, with offensive types being exceedingly rare. Qin Mu sighed and shook his head in dismay. Before his transmigration, he had heard whispers of a method within the Maoshan lineage that could transform a talisman into a seed, implanted within one's body to become a personal talisman. However, the consumption involved in creating such seeds is exorbitant. Legend has it that even the most esteemed practitioner in Maoshan managed to plant only 7. If it were up to him, he would have to plant 365. Unfortunately, the Taoist sect does not possess this technique. Nor has he taken the time to investigate it. After all, circumstances were different then. During his days of deception, such peculiarities were of no use. If he were to implant strange entities within someone's body, it could lead to dire consequences, resulting in imprisonment for him. Thus, he had never even glimpsed the method for personal talismans. As Qin Mu pondered, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him, catching him off guard. He nearly collapsed to the ground. Damn! Qin Mu cursed inwardly, struggling to steady himself in a rather disheveled manner. Let there be no misunderstanding. This is not a delayed consumption. Rather, the divine power talisman has failed. The power within him ebbed away. And this stark decline manifested as a profound sense of weakness in his mind. The duration of this talisman appears to last merely a quarter of an hour. And the increase in power is somewhat uncertain. Qin Mu, feeling a sense of helplessness, began to contemplate the extent of this enhancement. How could he ascertain the precise augmentation of his strength without having tested it? When that surge of power manifested, he felt as though he could rend the heavens asunder. Yet such a notion was utterly implausible. It was merely the sensation brought about by a sudden escalation of energy. Glancing at the yellow paper on the table, Qin Mu hesitated briefly before once again picking up his brush to draw the talisman. He wished to ascertain whether he could indeed create talismans without expending any energy. As time trickled by, the sound of Qin Mu reciting incantations filled the grand hall intermittently. The palace maids and eunuchs lowered their heads, their expressions a mix of trepidation and curiosity. They had heard that the esteemed individual who had recently taken residence in the Chaohui Hall was a master of the celestial arts, and indeed, he seemed to embody the essence of a transcendent being. Although they could not comprehend the incantations spoken by this master, they felt an inexplicable vigor surging within them as they listened, leaving them somewhat dazed after a prolonged duration. Minutes melted away, and eventually, the recitation of the incantations came to a halt. Before Qin Mu lay a stack of over 100 divine power talismans, and although he felt a slight fatigue, it was not due to the act of drawing the talismans, but rather from the extended use of his right hand. Additionally, the necessity of vocalizing the incantations had left his throat somewhat parched. Aside from that, he felt no significant depletion of energy. Could it be that he was indeed capable of creating talismans without limits? Yet, that seemed incorrect. At least his body could not endure such an endeavor indefinitely. Though it sufficed for the moment. A smile spread across Qin Mu's face. To be precise, it appeared that he could conjure these divine power talismans without any apparent cost, allowing for an unrestricted output. If he were to calculate his speed, working from 9 to 5, he could potentially produce 1,000 to 1,800 talismans in a single day. Should these be distributed among the elite warriors of the Great Qin, the nation's combat prowess would instantaneously double, if not more. No, this line of thought is far too perilous. Qin Mu quickly shook his head. With 100,000 elite warriors in the Great Qin, even if he labored day and night to create talismans, providing each individual with one would take him 1,000 days, almost 3 years. Even a workhorse could not endure such an unrelenting schedule. Casting aside such thoughts, Qin Mu turned his attention back to the altar. He had exhausted all the yellow paper that had been provided, and he had no intention of continuing to draw talismans. If he could not comprehend this phenomenon, then so be it. After all, it was a fortuitous development. As for experimenting with other talismans, he had ample time to explore and was not in a rush. He mused, perhaps I should contemplate the art of the virtual mustard seed technique, without a storage space. How could one truly embody the essence of a celestial being? Looking at the pile of divine power talismans, Qin Mu muttered to himself. He then shook his head, donned his training attire, and prepared to test the foundational techniques of the Taoist sect. This was of utmost importance. If he could not establish a solid foundation, all would be in vain, and his achievements in this lifetime would be severely limited. He could only rely on the art of talismans to barely maintain the facade of a celestial master. Approaching the center of the grand hall, Qin Mu dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs, for the teachings of the law are not to be shared with unworthy ears. After all the palace maids and eunuchs had departed, Qin Mu reminisced about the foundational methods of the Tai Gate. He then awkwardly assumed a boxing stance and sluggishly executed a set of martial movements. In the city of Xiangyang, within the residence of Hu Hai, Zhao Gao sat opposite him in a pavilion by the waterside. Master, did father truly attain immortality? Hu Hai asked Zhao Gao incredulously. How could this be? I had prepared everything, eagerly awaiting the demise of Ying Zhang, so that I could ascend to the throne. Yet, Ying Zhang defied fate and gained eternal life? What am I to do? How can this game continue? The truth of the matter remained uncertain, but the emperor's demeanor had indeed returned to normal. His voice robust and no longer resembling the frail state he had previously exhibited. Zhao Gao's expression turned grave, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. The notion of Ying Zhang achieving immortality was something they had never anticipated. In fact, it seemed utterly impossible. How could a Taoist priest, forcibly summoned to the royal palace by the Qin army, possibly possess genuine abilities? Could a truly enlightened master be invited in such a manner? At that moment, Zhao Gao found himself at a loss for words. Originally, he had perceived Ying Zhang's endeavor to cast a wide net as an exercise in futility. Yet, it seemed there genuinely existed a sage who had been brought forth. Did these enlightened beings not care for their dignity? If summoned with such force, would they truly bestow longevity upon Ying Zhang? Master, what shall we do now? If father has indeed obtained immortality, does that not mean I can never sit upon the throne? Is my fate to remain forever unfulfilled? Moreover, our schemes, father will eventually uncover them, and if discovered, shall we not be left awaiting our demise? Hu Hai asked Zhao Gao, a hint of panic in his voice. The news of Ying Zhang's immortality had indeed instilled a profound fear in the 18th prince. Chapter 11, The Essence of Alchemy and the Maladies of the Great Qin. Zhao Gao cast a sidelong glance at the flustered Hu Hai, silently shaking his head. With such a lack of resolve, how could he ever ascend to the throne? Yet precisely because of this, Zhao Gao intended to support Hu Hai. A ruler devoid of conviction was exactly what Zhao Gao sought. "There is no need for your highness to be alarmed." Zhao Gao reined in his thoughts and spoke soothingly. "Even if his majesty were to attain immortality, he remains but a mortal." A mysterious glimmer flickered in Zhao Gao's eyes. "Master, do you mean?" Hu Hai inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. "What of mortals? They too can achieve longevity. All their schemes will ultimately unravel. To be human is to embrace death. What does it matter if one is immortal?" A trace of malevolence flashed in Zhao Gao's eyes. "If his majesty does not choose to die, why should we not compel him to his demise?" With that, Zhao Gao fixed his unwavering gaze upon Hu Hai, eager to discern whether he possessed the necessary ruthlessness. Should he falter, despite Hu Hai's ease of manipulation, Zhao Gao would have no choice but to abandon him. "Master! You!" Hu Hai was taken aback by Zhao Gao's proposition. It was true he yearned for the throne and desired Ying Zhang's death. Yet he had never contemplated personally orchestrating Ying Zhang's demise. Though Hu Hai was reckless, he had not descended to such treasonous depths. "Are you afraid, your highness?" Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hu Hai. With Ying Zhang having attained immortality, the conspiracies of both him and Hu Hai would inevitably be uncovered, leading only to their demise. They had no alternatives. "Master, must it truly come to that?" Hu Hai hesitated, his voice faltering. Not from a lack of ferocity but from sheer trepidation. The first emperor of Qin, a man who unified the realm, instilled profound terror within Hu Hai's heart. "Must it come to that? Does your highness wish to walk willingly to the execution grounds?" Zhao Gao sneered, his usual reverence for Hu Hai evaporating. "Do you believe we have a choice? If his majesty lives, we shall perish. Do you think his majesty's affection will spare you from death? Absurd! The vast territories of the Great Qin were forged through bloodshed by his majesty. While he may favor you, it will not prevent him from executing you." Zhao Gao berated Hu Hai fiercely. In the past, he would never have dared to speak in such a manner, fearing a rift in their relationship that could sow discontent in Hu Hai and render him uncontrollable. Yet the circumstances now were dire. It was no exaggeration to say they were at a crossroads of life and death. Hu Hai grasped Zhao Gao's words, albeit perhaps believing it was not yet time for such drastic measures. A look of inner turmoil crossed his face. The thought of patricide was truly daunting. Or perhaps it was simply that he lacked the courage. "How long do you intend to wait, your highness?" "Until his majesty uncovers our machinations. At which point it will be too late." Zhao Gao, with hands clasped behind his back, felt the true energy within him coalesce in his right hand. Hu Hai's response did not sit well with him. His indecisiveness could very well jeopardize Zhao Gao's ambitions. At that moment, he contemplated eliminating Hu Hai altogether. How had he not recognized Hu Hai's timorous nature sooner? Yet, in the end, Zhao Gao restrained himself, allowing the true energy in his hand to dissipate quietly. It is not that he lacks the resolve, but rather that Hu Hai still possesses some utility. At this moment, Hu Hai is lost in thought, utterly unaware that he has already brushed against the threshold of the underworld. Although his father's condition has improved, it does not necessarily mean he has attained immortality. How elusive is the quest for eternal life? Perhaps we should first approach the national advisor? After a moment of contemplation, Hu Hai spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, we must certainly make contact with that advisor. If possible, we could enlist his assistance. A glint of cunning flashed in Hu Hai's eyes. "Your highness implies that." Zhao Gao's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Hu Hai was not entirely incompetent after all. He had grasped Hu Hai's intentions. This could indeed be a viable strategy. Win over that advisor and have him act on our behalf. What benefits my father can provide, we can offer as well. Perhaps even more. Whatever he desires, I can promise him. As long as he clears our obstacles, once I ascend the throne, eliminating him will be a mere trifle. As Hu Hai spoke, a smile crept onto his lips. He could hardly believe that someone brought in by the Qin army would remain loyal to Ying Zhang. Perhaps that advisor even wishes for Ying Zhang's demise? He had nearly promised him everything. After all, whether he delivers once I am crowned is another matter entirely. This plan seems feasible, thus, I shall pay a visit to the palace to establish this connection for your highness. Zhao Gao nodded, his earlier anger dissipating. This young lad, aside from being somewhat indecisive, is not without merit. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Hu Hai expressed his gratitude with a bow. He was no fool and had certainly noticed Zhao Gao's change in demeanor today. At this juncture, Hu Hai could rely solely on Zhao Gao. Hence, he felt not anger, but rather an increased respect. Your Highness is too kind, this is merely the duty of a subordinate. Zhao Gao returned the gesture and then turned to leave Hu Hai's residence. The following day, within the palace, in the morning radiance hall. As the sun ascended, Qin Mu had just completed a set of foundational martial arts, standing with his fists withdrawn, exhaling a breath of fresh air. Indeed, the foundational technique is genuine. A smile curled at the corners of Qin Mu's mouth. Though he had practiced for only a day, he could already sense a surge of energy circulating throughout his body. According to the texts, this is the essence cultivation. Prior to establishing a foundation, one must first cultivate energy. Once the energy within is abundant and flows freely throughout the body, it signifies great accomplishment, thus allowing the foundation to be laid. Excellent martial arts, esteemed teacher. At this moment, Ying Zheng approached, applauding and laughing heartily. Your Majesty? Qin Mu returned to his senses and bowed respectfully to Ying Zheng. There is no need for such formalities between us, let us dispense with these worldly conventions. Ying Zheng quickly stepped forward to support Qin Mu. What brings your Majesty here? Qin Mu inquired directly, not wishing to be overly formal. I have come to request a favor from you, esteemed teacher, let us speak inside. Ying Zheng grasped Qin Mu's hand and led him into the morning radiance hall. Once inside, Ying Zheng dismissed the attending eunuchs and maidens. I wish to ask you for a favor. Ying Zheng stated, looking intently at Qin Mu. Do not hesitate to speak. Qin Mu nodded slightly, signaling Ying Zheng to proceed. You must be aware, esteemed teacher, that in recent years, the central authority of the Qin Dynasty has descended into chaos. And the hearts of the people across various regions have turned away. My health has deteriorated severely over these years, and in such a vast empire, there is not a single individual capable of asserting control over the court. The son I had high hopes for, my firstborn, is unable to govern even a single prefecture, let alone the court. Alas! At this point, Ying Zheng could not help but let out a sigh. Among his more than a dozen children, none possessed the capability to shoulder the weight of the empire. Particularly concerning is his eldest son, Fusu. Over the years, he has devoted himself to nurturing Fusu, imparting the wisdom of imperial governance. Yet, to his dismay, Fusu has chosen to study Confucianism instead. What purpose does that serve? Ying Zheng is quite troubled by Fusu's choices. In desperation, he has resorted to exiling Fusu to the frontier among the Meng family army, hoping that the martial spirit of the military might alter Fusu's disposition and, in the process, gain control over the 200,000 Meng troops, thereby establishing a foundation. Yet, this young man seems to believe he has been banished for good. He languishes in the army, full of grievances, completely oblivious to his father's intentions. Chapter 12, The Emperor seeks to take his eldest son as a disciple. Your Majesty has come seeking guidance for the Crown Prince? Qin Mu discerned Ying Zheng's intent. Indeed. The esteemed teacher possesses unparalleled talent, unmatched across the realm. Thus, I wish for my unworthy eldest son to study under you. Tomorrow, I shall decree that you be appointed as the Grand Tutor of the Great Qin. Ying Zheng nodded earnestly. He was at his wits' end with Fusu. He had exhausted all means, yet Fusu remained obstinately unchanged, either failing to grasp his intentions or simply ignoring them. Your Majesty, it is not that I am unwilling to instruct the Crown Prince, but rather that he, being of royal blood, should learn the governance of the state and the management of the world, rather than pursue the path of cultivation, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. He sensed that Fusu would indeed be a considerable challenge, and he had little affinity for complications. Learning anything is inconsequential, as long as he does not pursue Confucian studies. Ying Zheng waved his dragon sleeve, revealing a hint of disappointment in Fusu. Cultivation is certainly a better path than Confucianism. Let the Crown Prince spend a couple of days under my tutelage. If he adheres to the principles and regulations of my school, I may then accept him as my disciple, Qin Mu proposed, observing the anxious expression on Ying Zheng's face. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Thank you, esteemed teacher. This young man is still in the northern military camp. I shall issue a decree for his return tomorrow. Ing Zheng's face brightened with a smile. This matter had been weighing heavily on his mind, and he had devoted much concern to this son. By the way, esteemed teacher, is there a need to abstain from carnal desires in the pursuit of cultivation? Ing Zheng suddenly recalled something and inquired. Qin Mu's eyes lifted slightly at this question. What did he mean? Was he suggesting a consort for him? Was Qin Mu such a person? He was, after all, a serious Taoist. As practitioners of the Tao, we require wealth, partners, law, and land. None can be omitted. Among these, the partner ahem, there is certainly no need to abstain from carnal desires. Qin Mu responded, glancing at Ing Zhang while his heart began to flutter with a hint of anticipation. As he currently found himself lacking a partner in his life of wealth, law, and land. Upon hearing this, Ing Zhang let out a sigh of relief, his face glowing with a radiant smile. In that case, may I cultivate alongside you? I shall not conceal my desires, although I have extended my lifespan by a decade. It is still far from sufficient. I have never hidden my true aspirations. Longevity is my pursuit. Ing Zheng declared straightforwardly to Qin Mu. He was unlike those pedantic scholars who spoke in riddles and evaded directness. He proclaimed his desires boldly for all to hear. However, at that moment, Qin Mu was wholly uninterested in Ing Zheng's further words. This old fellow seemed to imply that without the company of women, he would not engage in cultivation. He even had to inquire about abstaining from desires. Qin Mu mentally scoffed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had hoped to gather all the necessary elements of wealth, partners, law, and land within a single day. Alas, what a pity! Esteemed teacher? Esteemed teacher? Ing Zheng called out, noticing Qin Mu's silence. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to express them. If I cannot embark on the path of cultivation, then so be it. Ing Zheng assured him, gazing earnestly at Qin Mu. It is not that it cannot be repaired. But how shall your majesty address the Long Prince in the future? Qin Mu inquired with curiosity. He had never encountered this father and son duo who had both entered his tutelage. A trifling matter, let each discuss their own. Ing Zheng waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern for the mundane intricacies of societal etiquette. Perhaps it was precisely this indifference that fueled his profound disdain for Confucianism. The rigid rules and regulations irked him immensely. Sir, can I truly cultivate? Ing Zheng asked, intrigued. I have heard certain rumors suggesting that an emperor should not pursue the path of immortality, for such an endeavor would defy the heavens. And the celestial order would not permit it. Defy the heavens? The celestial order would not permit it? Why? Just because you are an emperor? What logic is this? Qin Mu chuckled lightly, shaking his head. An emperor cannot cultivate? On what grounds? Is this merely envy of the wealthy? If an ordinary person can cultivate, why should an emperor, who is 100 times more exceptional, be barred from doing so? Within the Taoist sect, several predecessors had espoused similar sentiments. Yet they were compelled by circumstance. It is believed that the majority of cultivators propagate such notions out of desperation. Why? Because they themselves are charlatans. How could they instruct an emperor in the ways of cultivation? Teaching ordinary people to practice may yield minimal changes over a few years. Easily dismissed with a flimsy excuse about inadequate talent. What could one do about it? However, should an emperor show no progress after years of cultivation, it would be a reflection of their inept instruction. One would indeed face dire consequences. How? Dare one claim the emperor lacks talent? Thus, the narrative that emperors cannot cultivate, decreed by the heavens, was spread by that cadre of swindlers. This was a lamentable necessity. There was no other recourse but to extinguish the emperor's aspirations for immortality to address the root of the issue. Can I truly cultivate? If I were to cultivate, how long might I live? Ing Zheng quickly asked, yearning for boundless longevity. The day he is no longer burdened by the constraints of lifespan. The great Qin shall unify the world. Above and below, only Qin shall reign supreme. That is uncertain, it depends on how far your majesty can journey on this path. Qin Mu's lips twitched, he was unsure of his own lifespan. What if Brother Zhang cannot even pass the foundational stage? Then all would be in vain. Relying solely on some illicit techniques to steal a few extra years. However, such stolen gains must ultimately be repaid. Thus shall it be. Throughout my life, I shall always reside at the pinnacle. If there is no path ahead, I shall forge one. Ying Zheng proclaimed with grand determination, his hands sweeping through the air. Very well, starting tomorrow, your majesty shall come to the Chaowei Hall at the first quarter of the hour of the rabbit, to absorb the essence of the rising sun and commence foundational cultivation. Qin Mu nodded in agreement. This foundational method was not particularly rare. In comparison to the martial prowess recorded in the annals of the Great Qin, Qin Mu estimated that even if the foundation were successfully established, it would merely equate to the level of a 1,000-man commander within the army. Of course, should one learn the true path, the outcome would be entirely different. Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall come to cultivate alongside you, sir. Ying Zheng beamed, a smile illuminating his face. Finding someone of genuine skill was indeed a rare treasure. And he silently resolved to prepare a generous gift for the occasion. Indeed, the practitioners of the monastic life emphasize the significance of wealth, companions, the Dharma, and the land. It appears that the esteemed gentleman lacks for nothing. In his mind, Ying Zheng pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Qin Mu harbored his own contemplations. He could have easily bestowed upon Zheng a foundational cultivation technique, allowing him to practice independently while simultaneously testing whether the mystical arts of the future could manifest in this realm. However, after careful consideration, Qin Mu resolved to summon Zheng to the Chaowei Hall each morning before dawn to engage in martial training together. What was the purpose of this endeavor? Undoubtedly, it was to cultivate a closer bond. In doing so, Qin Mu's status within the Grand Qin would become unassailable. Should he someday uncover any limitations within these mystical practices, his connection with Zhang would enable him to wield great influence in the Qin Dynasty. Chapter 13, The Weighty Gifts of Hu Hai. Previously, the shadowy secret guards had rashly summoned the master to the royal palace. Is there still any lingering regret on this native soil? Ying Zheng suddenly turned to Qin Mu and inquired. This question served as a subtle probe into Qin Mu's background. After all, Qin Mu had transformed from his former self, and Ying Zheng had placed immense trust in him. He was not only a national master but also a builder of temples. In just a few years, Qin Mu's prestige in the Qin state could rival that of the first emperor, and at times, his words might carry more weight than those of the emperor. Given the multitude of common folk who revere deities, it is not far-fetched to suggest that many households might already house simple wooden carvings of Qin Mu. Although it has only been a few days, the image of this immortal master has swiftly spread across the 36 prefectures of the Great Qin under Ying Zheng's decree. Alone and unencumbered, I harbor no regrets. Qin Mu shook his head and smiled. In my practice, we emphasize engaging with the world and navigating through the mundane. Hence my solitary wanderings across the realm leave no room for unfulfilled regrets. Qin Mu refrained from boasting unnecessarily, there was no need. The 7-star rejuvenation technique is genuine, and this alone secures his position as the national master. You are quite carefree, and I find myself envious. Ying Zheng shook his head, acknowledging the truth in his own words. He genuinely envied Qin Mu's solitary existence. He, however, could not afford such luxury. He bore the weight of the Great Qin and its countless citizens. His heart was burdened with too many concerns and aspirations. Yet, to expect Ying Zheng to relinquish everything was an impossibility. He was born to stand at the pinnacle. The title of emperor emerged with his name, and the chaos of the world was unified through him. The realms of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands were destined to be governed by his hand. Qin Mu smiled and shook his head, choosing not to engage further with Ying Zheng's remarks. How pretentious this is. Very well, let us conclude our discussion for today. The affairs of the court are intricate, and I seldom find moments of respite throughout the day. Ying Zheng glanced at the sky, sighing helplessly. The Great Qin has the Prime Minister and the 9 ministers, all of whom could assist the emperor in governance. Yet, Ying Zheng remained apprehensive. Since becoming emperor, he had personally managed all matters of state. Although Prime Minister Li Si and the 9 ministers handled various affairs, Ying Zheng still felt compelled to review everything they processed. Your Majesty, please feel free Qin Wu nodded, indicating for Ying Zhang to proceed as he wished. I shall not disturb you further. Should you require anything? Simply send someone to the Qilin Hall. Ying Zhang nodded and rose to depart the hall. Qin Mu stood to see him off, pausing only at the entrance. Cultivation is indeed challenging. Qin Mu mused as he watched Ying Zhang's retreating figure, shaking his head. He did not believe that Ying Zhang would achieve anything remarkable in his cultivation. It was not that he looked down upon the emperor, rather. Ying Zhang's age was a significant hindrance. His body was already failing, and considering the foundational boxing stance in the Tai Yi technique, even adopting such a stance would require immense effort from Ying Zhang's frail physique. Ultimately, it would depend on the method of establishing a foundation. However, it remained to be seen whether Zhang was willing to explore an alternative path. After all, the art of corpse refinement seemed capable of extending life for several centuries. Qin Mu gazed thoughtfully at Ying Zhang's retreating figure. The quest for immortality is indeed a formidable challenge. Even those who have attained enlightenment are not exempt from the approach of death. It is precisely for this reason that esoteric and dubious methods of prolonging life have been devised. The technique of nurturing one's foundational essence is merely the simplest and somewhat more conventional approach. In contrast, the methods that transform one into a living corpse or malevolent spirit are truly unorthodox. Yet, one cannot deny that if these methods succeed, they could indeed allow a person to linger for an additional century or so, albeit in a form that is neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. However, when faced with imminent death, who truly cares about such distinctions? Given the choice, would one prefer to perish or to become a zombie? The answer is undoubtedly the latter. Better to cling to life, however dismal. As Qin Mu turned to return to the Chaowei Hall, he had scarcely settled into his seat when a eunuch hastily entered. Your Excellency, the State Master, the eunuch bowed respectfully. What is it? Qin Mu asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Your Excellency, the Grand Minister of the Central Chariot, Zhao Gao, seeks an audience with you. The eunuch replied deferentially. Zhao Gao. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, questioning the purpose of this unwelcome visitor. He was no stranger to Zhao Gao, a rather ill-omened individual. Let him enter, Qin Mu said with a slight nod. Moments later, Zhao Gao entered the Chaowei Hall, adorned in resplendent garments of red and black, crowned with an ornate headdress. Such attire was not befitting a mere eunuch like Zhao Gao. However, over the past few years, emboldened by his favor with Ying Zhang and his fortunate role as Hu Hai's tutor, Zhao Gao had increasingly flouted conventions. Moreover, Ying Zhang seemed indifferent to such matters, allowing Zhao Gao's attire to inch ever closer to that of the royal aristocracy. This dog has aspirations to overturn the hierarchy. Zhao Gao arrives uninvited, hoping not to disturb Your Excellency, Zhao Gao said, slightly bowing, a facade of smiles plastered across his face as he approached Qin Mu. What brings you here, Grand Minister? Qin Mu inquired, casting a glance at Zhao Gao. He was reluctant to entangle himself with this ill-fated character. With Ying Zhang's recent extension of life by 12 years, this heralded a seismic shift for the Qin Dynasty. Zhao Gao, it seemed, would soon face dire consequences. I come today for two matters, Zhao Gao declared. Firstly, on behalf of His Highness, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, Your Excellency. In celebration, the 18th Prince has prepared a gift of 8,000 taels of gold, 3 exquisite treasures, and a score of beautiful songstresses, honoring you as the State Master of our great Qin. Zhao Gao presented a list to Qin Mu with a grin. This was all his own wealth. As for Hu Hai, he had nothing of substance. The 18th Prince is indeed courteous, Qin Mu thought, a sense of wariness rising within him. These two individuals are a source of calamity. This gift is not to be taken lightly, Qin Mu replied. Your Excellency, for the sake of extending the Emperor's life and ensuring the eternal prosperity of our great Qin, this humble offering is but a trifling matter. Zhao Gao continued, his flattery unabated. These trifling gifts are but a mere fraction of the merits of the Grand Master. It is with a sense of shame that I present them, as they hardly befit such esteemed accomplishments. However, Your Highness, in your modesty, has been left with little to offer, thus this is the best I could muster. As Zhao Gao spoke, he scrutinized Qin Mu's expression. Having served Ying Zhang for many years, he was quite adept at reading nuances. What offense had Hu Hai committed to evoke such a reaction upon merely hearing his name? Zhao Gao mused inwardly, perceiving an aura of misfortune surrounding Qin Mu. This was not a promising sign. Contemplating further, Zhao Gao gritted his teeth and continued, "Your Highness may have heard that the Grand Master has yet to find a suitable residence within Xianyang. The Grand Master's estate is still under renovation, with no end in sight. Therefore, Your Highness has graciously prepared a villa by the Weihua River for the Grand Master to rest." Chapter 14. This charm is known as the charm of misfortune for the family estate. A flicker of pain briefly crossed Zhao Gao's face. That estate had been constructed under the name of Hu Hai 3 years prior. It had only just been completed a month ago, and he had yet to even reside in it. Such an estate, he would never be able to build another in his lifetime. It was not merely a matter of wealth, but also of status. Were it not for the name of Hu Hai, he could never have erected this estate along the banks of the Wei River. The Wei River? Qin Mu narrowed his eyes. This river was near Xianyang, and along its banks, there was only one palace belonging to Yingzhang. Thus, no further residences could be constructed there. Where the king lays down, the ministers must retreat. These two fools had actually built an estate along the Wei River. One could call it a mere estate, but in reality, it was likely a palace. Zhenggu certainly indulged Hu Hai. Is the national master satisfied? This estate, in proximity to His Majesty's palace, is unparalleled in the entirety of Qin, Zhao Gao said, gazing at Qin Mu. Qin Mu fixed Zhao Gao with a penetrating stare. "What is the purpose of this second matter, Master Zhao?" he inquired. He understood that such a grand gift would not be offered without reason. The national master is a wise individual, thus, the subordinate shall be direct. What does the national master think of His Highness, the 18th Prince? Zhao Gao straightened his posture and spoke. "Having never met His Highness, I cannot offer an opinion." Qin Mu shook his head, deeming him a complete fool. What was there to evaluate? Ah! I had forgotten that the national master, having just entered the court, may not yet comprehend the affairs of Great Qin. However, it is well known that His Majesty has numerous offspring, yet only the 18th Prince receives his favor. Does the national master understand this? Zhao Gao concluded, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Mu, eager to gauge his reaction. His words had been sufficiently clear. "Is it known to His Majesty that the Zhao prefect has come to my hall today?" Qin Mu slightly raised his eyes to Zhao Gao and spoke. "I am not aware." Zhao Gao's eyes brightened as he quickly replied. He assumed Qin Mu was concerned about being discovered by Yingzhang. "Rest assured. Today's affairs are known only to you, me, and His Highness, the 18th Prince. It shall never reach the ears of a fourth party. Even His Majesty shall not learn of it." Zhao Gao's face brimmed with confidence. After serving Yingzhang for many years, he had cultivated a degree of prowess within the royal palace. Certain matters, if he wished to keep from Yingzhang's knowledge, would remain forever undisclosed. "That is well." Qin Mu nodded slightly, a hint of relaxation appearing on his face. He indeed worried about Yingzhang discovering this, but his concerns differed from Zhao Gao's. Since His Majesty was unaware, it would be best for the Zhao prefect to speak directly of the matter. Qin Mu looked at Zhao Gao, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao furrowed his brow. Some discussions could not be openly expressed. Just as now, should his words be leaked, it would not matter much. However, if he were to explicitly state that Qin Mu should support Hu Hai, such words would spell certain death for Zhao Gao. Though he was confident in concealing today's conversation, one could never guarantee the absence of unforeseen circumstances. What if Yingzhang were to find out? The state teacher is a person from beyond the world, unfamiliar with the intricacies of court etiquette. Certain matters should only be alluded to. Zhao Gao smiled as he spoke. However, my lord has stated that should the state teacher be willing to visit the residence, any request will be granted. In the future, whatever the young lord desires, it shall be given, Zhao Gao subtly suggested. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, these two harbored ulterior motives. Your Highness is too gracious, I humbly accept such a generous gift. Should the opportunity arise in a few days, I shall certainly pay a visit. As his thoughts swirled, Qin Mu nodded with a smile. By accepting Zhao Gao's gift, he effectively aligned himself with their faction. Although Zhao Gao and Hu Hai were somewhat ill-fated, one could not deny their prominence within the power dynamics of the Qin. One was a favored minister who had served Ing Zhang for decades, while the other was the emperor's most cherished son. Together, they had secured the allegiance of many over the years, even orchestrating schemes against Fusu on multiple occasions. Even when Hu Hai occasionally plotted to frame Fusu for crimes, Ing Zhang merely turned a blind eye. Though Qin Mu was indeed the state teacher and possessed the ability to cultivate immortality, he pondered whether he could truly confront these two formidable individuals directly. Thus, he chose not to confront them openly. The sixth prince was the true path. With such a generous gift from your highness, it is only fitting that I reciprocate. However, as a humble practitioner, I possess little, thus, I shall present your highness with a talisman to ensure your safety. With a wave of his hand, Qin Mu placed a piece of yellow paper on the table. The state teacher is too polite. On behalf of his highness, I express our gratitude for this talisman. Zhao Gao's face lit up with a radiant smile. At that moment, he felt genuinely pleased. As long as this matter with Qin Mu succeeded, he was certain he could send Ing Zhang to his demise. This talisman is known as the talisman for protecting the family from adverse fortune. As Qin Mu spoke, he began to burn incense and prepare the talisman. Zhao Gao's expression shifted, and he listened intently. If anyone else had spoken as Qin Mu did, he would have dismissed it as mere superstition. But Qin Mu was different. He was the one who had granted Ing Zhang longevity. How could that be compared? What if this talisman truly proved effective? Were it not for his grand scheme, Zhao Gao might have even contemplated keeping the talisman for himself. The purpose of this talisman is to pacify homes afflicted by adverse fortune, which can lead to illness or strange occurrences among its inhabitants. It is advisable to use this talisman for protection. Observing Zhao Gao's expression, Qin Mu continued, "This talisman is of great benefit. Might I also request one for myself?" Zhao Gao inquired, intrigued. "Certainly." Qin Mu nodded, bemused by his eagerness to court danger. This talisman is indeed for protecting against adverse fortune. However, if drawn in reverse, it becomes a talisman for inviting misfortune. Displaying this talisman in a residence will invite ill fate and misfortune. If further enhanced with geomantic practices, it could even lead to the sudden demise of the household's master. As he contemplated, the preparation was complete. Qin Mu took up the brush and recited the incantation. Incense burns to announce, "Guardians of the home, take your places, do not disrupt or confuse. Dispel disasters and bestow blessings at the threshold." Then, with swift strokes, he began by inscribing the two characters 6 spirits in the center of the yellow paper, encircling them to the left and reciting the incantation once. Afterward, he made 2 slants to the left, followed by a horizontal and a vertical line, inscribing the character Jin beneath the vertical stroke, completing it as prescribed. He then commenced from the left, gradually circling towards the right and downward, and after encircling, he lifted his pen to the upper left, adding 7 dots beside it, before making a stroke from the lower right towards the left. This entire sequence flowed seamlessly, causing Zhao Gao's eyes to brighten with intrigue. If Qin Mu truly possessed such prowess, it would bode well for him when Hu Hai ascended the throne. Perhaps he could spare Qin Mu's life, at the very least extracting the secret of longevity from him. Zhao Gao mused silently to himself. He, too, feared death. Yet, he understood that the notion of immortality was largely improbable, thus he pursued power with fervor. But now, it seemed that Ing Zhang had indeed attained longevity, the authenticity of which remained uncertain. Nonetheless, one thing was clear: Ing Zhang had undeniably extended his lifespan. His vitality and spirit appeared far more vibrant than before. With the prospect of immortality so tantalizingly close, even in the face of uncertainty, Zhao Gao felt his heart stir with desire. Chapter 15, The Supreme Northern Polar Demon Subduing Spell. Zhao Gao's thoughts drifted afar, oblivious to the fact that Qin Mu's complexion had begun to appear somewhat unnatural. What is happening? This feeling of weakness. Is it due to the consumption of energy from drawing the talisman? Qin Mu felt beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his lips slightly pale. It seemed as if all his vitality was being siphoned away through the brush in his hand. Yet, why had he felt none of this when he previously drew the divine power talisman? At that time, he experienced no depletion whatsoever. He had managed to create over 100 of them, remaining spirited throughout. But now, with this talisman of adverse fortune, he found himself nearly unable to endure even before completing it. Strange. This talisman of adverse fortune, although slightly superior to the divine power talisman, should not be capable of such an effect, should it? Qin Mu pondered, yet his hands continued to move without pause. After a quarter of an hour, he finally completed the talisman of adverse fortune. He then applied vermilion to seal it with the Taoist sect's magical imprint. The talisman was finished. Ah, Master Zhao. Even I can only manage to draw one of these talismans a day. Should you desire more, you will have to return on another occasion. Qin Mu stated as he handed the talisman of adverse fortune to Zhao Gao. Not at all. The willingness of the national master is greatly appreciated. Should His Highness learn of this, he will surely be moved to tears. Zhao Gao replied hastily as he accepted the talisman. He could discern that Qin Mu's condition was genuine, not a mere fade. So, it seems this talisman does possess some degree of supernatural efficacy? Remember to advise His Highness to affix this talisman to the beam of the main hall and to paint that beam in red. This will ensure the safety of the household. Qin Mu's eyes flickered as he imparted this caution. Red signifies both beauty and danger. Its vibrancy enhances the talisman while also harboring ominous connotations. Those residing within that abode may suffer from a sense of suffocation and dizziness, with severe cases potentially leading to sudden demise. Thank you for your guidance, National Master. Zhao Gao nodded with a smile. This unexpected success had unfolded with such ease that he had yet to exert any influence, and Qin Mu had already sided with them. Not to mention, he had willingly expended his energy to present a talisman to Hu Hai. It was clear that this national master harbored resentment over the previous invitation extended to the Qin army at the Xianyang Palace. Indeed. Qin Mu waved his hand, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries with Zhao Gao. He lacked the energy to indulge in theatrics. If Zhao Gao lingered any longer, he might very well scold him. Then I shall not disturb the national master's rest any further. Zhao Gao, recognizing Qin Mu's intent, courteously took his leave. Without raising his head, Qin Mu dismissed Zhao Gao from his thoughts. Zhao Gao, unconcerned, assumed that Qin Mu was merely fatigued from the talisman creation, and promptly departed from the Chaohui Hall. Cough. Cough. Once Zhao Gao had left, Qin Mu cleared his throat and swiftly took up his brush, quickly completing another divine power talisman. Oddly enough, he felt no depletion whatsoever. Qin Mu gazed at the divine power talisman on the table, lost in contemplation. This talisman, once created, had elicited no sensation of fatigue. This implies that the divine power talisman remains entirely devoid of consumption. But why, then, did the talisman of adverse fortune drain his vitality? Could it be that it belongs to a talisman that harms one's fortune, hence it is siphoning my vital energy? Qin Mu mused to himself, subsequently picking up the brush, intending to experiment with the peace talisman. However, before he could even put pen to paper, merely reciting the incantation of the peace talisman caused him to be instantly drained of a significant portion of his vitality. No, I must not write. Qin Mu, bewildered, cast the brush aside, collapsing into the chair. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, his eyelids heavy, on the brink of succumbing to slumber. After a considerable time, Qin Mu finally regained a modicum of energy, gazing at the brush discarded on the ground. Lost in contemplation, is it possible that only the divine power talisman is devoid of consumption? What could be the reason? Divine power talisman, peace talisman, talisman of unfavorable years. Qin Mu muttered to himself, striving to discern the distinctions among them. Could it be the seals? A glimmer of insight flashed in Qin Mu's eyes. The so-called official seal, also referred to as the Taoist official seal. Within the Taoist tradition, there exist both magical seals and official seals. The orthodox magical seal comprises 188 pieces, serving as vessels to communicate with the celestial deities and execute divine law, wielding immeasurable power. The sect's magical seals are countless, each uniquely crafted by various schools, their functions as peculiar as they are diverse. Conversely, the official seal symbolizes status and authority. Take Longhu Mountain for instance. The true one of Longhu Mountain is indeed a second-ranked Taoist official. In the first year of the Hangu era of the Ming Dynasty, the heavenly master Zhang Zhengchang entered the court, relinquishing his title of Heavenly Master, and was conferred the title of True One, inheritable through generations. This True One holds the official rank of second rank. Taoists, too, possess a structured hierarchy. Do you not see those Taoists and monks in later generations? By day tending to ancient lamps and Buddhas, and by night reveling in the pleasures of life? Beyond earthly official seals, there also exist divine official seals. For instance, the city god seal, which serves as the official seal of the city god, is cast with specific measurements, 2 inches and 2/10 wide, square, and 8/10 thick. The seal bears the celestial script, with 6 characters inscribed in 2 rows. This seal must be employed in all legal rites performed by the city god. It is said that bearing this seal ensures that upon arrival, the local spirits report, and all ghosts and deities will welcome and escort you. With the city god dispatching officers to assist in the rites, traversing mountains, forests, temples, rivers, and seas, always accompanied by the local officers in service. In the past, Qin Mu had encountered a city god seal at the Jingyi sect, its authenticity uncertain, yet he felt a deep envy. Contemplating, Qin Mu retrieved a small seal from his bosom. This was a magical seal. Of course, it was not one of the 188 orthodox magical seals, but rather a seal from the Taoist sect. The Taoist sect once basked in glory, having possessed an orthodox magical seal, known as the North Polar Heavenly Canopy Seal. The supreme North Polar demon subduing divine incantation states, the North Polar Heavenly Canopy Seal, alongside the Heavenly Ding Divine Seal, each measuring 3 inches long and 2 inches wide. The former subdues dark spirits and heals ailments, while the latter eradicates malevolent entities and cures diseases, bestowing great fortune upon its bearer. However, Qin Mu had never laid eyes on this seal during his many years in the Taoist sect. As for himself, he possessed only a Taoist seal. This was the fundamental magical seal of the Taoist sect, which allowed its holder to descend from the mountain, traversing the world to alleviate suffering. In simple terms, possessing this seal confirms your status as a Taoist. The Taoist seal of the Taoist sect was established in the first year of the Hangwu era. Each type of magical seal possesses its own corresponding abilities. Whether fabricated or nonsensical, the seals of any sect are thus. The Taoist seal of the Supreme One, when wielded, can conjure the divine talisman of the Supreme One and the rejuvenation talisman. Could it be that after traversing through realms, the seal has transformed into something tangible? Qin Mu pondered aloud, gazing at the small seal in his hand. No matter how wondrous the tales of this seal may be, in later generations, they are mere fabrications. Is it possible that upon arriving in the Great Qin, they have all become reality? Could this object truly have become a magical artifact? Only experimentation would reveal the truth. Qin Mu steeled himself and summoned someone to bring him a brush anew. He then ignited the brush, commanded it, and set it to paper. In an instant, a rejuvenation talisman was drawn. Qin Mu gazed at the rejuvenation talisman upon the table, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 16, The Return of the Young Noble to the Capital and Who Highest Trepidation. Indeed, this rejuvenation talisman is akin to a divine talisman, exhibiting no signs of depletion. It must be due to this seal. Qin Mu mused as he scrutinized the small seal in his hand. This counterfeit from the future has surprisingly transformed into something genuine here in the Great Qin. The power of this Daoist seal lies in its ability to inscribe divine talismans and rejuvenation talismans. Thus, possessing this seal allows Qin Mu to inscribe these 2 talismans at will without any expenditure. If he were to acquire those formidable magical seals, wouldn't he soar to great heights in no time? How I wish I had invested a bit more back then to obtain a more formidable seal. Perhaps even a genuine official seal. Qin Mu lamented to himself, a tinge of regret surfacing within. The magical seals and official seals of the Taoist sect can be procured through merit. And this merit can be exchanged with money. Hence, one could easily obtain magical and official seals with a bit of expenditure. But who would have imagined that these items could transform into reality? Wait a moment. Can Zhang Gu bestow an official seal? A sudden thought struck Qin Mu, and he gazed towards the Qilin Hall. This official seal is, after all, a privilege granted by the emperor of the earthly dynasty. For instance, the Zhang sect received numerous official seals from the Ming Emperor Jiajing. If magical seals prove useful, what about official seals? If official seals can also materialize, wouldn't he be able to leverage Zheng Gu to procure them abundantly? though he lacks an official seal. He has encountered them before. He is also aware of how the renowned Daoist official seals are forged. If he were to simply approach Zhang Ge, could he not create a city god seal for his own amusement? Wherever he goes, divine spirits and ghostly attendants would heed his call. Even if he cannot produce a city god seal, surely he could manage to create a genuine official seal. Yet, he remains uncertain about the powers associated with these Daoist official seals, Qin Mu pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Unlike magical seals, official seals typically represent a position. And their abilities are intrinsically linked to that position. Moreover, official seals cannot be fabricated at will. The dynasty that bestows the official seal must first establish a position before crafting the corresponding official seal. Is there a city god at this time? Qin Mu reflected. Uncertain if the concept of a city god temple even existed at this juncture. If it does not, he may need to concoct a legend. Never mind. Let me first seek out Zhang Ge to inquire about the genuine official seal. Qin Mu shook his head, preparing to proceed. After all, if this official seal proves ineffective, it would be a wasted endeavor. With that thought, Qin Mu, despite his lingering weakness, made his way towards the Qilin Hall. Time is of the essence. This concerns his happiness in the Great Qin. At Hu Hai's residence, Zhao Gao hurriedly approached Hu Hai, clutching the talisman. Master, has the matter been resolved? Hu Hai inquired eagerly upon seeing Zhao Gao's arrival. This was a matter of life and death for him. The gift we sent has been accepted by Qin Mu, and in return, he has bestowed upon you a talisman. Zhao Gao, with a hint of reluctance, handed the talisman over to Hu Hai. As long as it has been accepted, all is well. Hu Hai sighed in relief, the weight upon his heart lifting instantaneously. He paid no heed to Zhao Gao's subsequent words. Since this national master has accepted the gift, the matter is 90% assured. By the way, my teacher, has Qin Mu mentioned when he might meet with me? Hu Hai inquired hastily. The prospect of not meeting left him somewhat uneasy. He felt that a face-to-face discussion was essential to finalize their arrangements. Your Highness, do not fret. This matter has already been settled, the meeting is of little consequence. Zhao Gao reassured him, observing Hu Hai's anxious demeanor. This talisman is one I have witnessed with my own eyes, crafted by Qin Mu with great effort. Thus reflecting his intentions, Zhao Gao continued, presenting the talisman once more. Only then did Hu Hai notice the talisman in Zhao Gao's hand. Is this the one drawn by the national master? Is it truly effective? He asked, accepting the talisman with a mix of skepticism and hope. Had it been the work of any other Taoist, he might have dismissed it, but given that it originated from Qin Mu, he felt a glimmer of belief. This talisman is known as the talisman of calming unfavorable years. According to its description, if it is hung on the main beam of the hall and that beam is painted red, it will safeguard your Highness's fortune, Zhao Gao elucidated. Well, whether it is genuine or not, since it is a gift from the national master, it must be displayed, Hu Hai declared, gesturing for his attendants to carry out the task immediately. The authenticity of the talisman mattered little to him, what was significant was that it symbolized Qin Mu's allegiance. Even if it were a mere counterfeit, it was imperative to display it before Qin Mu's visit, lest it affect how he, the 18th prince, would be perceived. Teacher, we must make an effort to greet the Yin-Yang school as well. We cannot afford any disruptions to our grand endeavors, Hu Hai said, casting a glance at Zhao Gao. The Yin-Yang school? Zhao Gao furrowed his brow, then quickly grasped the implication. There are indeed two national masters within the Yin-Yang school. Qin Mu's emergence poses a threat to their standing in the Qin Empire. There is an unspoken trend of pushing the Yin-Yang school out of the position of national masters. They will not take this lightly. If they decide to cause trouble, it could jeopardize our plans, he pondered aloud. Dealing with the Yin-Yang school is rather complicated. It seems your Highness must take the initiative. To be honest, Zhao Gao preferred to avoid excessive interactions with the Yin-Yang school. It was a considerable hassle. And unless absolutely necessary, he truly wished to steer clear of provoking them. Very well, I shall personally handle this matter. The Yin-Yang school should grant me some consideration. At least for the time being, they are unlikely to create disturbances, Hu Hai nodded in agreement. Though he was not the crown prince of the Qin His influence was not to be underestimated. Besides Zhao Gao, he had the support of the Wang family, one of the two prominent military clans in the Qin, alongside the Meng family. While the Meng family backed Fusu, the Wang family was allied with Hu Hai. Yet, unlike Zhao Gao, the Wang family did not offer unwavering support for him. When it came to matters concerning Ying Zhang, they would refrain from intervening. Their loyalty remained with Ying Zhang, the first emperor of Qin. Furthermore, I have heard that father intends to summon Fusu back, Hu Hai remarked, shifting the topic, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The mere mention of Fusu ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. Outsiders claimed that Hu Hai was the most favored prince of Ying Zhang. Yet he understood all too well that no matter how cherished he was, he could never rival Fusu. Over the years, he has orchestrated countless schemes to entrap Fusu. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. Ying Zhang still harbors the intention to bequeath the throne to Fusu. Just recently, they had managed to expel Fusu from Xianyang, and now, after such a brief interval, Fusu has been summoned back by Ying Zhang. Is Hu Hai truly the favored one? Nonsense. The emperor intends to recall the eldest son. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao furrowed his brow. Fusu's return would significantly impact their plans. Moreover, it is likely that Meng Tian would also return to court. Consequently, Xianyang would gain an additional force capable of challenging their ambitions. This poses a substantial threat to their usurpation scheme. Just moments ago, news arrived from the palace. The father emperor has already decided to issue a decree summoning Fusu back tomorrow. Hu Hai's expression turned icy, and a frenzied thought began to take root in his mind. Chapter 17, Hu Hai, Fusu must not enter Xianyang. What are your intentions, your highness? Zhao Gao inquired, casting a glance at Hu Hai. He was aware of Hu Hai's desires, but certain matters necessitated that the 18th prince articulate them himself. He absolutely cannot enter the city of Xianyang, Hu Hai declared, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. While he dared not confront Ying Zhang directly, he harbored no reservations about dealing with his elder brother, Fusu. I will arrange for the web to take care of it, Zhao Gao replied, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He had long contemplated the demise of Fusu. The presence of Fusu posed a significant threat to Hu Hai's position. My dear brother, how much better it would be if you remained at the borders. Why must you insist on returning? It is only natural for a younger brother to be ruthless under such circumstances, Hu Hai muttered, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Had Fusu chosen to stay away, Hu Hai would not have entertained thoughts of his assassination. After all, he was his beloved elder brother. Let us ensure it is executed flawlessly. I understand father well. Once Fusu is gone, father will undoubtedly be enraged, and the court will spare no effort in pursuing the matter. Should any link to us be uncovered, we would face certain death. Hu Hai spoke slowly, fully aware that Ying Zhang valued Fusu more than he did Hu Hai. The death of Fusu would send tremors throughout the Qin Dynasty. The wrath of the first emperor was something no one could withstand. Rest assured, the web operates with precision. All assassins involved will be eliminated afterward, ensuring no trace leads back to us. Zhao Gao nodded, comprehending Hu Hai's intent. Send one of the heavenly assassins as well. Hu Hai glanced at Zhao Gao. This. Zhao Gao hesitated slightly upon hearing this. The heavenly assassins were the elite among the web, and even a single one could stand as a formidable force in the martial world. While it was feasible to assign a heavenly assassin to this task, it meant that all participants in Fusu's assassination would need to perish, implicating the sacrifice of one of the heavenly assassins. Such an elite was a scarce resource, and Zhao Gao was reluctant to part with one. Did not my teacher say that those who aspire to greatness must not be bogged down by trivialities? Sacrifices are necessary, Hu Hai remarked, observing Zhao Gao's conflicted expression. You are right, your highness, I have been indecisive, Zhao Gao acknowledged, realizing that Hu Hai, despite his flaws, possessed a certain ruthlessness towards all but Ying Zhang. Very well, let us absolve the teacher of this matter. Fusu must not return to Xianyang alive, Hu Hai declared, bowing in respect. Rest assured. Zhao Gao nodded and turned to leave the residence. In the royal palace, at the Qilin Hall, Qin Mu approached with measured steps, the guards at the door refraining from obstructing him, allowing him entry into the Qilin Hall. Upon his return to this hall, Qin Mu felt a surge of emotions. Just days ago, this place had been a death trap for him, yet now it symbolized his resurrection and ascendance to greatness. Sir? On the dragon throne, Ying Zhang was engrossed in reviewing memorials when he looked up to see Qin Mu entering. Your Majesty. Qin Mu offered a slight bow of respect. There is no need for such formalities, my friend. Attendants, provide a seat. Ying Zhang rose from the dragon throne, extending a hand to support himself. And then approached Qin Mu. The eunuch standing by quickly brought forth 2 chairs. Ying Zhang then gestured for Qin Mu to sit alongside him. Mr. What urgent matter brings you to the Qilin Hall? Ying Zhang inquired, pondering that it had not been long since he left the Chaohui Hall. And if there were no significant affairs, Qin Mu would not have sought him out so soon. I have come to request a particular item from your Majesty. Qin Mu stated directly. Oh? What is it? Ying Zhang responded eagerly. Speak freely, and if it is within my means, I shall bestow it upon you. He welcomed the notion of Qin Mu seeking something from him, as it would strengthen their bond. Otherwise, if Ying Zhang were to be the one constantly asking without reciprocation, it would cast him in a miserly light. The official seal, Qin Mu declared. The official seal? Ying Zhang was taken aback, not expecting that Qin Mu desired such a thing. However, the great Qin had never created an official seal for the position of national master. This, Mr. It is not that I refuse, but rather that no official seal exists for the national master position. If you wish for one, I can promptly send someone to create it, and simultaneously instruct the 9 ministers to incorporate the national master role into the court, elevating it to the rank of the 3 dukes, and then present you with a full set of ceremonial robes befitting a duke. Your Majesty misunderstands. I am not seeking the court's official seal, but rather the Taoist official seal. Qin Mu replied with a smile, shaking his head. The Taoist official seal? I have never heard of such a thing. Please enlighten me. Ying Zhang contemplated, certain that he had never encountered the term. It is quite normal for your Majesty to be unaware. The Taoist official seal is the certification for us practitioners of the Tao to serve in the court. This seal bestows upon us the title of Taoist officials. It must be granted personally by the ruler of the nation to receive the recognition of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing the nation's fortune. Qin Mu explained slowly. The crux of the Taoist official seal lies not merely in the celestial recognition but in the augmentation of national fortune. Many Taoists aspire to serve in the court precisely for this enhancement of national fortune. If a nation's fortune flourishes, those who receive such blessings will undoubtedly experience rapid advancement in their cultivation. Conversely, if the nation is on the brink of collapse, one should avoid such entanglements, as the national misfortune could lead to their demise as well. Logically, as the national master of the great Qin, Qin Mu should have already felt the influence of its national fortune. Yet, he sensed no change whatsoever. How is the Taoist official seal crafted? Ying Zhang inquired. The Taoist official seal cannot be determined by us practitioners, it solely relies on the will of the monarch. Qin Mu responded. This official seal is not a matter of what he desires, Ying Zhang should craft whatever he deems appropriate. The records of the Tai sect state that if a practitioner interferes in the crafting of the Taoist official seal, the blessing of national fortune is lost. The official seal, though a mere few inches in size, is tied to position, and no practitioner should involve themselves in its creation. It is entirely at the discretion of the sovereign. Moreover, during the crafting process, Qin Mu must not pry into it in the slightest, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain, and it would merely become an ordinary stamp. This was also the reason Qin Mu had previously wished to disseminate the mythological tales of the city god, for he could not directly compel Ying Zhang to craft it. Could you elaborate further, Mr.? Ying Zhang's face was filled with perplexity. How could he come up with an answer when he was entirely ignorant of what a government seal entailed? He was utterly at a loss. Your Majesty need not be overly concerned, this seal is not a matter of immediate urgency, and it shall be entirely at your discretion, Qin Mu remarked with a smile. He recognized that there was no point in pressing the matter. While the situation seemed daunting to Zhang at present, familiarity would breed ease in due course. After all, with repeated encounters, he would surely become accustomed to handling the government seal. Should Qin Mu hastily urge him, it might adversely affect the proper transmission of the seal. Thus, let us allow for a few more days of patience, for I currently possess no direction in this matter, Ing Zhang said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Chapter 18. The Daoist master ascends via rocket. At this moment, Ing Zhang was beset by a sudden headache. Although Qin Mu had suggested he act according to his own wishes, Ing Zhang hesitated to make a hasty decision. One could not discern whether this was mere formality or a test of his resolve. Moreover, as the sovereign of a nation and the first emperor under heaven, could he afford to be frivolous with such matters? Your Majesty need not worry, this seal is entirely at your discretion. Qin Mu observed Ing Zhang's troubled expression and offered encouragement. Simply bestow upon me any title, I merely wish to experiment with it. I fear that if you linger in contemplation for months, the opportunity may well pass. This seal represents the authority of a practitioner of the Tao, serving as a credential within the human realm's dynasties. It must not be delayed for too long, Your Majesty may craft it freely, and should you find it unsatisfactory, it can be reformed later. Qin Mu continued. Let us proceed with a simple trial, to ascertain its authenticity. Shall I present it to you tomorrow? Ing Zhang nodded, sensing Qin Mu's urgency. Excellent. A smile graced Qin Mu's face upon hearing this. The following day would serve as an opportunity to test the legitimacy of the official seal. With satisfaction, Qin Mu rose and departed from the Qilin Hall. At the Yinyang school, the moon goddess sought out the Eastern Emperor Tai. Your Excellency. She addressed the enigmatic figure, bowing slightly. Eastern Emperor Tai responded, turning to face her, his form cloaked in opulent robes and his visage concealed by a black mask. As the leader of the Yinyang school, Tai's true identity and strength remained a mystery to all. Your Excellency, an unexpected event has transpired at court, the moon goddess reported, lowering her gaze. What has occurred? Tai inquired. The first emperor's condition has improved, he seems to have attained longevity. She replied with reverence. Attained longevity? A tremor of astonishment colored Tai's tone. This was a feat he himself could not achieve. What has transpired? Tai pressed further. Yesterday, the first emperor issued a decree, declaring a Daoist to extend his life, and he has conferred upon him the title of national master, granting him the wealth of half of the Qin Empire. The moon goddess explained respectfully. Is this true? Tai queried. I cannot confirm, but the first emperor's condition has indeed improved, he no longer bears the afflictions he once did. She hesitated, I have yet to verify the truth of the matter. Do you know the name of this Daoist? His name is Qin Mu. I am unaware of his past, I have utilized the Yinyang school's network throughout the Qin territories, but I could find no trace of him. The moon goddess replied. Prior to her visit, she had attempted to investigate Qin Mu's background, yet found no useful information, as if he had suddenly emerged from obscurity. Extending life. Tai furrowed his brow. Does such power truly exist in this world? Can one truly attain longevity? He fell silent, contemplating the profound implications of Ing Zhang's newfound longevity, which had profoundly shaken him. This should have been deemed impossible. Quickly ascertain the truth behind His Majesty's longevity. Dong Huang Tai began to speak, indeed. However, the authenticity of immortality is a matter for another time. At the very least, the first emperor is now aware of his chronic ailment. Even if immortality were a ruse, he should still be able to survive for another 6 or 7 years. Moreover, Qin Mu has now ascended to the position of Grand Master of the Qin Dynasty. And it appears that the first emperor harbors a subtle inclination to favor him above all else. This could significantly impact our Yinyang sect. The moon goddess hesitated before responding. The position of Grand Master. Dong Huang Tai murmured to himself. The existence of these two Grand Master positions is of immense importance to our Yinyang sect. We cannot afford to relinquish them. Yet, this Qin Mu has granted Ing Zhang a renewed lease on life. And our sect cannot offer anything superior to what Qin Mu provides. If this continues, it is indeed possible that, as the moon goddess suggested, we may be cast aside by Ing Zhang. Our sect's status within the Qin is predicated on the hope of bestowing immortality upon Ing Zhang. Now that he possesses it, our relevance diminishes. I must seek an opportunity to meet this Qin Mu. If possible, I shall invite him to our yin-yang sect for a discussion. After a prolonged contemplation, Dong Huang Tai finally declared. Agreed. The moon goddess nodded. She was not particularly surprised by Dong Huang Tai's directive. The yin-yang sect has always operated in this manner. When confronted with a formidable opponent, they initiate dialogue. If negotiations falter, they will seek to ensnare the individual further. During this process, the sect discreetly employs yin-yang sorcery upon their target. Ultimately, if persuasion fails, they will unleash the sorcery, sending the individual to their demise. From the moment one steps into the yin-yang sect's domain, they are ensnared by a latent yin-yang spell. The entire sect is enshrouded in this mystical sorcery. The following day, within the morning radiance hall, Qin Mu stood at the center of the grand hall, demonstrating the Tai Foundation establishment technique, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Ying Zhang arrived punctually, struggling to mimic Qin Mu's stance. Sweat dripped from his forehead. What appeared to be a simple posture had him teetering on the brink of collapse after merely a quarter of an hour. Your Majesty, perhaps we should conclude for today. Qin Mu suggested as Ying Zhang neared his limit. The emperor sighed in relief. Had it not been for his concern over royal dignity, he would have already collapsed to the ground. Sir, though I am not a master, I have practiced martial arts freely. This stance is merely a single movement. Why is it that I can scarcely endure even a quarter of an hour? Ying Zhang inquired of Qin Mu. Although he was not a renowned martial artist, as a member of the royal family, he had access to the 6 arts and had never neglected swordplay or physical training. Logically, merely maintaining a single stance should not be so arduous. The path of immortality differs fundamentally from that of martial arts. The disparity is something that your Majesty will need time to comprehend, Qin Mu replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. After all, he himself was also navigating this uncharted territory. Indeed, the path of immortality is truly challenging, Ying Zhang acknowledged with a nod, choosing not to press further. By the way, regarding the item you requested yesterday, I believe I have made some progress and should be able to produce it today. Ying Zhang reflected on the official seal from the previous day and spoke. He had pondered over this seal for several hours. How splendid! Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's face illuminated with a radiant smile. Today, he would have the opportunity to test the authenticity of this official seal. If it proved effective, he would immediately set to work, urging Brother Zhang to continuously create official seals for him. This venture was far more exhilarating than cultivating immortality. Although it was an external object, what of it? Who decreed that external objects were mere distractions? Why toil excessively when there are shortcuts to take? It is only fitting to suffer a lifetime if one insists on laboring under such burdens. Concepts of immense power residing within oneself and the belief that a solid foundation is essential for extraordinary combat prowess, let those notions be cast aside. I shall ascend in a rocket. Contemplating this, a hint of drool nearly escaped the corner of Qin Mu's mouth. It is no wonder that so many of the esteemed predecessors sought to cultivate favorable relations with the emperor. This truly is a remarkable shortcut. Chapter 19, Time for a lesson for His Majesty, sir? The voice of Ying Zhang drew Qin Mu's wandering thoughts back to reality. It is nothing, Qin Mu replied, regaining his composure with a smile. Have you completed your training today? Ying Zhang inquired. You have only practiced for a mere quarter of an hour, and you are done? In the realm of cultivation, one must adhere to a gradual approach, one cannot be overly ambitious. Given your Majesty's current condition, practicing for a quarter of an hour is already the limit. Qin Mu explained. If your Majesty is interested, might I suggest we further explore the path of talismans together? Qin Mu suddenly had an idea and looked at Ying Zhang, posing the question. He wished to test whether others could successfully draw the talismans as well. If they could not, it would imply that the talismans were indeed flawed, and the issue lay with him, Qin Mu. At the same time, he wanted to see if the seal would hold efficacy when placed upon another. Oh? Talismans? Please, enlighten me. A flicker of interest sparkled in Ying Zhang's eyes as he quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Then please, your Majesty, follow me. Qin Mu nodded, leading Ying Zhang into the inner hall of the Morning Radiance Palace. Once again seated at the familiar table, Qin Mu waved his hand to arrange the table into a ceremonial altar. He then procured yellow paper, a brush, vermilion, and ink, tools necessary for drawing talismans. The art of talismans relies on borrowing power from heaven and earth, enforcing the will of the gods. Qin Mu began, holding up a piece of yellow talisman paper for Ying Zheng's inspection. The divine power of heaven and earth converges within a single talisman. This particular talisman is known as the divine power talisman. He placed the talisman before Ying Zheng. The incantation for the brush is as follows: the essence of Yang Ming, spirit most agile. Gather divine power, alleviate all afflictions, heavenly soldiers ascend, who would dare to defy. He then proceeded to demonstrate the intricate strokes on the yellow paper, inscribing the character for power. Flanked by 3 curves on either side, with the characters for ear and listen inscribed within, culminating in a circular formation below, creating a total of 6 circles, alternating directions, before folding downwards to form a leftward arc and a rightward upward curve. Before crafting a talisman, one must purify the hands and the brush to eliminate all impurities. Qin Mu instructed with a measured tone. Ying Zheng listened intently, absorbing every detail. After the explanation, a look of eager anticipation appeared on his face. Your Majesty, please hold my seal and give it a try. Qin Mu offered, presenting the seal of the Taoist master to Ying Zheng. Sir, do not jest. Shall I begin? Ying Zheng remarked as he accepted the seal. Please. Qin Mu stepped aside, allowing Ying Zheng the space to express his newfound knowledge. Taking a deep breath, Ying Zheng ignited the brush and the purification incense, then recited the incantation for the brush aloud. He began to draw, following the instructions for the divine power talisman that Qin Mu had provided. Qin Mu watched closely, eager to discern any differences in the talisman drawn by an outsider. After a considerable time, Ying Zheng exhaled deeply, turning to Qin Mu. Sir, I have completed the drawing, please, take a look. With that, he presented the talisman he had crafted to Qin Mu. Your Majesty possesses remarkable talent. Qin Mu exclaimed with a smile, setting aside any questions of the talisman's efficacy. The craftsmanship was flawless, identical to the divine power talisman he had provided. The first attempt at drawing the talisman has yielded commendable results. At least during his initial foray into this art, it took him 2 to 3 days to produce a talisman of similar quality. Yet, he pondered, is this talisman truly effective? Qin Mu mused as he accepted the replicated divine power talisman from Ying Zheng, subsequently affixing it to his person. After a brief moment, he shook his head and removed the talisman. It bore no utility. This talisman lacked the divine power he had infused into his own creations. This implies that the talisman and the seal cannot be utilized by outsiders. Qin Mu muttered to himself, contemplating that these symbols seemed to hold truth only in his hands. This was fortuitous for him. However, he wondered if the Taiyi Foundation establishment technique was similarly exclusive to him. If the Taiyi method were only effective for him, then Ying Zheng's efforts over these past few days would have been in vain. Surely not, for the 7 stars lamp's life-prolonging technique had proven effective. The talisman and seal must be exceptions, or perhaps the seal was uniquely his, rendering it unusable by Ying Zheng. Have I succeeded? Ying Zheng observed the motionless Qin Mu, questioning aloud. But wasn't this a divine power talisman he had drawn? How could it leave the master so still? In Ying Zheng's eyes, once Qin Mu affixed the talisman, he became rooted in place for an extended period. It was no wonder Ying Zheng's thoughts ran wild. Master? Is there an issue with this talisman? If you cannot move, please blink. Ying Zheng inquired cautiously. Qin Mu, hearing this, felt a twinge of exasperation. How could he blink if he couldn't move? Wait, why couldn't he move at all? Your Majesty, why do you say such things? Qin Mu dismissed the divine power talisman, tossing it aside. Ying Zheng, taken aback by this display, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had been naive. The mastery of the master was beyond what a novice like him could comprehend. Reflecting on this, Ying Zheng returned the seal and brush to their rightful place. Master, is there anything amiss with the talisman I created? He asked. The path of talismans is obscure and complex. Your Majesty's ability to complete a talisman is commendable, Qin Mu replied casually as he accepted the seal. Ying Zheng nodded slightly. choosing not to delve further into the subject of talismans. This endeavor was merely a fleeting novelty. Having experienced it once, he was less inclined to dwell on it. Gazing outside at the dimming sky, Zhang shook his head in resignation. "It is time for the morning court. Will you accompany me, master?" "Those who cultivate the Tao often find courtly matters perplexing. I shall not accompany your majesty," Qin Mu replied, yearning for a brief return to slumber. Rising before dawn to practice martial arts had left him fatigued, and weariness soon overtook him. After all, he was a practitioner of the new era, not one for arduous self-denial. Zhang nodded, not pressing the issue further. He summoned 2 palace maids to assist him in bathing and dressing before proceeding to the Qilin Hall for the morning court. Once Zhang departed, Qin Mu returned to his bed, yet found himself restless, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. There is nothing else on his mind but the official seal, which truly brings him a sense of stability. He wonders what kind of official seal Zhang has acquired. If it happens to be something akin to the seal of a celestial official, like that of the celestial master, would he not soar into the skies? Qin Mu muses to himself. Should this official seal prove to be of great utility, he would need to compose a collection of mythological tales for Zhang to peruse, thereby broadening his horizons. A thought flickers through Qin Mu's mind. Alas, he cannot intervene with this official seal, otherwise he would summon forth all the renowned celestial official seals from his past life in one fell swoop. He would conjure the Northern Dipper celestial seal, the demon-slaying celestial master seal, the city god seal, and present them all. He could strike through the Grand Qin with ease. It is a pity, however, that he must instead provide Zhang with some supplementary education. Qin Mu shakes his head in regret. These artifacts cannot be directly revealed to Zhang. He must seek alternative means to inspire Zhang. Chapter 20, Hu Hai, the emperor must die at this moment, within the Qilin Hall. Zhang issued a decree summoning Fu Su back to Xianyang. Zhao Gao, upon hearing this, maintained his usual composure, for he had already learned of it from Hu Hai the previous day. However, another edict from Zhang unsettled Zhao Gao. In addition to recalling Fu Su, the emperor appointed Qin Mu as the grand tutor and concurrently as Fu Su's instructor. This decree rendered Zhao Gao restless. Should Qin Mu assume the role of Fu Su's teacher, would their attempts at manipulation still hold sway? Moreover, it was evident that Zhang must have conferred with Qin Mu beforehand. Yet, during their meeting yesterday, no such matter had been mentioned. Troubled, Zhao Gao immediately proceeded to Hu Hai's residence after the court session. "Where is His Highness?" Zhao Gao inquired, frowning at a nearby servant within Hu Hai's study. Typically, Hu Hai would be found in his study at this hour. "Reporting to you, my lord, His Highness caught a slight chill last night and remains in bed." The servant promptly responded. "A slight chill?" Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes. This was unusual. If others were unaware, as Hu Hai's tutor, he certainly was not. He had personally trained Hu Hai in martial arts, and now Hu Hai had reached the 3rd realm of martial mastery, the Vajra realm. How could he possibly succumb to a chill? The 6 realms of martial practice include body refinement, chi induction, Vajra, returning to the sea, master, and supreme master. The first 4 realms focus on physical conditioning and the cultivation of true energy. By the 3rd realm, the Vajra realm, the body is already immensely fortified. Not only a chill, but even a plague would struggle to infect him. "Take me to see His Highness," Zhao Gao commanded, fearing for Hu Hai's well-being. A practitioner of the Vajra realm could not simply be afflicted by a mere chill. "Yes." The servant complied swiftly, leading Zhao Gao to Hu Hai's chamber. Who could have harmed Hu Hai? Could it be Fu Su? Zhao Gao pondered as he journeyed. In all of Qin, while many skilled individuals existed, only a handful would dare to strike at Hu Hai. Among them, those from Fu Su's faction appeared most likely. With Fu Su soon to return to Xianyang, it was indeed plausible that an attack on Hu Hai could occur at such a critical juncture. Lost in thought, Zhao Gao arrived at Hu Hai's bedside. "Teacher?" Cough, cough. Hu Hai lay groggily in bed, and upon seeing Zhao Gao, managed to greet him with difficulty, attempting to rise. "There is no need for you to get up, Your Highness," Zhao Gao insisted, gently pressing him back down. "Please forgive me, teacher. I merely caught a chill and must lie down to converse with you," Hu Hai replied weakly. "Is that so? Do you experience any other discomfort?" Zhao Gao. Observing Hu Hai's condition, furrowed his brow and placed his hand upon Hu Hai's pulse to examine him. None whatsoever. Rest assured, teacher. I have consulted several physicians. And it is merely a chill, not an assassination attempt, Hu Hai reassured Zhao Gao, noting his concern. Initially, he too had harbored suspicions about someone wishing to harm him. For he was indeed a Vajra practitioner, renowned for his physical prowess. Logically, he should not have succumbed to a chill. However, after seeking the opinions of several esteemed doctors, it was confirmed to be nothing more than a chill. Just a chill? Upon hearing the words, Zhao Gao found himself momentarily speechless. You, a warrior of the Diamond Realm, have caught a chill? Such a statement would surely provoke laughter, he mused. Hu Hai, too, was perplexed, despite his daily training and dedication to martial arts. He found himself afflicted unexpectedly. He shook his head in bitter amusement, fully aware of the embarrassment that came with a powerful warrior succumbing to such a trivial ailment. Well, as long as it isn't the result of someone's scheming, Zhao Gao remarked, nodding in agreement. However, the talismans from Qin Mu seemed ineffective. They were supposed to ensure the master of the residence faced no troubles, yet Hu Hai, the master himself, was experiencing unusual misfortune. What brings you here, esteemed teacher? Hu Hai inquired. Considering the timing, having just concluded the morning court, it was unusual for Zhao Gao to seek him out in such haste without cause. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhao Gao collected his thoughts and stated, today, during the morning court, His Majesty indeed summoned the Long Gongzi back to Xianyang. That was anticipated, Hu Hai nodded. Moreover, the Emperor has appointed Qin Mu as the Grand Preceptor, making him the teacher of the Long Gongzi, Zhao Gao continued. What? Hu Hai exclaimed, his surprise evident as he regarded Zhao Gao. Ah, my dear father. Everyone claims he dotes on me, but the reality is quite the opposite. Hu Hai said with a cold smile. He understood Ying Zheng's intentions well. By assigning the currently renowned state master to be Fu Su's mentor, the message was crystal clear. Even now, Ying Zheng still favored Fu Su, viewing him as the heir of Qin. Despite Hu Hai's numerous attempts to undermine Fu Su, he had not swayed Ying Zheng's perspective. Hu Hai had once believed that banishing his elder brother from Xianyang would secure the throne for himself. Yet my father never intended for me to occupy that position. He scoffed. We were mistaken. My father sending my brother to the frontier was not to punish him but to allow him to command the vast army stationed there. As Hu Hai's voice grew more fervent, his previously pallid complexion flushed with excitement. Now that Ying Zheng had regained his composure, he promptly summoned Fu Su back, even facilitating a mentorship with Qin Mu. All of this indicated that Ying Zheng had never abandoned Fu Su. Zhao Gao fell silent, realizing the absurdity of their previous assumption that Ying Zheng's actions were a consequence of their machinations. In truth, Fu Su was being gilded, gaining military authority. Does His Highness still harbor any softness? Zhao Gao glanced at Hu Hai and then toward the palace, speaking. My father must die. Hu Hai hissed in barely contained fury. He had little room for doubt now, the throne was destined to be his. To hell with familial bonds and sentiments, he declared. Our immediate course of action is to ascertain Qin Mu's stance. Furthermore, the Long Gongzi must perish on his way back to court. Zhao Gao nodded in agreement, his tone chilling. He felt a sense of satisfaction with Hu Hai's current disposition. This version of Hu Hai was precisely what Zhao Gao desired, ruthless and easily manipulated. A tool for his own ambitions. Without further ado, I implore you, my lord, to venture once more into the palace and summon the national master for a discussion. A mysterious glimmer flickered in Hu Hai's eyes. Indeed, I have already dispatched someone to eliminate the eldest son on the side of the Luo network. As for the national master, it shall depend on your highness to probe the situation. Zhao Gao nodded. Initially, he held unwavering confidence in enticing Qin Mu to join their ranks. Yet now, circumstances had begun to spiral beyond his control. At the very least, they were previously unaware that Qin Mu had already aligned himself with Fu Su. I beseech you, my teacher. Hu Hai weakly performed a bow. After Zhao Gao returned the gesture, he turned and departed from the chamber. Cough, cough, cough. Father, do not blame little 18 for being heartless. A peculiar light danced in Hu Hai's eyes as he murmured to himself. Chapter 21, The Art of Scheming for Survival. The news of Fusu's return to court ignited Hu Hai's nerves with fervor. He could have endured a little longer. Yet now he could wait no more. Coughing weakly, Hu Hai lay down in exasperation. How had he fallen victim to such a chill? Outside the Chao Wei Hall in the royal palace, an awkward trio gathered. Among them was Zhang Han, dispatched to summon Qin Mu to the Qilin Hall. Another was the Moon Goddess, also tasked with inviting Qin Mu to the Yin Yang house. The last member of this assembly was, of course, Zhao Gao. What brings the Moon Goddess and Lord Zhao to Chao Wei Hall? Zhang Han inquired. His Majesty has decreed that unless there are pressing matters, no official shall disturb the national master during his meditation. Zhang Han held the highest rank among the three, as he represented Ying Zhang. Upon hearing his words, the Moon Goddess furrowed her brow. Zhang Han had referred to her as a protector. What could this mean? Just days prior, he had addressed her as the national master. And now she was merely a protector. Had Ying Zhang already made a decision? Was that why Zhang Han had dropped her title? Zhao Gao cast a glance at the Moon Goddess, having anticipated this development. What is the purpose of your presence here, General? He asked Zhang Han. By the command of His Majesty, I am here to invite the national master to a discussion at the Qilin Hall, Zhang Han replied. Zhao Gao's heart sank at this revelation. Only that morning, Ying Zhang had decreed Qin Mu to be Fusu's tutor. And now he summoned Qin Mu to the Qilin Hall. Zhao Gao could not help but speculate further. What urgent matter does His Majesty wish to discuss with the national master? Zhao Gao boldly inquired. Matters of the emperor are beyond our comprehension, Zhang Han replied coldly, casting a piercing gaze at Zhao Gao. This look only solidified Zhao Gao's conviction that Ying Zhang's summons for Qin Mu was indeed for Fusu's sake. Not that I presume to speculate on the emperor's intentions, but I seek an audience with the national master for a pressing matter. Zhao Gao insisted. He could not allow Qin Mu to precede him to the Qilin Hall. What do you mean by that, Lord Zhao? Zhang Han asked, frowning. Did Zhao Gao truly consider himself a figure of significance? Relying on his favored status before the emperor, he dared to act so brazenly, attempting to intercept a summons from Ying Zhang? Zhang Han was astonished. He had already stated that it was the emperor who wished to meet with Qin Mu, yet Zhao Gao had the audacity to demand an audience as well. Please understand, General, it is not that I, Zhao Gao, am unaware of decorum, but the 18th prince must meet with the national master. Zhao Gao continued. He certainly lacked the courage to intercept anyone directly from Ying Zhang, yet he could leverage Hu Hai's name to his advantage. What business does the 18th prince have? Zhang Han inquired, his brow furrowing. He was acutely aware of Ying Zhang's deep affection for Hu Hai. It may elicit laughter from the general. But the prince has fallen ill with a chill today, and despite seeking renowned physicians, he remains uncured. Hearing that the national master possesses extraordinary skills, he has come to request an audience, Zhao Gao said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, this reasoning would have sufficed to sway Ying Zhang. Given Ying Zhang's fondness for Hu Hai, he would undoubtedly have sent Qin Mu to visit Hu Hai's residence first. This was precisely why Zhao Gao felt emboldened to make his claim. Zhao Gao, having served Ying Zhang for many years, possesses an unparalleled understanding of His Majesty's disposition. No one comprehends the emperor better than I do. Across the vast expanse of Qin, Zhao Gao can proudly declare this assertion. A mere chill? Zhang Han furrowed his brow as he regarded Zhao Gao, well aware that Hu Hai had trained under Zhao Gao for many years, undoubtedly becoming a formidable warrior of the Vajra realm. Could a Vajra realm adept truly be afflicted by a chill? Does Zhang Han take me for a fool? Zhao Han's expression darkened as he addressed Zhao Gao. Do you think I am ignorant of the healing arts, thus attempting to deceive me? General, you have misunderstood. Zhao Gao hastily shook his head. This matter was never meant for external ears, as it constitutes a scandal for Hu Hai. However, in order to persuade Qin Mu to return, we must sacrifice Hu Hai's reputation. Though this revelation is difficult to believe, the truth remains that His Highness has indeed contracted a chill and is currently bedridden. Should you doubt this, General, you may verify it personally. Zhao Gao spoke earnestly. Zhang Han opened his mouth. Could this absurdity truly be real? Was Hu Hai genuinely a warrior of the Vajra realm? Observing Zhao Gao's demeanor, it appeared he was not fabricating tales. This, however, presents complications. Having attended to Ying Zheng for decades, Zhao Gao has a keen insight into his character. As does Zhang Han. If one were to consider the emperor's past behavior, he would likely have sent for Hu Hai first. I hope, General, you will accommodate this request and relay the message to His Majesty. I shall await your news here, Zhao Gao said with a smile. A flicker of resignation crossed Zhang Han's face as he offered a respectful nod and turned to depart. Throughout their discourse, neither party had sought the counsel of the moon god. Such a breach of protocol would have been unthinkable in the past. Yet, times have changed. It is evident to all that the Yin-Yang school is on the brink of decline. The moon god, once the esteemed national advisor, may soon find herself relegated to the role of a mere guardian of the Yin-Yang school. The title of national advisor may well elude her for the remainder of her days. Casting a glance at Zhao Gao, the moon god turned and left, not uttering a single word. She understands that while the Yin-Yang school has been a premier power in Qin, its influence has waned significantly. Moreover, even at the zenith of her powers, she could not contend with Hu Hai or Ying Zheng. Thus, the moon god discreetly withdrew. Should she fail to make an appearance today, future opportunities may be scarce, she mused with a sigh. It is not that she envisions a dire predicament, rather, in due time, her position as national advisor may indeed be stripped away. Once deprived of this status, she would find it impossible to gain entry into the royal palace. Even if summoned, she would be restricted to the Qilin Hall, unable to roam freely within the palace grounds. To simplify, in a short while, the moon god would no longer hold the title of national advisor. Without that title, access to the palace would be severely limited. Consequently, even a mere meeting with Qin Mu would become an arduous task. She cannot simply infiltrate the palace unannounced, if caught, regardless of the rationale. The Yin-Yang school would surely face extermination at the hands of Ying Zheng. Alas, the moon god sighed in resignation. No one could have anticipated that merely days ago, the Yin-Yang school was at the pinnacle of its power, and now, in the span of just a few days, it stands on the precipice of peril. At this moment, only Zhao Gao remained outside the Qilin Hall. Glancing at the hall's entrance, he stepped inside. Within the hall, in the study, Qin Mu, unable to resume his slumber, rose and began to delve into the esoteric arts documented in his previous life. It was time to find someone to experiment with this technique of life foundation. First, he would verify its authenticity, then assess the magnitude of its repercussions. Qin Mu murmured to himself, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. If this technique of life foundation were indeed viable, he even contemplated constructing a life grave for himself, provided he could endure the consequences and retribution that might ensue. Who should he enlist for this trial? Qin Mu pondered, stroking his chin. Although this technique appeared beneficial, the fortune it appropriated would undoubtedly exact a toll. His primary objective for this experiment was to ascertain the extent of the so-called retribution and cost. If it proved to be intolerable, then this method would merely remain an obscure secret. He concluded that he needed at least 3 individuals for the trial, to avoid erroneous outcomes. After all, if he chose someone with an inherently good fortune, the retribution might be minimal, thus skewing the results. Therefore, it was imperative to gather 3 or 4 participants for the experiment. Chapter 22, Sir Zhao, I possess a method that could elevate you to even greater heights. Your Excellency, the chief eunuch Zhao Gao requests an audience. As Qin Mu pondered over potential candidates, a eunuch entered to deliver the message. Zhao Gao. Upon hearing this name, Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with interest. He could indeed be a valuable choice. Zhao Gao is one, yet 2 more are still required. Hu Hai is unsuitable, he already possesses a talisman, and we shall wait until its effectiveness wanes. I wonder if that talisman and the feng shui have truly taken effect. Qin Mu mused. Your Excellency? The eunuch outside, noticing Qin Mu's prolonged silence, could not help but call out. Admit him, Qin Mu responded, regaining his focus. Yes. The eunuch replied, and shortly thereafter, Zhao Gao was ushered in. Your subordinate Zhao Gao pays his respects to the national master. Zhao Gao greeted Qin Mu with a respectful bow. There is no need for such formality, Sir Zhao. Qin Mu replied with a warm smile, regarding the individual before him as a subject of experimentation. Once again, I intrude upon the national master's time, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Zhao Gao observed the smile upon Qin Mu's face and felt a wave of relief. Given Qin Mu's reaction, it seemed there was still a chance to fully win him over. Not at all. My Hall of Morning Radiance is a sanctuary of tranquility. Should Sir Zhao find himself unoccupied in the future, you are always welcome to visit. Qin Mu said with a smile. This subject of experimentation must be observed daily. He needed to calculate how long this method of nurturing life could persist before it began to backfire. In that case, during my leisure hours, I shall come to enjoy tea and discourse with the national master. Zhao Gao exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. His prior concerns dissipated in an instant. Qin Mu was indeed one of their own. I wonder, Sir Zhao, what brings you here today? Qin Mu inquired. This may sound amusing to the national master, but the 18th prince has inexplicably caught a chill last night and now lies bedridden. Despite my efforts to consult renowned physicians, I have found myself at a loss. Thus, I must implore the national master to personally examine him. Might you have the time? Zhao Gao looked at Qin Mu, seeking his attention. This performance must be executed to perfection. Now that the rationale has been laid bare, it would be prudent to use it as an invitation for Qin Mu to visit. A chill? Qin Mu nodded slightly. It was likely the talisman in conjunction with the feng shui techniques had taken effect. However, the fortune surrounding Hu Hai seemed quite potent. If an ordinary person were subjected to such a trick, they would undoubtedly fall gravely ill. Yet Hu Hai had merely caught a chill. It appeared a more severe intervention was necessary. Perhaps the national master is unaware, but while a chill is a minor ailment, the prince has trained in martial arts since childhood and is now a formidable warrior. Logically, he should not fall prey to such an affliction. Zhao Gao continued. Believing Qin Mu might be puzzled as to why he was summoned for such a trivial illness, and thus felt compelled to clarify. A chill is indeed a minor issue. Yet Hu Hai should be immune to it. It is not that I am unwilling to assist, rather, I am currently preoccupied with pressing matters. Perhaps I could draw a talisman to bestow upon the prince, using its power to dispel any malevolent forces. Qin Mu suggested, gazing at Zhao Gao. Go to the desolate place, he still awaits the official seal from His Highness Xianggu in this royal palace. That is the matter of utmost importance. Well then, I must express my gratitude to the national master. However, it is known that His Highness has long desired to meet you. Might I inquire if you are available tomorrow to visit my residence for a discussion? Zhao Gao nodded in acknowledgement. If you do not wish to go today, then so be it. The talisman is of little consequence, for I do not truly expect Qin Mu to treat Hu Hai. This is merely a pretext. What can a minor ailment of wind and cold do? It surely cannot take Hu Hai's life. Indeed, tomorrow could work well. I possess some rudimentary knowledge of feng shui and could arrange a few things at His Highness's residence to ensure his path is unobstructed and free from troubles. Qin Mu's eyes glimmered as he spoke. That sounds splendid. Zhao Gao's face beamed with a smile. Qin Mu's statement about a smooth and worry-free path clarified his intentions to Zhao Gao. This was a clear indication of Qin Mu's support for Hu Hai. The matter was settled. Then I shall not intrude upon the national master's tranquil meditation any further. Zhao Gao rose, preparing to take his leave with a respectful gesture. Please. Lord Zhao, do not rush off, Qin Mu interjected, eager to retain his company. We have yet to discuss the important matters. What instructions does the national master have? Zhao Gao inquired, momentarily taken aback. How long have you held the position of the central charioteer? Qin Mu asked. It has been over 7 or 8 years. Why do you ask? Zhao Gao replied, somewhat puzzled. Are you content with your current position? Qin Mu continued, speaking in a roundabout manner. Naturally, I am satisfied. It is an honor to manage the imperial carriages for His Majesty. Zhao Gao claimed, though a barely perceptible shadow flickered in his eyes. His current status and power were not merely derived from the role of central charioteer. To speak candidly, the position bore little distinction from that of a lowly groom, merely overseeing the royal carriages for Ing Zheng's travels. Zhao Gao's influence and authority were born from his silver tongue and his understanding of Ing Zheng's thoughts. Though he had occupied this post for over 7 or 8 years, he yearned for promotion, yet found himself stagnated. As a eunuch, how could he hope to serve in the court? Such aspirations were impossible. Even as a favored individual in Ing Zheng's eyes, with his persuasive speech and prompt actions, advancement remained unattainable. Within the palace, the only ranks above him were the chief eunuch and the eunuch minister. These positions were not within Zhao Gao's reach. The chief eunuch served as an elevated title for marquises, generals, and even higher officials. How could a mere eunuch like Zhao Gao aspire for such roles? As for the eunuch minister, such titles were conferred only upon those nurtured from youth within the palace. It was not a matter of mere capability. Thus, Zhao Gao found himself at an impasse, unable to ascend further unless he could extricate himself from the identity of a eunuch. Are you truly satisfied, Lord Zhao? Qin Mu asked with a smile, observing him closely. What do you mean by that, national master? Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes, sensing that Qin Mu had more to convey. Surely, Lord Zhao must realize that in this palace, there are no further elevations available to you. Pray do not take offense at my candidness. If you cannot shed the identity of a eunuch, then the official titles in the court shall remain beyond your reach. Qin Mu continued, Master of State. Please speak your mind. Zhao Gao furrowed his brow, fully comprehending Qin Mu's words. Yet, the identity of a eunuch was not so easily cast aside. Once one entered the royal palace, one was destined to remain a eunuch for life. I possess a method that may enable you to ascend to greater heights. Qin Mu inquired with a smile, revealing his intentions. Chapter 23, Lured by Strategy. Zhao Gao's heart stirred upon hearing these words. Zhao Gao did not display excitement, instead, a sense of vigilance surged within him. He instantly adopted a guarded demeanor. What does the national master mean by this? Zhao Gao fixed his gaze on Qin Mu and inquired. Is my statement not clear enough? My esteemed Zhao, have you not considered the prospect of ascending further into the court? Qin Mu spoke with a smile. Yet, Zhao Gao fell into silence. How could he not desire such advancement? It was precisely this ambition that led him to support Hu Hai while incessantly influencing him. He awaited the day when Ing Zheng would pass, and Hu Hai would ascend, allowing Zhao Gao to become a minister of unparalleled power. Although Zhao Gao wielded considerable authority, to the majority, he was merely viewed as a dog. What manner of law is this, national master? Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Mu. While he supported Hu Hai, he was not averse to exploring alternative paths. This method is a secret transmission of the Daoist practitioners. Have you ever heard of the concept of fate? Sensing Zhao Gao's interest, Qin Mu began to elaborate. The destiny of an individual is predetermined by the heavens. Victory and defeat are intrinsically linked to this fate. The so-called fate can also be referred to as fortune. Those endowed with abundant fortune see their desires fulfilled. Misfortunes transformed into blessings, and are destined by the heavens. Just as His Majesty, only one possessing great fortune can claim the title of emperor over the 6 states. As Zhao Gao listened to Qin Mu's words, a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. Fortune. Could it be that Qin Mu has a means to augment his fortune? Yet, this notion is ethereal and elusive. Does it truly hold value? It is not that I doubt the national master, but the concept of fortune is too insubstantial. Zhao Gao regarded Qin Mu with caution. Setting aside the truth of it, even if it were genuine, what grounds does Qin Mu have to assist Zhao Gao in enhancing his fortune? Are you concerned that I would do you harm? Qin Mu chuckled and shook his head. Do not take offense at my harsh words, for if I wish to kill you, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Qin Mu's gaze turned piercing as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Gao, his demeanor transforming to resemble that of a Daoist sword immortal. In the past few days, Qin Mu had diligently practiced the Tai foundation-laying method. Although the effects had yet to manifest significantly, he could already feel the presence of qi within him. With this qi augmenting him, Qin Mu exuded an air reminiscent of an enlightened sage. You have misunderstood, national master. Zhao Gao hastily interjected, casting a profound glance at Qin Mu. Such presence and gaze unexpectedly, this national master is indeed a formidable figure. That makes sense, one with the means to extend life would naturally possess considerable strength. Please do not be angered, national master. My intent is simply to inquire why you would assist me. Zhao Gao turned his attention to Qin Mu, for he never believed in free lunches in this world. To consume, one must pay. He would rather starve than accept something given without cost. Despite Zhao Gao's intense desire to elevate himself, he still had Hu Hai. He was not without choices. Therefore, he needed to ascertain the price of Qin Mu's method before proceeding. You worry too much, my esteemed Zhao. As a newcomer to the Great Qin, I possess little knowledge of the court's officials and the royal nobility. Even with His Majesty's support, the sense of isolation within the court is truly disheartening. Thus, I, as a humble practitioner, wish to bestow this technique upon Lord Zhao, as it is essential for us to maintain frequent interactions in the future. Qin Mu casually rambled on, and upon hearing his words, Zhao Gao's expression relaxed slightly. Expanding one's social network? The intentions of this national teacher may not be as ascetic as they appear. Zhao Gao mused inwardly. To him, this statement seemed like Qin Mu was attempting to forge alliances and establish his own faction. However, this could also be advantageous. As long as Qin Mu does not align himself with the die-hard loyalists of Ying Zhang, it would suffice. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Gao spoke, National Teacher. You flatter me. Since you have already presented the talisman to His Highness, we should indeed strengthen our ties. There is no need to offer this secret technique. Nevertheless, since it is the national teacher's goodwill, I dare not refuse. I am merely curious about the specifics of this secret method. Setting aside his concerns, Zhao Gao began to feel a yearning for this so-called technique of fortune. If what Qin Mu claimed was true, could it be possible for him to contemplate the imperial throne? It might be prudent to keep today's matters from Hu Hai for the time being. Zhao Gao thought to himself, his heart racing unexpectedly after years of emotional restraint. This master indeed possesses remarkable abilities. It made Zhao Gao reluctant to discard his previous plans. Not only could one extend their lifespan, but they could also draw talismans for safety and strategize for fortune. This was truly a treasure. At this moment, Zhao Gao subtly entertained the notion of overturning the plans he had previously set with Hu Hai. It would be a shame to burn bridges after crossing the river. This method was extraordinarily domineering, known as the technique of establishing life foundations, created by combining secret feng shui methods with the arts of our school. Once this technique is employed, it can seize the fortune of a prime feng shui location, augmenting one's own vitality and significantly enhancing one's fortunes. If an exceptionally auspicious site is selected, it could even prolong one's life. Qin Mu's voice, laced with temptation, echoed. Zhao Gao felt an overwhelming urge. Yet he maintained an outward composure. The national teacher implies that one must select an exceptionally auspicious feng shui site? The better the feng shui, the greater the fortune I can acquire? Zhao Gao inhaled deeply and inquired, already having a location in mind. Indeed. Qin Mu nodded with a smile, finding this fish too easy to catch. In that case, I happen to know of a location that is among the finest feng shui sites in all of Qin. However, I wonder if the national teacher dares to perform the ritual there. Zhao Gao looked at Qin Mu and asked. Oh? Where might that be? Qin Mu queried, somewhat puzzled. Had Zhao Gao already chosen a prime feng shui location for himself? Mount Li! Zhao Gao exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Mount Li? A flicker of incredulity crossed Qin Mu's face. This scoundrel, with his unremarkable appearance, harbored such lofty ambitions. He dares to covet the royal tomb of Zhenggu. He was well aware of the significance of the royal tomb at Mount Li. No wonder this fellow claimed it was the foremost feng shui site in Qin. After all, how could the burial site of Zhenggu possess anything less than exceptional feng shui? It was likely that one could not find a better feng shui location throughout all of Qin. This scoundrel truly had the audacity to dream. What does the national teacher think? Zhao Gao eagerly turned to Qin Mu. The royal tomb at Mount Li. According to Qin Mu's perspective, if secret techniques were to be employed here, would not Zhao Gao be able to harness the royal family's fortune? Might he not even have the opportunity to grace the dragon throne? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Zhao Gao became. Qin Mu merely curled his lip, choosing not to engage with Zhao Gao's musings. What nonsense! You, a mere experiment, dare to exploit the feng shui treasure of Mount Li? If you utilize it, what will be left for me, Qin Mu, and Ying Zhang? Who can guarantee that I, Qin Mu, will not later employ the same techniques for my own benefit? Such a splendid location should not be squandered by this wretched creature. Even if I, Qin Mu, choose not to use it, it must be preserved for Brother Zhang. Given Brother Zhang's current state, it seems his cultivation is rather lacking. In a decade or so, he will inevitably rely on such foundational techniques to prolong his life. Chapter 24. Either do nothing or do it to perfection. Do you find something amiss, esteemed sir? Inquired Zhao Gao, breaking free from his reverie as he noticed Qin Mu's persistent silence and downcast gaze. His address had shifted to a more intimate form of respect. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to relocate, for the aura of the imperial mausoleum is beyond your endurance. Qin Mu retorted with palpable impatience, thinking to himself how oblivious this man truly was. Were it not for the experiments he required, he would have long since delivered a sharp slap across his face. Ah! Your words hold merit, esteemed sir, Zhao Gao acknowledged, yet I must profess a differing perspective. You, sir, are not of my worldly ilk. Thus how can you fathom my earthly tribulations? If one chooses to embark upon a venture, one must commit wholly and execute it flawlessly. Zhao Gao declared, his gaze fixed upon Qin Mu. In the current hierarchy of the Qin Dynasty's elite, only he, Zhao Gao, had risen from the depths of servitude. His mother had once transgressed the laws of Qin and faced capital punishment, leading Zhao Gao to the palace as a young eunuch. While it was customary for eunuchs to enter the palace without castration, following the scandal involving Lao Ai, Zhang had instituted the silkworm chamber, mandating that all eunuchs, irrespective of age, must undergo the procedure. Should one be too young to endure the ordeal, their fate was of no concern to anyone. The so-called silkworm chamber was merely the place where eunuchs were rendered. Zhao Gao had ascended to his current stature not through leniency or mercy but through ruthlessness and unyielding determination. He was audacious enough to take risks. Thus, when he heard of esoteric methods and auspicious locations, his thoughts immediately turned to Mountly. Even if the mausoleum of the first emperor was under construction there, what of it? He was willing to act, even if it meant facing death. It was true that he feared death, yet should the potential rewards prove sufficiently alluring, he was prepared to gamble his life. Did he truly believe that his rise to prominence was merely the result of flattery and sycophancy? Zhang was no fool. One could not simply curry favor to become a favored figure in the eyes of the sovereign. Were Zhao Gao devoid of capability, he would not have been entrusted with the education of Hu Hai, the 18th prince, a testament to his undeniable talent. You, esteemed sir, may not have the fortune to gamble, Qin Mu observed, eyeing Zhao Gao. Though he found him distasteful, he had to concede that Zhao Gao possessed a certain ferocity and daring spirit. Throughout history, Zhao Gao had altered the will of the first emperor, installing Hu Hai as emperor while forging imperial edicts to execute the crown prince Fusu and general Meng Tian. He even coerced the chancellorly see of the Qin into complicity, ultimately rising to the pinnacle of the royal court, subverting authority with impunity. Though Qin Mu harbored no affection for Zhao Gao, he could not deny the uniqueness of such a figure within the vast expanse of the Qin. His notoriety stemmed from being Zhang's loyal hound, which had tarnished his reputation in the eyes of countless future generations. How can one ascertain their capacity to gamble without taking the plunge? Zhao Gao insisted, unwilling to concede. Such a splendid location as Mountly is not one to be overlooked, for the royal family's fortunes are immense. To attempt such a life-giving endeavor in a place of such power could very well lead to one's demise. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to dissuade him once more. If Zhao Gao remained obstinate, there would be no further recourse. Opportunities must be seized, even if it means resorting to drastic measures. A rebellious test subject is not what he desires. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao bowed his head in silence, pondering for a considerable time before finally lifting it to speak. Please do not take offense, esteemed sir, my previous actions were indeed rash. In that brief moment, Zhao Gao seemed to regain his composure, shedding the wild desire for power that had consumed him moments before. Just moments ago, he resembled a rabid dog, fiercely clinging to authority without the slightest intention of relinquishing it. As long as Lord Zhao understands, Qin Mu nodded in agreement, yet in his heart, he had already categorized Zhao Gao as a short-term experimental subject. The technique of planting life roots, while capable of enhancing one's fortune, also grants its practitioner, Qin Mu, the ability to terminate it prematurely, allowing the beneficiary of the technique to suffer a backlash. This very reason emboldened Qin Mu to select Zhao Gao as a test subject. He harbored no fear of Zhao Gao spiraling out of control. What Qin Mu could bestow, he could just as easily retract. Moreover, the technique necessitated obtaining Zhao Gao's blood, hair, and birth date. Though these items may seem trivial, they are of utmost importance in the esoteric arts. Have you ever heard of the practice of creating effigies? Zhao Gao inquired, looking toward Qin Mu. He had not abandoned his ambitions regarding Mount Li. But he discerned the dissatisfaction in Qin Mu's tone and chose to bury that thought for the time being. The banks of the Wei River would be quite suitable. Qin Mu remarked casually. He had never visited the Wei River, yet it was known to host a palace of Zhenggu, indicating the area possessed favorable geomancy. I leave the decision to you, esteemed sir. Zhao Gao responded with a respectful gesture. However, might I inquire what materials are required for your technique? Please. Do not hesitate to ask, I am prepared to procure anything you need. Zhao Gao continued. All the materials necessary for this technique are at your disposal, Lord Zhao. Qin Mu replied, fixing his gaze on Zhao Gao. The planting of life roots signifies the essence of life. It involves utilizing the spiritual energies of the universe to inter the living's hair, blood, teeth, nails, and clothing, along with their birth date, within a dragon's lair in the earth's feng shui. Very well. Zhao Gao nodded without a hint of hesitation. He harbored no fear of Qin Mu's intentions. If Qin Mu sought to harm him, given his current standing, he would have no need for such subterfuge. After uttering his agreement, Zhao Gao promptly handed over his hair and blood to Qin Mu without a moment's delay. Excellent. Qin Mu smiled as he accepted these items, marking the first test subject in place. Having done so, I shall not disturb your meditation any longer. I will return tomorrow to escort you from the palace for further discussion, Zhao Gao said as he rose and bowed. Truth be told, he rather enjoyed visiting the Hall of the Morning Sun. Each visit brought him certain advantages, and the discussions flowed remarkably smoothly, with no hindrances whatsoever. You may proceed. Qin Mu's demeanor grew distant once he possessed Zhao Gao's birthdate, blood, and hair. With these items in hand, Zhao Gao had effectively become ensnared. Even if he wished to resist, he would have no choice but to comply. Should the situation spiral out of control, with these items in his possession, Qin Mu could manipulate Zhao Gao at will. If the technique of planting life roots proved genuine, then the creation of effigies must hold truth as well. It was an opportune moment to test both. Qin Mu gazed at the item in his hand, making a rough estimation. Even with the application of the life-creating technique, there should still remain a considerable amount. This surplus, he decided, would serve as a means to test a small effigy against Zhao Gao. Unbeknownst to Zhao Gao, this day marked the final occasion of his comfortable existence within the realm of the Great Qin. Oblivious to the impending fate, Zhao Gao strolled out of the morning radiance hall with an air of ease. At that moment, General Zheng Han returned. Upon seeing Zheng Han, Zhao Gao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Zheng Han cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Gao, his displeasure entirely unmasked. He spoke bluntly. The Emperor has decreed that the esteemed status of the National Master precludes him from personally visiting your residence for a pulse examination. Therefore, you must enter the palace to seek an audience with the National Master. Should the National Master refuse, you are to depart on your own. Chapter 25. This technique is called stabbing the effigy. Minister, I humbly accept your command. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao clasped his hands in acknowledgement, responding nonchalantly, very well. It matters not. At this moment, Zhao Gao felt remarkably at ease. The National Master, Qin Mu, was indeed one of their own, so it mattered little where they met. Zheng Han cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Gao, choosing to remain silent as he strode directly into the Chaohui Hall. Humph, you Zheng Han are nothing but a lapdog. What audacity! Zhao Gao muttered to himself, observing Zheng Han's retreating figure. In the past 2 years, as Ying Zheng's health deteriorated, Zhao Gao's focus had shifted primarily to Hu Hai. Consequently, the individuals closest to Ying Zheng had become Zheng Han. Had it not been for Zhao Gao's reluctance to flatter, Zheng Han would not have held such a position. In a few days, should the National Master's method prove effective, Zhang Han would be compelled to curry favor with Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao mused privately before turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. Inside the Chao Hui Hall. After announcing himself, Zhang Han was escorted by a eunuch to Qin Mu's presence. National Master. Zhang Han began, by the Emperor's decree. I am to invite you to the Qilin Hall for a discussion. The Emperor? Has the official seal been prepared? Qin Mu's eyes brightened at the mention. Surprised at the swiftness of the matter. He had anticipated it would not be ready until the afternoon. I did not expect it to be completed before noon. The craftsmanship of the great Qin is indeed impressive, but I am unaware of such matters concerning the official seal, Zhang Han replied, shaking his head. Very well. Let us proceed. Qin Mu nodded, setting aside the task at hand. National Master, what are these? Zhang Han inquired. Noticing the scraps of leather and hair that Qin Mu had put down, his expression somewhat puzzled. Valuable items. Qin Mu replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. What is your relationship with Zhao Gao? He suddenly asked. Forgive me, National Master, but while I do not harbor outright enmity towards him, we are hardly on amicable terms. Zhang Han admitted somewhat sheepishly. He did not wish for Qin Mu to perceive him as petty, yet there were times when Zhao Gao's actions truly vexed him. Both were close ministers to Ying Zhang, and over time, their relationship had soured rather than blossomed. That is quite agreeable. In a few days, I shall present you with an item that may help alleviate your pent-up frustrations. Qin Mu proclaimed with a smile. He intended to gift Zhang Han the technique of stabbing the effigy. This practice, though familiar to later generations and often seen in the imperial harem, where concubines would craft effigies to curse their rivals, piqued Qin Mu's interest. He had previously studied it in the texts of Tai Yi Men. This method belonged to the realm of curses, which is often regarded as a form of unorthodox practice. The defining characteristic of such practices is the potential for backlash, which could disrupt one's fortune. Therefore, Qin Mu did not plan to perform the act himself. Instead, he would prepare the effigy and entrust it to Zhang Han. After all, Zhang Han did not pursue the path of cultivation and had little to fear from misfortune. As for the potential backlash, if it could cause Zhao Gao discomfort, Zhang Han would likely embrace the opportunity. I shall express my gratitude to the National Master in advance. Zhang Han found himself somewhat bewildered by Qin Mu's intentions. However, the National Master Qin Mu personally promised a gift, and naturally, Zhang Han did not dare to be negligent. He quickly expressed his gratitude. It is of no consequence, this item is not as remarkable as it seems. When the time comes, I shall explain its merits and drawbacks to the general, Qin Mu said, waving his hand dismissively. Understood. Zhang Han responded, somewhat bewildered, yet he could only nod in agreement. Observing this, Qin Mu refrained from elaborating further and rose to leave the hall. He intended to see his official seal. He was uncertain about what kind of seal Zhang had crafted for him. Nonetheless, as long as it was an official seal that could be utilized, it sufficed. Qin Mu muttered to himself, I am not picky, I will take whatever is available as long as it serves its purpose. Relying solely on some obscure techniques, as well as the divine power talismans and rejuvenation charms, was proving to be insufficient. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Mu quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Qilin Hall. The guards outside had already been informed, and no one obstructed Qin Mu's passage. He moved unhindered into the inner sanctum of the Qilin Hall. At that moment, Ying Zhang was seated upon the dragon throne, idly toying with a large seal, one that was at least 6 or 7 times the size of Qin Mu's legal seal. Your Majesty. Upon seeing the seal in Ying Zhang's hand, Qin Mu's eyes instantly lit up. The sage has arrived, please, take a seat. Hearing this, Ying Zhang promptly set the seal down and approached Qin Mu, ushering him to take his place. Sire, I am not particularly familiar with this official seal. Hence I am uncertain whether it meets your approval, Ying Zhang said as he presented the seal to Qin Mu. This seal measures 2 inches and 7/10 in length and 3 inches and 4/10 in width, crafted from gold and spiritual jade. I wonder if it meets your satisfaction. Ying Zhang observed Qin Mu's expression anxiously, fearing discontent. With a smile, Qin Mu accepted the seal. Its aesthetic appeal was of little consequence, nor did the materials used matter greatly. What truly mattered was the authority this seal represented. This was the very knowledge that Qin Mu was eager to uncover. Your Majesty, what is the name of this seal? What powers does it bestow? Qin Mu inquired of Ing Zhang. I beg your pardon, esteemed sage, I had originally intended to craft a national masteress seal. To establish the role of the national master independently within the court, declaring it a position of authority over all practitioners in the realm. However, this seal is of great importance and cannot be hastily made, thus I must defer its creation for the time being, and later provide a suitable seal for the national master, if that is agreeable? Ing Zhang explained. He had initially aimed to create the national masteress seal directly. Yet due to time constraints and Qin Mu's urgency, he had no choice but to postpone it. After all, the creation of the national masteress seal was a significant matter. The materials, size, and inscriptions required careful consideration. Moreover, the craftsman involved had to be of the highest caliber, a task that could not be completed in merely a day or two. Additionally, there were 3 national masters in the Qin Dynasty. Should the power dynamics of the national masters shift, the other 2 from the Yin Yang school would undoubtedly benefit. Although Ing Zhang harbored intentions of dismissing the 2 national masters from the Yin Yang school, he could not act so abruptly. After all, they had contributed substantially to the Qin Dynasty over the years. It was not in Ing Zhang's nature to reward merit with punishment. Therefore, the creation of the national masteress seal must be postponed for the future. It is of no concern. Qin Mu shook his head, expressing indifference towards such matters. His focus solely on the seal in his hand. What is the significance of this seal I possess? He inquired further. The gentleman replied. The seal in my possession is the result of countless hours spent poring over ancient texts, known as the seal of the golden armored divine official. I once stumbled upon a passage in the records of the previous dynasty that spoke of a protective deity, a powerful celestial general with extraordinary strength, who is often concealed within the magical treasures of the immortals, obedient to the commands of higher deities. The precise number of these celestial beings remains unknown, as each immortal possesses varying powers, allowing them to command a different number of Yellow Turban Warriors. Through my extensive research, including Taoist scriptures, I discovered the name of these divine officials, the Golden Armored Warriors, predominantly commanded by enlightened true immortals. Thus, I crafted this Golden Armored Divine Official seal for you, hoping that one day you too may summon these warriors and attain the status of a true immortal. Ing Zhang spoke slowly, his explanation revealing the depth of his efforts to uncover such official seals in just a single night. Excellent! Qin Mu exclaimed, a broader smile illuminating his face. Brother Zhang, you truly excel. I anticipated you would randomly create a seal for a dynasty official, but instead, you have conjured a divine official seal. This is akin to the seal of the city god, a rare and precious item indeed. It appears that cultivating a good relationship with the emperor yields significant rewards. Chapter 26, The Golden Armored Divine Official Seal, as long as the gentleman is satisfied. Upon witnessing the smile on Qin Mu's face, Ing Zhang felt a sense of relief wash over him. Satisfaction was paramount. He feared that the Golden Armored Divine Official might not meet Qin Mu's expectations. After all, no matter how eloquently he spoke, this Golden Armored Divine Official could not compare to the legendary celestial masters of the Daoist sect. However, Ing Zhang found himself at a loss, for his knowledge of the Daoist world was scant, and he hesitated to craft an official seal reminiscent of those esteemed masters. This seal has indeed caused His Majesty some trouble, Qin Mu remarked with a smile as he held the Golden Armored Divine Official seal. From the very first sentence of Ing Zhang's introduction, he had nearly deduced the nature of the seal. Being a practitioner of the Tao, he was quite familiar with the concept of the Golden Armored Warrior. However, in later times, the name of the Golden Armored Warrior was seldom mentioned. Yet, its alternative moniker was undoubtedly well known, the Yellow Turban Warrior. Indeed, the Golden Armored Warrior was the predecessor of the Yellow Turban Warrior. It was only later, following the emergence of Zhang Jiao, that the Golden Armored Warrior was renamed the Yellow Turban Warrior, ensuring that the latter name would endure through the ages. Moreover, he had a fair inkling of the seal's capabilities. Ing Zhang had explicitly stated his hope that Qin Mu might command the Golden Armored Warrior as if he were an immortal sage. Thus, the function of the seal was clear. It was highly probable that holding this official seal would enable one to summon the golden armored warrior for assistance. Sir, has this official seal been completed? Are there any other steps required? Ing Zheng inquired. He had perused numerous Daoist texts to forge this official seal, garnering a slight understanding of Daoist principles. In summary, it was essential to have the recognition of heaven and earth, the dynasty, and the emperor. Be it a seal or a spell, the concept of acknowledgement was paramount. It is not yet complete, Your Majesty must issue a sacred decree. Qin Mu replied as he handed the seal back to Ing Zheng. He surmised that the power of this official seal stemmed from the fortune of the great Qin. Therefore, it was imperative for Ing Zheng to solemnly bestow a sacred decree for it to be truly realized. Upon hearing this, a flicker of self-satisfaction crossed Ing Zheng's face as he produced a sacred decree. I have long been prepared. Thereafter, a court eunuch approached, respectfully accepting the decree with both hands, and proclaimed loudly, on this day, in the 37th year of the reign of the first emperor, in the month of June, the emperor of the great Qin, deeply appreciative of our national master, whose Daoist skills are exceptional and whose contributions to our great Qin are monumental, has commanded the crafting of a seal, measuring 2 inches and 7/10 in length and 3 inches and 4/10 in width, composed of gold and spiritual jade, to be named, the Golden Armored Divine Official Seal. It is hoped that our national master may wield the Golden Armored Warrior and attain the status of a true immortal. As the eunuch's voice echoed through the air, Qin Mu distinctly observed that the previously dull Golden Armored Divine Official Seal suddenly radiated with a brilliant golden light. From the sacred decree, a mystical bird, born of the great Qin's national fortune, coalesced and began to dance in the air before soaring into the Golden Armored Divine Official Seal. It is done. This official seal is indeed genuine. Qin Mu felt a surge of excitement within. The occurrence of this phenomenon signified what? It indicated that the Daoist official seal was not a mere illusion. Otherwise, such an extraordinary event would not transpire. Sir? Below, the eunuch held the sacred decree aloft, yet Qin Mu remained motionless. After a prolonged moment, Ing Zheng finally called out. Qin Mu regained his composure, accepting the imperial decree while cradling the golden armor divine officer's seal. Observing Ing Zheng and the others, it appeared they had not witnessed the extraordinary phenomena. Could it be that ordinary people were incapable of seeing them? Yet, having cultivated foundational techniques for an entire day, shouldn't Ti Zheng possess some form of qi? Was he truly unable to perceive anything? Qin Mu pondered privately, filled with a sense of bewilderment. Was he the only one privy to these visions? Never mind, if it wasn't a malevolent occurrence, that sufficed. Does the master have further instructions? Regarding the official seal, it will require a few more days. The national master's seal cannot be produced hastily, Ing Zheng remarked to Qin Mu. As cultivators, once we enter the court, we cannot extricate ourselves. Therefore, the official seals must also evolve with the times, the more, the merrier. Qin Mu replied candidly. Indeed. The more official seals, the better. The notion of too much is as bad as not enough could be dismissed. Qin Mu desired them all. Furthermore, he needed to devise a plan for the law seal. While the official seal could be directly sought from Zheng, he currently had no inkling regarding the law seal. Is that so? I understand, rest assured regarding the official seal, master. Ing Zheng nodded, having already made arrangements in his mind. From that day forth, he intended to carve out time to peruse Daoist texts. Your Majesty, this talisman shall be bestowed upon you to alleviate your daily fatigue. Qin Mu cheerfully produced a stack of rejuvenation talismans. The Tai rejuvenation talisman could heal minor injuries and restore some energy, making it quite suitable for Zheng. Many thanks, master. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ing Zheng's eyes as he hurriedly accepted Qin Mu's talisman. He was unaware of its nature. Yet he trusted in Qin Mu's offerings, believing them to be of divine origin. After accepting the talisman, Ing Zheng promptly affixed one to himself. A wave of warmth surged from the talisman's location, swiftly enveloping his entire being. The comforting sensation nearly elicited a groan from him. Master, this item is truly remarkable. Ing Zheng exclaimed in delight, gazing at the rejuvenation talisman. This is extraordinarily useful. He even contemplated the idea of having one affixed to himself at all times. If your majesty finds it enjoyable, I could bestow upon you some daily. Qin Mu smiled and nodded. This item was effortless for him to conjure, requiring little energy, making it ideal to present to Ying Zhang. This could be poetically described as mutual benefit. To ensure a horse runs well, one must provide it with fodder. It would be unreasonable to solely exploit Zhang's resources without offering tangible benefits in return. Relying on the grace of life alone for a lifetime? That would be foolish. Over time, anyone would harbor resentment. To speak candidly, this is called control. Much like a toxin, once Zhang became addicted to the rejuvenation talisman, he would become reliant on Qin Mu. In this world, who is purely altruistic? Everyone must retain some measure of self-interest. Qin Mu aspired to thrive within the Qin Dynasty, and certain actions were necessary. Very well, I am grateful to you, master. At that moment, Zhang was still reveling in the comfort brought by the rejuvenation talisman. This item was exactly to his liking. Since ascending to the throne, he had not experienced such ease. Each day, personally reviewing memorials and managing various state affairs had left him utterly exhausted. However, this rejuvenating charm provided him with an unparalleled sense of relaxation. He mused that such an item should be kept close at hand. With this thought, Ying Zhang turned to Qin Mu and began, "I do not fear your laughter. Dear sir, this charm has me contemplating the desire to keep it affixed to my person at all times. I wonder, sir." He hesitated, intending to inquire of Qin Mu whether there were enough of these charms to sustain his needs. "Rest assured, your majesty, there is more than enough." Qin Mu replied with a raised eyebrow. "Each charm lasts approximately 2/4 of an hour. Given that an hour comprises 5 charms, and with 12 hours in a day, the ruler typically manages state affairs for about 4 to 5 hours. Thus, over the course of a day, he would require at most around 25 charms. Merely 25. A trivial amount indeed." Chapter 27, The Destiny of the Qin State. Upon hearing these words, Ying Zhang's face was brimming with joy. "How splendid! Truly splendid!" he exclaimed, nodding repeatedly. As expected of the national master, everything he presented was in perfect alignment with Ying Zhang's desires. "Your Majesty, I shall not impose further upon your busy schedule." Qin Mu interjected as he rose, eager to return and experiment with the golden-armored divine officer seal. "If your Majesty requires anything, simply send someone to inform me at the Chaohui Palace. I shall take my leave now." With that, Qin Mu clasped his hands and prepared to depart. "Wait, national master!" Ying Zhang called out, hastily inviting him to stay. "Does your majesty have further matters to discuss?" Qin Mu inquired, puzzled. "In 7 days, we shall hold the grand ceremony at the Weha River, to honor the river god and ensure bountiful weather for our Qin," Ying Zhang proclaimed. "During this time, I shall reside at the Weha River Palace for 3 days. I hope the national master will accompany me." In years past, the Weha Grand Hall had merely been a formality for the sacrificial rites to the river god. Ying Zhang had never anticipated that the deity would genuinely bless his Qin. However, with Qin Mu's presence, the situation was different. What if he could indeed commune with the divine? "What does your majesty imply?" Qin Mu discerned a hint of Ying Zhang's intentions. Yet, he had no experience with sacrificial rites. The Taoist priests of later generations were categorized, and he primarily earned a modest living through talismans and the occasional feng shui consultation. The more lucrative and effortless sacrificial rites were reserved for the seasoned elders. They, the lesser practitioners, could not compete, such were the established norms. To breach these norms would render one unwelcome in the circle. Had he not traversed time? He might have ventured into the realm of sacrificial rites in 2 or 3 decades. "I wish for you to preside over this Weha Grand Hall ceremony, ensuring our Qin experiences bountiful harvests each year, sparing our people from famine," Ying Zhang said, bowing respectfully to Qin Mu. The common folk of the Qin endured great hardship, and Ying Zhang was aware of this. His concern for the populace was genuine, yet he felt powerless. The wars among the 7 states had raged for over 200 years, and though the realm was unified now, various latent dangers could not be eradicated swiftly. Moreover, Ing Zheng's ambition was immense. He sought to accomplish every endeavor within a remarkably short span, be it constructing the Great Wall, the Yafang Palace, repelling the Xiongnu, or pursuing immortality. Consequently, it was the common people who bore the brunt of these aspirations.
That is entirely acceptable. Qin Mu promptly lifted Ing Zheng's hands in affirmation.
Though he had never presided over a sacrificial rite, he was willing to learn. Had he never encountered a pig, he had certainly seen one run.
He had observed numerous sacrificial ceremonies and could manage to mimic them. Excellent.
Ing Zheng replied with a smile, having absorbed some Taoist teachings in recent days. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Qin Mu said, clasping his hands once more. He had much to attend to, testing the efficacy of the golden armored divine officer seal, crafting a figurine to subdue Zhao Gao, and experimenting with the technique of creating a living foundation. Additionally, preparations for the Weha Grand ceremony awaited him. After Qin Mu departed from the Qilin Hall, Zheng Ge reclined contentedly upon the dragon throne, casually extracting a rejuvenation talisman and affixing it to his person. Upon returning to the Chao Hui Hall, Qin Mu promptly dismissed all the eunuchs and maidservants within. He then retrieved the golden armored divine official seal, pondering its application.
How was one to utilize this artifact?
Qin Mu scratched his head, for he had never possessed a Dao official seal before.
Perhaps he should attempt the Yellow Turban Warrior incantation?
Yet, there was no accompanying spell. Qin Mu found himself at a loss, reflecting that the Yellow Turban Warriors were rather commonplace in later times.
Not even a fitting incantation accompanied them.
Within the texts of various sects, the Yellow Turban Warriors were merely auxiliary figures, often dispatched to deliver messages or carry burdens. Even the most insignificant Daoist could summon a couple of Yellow Turban Warriors to obey his commands.
As for the summoning incantation, a simple "Where are the warriors? Come forth" would suffice to call them forth.
There were no official incantations recorded at all.
Should he give it a try?
Qin Mu muttered to himself, and then,
holding the official seal, he proclaimed loudly, "Where are the warriors?"
The golden armored divine official seal trembled violently in his hand, and suddenly,
an incomprehensible vision unfolded before Qin Mu's eyes.
Instead of the golden armored warriors, a golden mysterious bird erupted from the seal, soaring directly into Qin Mu's body.
Initially startled, Qin Mu quickly regained his composure. Was it a connection to the national fortune?
His eyes flickered with realization.
And he was not frightened by this extraordinary phenomenon.
At that moment, he felt as though he had become intertwined with the very fate of the great Qin.
Now,
Qin Mu could truly be considered an official cultivator within the court. Enjoying the benefits of national fortune, he existed in harmony with the realm. As the great Qin flourished, Qin Mu's fortune would thrive, allowing his cultivation to progress at an astonishing rate.
Moreover, he could now practice using the national fortune of Qin. Should the great Qin decline,
however, so too would his fortune deteriorate. The power of the golden armored divine official seal stemmed from the national fortune, thus, Qin Mu, wielding the seal, was effectively a vessel of that fortune. In this moment, he was indeed the golden armored divine official of the great Qin. This was not a negative development for him.
Rather, it was fortuitous.
The intertwining of his fate with that of the nation brought both advantages and disadvantages.
Yet, for Qin Mu, it was solely beneficial.
He understood clearly that he was merely a novice Daoist. The dreams of unrestricted cultivation, subjugating dynasties, becoming invincible, and ascending to the heavens were mere fantasies.
As an amateur,
devoid of knowledge and cultivation, without the support of national fortune, his path was uncertain and likely limited to foundational cultivation.
However,
now that he was bound to the great Qin, he had at least secured a clear path for advancement, preventing him from wandering aimlessly.
To remain stagnant,
unable to progress a single step, would be the greatest tragedy for any cultivator. Thus, binding himself to the great Qin was not only his only choice but indeed the best one. If Qin Mu were more ruthless,
he might even contemplate devouring the national fortune of the great Qin.
Of course, that would be a last resort.
Shaking his head,
Qin Mu suppressed those thoughts and turned his attention back to the official seal in his hand.
At this moment, the golden armored divine official seal was thoroughly activated. Inscribed with the name of Qin Mu,
the golden armored divine official held the rank of the 9th grade. Qin Mu felt the enigmatic messages conveyed by the official seal in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. This position bore both advantages and disadvantages.
Naturally classified by rank. The first grade was the highest, while the 9th grade was the lowest. Despite currently being a mere 9th grade divine official, Qin Mu wore a satisfied smile upon his face. The golden-armored divine official was merely the most elementary rank. What did this signify? It indicated that Qin Mu possessed tremendous potential for advancement. The journey ahead was still long. If such a mediocre position as the golden-armored divine official were to be elevated to the 1st grade, he would indeed weep. That would mean reaching the pinnacle without further pursuit, rendering the path of a solitary cultivator far more appealing. Excellent, excellent. With a bit of effort from Brother Zhang, the prospect of achieving immortality in this lifetime seems promising. Qin Mu remarked with a smile. If all else fails, I could transition to the path of the incense god. Although it entails certain restrictions, it still offers the chance to attain divinity. Qin Mu pondered, stroking his chin. The practice of entering the court for cultivation bears a striking resemblance to the path of the incense god. One relies on the fortune of the nation to secure a position and wield boundless authority. The other ascends to divinity through the fervent support of believers. The distinction lies in that royal cultivators must still elevate their own cultivation, albeit with the enhancement of national fortune allowing for rapid progress. In contrast, the path of the incense god often involves a lackadaisical approach, relying entirely on the strength of devoted followers to bolster power through prosperous worship. Chapter 28, Summoning Spirits with Symbols. Regardless of the path, Qin Mu now found himself at a crossroads of choice, each option equally suited to him. Turning his attention to the golden-armored warriors, he shook his head to dismiss any lingering thoughts, focusing instead on the golden officer seal in his hand. With the seal firmly grasped, Qin Mu bellowed once more, "Where are the warriors?" This time, no unexpected occurrences transpired. A multitude of radiant lights illuminated the once empty hall, revealing 99 golden-armored warriors. Upon their arrival, these warriors stood silently in place, awaiting Qin Mu's commands. They arranged themselves neatly before him, bowing slightly as a gesture of respect. This behavior aligned perfectly with historical accounts, for the golden-armored warriors were inherently slow-witted yet possessed immense strength, impervious to blades and spears. In essence, they were beings of remarkable physical prowess, albeit with simple minds. No wonder they were often relegated to menial tasks in various records. Indeed, they were well suited for such roles. A distinct contrast emerged between these golden-armored warriors and the Yellow Turban Warriors. The latter were bare-chested, while the former were fully clad in golden armor. Though they bore no weapons, their fists, larger than those of ordinary men, served as their most formidable tools. Well, they would suffice. In terms of physical strength, they surely rivaled the martial artists of the Great Qin's Diamond Realm, Qin Mu mused, contemplating the hierarchy of power within the Great Qin's martial world. These golden-armored warriors undoubtedly matched the prowess of Diamond Realm practitioners, if not exceeded it. This signified that Qin Mu now commanded 99 subordinates, all stronger than Diamond Realm warriors. Such a force was not to be underestimated. Consider the 18th Prince Hu Hai, who, despite years of martial training and abundant resources, had only attained the Diamond Realm. The adage "the poor cultivate literature, the rich cultivate martial arts" rings true. Hu Hai's journey to the Diamond Realm after so many years speaks volumes about the strength associated with that level within the martial world. Yet, was 99 truly the limit? If one were to perish, could he summon replacements? Qin Mu pondered aloud, gazing at the near 100 golden-armored warriors. If replacements were not possible, the value of this golden officer seal would diminish significantly. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to experiment further in the future. Shaking his head, he realized he could not simply eliminate one of the golden-armored warriors just to test this theory. As he contemplated, an idea struck him. He summoned all the golden-armored warriors back, then, holding the golden officer seal once more, he called out, "May the nation's fortune protect, may the divine office be bestowed. May the golden-armored warriors reflect my form." As his voice echoed, a radiant golden light enveloped him. When the light dissipated, Qin Mu's appearance had transformed dramatically. He donned a golden crown atop his head, wore a robe embroidered with a golden dragon, and was adorned with golden armor. His waist was cinched with a delicate belt inlaid with gold and jade, exuding an imposing presence, reminiscent of a celestial general descending to the mortal realm.
The ethereal aura that once surrounded him faded, replaced by a commanding and powerful demeanor. This was the second ability of the officer seal. While it could not enhance one's cultivation, it could bestow upon the bearer the strength commensurate with their position. Qin Mu shifted his body slightly and then raised his hand to unleash a powerful punch, causing the air to ripple and explode. The force of this strike transcended the golden body realm, at least rivaling that of Gui Hai. However, it lacked the true energy enhancement that Gui Hai possessed, losing a fraction of its potency. Excellent! Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction, feeling no sense of weakness. After all, this ability was gifted to him without any effort on his part. He estimated its duration to be around half an hour. Quite comparable to the traditional summoning technique of inviting a deity. Qin Mu dispelled the golden armor enveloping him, murmuring to himself. This divine ability was not much different from the Daoist practice of summoning a spirit. Both techniques relied on external forces and had limited durations. However, the summoning ritual often came with side effects, while this divine ability did not. Qin Mu contentedly stored the golden armor divine seal, as it now represented his trump card. He was well versed in many formidable Daoist techniques, but whether he could wield them remained uncertain. In contrast, the golden armor divine seal was something he genuinely held mastery over. I should bestow a few rejuvenation talismans upon Zheng Gu tomorrow. A smile graced Qin Mu's face as he spoke to himself. Then he instructed a servant to bring a bundle of straw. Along with it came a chicken, a purple cart, 3 fingers of blue bricks, and other items. He was about to commence the creation of a straw doll. The materials required for this ritual were quite flexible, with straw being the simplest. A haphazard assembly that resembled a small figure would suffice. The other items were merely for subsequent needs. A quarter of an hour later, a sweating eunuch dragged a bundle of straw into the Chaohui Hall. Finding a bundle of straw in the palace was no small feat. Go and claim your reward. Qin Mu casually waved his hand at the perspiring little eunuch. Thank you, Master Guesher, for your generous gift. The eunuch exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. It wasn't merely the monetary reward that thrilled him, but rather the honor of being gifted by Qin Mu. Those of them serving as eunuchs in the palace were accustomed to receiving rewards, but the identity and status of the benefactor mattered greatly. Qin Mu's stature in the Great Qin was on the rise, and his name was known throughout the 36 prefectures of the realm. Being the first eunuch to receive a gift from Qin Mu carried immense unspoken advantages. Thus, the eunuch was elated. With a smile, he exited the Chaohui Hall. After the little eunuch departed, Qin Mu extracted a few strands from the bundle of straw. There was no need for so much in crafting a doll. But who said he would only make one for Zhao Gao? It was wise to keep some for future use. Qin Mu took a deep breath, recalling the technique for crafting straw dolls. He then retrieved a strand of Zhao Gao's hair, wrapping it around the straw. Next, he stained the straw with a drop of Zhao Gao's blood and encased it within some skin flakes. Before long, a rudimentary straw figure that could barely be discerned as human was completed. Not bad, my skills are quite commendable. Qin Mu gazed at the timid-looking straw doll in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Now, the most crucial step awaited. Drawing the sigils to summon the spirit. Summoning the 3 souls and 6 spirits of Zhao Gao, one must attract a single soul and spirit, thus enabling this cunning individual to connect with Zhao Gao. Qin Mu grasped his pen with fervor, preparing meticulously for the task ahead. He then retrieved a talisman, allowing his mind to settle into tranquility. Uncertain whether he could successfully create this soul-summoning talisman, he pondered the absence of any magical seals to empower it, questioning whether it would endure until the moment the talisman was completed. After a lengthy pause, Qin Mu spoke to the pen. In the vast and shadowy realms, where the heavens and earth are shrouded in gloom, amidst thunder, lightning, and the elemental forces, should the name be called, swiftly arrive, capturing the elusive spirits, that I may command them. As his words resonated, Qin Mu swiftly inscribed the talisman, writing Zhao Gao's name in the very center. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Summoning a soul is no simple feat. The soul-summoning talisman serves only as an introduction. A ceremonial altar must be established to perform the incantation. Chapter 29, The Art of the Straw Doll and Invisible Murder. The art of creating straw dolls encompasses several methods. Among these, the most ruthless is the soul-calling technique currently employed by Qin Mu. However, it is also the most challenging. After all,
It requires the summoning of a living person's soul and spirit to attach to this doll. Whether it will succeed remains uncertain, Qin Mu mused to himself. He was not particularly concerned about the authenticity of the talisman, but rather whether he could endure to complete the ritual. He had only practiced foundational exercises for a few days, and the energy within him was alarmingly meager. Just a few days prior, he had nearly exhausted himself while drawing a talisman for misfortune. If it proves too difficult, he can simply cease, at worst. The protective aura of the great Qin's fortune would shield him from any backlash. A smile crept onto Qin Mu's lips. The advantages of being a cultivator within a dynasty were evident. With the protection of national fortune, he need not worry excessively about the repercussions of employing such esoteric techniques. With this thought, Qin Mu took a deep breath, set the soul-calling talisman aside, and began to arrange the items needed for the altar. He retrieved a large white porcelain bowl, 3 green bricks, a sheet of white paper measuring 1 foot by 3 inches, a 3-foot red thread, a peachwood stick, a rooster, a bowl of yin-yang water, 3 handfuls of yellow spring soil, 10 incense sticks for summoning deities, a soul-calling lamp, a bundle of ghostly coins, and a placenta. These items have different names across various sects. For instance, the rooster is simply a common fowl, while the placenta is referred to as a purple river vehicle. Fortunately, this is the royal palace, where some concubines have a notorious habit of consuming placenta for nourishment. Otherwise, procuring such an item would have proven quite challenging. After placing all the items upon the altar, Qin Mu took a drop of Zhao Gao's blood and mixed it with the rooster's blood, letting it drip onto the placenta. He then took a piece of yellow paper, soaked it in the yin-yang water, and applied it to the placenta. Next, he inscribed Zhao Gao's birth details upon the yellow paper. He offered the incense to the deities, lit the soul-calling lamp, and ignited a fire within the porcelain bowl. Casting the placenta into the flames and covering it with the 3 green bricks, silently invoking the name of the person he sought to summon. Finally, he sprinkled the yellow spring soil beneath the altar to form a path. It should be complete. Qin Mu let out a long breath, wiping the perspiration from his brow. The ritual was far easier than he had anticipated, requiring little of his energy. At that moment, the porcelain bowl trembled suddenly, snapping Qin Mu's attention back. Following this, the yellow spring soil on the ground revealed a series of footprints that appeared and vanished before the altar. Observing this, a smile broke across Qin Mu's face. It worked! He reached for the straw doll on the table, nodding in satisfaction. The doll was now intricately linked to Zhao Gao's soul and spirit. Indeed, the soul calling did not directly capture Zhao Gao's essence, but rather connected it to the straw doll. Consequently, any harm inflicted upon the doll would manifest as pain for Zhao Gao himself. Such esoteric methods truly possess remarkable applications. A smile graced Qin Mu's lips as he returned the doll to the altar. Bring General Zhang Han to me. Qin Mu raised his voice outside the hall, calling for someone to come forth. Immediately, a eunuch responded from beyond the doors, swiftly departing. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Han entered the morning radiance hall. Master country teacher, he said, slightly bowing his hands in greeting, his eyes filled with curiosity as he surveyed the altar before him. General Zhang Han. There is no need for excessive formalities. Qin Mu replied with a smile. Might I inquire as to the nature of your summons? Zhang Han withdrew his gaze, puzzled by the question. I once mentioned a gift for you, one that could subdue Zhao Gao. This is it, Qin Mu declared, retrieving a straw man from the altar. What is this? Zhang Han asked, bewildered as he accepted the straw figure. This is a creation of my Taoist secret arts, intrinsically linked to the very soul of Zhao Gao. Qin Mu explained slowly. Any harm inflicted upon this figure will manifest upon Zhao Gao himself. Do you comprehend my intent? Zhang Han's eyes widened in shock as he looked up at Qin Mu. Master, is this truly possible? He asked again, confirming his disbelief. Such a phenomenon seemed utterly inconceivable. It implied that if he were to twist off the head of this straw man, Zhao Gao would also lose his head. This was the very essence of killing without a trace. If he were to use this figure to eliminate Zhao Gao, who would ever suspect him? General, do not overthink it, Qin Mu cautioned, sensing Zhang Han's thoughts. While this object can severely injure Zhao Gao, attempting to kill him with it would bear a hefty price. Indeed, this straw figure was merely connected to Zhao Gao's soul. If Zhang Han were to decapitate it, Zhao Gao would die, But Zhang Han himself might end up gravely harmed.
Such esoteric methods have a defining characteristic: inflicting harm incurs a minimal cost, easily borne by anyone.
However,
to take a life would demand a price that many could not withstand. Moreover, it was imperative that Qin Mu prevent Zhang Han from eliminating Zhao Gao, for he was an essential subject for his experiments. Inflicting torment was acceptable, but killing him would be a tragic loss. There were still other arcane techniques to explore.
That shall suffice,
Zhang Han replied, nodding in agreement, his heart brimming with joy at the straw man now in his possession.
This was indeed a remarkable tool. From now on, he could toy with Zhao Gao at his whim.
Simultaneously, Zhang Han's respect for Qin Mu deepened. This was a truly insidious art. It surpassed even the strategies of the Yin-Yang sect. Their sorcery paled in comparison to the master's methods.
He wondered just how many such figures the master possessed. Did Zhang Han himself also have a counterpart?
Upon this realization, Zhang Han could not help but shudder, a wave of dread surging within him. It was not that Zhang Han was timid, rather, this entity was simply too terrifying.
There was no means of defense against it. Zhang Han, who fearlessly battled amidst throngs of soldiers, felt utterly helpless before this diminutive figure. From now on, he must never provoke the esteemed national master.
Offending Ying Zhang would merely result in a beheading, but to cross Qin Mu would surely lead to a life of suffering. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Zhang Han's face, Qin Mu instantly discerned his thoughts. Yet, Qin Mu chose not to elaborate. Sometimes one must not only leave a favorable impression but also instill a sense of fear in others to achieve a more favorable outcome. Chapter 30. The Yin-Yang practitioners bear the burden. Zhang Han clutched the straw effigy in his hand, casting aside the tumultuous emotions swirling in his mind.
Master, how precisely does one employ this object?
His thoughts were firmly fixated on Zhao Gao's likeness. Eager to experiment, he recalled that this method predominantly utilized silver needles for piercing. Qin Mu contemplated placing a silver needle before Zhang Han. The reason for using needles in this technique lies in their ability to endure repeated use,
inflicting torment day after day.
If one were to use a blade, it would quickly render the effigy unusable after just a few attempts, whereas a needle could be employed for a lifetime, tightening with each thrust.
With a needle? Zhang Han, somewhat bewildered,
accepted the silver needle and promptly plunged it into the effigy's chest.
Ah!
At Zhao Gao's residence, the once self-satisfied figure, basking in visions of the future, suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. The pain surged through him like a colossal silver needle piercing his torso, eliciting beads of cold sweat from his brow. A master of his caliber, he could do nothing but writhe in agony on the floor. Meanwhile, within the Chaohui Hall, Qin Mu and Zhang Han exchanged bewildered glances,
momentarily engulfed in silence. Zhao Gao must be writhing in pain now?
Zhang Han, holding the straw figure in his left hand, relentlessly drove the silver needle into its chest with his right, each thrust penetrating mercilessly.
Indeed, that should be the case. Qin Mu nodded in affirmation.
At that moment, both men were momentarily taken aback, forgetting that Zhao Gao was not present. They were uncertain whether Zhao Gao would even respond to the piercing. Perhaps the general can test it again during tomorrow's court assembly, Qin Mu suggested, his eyes glimmering with intent. Zhang Han's eyes lit up at the suggestion.
That would be splendid.
Just imagining Zhao Gao suffering in front of the entire court brings me joy.
With a sense of elation,
Zhang Han thrust the needle into the heart of the straw effigy once more, piercing straight through.
Qin Mu's eyelids twitched involuntarily at the sight. Meanwhile, in Zhao Gao's residence,
his cries abruptly ceased. The esteemed master had succumbed to the pain, lying unconscious on the grand hall floor, oblivious to his fate. The servants in the household were thrown into a frenzy, rushing to summon renowned physicians and imperial doctors alike.
In the Chaohui Hall,
Zhang Han seemed to have had his fill of the effigy and put away the silver needle, refraining from further tormenting it. General, while this object is indeed remarkable, I must caution you that it bears a certain degree of treachery. Inflicting harm upon others in this manner may inevitably bring misfortune, Qin Mu advised,
concerned that Zhang Han might become overly engrossed in this dark practice.
Thank you for the warning, Master, Zhang Han replied, bowing respectfully.
Qin Mu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further.
For the time being, the effigy would remain in Zhang Han's possession, although effective.
Qin Mu had no intention of personally engaging in such ominous endeavors. He preferred to allow others to wield such arcane methods, lest they disrupt his own cultivation. When the day came that Zhao Gao was no longer of use, he would simply inform Zhang Han. Master, if there is nothing further, I must take my leave. The affairs of the Shadow Guard are quite demanding. I hope for your understanding. Zhang Han concluded, departing with a respectful bow. At this moment, Zhang Han rose and respectfully took his leave. The thrill that had previously surged within him had faded, replaced by a tinge of apprehension towards Qin Mu. The general was beset with affairs of state, so he would excuse himself. Qin Mu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Han, feeling a wave of relief, bowed and exited the morning radiance hall. Once Zhang Han had departed, Qin Mu retrieved a strand of hair that had fallen from Zhang Han's head while seated in his chair. It is imperative to harbor no ill intentions. Yet one must remain vigilant against potential threats. In the heir's residence, Hu Hai, still languishing on his sickbed, abruptly sat up upon hearing the report from a servant. What did you say? My teacher has suddenly fallen gravely ill and collapsed within the estate? The pallor of Hu Hai's face deepened to a crimson hue. Zhao Gao has collapsed. What is the meaning of this? I was unaware that he suffered any ailments. How could this happen? He hastily inquired. Has a physician been summoned? Zhao Gao must not encounter any issues at this juncture. If anything were to befall him, how would I proceed? The coup cannot unfold without Zhao Gao. Should I lose him, my own safety would be jeopardized, and all prior plans would disintegrate into mere illusions. Cursed be this timing. Why must such calamities arise now? I, Hu Hai, already afflicted by a chill, and now Zhao Gao succumbing to sudden illness? Is this divine intervention? Is fate conspiring against my ambitions? The report from His Highness states that after examination by the imperial physician, Master Zhao is not in critical condition. The cause of his ailment remains unclear. Moreover, upon regaining consciousness, he appears as usual, without any lingering effects, a guard replied from below. Ah! If he is unharmed. That is a relief. Hu Hai exhaled, finally easing his tension. He had feared that Zhao Gao might succumb to his malady, which would have led to dire consequences. As for Zhao Gao's eventual fate, he thought, once I ascend to the throne, what matters it to me where Zhao Gao meets his end? But for now, he must remain unharmed. Go, send all the nourishing provisions in the estate to my teacher. Hu Hai instructed the guard. Furthermore, summon all the esteemed physicians from our household to attend to my teacher. Such an incident must never recur. Yes. The guard responded promptly and hurried off to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, at Zhao Gao's residence, he sat cross-legged on his bed, his countenance dark and brooding. Who is scheming against me? He pondered. He had merely been sipping tea in the hall when he was suddenly seized by an excruciating pain in his chest, akin to a long needle piercing through. The intensity of the agony was so fierce that it felt as though a long needle had truly penetrated his heart. Shortly thereafter, a similar sensation gripped him again. The mere recollection of that pain sent shivers down Zhao Gao's spine. He was determined not to endure such an experience again. Yin Yang School? Zhao Gao furrowed his brow in contemplation, trying to discern who might be plotting against him. He refused to believe this was some malady. For he, Zhao Gao, was a master, his physical form honed to its peak, impervious to the grasp of any ailment. Moreover, it is rare to hear of any malevolent ailment manifesting in such a manner. It can only be inferred that someone is scheming against Zhao Gao. Yet, as a master of his caliber, who could possibly orchestrate such a plot against him? Unless it is the elusive and insidious arts of the Yin-Yang practitioners. Why would the Yin-Yang sect target me? Zhao Gao furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by the intentions of this enigmatic faction. Such peculiar methods could scarcely be attributed to any other power. Furthermore, the pain in his chest bore a resemblance to the infamous heart-devouring curse spoken of in whispers. Could it be that the Yin-Yang sect seeks to coerce me, to safeguard their positions as national masters? Zhao Gao's mind raced with conjecture regarding their motives. No. Wait. He shook his head. While this theory holds some merit, it seems unnecessary. If the Yin-Yang sect truly wished to preserve their two esteemed masters, they would not resort to targeting Zhao Gao. Could it truly be a malignant affliction? Zhao Gao gazed at his hands, a sense of concern regarding his health beginning to creep in. He had yet to ascend to the pinnacle of thousands, he could not afford to perish. Chapter 31, Zhao Gao, the National Master saves me. Zhao Gao found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. He did not wish to succumb to death. If it were merely the machinations of others, he could contend with that, but if it were a malevolent illness, he would be utterly powerless. In this moment, Zhao Gao appeared to resonate with the sentiments of Ying Zhang. He must survive. No. I cannot perish. Ah, but wait, there is still the National Master. A spark of hope illuminated Zhao Gao's eyes as he thought of Qin Mu. Upon entering the palace tomorrow, he would inquire, and this dreadful affliction should be easily resolved. A faint smile graced Zhao Gao's lips at the prospect. If Qin Mu could cure the numerous ailments of the first emperor and even extend his life, then treating him should pose no challenge. Zhao Gao's heart settled, and he promptly instructed his servants to bring forth all manner of nourishing delicacies. From this day forth, Zhao Gao shall embark on a journey of wellness. The following day, within the morning radiance hall, Ying Zhang arrived punctually, ready to practice the Tai Foundation establishment technique alongside Qin Mu. Upon completing a series of movements, Ying Zhang was drenched in sweat. "Sir," he remarked, half slumped in his chair, "I find that this boxing stance seems less daunting than yesterday's." Just the day prior, he had struggled to maintain a stance. Yet today he could endure alongside Qin Mu in recapitulating the movements. The path of cultivation is one of gradual progression, for those newly embarking on this journey. Each day brings increased advancement. While one may not ascend to greatness in a single leap, transformation is indeed swift. Qin Mu replied casually. "I wonder when I shall reach the level of mastery you possess, sir," Ying Zhang mused, then drew forth a rejuvenation talisman and affixed it to his body. "This item is truly remarkable." As soon as the talisman adhered to him, the fatigue within him vanished in an instant. "Your Majesty, this is for today." Qin Mu observed with a smile, retrieving a small box from the table, which contained 50 rejuvenation talismans he had crafted hastily the night before. "Excellent, excellent!" Ying Zhang exclaimed with delight upon recognizing the contents of the box, accepting it with a beaming smile and tucking it away into his robes. "Your Majesty, I wish to accompany you to this morning's court session," Qin Mu declared. "There shall be quite a spectacle today." "The National Master wishes to attend court?" Ying Zhang asked, astonished at Qin Mu's sudden willingness to participate, having previously extended numerous invitations that went unheeded. "Do you have any reservations, Your Majesty?" Qin Mu inquired. "Not at all. I am exceedingly pleased that the National Master wishes to join," Ying Zhang replied hastily. "Very well." Qin Mu responded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. In the Qilin Hall, the outer chamber served as the venue for the morning court session. All officials gathered, and Zhao Gao's figure was among them. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, in the inner chamber, held a straw effigy, quietly observing Zhao Gao. According to the laws of Qin, eunuchs like Zhao Gao were not permitted to attend court, however. His eloquence and capabilities endeared him to Ying Zhang, granting him not only the position previously held by Hu Hai but also the privilege to participate in court sessions. Zhang Han could not help but concede that Zhao Gao significantly outshone him in the realm of serving as a close subordinate. There is a saying that holds true: had it not been for Zhao Gao's desire to ingratiate himself, this esteemed figure closest to the first emperor would not have been Zhang Han. Indeed, Zhang Han possesses remarkable capabilities in his duties. Yet, when it comes to serving Ying Zhang, Zhao Gao's prowess is certainly on par with Zhang Han's and, in certain aspects, even surpasses it. A subordinate who is not only competent but also eloquent and skilled in flattery is bound to be favored. Alas! Zhao Gao's insatiable thirst for power has led him to harbor treacherous ambitions. As the Grand General of the Shadow Guard, Zhang Han is somewhat aware of Zhao Gao's clandestine activities. Yet, he finds himself powerless against Zhao Gao. Without irrefutable evidence, it is impossible to topple him. Zhang Han vividly recalls that in the 29th year of the first emperor, Zhao Gao violated the laws of Qin and should have been stripped of his office and sentenced to death. However, through his cunning words and charming demeanor, he ultimately persuaded Ying Zhang to pardon him and restore his position, even elevating him further. The laws of Qin are notoriously harsh. The only one to escape the death penalty was Zhao Gao. This is indeed true. Zhao Gao, despite his flaws, possesses undeniable abilities and has earned the favor of the emperor. Regrettably, one should not offend the national master. Zhang Han gazed at the effigy in his hand, a smile creeping across his face. He had received news of Zhao Gao's sudden ailment yesterday. Calculating the timing, it coincided perfectly with when he had crafted the effigy. This effigy, indeed, was as the national master had foretold. As Zhang Han pondered, Ying Zhang and Qin Mu ascended the court together. The officials quickly fell silent, then collectively bowed, proclaiming, "We welcome your majesty, may you have a long life." No need for formalities. Ying Zhang gestured for the officials to rise. Meanwhile, Qin Mu took his seat on a silver chair to the left of the dragon throne. The officials looked up at Qin Mu with a sense of confusion, wondering why the national master had joined the court today. Could it be that something significant was about to unfold? The officials' gazes were of little concern to Qin Mu, who occasionally cast sidelong glances at Zhao Gao. In the inner hall, Zhang Han now produced a silver needle. "Are there matters to be presented, esteemed ministers?" Ying Zhang scanned the officials before speaking first. Prime Minister Li Si stepped forward, preparing to voice something, when a piercing scream suddenly echoed within the Qilin Hall. Chapter 32, The Doll of Misfortune. The sudden, piercing scream startled the officials within the Grand Hall, causing them to collectively divert their gazes towards a singular point. There, Zhao Gao writhed on the ground, clutching his left eye in agony. Logically, a master of his stature should possess greater fortitude, yet the unexpectedness of the moment rendered him utterly defenseless against the excruciating pain that felt akin to being pierced by silver needles, a torment beyond human endurance. "Zhao Gao." The voice of Ying Zhang resonated with a hint of irritation. "What has caused you to act so rudely today?" Typically composed, Zhao Gao chose this day, when the national master accompanied the court, to create such a disturbance, thus striking a blow to Ying Zhang's dignity. "Your Majesty, The rage-laden tone of Ying Zhang startled Zhao Gao, momentarily eclipsing his suffering as he attempted to rise and offer an apology, only to be met with another wave of pain. His agonized cries were so heartrending that the officials could not help but avert their gazes. Meanwhile, they were left pondering the cause of Zhao Gao's distress. Whispers of his sudden ailment the previous day, where he had fainted within his residence, began to circulate. Could it be that the affliction had returned? In the minds of many officials, a smirk began to form. Over the years, Zhao Gao had made numerous enemies. However, his position as Hu Hai's mentor and Ying Zhang's favored minister had rendered them silent. The sensation of pain was consistent with historical accounts. Yet his flesh bore no visible wounds, only the relentless ache persisted. Qin Mu observed Zhao Gao with a calm demeanor, contemplating the peculiar nature of this affliction. He recalled that some forms of voodoo could indeed transfer both pain and scars to the corporeal form, promising to investigate this further in due time. The esoteric arts were profoundly intricate. The practice of doll-making alone had numerous documented methods, each yielding distinct effects. Ying Zhang, meanwhile, found himself bewildered by Zhao Gao's condition. Could it be that he was possessed by some malevolent spirit? Previously, he would have dismissed such notions, but after his exposure to Daoist texts, largely due to Qin Mu, he had garnered some understanding of the supernatural. "Ministers, restrain Zhao Gao at once. How can the court allow such unruliness?" Li Si interjected, asserting the necessity of order. Regardless of Zhao Gao's predicament, it was unacceptable for him to roll about in the Grand Hall. Such behavior could tarnish the dignity of the Qin Dynasty. The surrounding officials finally came to their senses, and several military officers swiftly moved to subdue Zhao Gao. Fortunately, despite his unbearable pain, Zhao Gao retained a modicum of rationality. Otherwise, his mastery would have rendered him uncontrollable. "Do you know what has befallen him?" Ying Zhang turned to Qin Mu, inquiring gravely. "I regret to say I know not. Perhaps it is some lingering ailment afflicting Lord Zhao," Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps," Ying Zhang sighed in response, recalling the myriad agonies he had endured from various ailments. "Summon someone to escort Zhao Gao back to his residence, and ensure a physician accompanies him for treatment." Ying Zhang commanded with a wave of his hand, choosing not to pursue Zhao Gao's accountability further. "Yes." Several attendants entered from outside the hall, assisting Zhao Gao as they guided him away. At this moment, Zhang Han had ceased his actions, while Zhao Gao had seemingly returned to his normal state. albeit still feigning an expression of unbearable agony. There was no alternative, the atmosphere had been meticulously crafted, and could he possibly declare himself unscathed with vigor? It would surely infuriate Zhang. He would likely demand immediate accountability. Within the inner hall, Zhang Han observed Zhao Gao's demeanor, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. As he picked up a silver needle and directed his gaze towards the space between the legs of the straw effigy in his hand. Ah, so he enjoys pretending. Does he? With a wicked grin, Zhang Han plunged the needle down. The anguished cry of Zhao Gao echoed from the outer hall, the pain transcending mere comprehension. The needle had breached that sensitive area. Can one truly fathom the extent of such torment? Even Zhang Han, engaged in the act, shivered involuntarily, astonished at his own accuracy. Having struck precisely at Zhao Gao's most vulnerable point. In the outer hall, the guards supporting Zhao Gao were instantly thrown aside. The ornate doors of the hall were nearly obliterated by Zhao Gao's sudden outburst of true energy. The minister's expression shifted dramatically, hastening to encircle Zhang, safeguarding his safety. This affliction erupting into madness was a matter of grave concern. Even if Zhao Gao had not intended such chaos, his actions had crossed the line, jeopardizing Zhang's security. Countless imperial guards surged into the grand hall, encircling Zhao Gao completely. At last, Zhang's countenance darkened. Previously, he could empathize with Zhao Gao's excruciating pain and would not pursue any accountability. However, the destruction of half the Qilin Hall's door in this frenzy incited his wrath. How could one continue to serve in the court under such circumstances? What assurance was there for the safety of the ministers? Should Zhang live in constant fear of Zhao Gao's affliction spiraling into madness? Meanwhile, within the inner hall, Zhang Han tucked away the straw figure. Muttering to himself, it seems Zhao Gao is yet to visit the silkworm chamber. The eunuchs of the Qin Dynasty should not be subjected to the fate of being castrated by subsequent dynasties. Only those eunuchs attending the consorts were required to enter the silkworm chamber for castration. Clearly, in Zhao Gao's frenzied state, that part of him still remained intact. Chapter 33, The Wrath of Zhang. No longer forgiving at this moment, within the outer hall, Zhang spoke solemnly. Issuing an edict, summon the Chancellor of the Central Chariot Department back to the palace. The Chancellor has been afflicted by a chronic ailment and is, therefore, unable to fulfill his duties. I hereby relieve him of his position and he shall no longer serve as the tutor to the 18th prince. Considering his condition led to this outburst, I shall not pursue the death penalty, but he shall face the consequences upon his recovery. He will receive 50 strokes in the royal court. After all, Zhao Gao had served him for decades, and Zhang chose not to execute him. Had it been another person in this grand hall, regardless of their state of mind, they would have faced beheading. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I did not intend it, Your Majesty, I. At this moment, Zhao Gao, regaining his composure, fell to his knees with a thud. The 50 lashes were of little concern. As a master, he could easily endure them. However, being stripped of his official title and the privilege of being Hu Hai's mentor was an intolerable blow. Zhao Gao could not accept this. Without these two identities, he would be reduced to nothing more than a dog, one that could be bullied by anyone. All his efforts over the decades crumbled in an instant. The power he had gained from serving Zhang was, in a blink, turned to smoke. And in such a crucial moment, he and Hu Hai had meticulously plotted a coup, only for Zhao Gao to find himself relegated to the status of a mere dog. Panic engulfed him. Given your years of service, I am sparing your life. What more do you desire? How else do you wish for my forgiveness? Over these years, how many times have I pardoned you? Zhang, rising from his dragon throne, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Gao, berating him. I. Zhao Gao's expression wavered, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. The eloquence he typically wielded now eluded him entirely. Take him away. Zhang, unwilling to engage in further discourse, waved his sleeve and commanded in anger. The surrounding guards immediately obeyed, advancing to drag Zhao Gao out of the grand hall. Zhao Gao made no attempt to resist, allowing himself to be taken away. He refrained from shouting for mercy. Fully aware that Zhang was in a furious state, words would hold no sway. He could only hope that, like previous occasions, once Zhang's anger subsided, he might be able to seek forgiveness. Forgive me for the embarrassment, National Master. In the hall, Ying Zhang turned to Qin Mu with a look of regret. Aside from the previous commendation, this was Qin Mu's first attendance at court, and such an incident had marred the occasion. This left Ying Zhang feeling somewhat humiliated, prompting him to strip Zhao Gao of his title and the role of Hu Hai's mentor. Not at all, Qin Mu replied with a smile, indicating that he was unbothered. After all, he had come to witness this spectacle. Yet, Qin Mu had not anticipated that Zhang Han, who usually appeared so serious, would unleash such venomous strikes. The final jab was so shocking that even Qin Mu could not help but clench his legs together. It was the kind of thing that sent chills down one's spine. Alas, for the past 2 years, I have been preoccupied with seeking longevity and neglected the proper governance of the court, causing distress to the national master, Ying Zhang continued, his tone laced with regret. He did not wish for Qin Mu's impression of the great Qin to diminish due to this matter. After all, not all of the officials in his court were akin to Zhao Gao. Your Majesty need not be so concerned, he reassured. Qin Mu smiled and shook his head. Having finished this performance, he was preparing to return for his next experiment. Coincidentally, with Zhao Gao stripped of his official title, his fortunes had plummeted to an all-time low. Now, employing the art of nurturing one's foundation on Zhao Gao would be far easier to manage. If Qin Mu's intuition served him correctly, Zhao Gao would likely seek him out at the royal palace immediately after leaving the court. You may all take your leave, Ying Zhang commanded, casting a glance over the officials below before gesturing them away. With the incident involving Zhao Gao at hand, he had little desire to hear any further reports from his ministers. With that, Ying Zhang rose and departed alongside Qin Mu. Chapter 34, The Tool. Chapter Han. The officials exchanged glances, refraining from further discussion as they departed the Qilin Hall in small groups. Were this situation to involve anyone else, the possibility of a resurgence would be non-existent. However, when it comes to Zhao Gao, the outcome remains uncertain. Although the majority of the officials harbor disdain for him, this individual had previously been sentenced to death yet managed to return to his former position unscathed. Thus, until the final verdict is revealed, the officials will refrain from discussing the matter. If Zhao Gao were to regain his post, it would indeed pose a problem for them. Within the residence of Hu Hai, the young heir, who had been lying on his sickbed, suddenly sprang to his feet. What did you say? My teacher has been stripped of his position? He is no longer my teacher. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed an intense gaze on the messenger guard. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Every word I speak is the truth. The guard hastily replied. Lord Zhao Gao, for reasons unknown, suffered a severe episode during this morning's audience, directly confronting His Majesty. He even shattered half of the hall's door. Curse it! How could this happen? Hu Hai clenched his fists, his voice rising in fury. Zhao Gao was a pivotal figure in his scheme for usurpation. It was imperative that nothing happened to him. Without Zhao Gao's support near Ying Zhang, the entire plan could very well collapse. Moreover, should Zhao Gao fall from grace, those allies he had previously gathered would surely begin to waver. Oh, teacher! How could one afflicted with such illness attend the morning audience? Is that meeting truly of such importance? Hu Hai lamented, tugging at his hair. The morning assembly had nothing to do with Zhao Gao, as the Minister of Chariots. He was merely responsible for overseeing the horses and carriages of Ying Zhang. He had no business in the morning court, yet he relentlessly aspired to mingle with the officials, spurred on by the privileges granted by Ying Zhang. Thus, Zhao Gao attended the morning audiences daily, behaving as if he were indeed a courtier, while still remaining a eunuch. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Hu Hai turned to the guard and inquired, Where is my teacher now? Despite Ying Zhang having stripped Zhao Gao of his title as the teacher of the crown prince, Hu Hai still referred to him as such. For their shared secrets were too numerous to disregard. Your Highness, Lord Zhao has been escorted back to his residence by the palace guards, the guard replied. What a turbulent time we are in. Hu Hai remarked, frowning in irritation, but soon a thought struck him. Wait. He narrowed his eyes as he glanced towards the great hall. Could it be because of him? Hu Hai pondered deeply for a moment. You. Send 2 men to retrieve the talisman hanging in the great hall and have the red beams inspected thoroughly. Hu Hai commanded, hesitating only briefly before issuing his orders. Yes. The guard, though filled with questions, dared not ask further and hurried off to execute Hu Hai's commands. This national teacher truly is no ordinary figure.
Hu Hai muttered to himself, suspicion now cast upon Qin Mu. This was an inevitable consequence, he could not afford to disregard such thoughts. The charm is referred to as the household stabilization charm, designed for turbulent years.
Consequently, he adhered to Qin Mu's instructions and affixed it.
The following day, this martial artist, who had attained the level of the diamond realm, found himself afflicted by a chill. Zhao Gao, who frequently visited the Chaohui Palace, was unexpectedly stricken by a grave illness. Hu Hai, lacking evidence, could not fathom how Qin Mu had accomplished this. Nevertheless, to exercise caution, he ordered the removal of the charm from the Great Hall. Prudence is never misplaced, even the slightest possibility was too great a risk for Hu Hai to wager on. Today, he intended to enter the palace to meet him and subtly probe this national master. Hu Hai murmured to himself, realizing that both he and Zhao Gao had underestimated this national master. Meanwhile, within the Chaohui Palace, Qin Mu and Zhang Han sat facing each other.
National master. This item is indeed effective.
Zhang Han exclaimed, holding a straw man and beaming with satisfaction. It was the first time he had managed to bring Zhao Gao such a significant setback.
Do not mock me, national master.
I have served alongside Zhao Gao at His Majesty's side, yet that wretched Zhao Gao seems to possess an innate talent for flattery, always managing to amuse His Majesty. Zhang Han sighed, reminiscing about the hardships he had endured at Zhao Gao's hands over the years. Please do not think of me, Zhang Han, as a petty schemer. If Zhao Gao were truly devoted to the emperor, it would be acceptable, but alas, this villain harbors ulterior motives. Despite my intentions to hold him accountable,
I have yet to find concrete evidence against him. Zhang Han lamented, a figure of the Shadow Secret Guard and a trusted confidant of Ying Zhang. In such a position,
he found it nearly impossible to uncover even the slightest wrongdoing of Zhao Gao.
Let us not dwell on others. General, do remain calm.
This item bears the potential to disturb the balance of heaven and earth, so it is prudent to use it sparingly.
When the time is ripe,
I shall inform you to proceed without restraint, Qin Mu remarked with a smile.
I understand. Zhang Han responded eagerly, bowing deeply.
He grasped Qin Mu's implication that he could only employ this tool at the national master's behest. Without direct orders, he would not dare to utilize it. As a close confidant of the emperor, Zhang Han was well aware of such matters.
It is good that you comprehend, General. However, if your resentment has not yet abated, a daily application of 3 needles will suffice, do not exceed this.
Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Given Zhang Han's obedience, he allowed him to toy with Zhao Gao. After all, this doll, meant to harm another, could also backfire upon its user, he had already cautioned Zhang Han. How Zhang Han chooses to proceed was no longer Qin Mu's concern. What Qin Mu sought was merely a tool to execute his arcane techniques. Reflecting on this notion of a tool, Qin Mu scrutinized Zhang Han, considering him perhaps a future practitioner of such esoteric arts. His initial experience had been rather seamless.
National Master, do you have any further words?
Zhang Han, taken aback by Qin Mu's intense gaze, appeared somewhat startled.
No matter, General, you are busy with state affairs.
And it would be inappropriate for you to linger in my Chaohui Palace. I shall not keep you any longer, Qin Mu replied with a gentle shake of his head,
signaling the end of the audience.
He had pressing matters to attend to, and calculating the time, it seemed Zhao Gao and Hu Hai would soon arrive.
Understood. Zhang Han responded promptly, rising and nodding in acknowledgement.
At this moment, Zhang Han's trepidation towards Qin Mu had reached its zenith. He was acutely aware of the terrifying potential embodied in the straw man he held. Zhang Han could scarcely fathom the implications if Qin Mu were to possess a straw man of his own.
Shaking his head,
he dismissed such thoughts from his mind and, with a courteous bow, withdrew from the Chaohui Hall. However, scarcely had Zhang Han departed when someone arrived from the Zhengtai Palace. This palace was typically where the Minister of State conducted affairs, though he often found it more convenient to manage matters from the rear hall of the Qilin Hall during court sessions. Yet today, with the doors of the Qilin Hall damaged, the Minister of State, unusually, made his way to the Zhengtai Palace.
Your Excellency,
the Emperor requests your presence at the Zhengtai Palace, announced the eunuch respectfully as he approached Qin Mu.
The Emperor? Qin Mu pondered, somewhat perplexed.
They had only just parted ways upon leaving court, why would he be summoned back so soon?
Chapter 35, Ing Zhang, Master of the Nation, I wish to live longer. Your Majesty, what brings you to this state of affairs?
Qin Mu murmured to himself, yet he rose to follow the eunuch to the Zhengtai Palace. Inside the Zhengtai Palace, Ing Zhang was seated upon a dragon throne, perusing an ancient text of unknown origin.
Your Majesty, the Master of the Nation has arrived, announced the eunuch, drawing Ing Zhang's attention. The scholar has come?
Please, take a seat, Ing Zhang said with a smile, inviting Qin Mu to sit.
Without hesitation,
Qin Mu approached and settled beside the dragon throne.
Leave us, Ing Zhang commanded the eunuch. No one is to linger in the palace before the master departs. Understood, replied the eunuch, hastily dispersing all attendants and maidservants present. Your Majesty, what is this?
Qin Mu inquired, gazing at Ing Zhang in confusion.
Why the air of secrecy?
The law should not be shared with 6 ears. Ing Zhang quoted a profound Daoist adage.
He then handed the ancient text to Qin Mu and asked, Have you ever encountered this tome? Taking the scroll,
Qin Mu had initially thought it was related to Zhao Gao's matters. However, seeing Ing Zhang's demeanor, it was evident he had dismissed Zhao Gao entirely.
After all,
a subject remains a subject, even if favored. Shaking his head, Qin Mu refocused on the ancient text before him.
As he opened it,
his brow furrowed slightly at its contents. The text detailed various esoteric practices. Surely, Ing Zhang could not be genuinely interested in such matters.
Do you believe the claims within to be true? Ing Zhang inquired. Your Majesty,
you have also perused my Daoist classics of late and must know that beyond the 3,000 paths, there exist 800 esoteric methods. This ancient text is mere fantasy and should not be taken seriously, yet such esoteric practices do indeed exist. Qin Mu replied as he placed the tome upon the table before him.
Since time immemorial, life begets death, and with death comes fear. Out of fear of life, aging,
illness, and death, alongside the pursuit of power, wealth, beauty, and desire, one inevitably gives rise to various esoteric arts.
Even among the orthodox, how many techniques are not crafted for these very pursuits?
It is merely that the esoteric is often more radical and expedient, Qin Mu elucidated. The esoteric methods described in this tome are essentially nonsense, at least in my view.
However, it is true that numerous similar practices exist. Oh? Do you believe what is recorded here could be realized?
Ing Zhang inquired, his eyes alight with curiosity. His interest was not born of a desire for dark sorcery, but rather a recognition of a characteristic of esoteric practices: simplicity, ease, and speed.
What do you mean, Your Majesty?
Qin Mu asked, his brow slightly furrowing. It would not bode well for a ruler to become enamored with esoteric practices. I am aware that haste makes waste, yet my time is limited.
Ing Zhang responded earnestly. Grant me an extension of a decade, 12 years, to accomplish all I wish to achieve. 12 years is still too brief.
What he aspired to accomplish in 12 years was far from sufficient. Thus, Ing Zhang turned his attention to esoteric arts. He gleaned from Daoist scriptures that while these unconventional paths might be regarded as beneath the righteous, their limitations were notably modest.
However, one aspect resonated profoundly with Ing Zhang's ambitions in current circumstances: efficiency.
All methods of the unorthodox nature lack a gradual progression, most are characterized by meteoric ascension.
To a certain extent, these arts could be likened to the notion of gaining enlightenment at dawn and perishing by night. Achieving mastery in the morning only to meet demise by evening.
Yet, it must be acknowledged that Ing Zhang was captivated by this very efficiency.
12 years, neither excessive nor insufficient, yet the aspiration swirling in his heart far transcended what could be realized in such a span.
The only recourse he could conceive was through these unorthodox means.
Your Majesty. Qin Mu furrowed his brow,
acutely aware that his fate was intertwined with that of the Qin Dynasty.
He could not permit Ing Zhang to engage recklessly. Were these unorthodox methods truly manageable by an ordinary individual? Did he not see that even for a simple effigy, he had to enlist Zhang Han's assistance? A single misstep could lead to his own undoing. If Ing Zhang were to delve into this alone, what calamity might befall the great Qin? Please, I beseech you to assist me.
Upon perceiving the hesitation etched upon Qin Mu's face, Ing Zhang's heart swelled with joy, disregarding the imperious demeanor of a sovereign,
and rose to kneel in earnest supplication. Your Majesty, you need not go this far. Qin Mu hastily supported Ing Zhang, exclaiming, "This bow cannot be accepted. As a practitioner of the dynasty, should I receive a bow from the emperor without possessing the requisite fortune and merit, it would surely diminish my lifespan. If I do not intervene, this gesture may cost me at least a decade of vitality. Please, I implore you to teach me." Ing Zhang lowered his head, beseeching earnestly. "Your Majesty, let us sit and converse first." Qin Mu's face bore an expression of exasperation. What was transpiring? After finally relishing a couple of tranquil days, he sought a moment to deliberate. "Allow me a moment to reflect." Qin Mu sighed. His knowledge of these unorthodox arts was limited, and even fewer could aid Ing Zhang's ambitions. Naturally, he understood what Ing Zhang desired: expansion of territory and dominion. Among the unorthodox methods that could influence warfare, he was only aware of one: the art of the ghost child. This was an undead entity. A dynasty had once sought to forge ghost children en masse, integrating them into their armies, leading to unparalleled victories across the battlefield. However, the creation of a ghost child necessitated human sacrifice. First, one had to place a human into the soul-hanging furnace, then subject them to intense heat until they became a dried corpse. Following this, soil from 7 graves would be added to the furnace, trapping the anguished souls within the cadaver, and then gently baked for 7 hours to complete the process. The very name indicates that the required humans were children. This was a technique that Qin Mu could never, under any circumstance, employ. Absolutely not. Your Majesty. It is not that I am unwilling, but is it truly within the realm of sorcery to fulfill your aspirations? Qin Mu raised his gaze to Ing Zhang and spoke. Do not misconstrue my intent. What I desire is not excessive. I merely wish to plant the banner of my great Qin, the Xian Niao, across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, compelling all foreign tribes to submit. In this world, the supremacy of the Qin people is unrivaled. Our Qin nation's script, measurements, and will tracks ought to be adopted by all under heaven. Our great Qin empire shall endure through the ages. Ing Zhang turned to Qin Mu and spoke. A fleeting expression of speechlessness crossed Qin Mu's face. Is this truly what one might call not much? Does Zhang Gu harbor a misunderstanding of this term? If he could accomplish such feats, would he still be confined to the role of a national teacher within the great Qin? He would have long since ventured forth to revel in the world. Alas, perhaps this is indeed my own greed. Observing Qin Mu's demeanor, Zhang Gu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, this was his lifelong aspiration, one he has consistently pursued. Your Majesty, do not become ensnared by superficial paths. Haste makes waste, and a half-year ailment cannot be cured in a single day, Qin Mu urged. Such sentiments were not beyond reason. Anyone encountering those superficial techniques would be unable to resist. After all, who does not yearn for swift results and effortless mastery? Chapter 36, Whom does His Majesty wish to save? At this moment, Qin Mu comprehended why the sages of various dynasties were often well-versed in numerous esoteric arts. It was not their fascination with such unorthodox practices, but rather that emperors preferred the efficiency of these methods over the arduous path of righteousness. After all, one necessitates decades of painstaking cultivation, uncertain of success, while the other promises swift mastery by day's end. If you were a sovereign, which would you choose? Undoubtedly, the unorthodox arts, as it is the subjects who practice them, not the ruler. Your Majesty summoned me solely for this matter? Qin Mu tossed aside the ancient tome, realizing that such knowledge must not be revealed to Ing Zhang in the future. He refrained from discussing these unorthodox methods with him. It was imperative to fortify the foundations of the Qin and enhance the nation's fortunes. Engaging in reckless ventures could jeopardize the empire, compelling Qin Mu to seek a way out. Not entirely. I sought your presence to inquire about a particular issue, Ing Zhang replied, shaking his head. What is it? Qin Mu asked, his curiosity piqued. Do you possess any remedies for grave ailments? Ing Zhang inquired. Whom does your Majesty wish to save? Qin Mu's brow furrowed at the mention of a grave ailment. It couldn't possibly be Zhao Gao, could it? Furthermore, he was merely a novice cultivator with no medical expertise. A certain General Wang from Qin, Ing Zhang stated. Qin Mu's eyes flickered with recognition. In this era, the only notable elder from Qin who would occupy Ing Zhang's thoughts was Wang Jian, one of the 4 great generals. Yet, It surprised him that Ing Zhang still considered him, for Wang Jian had long since retired from official duties. In the past, when Qin swept across the realm, it was Wang Jian alone who led his forces to vanquish 5 kingdoms. Such a feat was unparalleled within the Qin military. After the unification of Qin, Wang Jian had chosen to retire gracefully, stepping away from the court entirely. Thus, by the time Ing Zhang became the first emperor, Wang Jian was no longer in Qin. You guessed correctly. Alas, this old general is quite fearful of me. So much so that he requested to resign immediately after the unification of Qin. Ing Zhang lamented with a wry smile. He believed himself to be an emperor who did not fear his subordinates becoming too powerful. He would not harbor suspicions against ministers due to their achievements. However, Wang Jian was excessively apprehensive. He feared following the same tragic path as Bai Qi, and thus, after the unification, he declined any rewards, opting instead to resign quietly. I seek no rewards, I shall resign. In this manner, Wang Jian assured himself that he would not meet a fate akin to Bai Qi's, overwhelmed by his own merit. Is General Wang in poor health? Qin Mu inquired. Though he hailed from a later time, he was unaware of when Wang Jian had passed. After his low-profile retirement, records of his demise were not even noted in historical texts. Wang Jian's withdrawal indeed marked the end of an era. The Qin would never again see a general of his stature. In those years, the old Qin people have mostly departed. He, too, is nearing his end. Afflicted by a malady that leaves him in a perpetual state of slumber. If it were possible, I would wish for him to live a couple more years. Wang Jian, in recent years, has been enjoying a comfortable life, residing in his estate and relishing his twilight years without any cares. At times, I find myself envious of him. Yet alas, every life must eventually meet its conclusion. Ing Zhang sighed. Few in this world can attain the stature of Wang Jian. How many could so decisively relinquish their power and the title of general of the empire? Had Wang Jian not withdrawn back then, his rank would surely surpass that of Bai Qi. With his merits, he could have been bestowed the title of duke. Your Majesty, I am but a humble practitioner, unversed in the healing arts, and I fear I cannot save the old general. Qin Mu shook his head, acknowledging the futility of the situation. That is of no consequence. I merely wish for you to take a look, Ing Zhang replied with a wave of his hand. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to bring the old general to the Chaohui Hall. If it is within your power, I implore you to save his life. If not, then it is fate. Ing Zhang spoke earnestly. Very well. Observing Ing Zhang's demeanor, Qin Mu could only nod in resignation. This matter had led him to be regarded as omnipotent. How could he, an outsider, truly comprehend the affliction? Even if he were to examine it, it would yield no result. If he possessed the ability to cure such ailments, he would not have roamed under the guise of a wandering sorcerer, deceiving others for his livelihood, only to be summoned to the palace by the Qin army. Unless your Majesty has other matters, I shall take my leave, Qin Mu said, rising from his seat. He feared that lingering longer would invite more difficult inquiries from the sovereign. Apologies for the disturbance, bring forth the carriage. Ing Zhang promptly stood as well, summoning his dragon carriage. This dragon carriage could be likened to a palanquin or horse-drawn carriage. Within the palace, it naturally referred to a palanquin. Your Majesty, there is no need, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. The distance from Qilin Hall to Chaohui Hall is not far. Please, do not hesitate to board. I had intended to procure a carriage for you within the palace, but due to unforeseen events in court today, and the fact that Zhao Gao is the head of the palace's chariot department, this matter has been delayed. Therefore, I bestow this dragon carriage upon you. Ing Zhang said with a smile. With no alternative, Qin Mu stepped out of Qilin Hall and was carried back to Chaohui Hall by a retinue of eunuchs. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Zhao Gao paced back and forth at the palace gates, his face contorted with anger. Very well. Those who usually show me the utmost respect now cast aside all semblance of loyalty at the first sign of trouble. Zhao Gao glared at the imperial guards stationed at the gates. He had intended to enter the palace to find Qin Mu, but the guards had barred his entry. Why? Because Zhao Gao was no longer the head of the chariot department, and thus could not freely enter the palace. Damn it! Zhao Gao stared at the towering palace walls. even contemplating sneaking in. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. To trespass within the palace was a grave offense, having already incited the sovereign's wrath. To commit another transgression could very well cost him his head. He had considered seeking out Hu Hai. However, Zhao Gao had consistently concealed the art of nurturing life from Hu Hai. This matter must remain unknown to Hu Hai, otherwise, the coveted auspicious land would no longer belong to Zhao Gao, as he would undoubtedly be usurped by Hu Hai. Surely, Zhao Gao was well aware of Hu Hai's nature. Once he learned of such a method, he would undoubtedly seek to exploit it. Moreover, Zhao Gao aspired to occupy that esteemed position. How could he allow Hu Hai to discover it? Master? At that moment, Hu Hai's voice suddenly rang out. Shortly thereafter, a carriage came to a gentle halt behind Zhao Gao. Master, what brings you here? Hu Hai inquired, looking at Zhao Gao with curiosity. What business did he have lingering before the palace gates? Your Highness. Upon seeing Hu Hai's arrival, Zhao Gao felt a slight heaviness in his heart. It appeared he could not broach that topic today. Taking a deep breath, he concealed all his thoughts and replied, Why do you call me master, Your Highness? I, Zhao Gao, am merely a eunuch now, unable even to enter the palace, let alone serve as your teacher. Furthermore, His Majesty has decreed that your instructor is not I. Zhao Gao. There is no need for such humility, master, Hu Hai quickly interjected. While it was true that Zhao Gao had been stripped of his official titles, Hu Hai was well aware that Zhao Gao still wielded considerable power, particularly with regards to the net of influence he commanded. Chapter 37, The National Master. His Highness the 18th Prince requests an audience. Despite Zhao Gao's current state of disgrace, he still holds formidable weapons in his grasp. Even though he is no longer the Chancellor of the Central Chariot, a significant portion of the net he has cast continues to heed his commands. Take, for instance, the 6 sword slaves. They are elite assassins cultivated by Zhao Gao, bound by loyalty to him rather than to the Qin Dynasty itself. Master, my father is merely acting out of anger. Surely in a few days, he will restore your position. There is no need for such distress, Hu Hai said as he dismounted from the carriage and assisted Zhao Gao into the vehicle. Moreover, the bond of teacher and student endures. Who would abandon it midway? Hu Hai offered consolation with a smile, having detected the probing tone in Zhao Gao's words. Zhao Gao's inquiry was merely a test to gauge how he, Hu Hai, would respond to a teacher stripped of power. It would be wise for your Highness not to voice such thoughts in the presence of His Majesty. Zhao Gao replied with a knowing nod. Though he held little regard for Hu Hai, he was somewhat pleased with the prince's demeanor. What brings you to the palace, master? Hu Hai skillfully diverted the conversation. Zhao Gao, having been demoted, should not be seeking him out without purpose. Given that Ying Zhang was currently in a foul mood, it would be unwise for Zhao Gao to plead for mercy now. Clearly, Zhao Gao did not intend to seek an audience with Ying Zhang. I seek the national master, Zhao Gao admitted, glancing at Hu Hai without reservation. This was a matter that could not be concealed. What he wished to hide was merely the art of cultivating vitality. Does the master suspect there is something awry? Hu Hai inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Zhao Gao paused, taken aback. What issue? There is no problem at all. I still intend to seek assistance from Qin Mu regarding the luck of our fortune. Master, do you not find that we have experienced an unusual string of misfortunes lately? Ever since you retrieved that talisman from the morning radiance hall, I have been bedridden with a chill. Hu Hai continued, though I am not a martial genius. I am a warrior of the diamond realm. How could I have been afflicted by such a bizarre ailment? Do you not think that talisman might bear some significance? Hu Hai pressed on. Zhao Gao furrowed his brow at this. While Hu Hai's words held some merit, offending Qin Mu without evidence was not something Zhao Gao desired. Setting aside the fact that Qin Mu's status far surpassed his own, the art of cultivating vitality was something Zhao Gao coveted greatly. Moreover, do you not find it peculiar that you are afflicted by this chronic ailment? Hu Hai continued. As a master practitioner, you are more aware of your own condition than anyone else. Zhao Gao fell silent, contemplating. Indeed. As a master, his control over his body surpassed that of ordinary individuals. If there were a chronic ailment, he would have detected it long ago, rather than being left in such uncertainty now. Regardless, this national master is not as straightforward as we presume.
Hu Hai observed the palace gates, a flicker of trepidation crossing his gaze.
It is fortuitous that we are here.
I shall probe this national master to discern whether he is friend or foe. Hu Hai turned to Zhao Gao, expressing his doubts, though they remained mere suspicions.
Perhaps it was simply a coincidence.
Zhao Gao remained silent, which caused Hu Hai to grow increasingly anxious.
Do you not believe me, master?
The prowess of the national master. If he desired to act against us, need not resort to such measures.
Zhao Gao cast a sidelong glance at Hu Hai. Master! Hu Hai called out. Why is there such disbelief? Is it not curious that everything aligns so perfectly? Has the master never harbored doubts? Enough, do not speak further.
The national master could never intend us harm. Zhao Gao gestured for Hu Hai to cease his words. He was eagerly awaiting Qin Mu to consolidate the fortune for him, enabling him to soar to great heights.
How could Hu Hai be so naive?
While a measure of caution is commendable, one must not be overly suspicious.
If Qin Mu possessed such capabilities, why would he operate in secrecy? Moreover, if Qin Mu truly sought to target Zhao Gao, why had he been so courteous on previous occasions, even going so far as to gather fortune for him? This was illogical. Do not overthink it.
All of this is merely coincidence.
Hu Hai sighed in resignation, conceding to Zhao Gao's perspective.
He simply could not fathom why Zhao Gao placed such unwavering trust in Qin Mu. The carriage slowly approached the palace, arriving at the inner city gates. The two disembarked and made their way towards the morning radiance hall.
Within the hall, a sand table was laid out before Qin Mu,
depicting the terrain surrounding Xianyang, reportedly crafted by the Gongshu family using their formidable mechanical arts.
It flawlessly replicated the geography of the area.
This estate by the Weishui River is indeed an auspicious site, Qin Mu mused to himself. While it lacked the precision of a field survey, it was unnecessary to be so meticulous in establishing a grave for Zhao Gao.
My lord, the 18th prince seeks an audience.
Just as Qin Mu pondered, a palace maid approached him. Very well, let him in, Qin Mu nodded, unperturbed.
Yes. The maid responded, turning to leave. Moments later, Hu Hai and Zhao Gao were ushered in by the maid. National master.
Upon seeing Qin Mu, Hu Hai hastily clasped his hands in greeting. Despite his profound suspicions towards Qin Mu, he dared not show any disrespect outwardly. His faction had recently faced turmoil, and he could not afford to offend Qin Mu further.
Sir. Zhao Gao, with a sycophantic demeanor, also approached to pay his respects.
However, the address he used caused Qin Mu to furrow his brow slightly. This fellow truly did not regard himself as an outsider. Forgive the interruption of your tranquil meditation, national master, Hu Hai remarked, casting a curious glance at Zhao Gao before returning his attention to Qin Mu.
Not at all, your highness, please take a seat, Qin Mu smiled, gesturing for Hu Hai to sit down.
What is the purpose of this, sir?
Zhao Gao inquired, his gaze drawn to the sand table,
his intuition stirring as he began to suspect that Qin Mu was selecting a site of auspicious fortune for him. Indeed, the previous events were merely coincidences. If Qin Mu truly wished him ill, why bestow such a benefit upon him? Qin Mu exchanged a knowing smile with Zhao Gao, an unspoken understanding passing between them. This smile filled Zhao Gao with exhilaration. However, the shared smiles between the two left Hu Hai with a multitude of questions.
Did the national master and his teacher share some profound secret? Was that why his teacher trusted Qin Mu so implicitly? Yet, this did little to quell Hu Hai's lingering doubts.
In a moment of contemplation, Hu Hai prepared to make a probing remark, esteemed Master Guisher. The talisman you graciously bestowed upon me during our last encounter has been prominently displayed in the grand hall of my residence.
However, to my bewilderment,
ever since it was hung, I have experienced an inexplicable chill, which is truly out of the ordinary.
Several renowned physicians have diagnosed my condition, yet none have succeeded in alleviating this affliction. Might you possess a remedy for my ailment?
Upon concluding his statement, Hu Hai fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Mu,
eager to discern his reaction. Chapter 38, Qin Mu, come, allow me to draw a talisman for you.
Worry not, although I am not a physician.
This minor ailment is quite simple to remedy. Qin Mu chuckled, summoning a eunuch to present pen, ink, and yellow paper. Observing this scene, Hu Hai's pupils constricted. Was he truly going to draw another talisman? Would this national master inadvertently bring about his demise? At this moment, Hu Hai felt a twinge of apprehension towards the talismans. Your Highness, since the master has spoken, there is no need for concern regarding this cold. Zhao Gao interjected, perceiving Hu Hai's unease. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Hai responded, in that case, I shall trouble the national master. With Zhao Gao's assurance, he felt he had little choice. Qin Mu, however, paid no heed to their exchange and began to inscribe the talisman: life, whisper, cry, benefit, dissolve. He swiftly penned the characters, starting with a head stroke, followed by a grass character, each side raised upward, inscribing it in the center, augmented by a vertical line, with 2 curves at the end, and 3 dots added to each of the 3 squares on either side. In mere moments, a talisman to dispel illness was completed. The effort seemed less taxing than before. Could it be that I have grown stronger? Qin Mu mused as he gazed at the talisman in his hand. He sensed that in his current state of vitality, he could produce 4 or 5 more such talismans, whereas the previous one nearly drained him of energy. Master? Zhao Gao inquired, noticing Qin Mu's silence as he fixated on the talisman. Please fetch a bowl of clear water. Qin Mu snapped back to reality, instructing a nearby palace maid. Yes. She responded promptly and hurried off. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a bowl of clear water. Qin Mu accepted the bowl and proceeded to dissolve the talisman within the liquid. Your Highness, upon consuming this talisman-infused water, your cold shall surely be cured. Qin Mu smiled, offering the bowl to Hu Hai. This talisman from the Taoist sect had long been lost to time. Qin Mu had learned it while traversing the martial world. Its full name was Talisman for Treating Children's Ailments. While this talisman would ordinarily hold no efficacy for Hu Hai, his cold was not a result of his own affliction, but rather due to the contamination of foul energies. Since all talismans designed to dispel illness possess the ability to cleanse impurities, this particular one would indeed be beneficial for Hu Hai. As long as the foul energy within him was expelled, his cold would dissipate. Gazing at the talisman water presented by Qin Mu, Hu Hai swallowed hard, hesitant to accept it. National Master, this is the talisman water for dispelling illness. Consume it, and it shall work wonders. Qin Mu placed the bowl before Hu Hai. Faced with the talisman water, Hu Hai understood this was a matter of trust. Whether he believed in Qin Mu hinged upon his willingness to drink it. Feeling somewhat resigned, Hu Hai realized he had come to test Qin Mu, only to find himself the subject of Qin Mu's scrutiny. Your Highness, it is time to take your medicine. Zhao Gao stepped forward, lifting the bowl of talisman water, encouraging Hu Hai to drink. With determination, Hu Hai bit his lip and decided to trust Zhao Gao. At the very least, he believed Zhao Gao would not harm him. Resolving his thoughts, Hu Hai took the bowl and gulped down the talisman water in one swift motion. As the talismanic water coursed through his body, Hu Hai suddenly felt a warm current meandering throughout. This comforting sensation captivated him, and in mere moments, his previously pallid lips regained their rosy hue, his vitality and spirit returning in full. Master Guosher! Hu Hai exclaimed in delight, glancing at Qin Mu. He was healed. Just a single bowl of talismanic water had miraculously alleviated his peculiar ailment. Was this Guosher not intent on harming him? Why then had the talisman from the estate earlier failed to work, even leading to his affliction? Could it be that the Guosher was practicing the ways of the Yin-Yang school? A flicker of understanding crossed Hu Hai's eyes as he began to grasp the situation. Within the Yin-Yang school, there were 2 esteemed masters, one of whom was the esteemed Jun of Cloud. When the Yin-Yang school first joined the Great Qin, the circumstances were vastly different from the present day. Take Su Fu, the Jun of Cloud, for instance. He was merely an elder of the Yin-Yang school back then. However, 7 years ago, when Ing Zhang suddenly fell ill with excruciating headaches, it was Su Fu who intervened, curing the ailment. Consequently, Su Fu was bestowed the title of Jun of Cloud by Ing Zhang. Yet Hu Hai was acutely aware that Ing Zhang's headaches were inextricably linked to the machinations of the Yin-Yang school. It could be said that they orchestrated the entire affair. They first induced Ing Zhang's suffering, leaving the court physicians helpless, only to then emerge as the saviors, thereby earning his favor. Most of the accolades bestowed upon the two masters of the yin-yang school, including the June of Cloud, came about in such a manner.
And now,
this Guosher had first given him a talisman, resulting in his ailment, and then intervened to rescue him, thus evoking his gratitude.
Indeed, it must be so. Why do these practitioners of the arcane delight in such ploys?
It seems his teacher had anticipated this all along. After all, the Guosher bore no enmity towards them, merely seeking to elevate his standing in their eyes. Hu Hai felt a wave of relief wash over him.
This was fortuitous news for them.
Qin Mu's actions indicated one crucial fact: they had successfully won him over. The capabilities of their esteemed master indeed matched the rumors.
Might I trouble you for a diagnosis, master? Zhao Gao interjected with a smile.
He too coveted a bowl of that talismanic water. Qin Mu glanced at Zhao Gao and shook his head. Alas, I cannot save you.
Zhao Gao's smile instantly froze. What do you mean? Cannot save me? Am I afflicted with a terminal illness?
Panic flickered in Zhao Gao's eyes, a terror of mortality taking hold.
Please, master, save me. Zhao Gao pleaded, falling to his knees.
Prior to this moment, he had not contemplated such dire possibilities.
He had rushed eagerly to the Chaohui Hall for the sake of that life-giving art,
never dreaming of his own demise. Now, Zhao Gao cared not for gathering fortunes or usurping power, he simply wished to survive.
Master Guosher, what is the meaning of this?
Hu Hai's previously calmed heart now raced anew.
Was Zhao Gao's affliction not the doing of the Guosher?
Zhao Gao could not perish. Their entire scheme relied upon his orchestrations. Once Zhao Gao meets his demise, all plans will instantaneously collapse, leaving Hu Hai in a precarious position.
I, a humble practitioner,
have never studied medicine and am unable to treat this ailment. Qin Mu shook his head.
Zhao Gao's gaze began to lose focus. Is there no hope? However,
while this method cannot eradicate the pain, it can preserve your life.
Yet, the excruciating agony shall remain, tormenting you each day.
Qin Mu glanced at the sand table,
hinting at his words.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao's eyes brightened once more.
It's all right, it's all right. I can endure, as long as I can survive.
As long as... Zhao Gao hastily began to speak, but, constrained by Hu Hai's presence, he left the last thought unvoiced.
In 6 days,
the grand ceremony at the Wei River will take place, and at that time, His Majesty will summon me to perform rites by the Wei River, Qin Mu stated. Zhao Gao instantly comprehended Qin Mu's implication. In 6 days, fortune would finally smile upon him. Chapter 39, drafting the list of deities beside him, Hu Hai was utterly perplexed,
struggling to comprehend the conversation unfolding between the two. Master, what do you mean?
Hu Hai inquired, casting a glance at Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao merely shook his head at Hu Hai, signaling that it was not the right moment to elaborate.
Judging by his demeanor,
he had already devised a plan to manipulate Hu Hai upon their return. Hu Hai, perceiving this, refrained from probing further. It was not that he held an abundance of faith in Zhao Gao, but rather that their fates were now intertwined. If one were to fall, the other would inevitably suffer as well.
It could be said that their fortunes were inextricably linked.
Therefore, Zhao Gao will proceed to the banks of the Wei River in 6 days, awaiting the good news from our esteemed teacher?
Zhao Gao addressed Qin Mu.
Previously, he might have accompanied them, but now, stripped of his official title, he found himself unable to leave the palace, let alone joining Zhang at the Wei River Hall.
Indeed, Qin Mu affirmed.
If your highness has no further matters, please return. I require solitude for my meditations. Qin Mu then turned to Hu Hai and issued a polite dismissal.
In that case, I shall not intrude upon the national teacher's tranquility. Should you find the time,
I would be honored to host you at my residence, Hu Hai promptly replied.
Excellent.
Qin Mu nodded in agreement, eliciting a satisfied smile from Hu Hai. It became clear to him why his teacher always returned from the Chaohui Hall with a smile. This national teacher was indeed amiable and provided practical assistance. Surely, his master had reaped numerous benefits within the Chaohui Hall. It would be a pity to eliminate such a valuable individual outright.
At that moment,
Hu Hai mirrored Zhao Gao's earlier sentiments, both keen on preserving Qin Mu's life. Contemplating this, Hu Hai rose and departed with Zhao Gao towards the palace exit.
Zhao Gao,
however, was reluctant to leave so soon, yet, due to the presence of Hu Hai, he could not divulge certain matters. Reluctantly, he followed Hu Hai out. As he watched the two retreating figures, a cold smile crept across Qin Mu's lips. That slight chill would not claim Hu Hai's life. It would be far more beneficial to reveal a glimpse of his capabilities and utilize him more effectively. Moreover, Hu Hai had swiftly steered the conversation towards the talismans in his residence, clearly harboring suspicions. It was careless, after all. He was not well versed in these arts and needed to learn more. Reflecting on this, Qin Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. This combination of feng shui and talismans could silently bring about one's demise. However, it must not be too conspicuous. If an incident were to occur immediately after the talismans arrived home, anyone would certainly speculate. Having learned from this experience, Qin Mu resolved to be thoroughly prepared for his next covert endeavor. One approach would be to take it slow, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, allowing the target to realize too late what was transpiring. Alternatively, he could employ another's hand to execute his machinations, utilizing the principles of yin and yang to seal their fate. This ultimately proved advantageous for Qin Mu, as he contemplated future schemes, when it came to eliminating adversaries. He was certain of his methods. Moreover, he had already identified a suitable pawn for his designs. If he were to target those ministers, who could be more fitting than Zheng Gu himself? By using Zheng Gu to bestow those talismans and shifts in feng shui onto others, he could orchestrate their downfall effortlessly. After all, who would dare discard a gift from the emperor? Would you dare to alter the feng shui arrangement personally selected by the first emperor? Even if you sense something amiss, what can you truly do? Shaking his head, Qin Mu chose to momentarily set aside such thoughts and instead called for paper and ink. There were numerous pressing matters that required his attention. He could not afford to squander excessive time on Hu Hai and his associates. It was time to meticulously devise some official seals. Qin Mu mused aloud as he grasped the brush. Although he had acquired the golden armored divine official seal, who could ever deem such a treasure excessive? Moreover, the position of golden armored divine official was merely a 9th rank official, hardly sufficient to satisfy someone of his ambition. He intended to broaden Ing Zheng's horizons. Contemplating this, Qin Mu dipped his brush and inscribed the 3 characters Feng Shen Bang onto the paper. Indeed, he wished to present the list of deities to Zheng Gu. At present, this divine list would serve as an excellent template for Zheng Gu to create official seals. The recorded 36 deities were readily available as references. He did not expect Zheng Gu to bestow upon him a title such as the Emperor of the 5 Peaks. Even a divine general would suffice. However, he pondered whether the national fortune of the Qin could sustain such lofty divine offices. After all, while the Qin had unified the realm, its territory was not particularly vast. Thus, it seemed that in order to forge more formidable official seals in the future, the Qin would need to expand its borders and elevate its national fortune. Rubbing his head, Qin Mu recognized the multitude of tasks ahead. Glancing at the brush in his hand, he sighed and resolved to draft the divine list first. Although he had perused the Feng Shen Bang, it was impossible for him to reproduce it from memory. Besides the overarching narrative, who could recall the intricate details? Moreover, he could not remember the exact textual descriptions contained within it. Therefore, he chose to create an alternate version, revising all the elements while retaining the essence of the divine list and the associated divine positions. He merely sought to inspire Zheng Gu, not to transcribe it verbatim. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Mu finally completed the revisions to the divine list within the Chaohui Hall. He estimated that the original divine list contained at least 600,000 to 700,000 words, while his own version barely reached 30,000. Ahem. Simply listing the divine positions and offices would suffice. Qin Mu cleared his throat. If he were to compose hundreds of thousands of words, it would take an eternity, at least a month, to accomplish. Such an effort was utterly unnecessary, as it was not intended for Zheng Ji's amusement. Organizing the manuscript, Qin Mu summoned a eunuch. Take this to His Majesty and ensure he reads it thoroughly, he instructed. The eunuch complied, taking the manuscript and departing. Now it was up to Zheng Gu to demonstrate his comprehension. He must not merely copy it. Qin Mu mused to himself as he gazed in the direction of the Qilin Hall. He offered this divine list merely as a reference. If Ing Zheng were to create official seals based on the 36 deities, it would be utterly futile. Setting aside the fact that the national fortune of the Qin might not support it, such an endeavor would directly involve Qin Mu himself. Moreover, officials could not directly engage in the creation of seals and rewards, lest they forfeit the recognition of national fortune. He had already communicated with Zheng Gu about this. Given Zhang Ji's intellect, he should not act recklessly, Qin Mu thought quietly to himself. Such considerations were unavoidable. The official seal is intrinsically linked to his prowess. With his meager abilities, should he lose the seal, he would inevitably stumble in the turbulent currents of the Great Qin. The efficacy of those talismans is woefully limited. He is incapable of crafting potent ones, and the weaker talismans yield scant benefit. For the time being, his only reliance rests upon this official seal. Moreover, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the practitioners of yin-yang have been scheming during these days. Those enigmatic and eccentric individuals are not to be underestimated. Strangely, the practitioners of yin-yang have remained surprisingly quiet. One would expect them to have approached him for discourse by now. Yet, there has been not a whisper of their presence. Chapter 40. Attempting to summon the earth deity seated upon a chair, Qin Mu drummed his fingers against the table. The practitioners of yin-yang, unlike Zhao Gao and his ilk, may not wield the same power or status as Hu Hai or Zhao Gao, yet their cunning surpassed that of their contemporaries. The shadow guards proved to be of little use. From his bosom, Qin Mu retrieved the token of the shadow guards, a gift from Zhang Han, intended to assist him in monitoring the movements of the yin-yang practitioners. However, those individuals were far beyond the surveillance capabilities of the shadow guards. He would have to rely on his own abilities. Regrettably, within the repertoire of skills he had acquired, there was naught that pertained to the art of observation. Perhaps, should he attempt to summon the earth deity? Qin Mu's eyes glimmered as he murmured to himself. The earth deity, often a mere background figure in various mythologies, was frequently summoned by influential figures to inquire, gather intelligence, or perform errands. However, regardless of their humble portrayal, they were still deities endowed with divine authority. Qin Mu was uncertain whether he would be required to pay homage upon summoning such a being. After all, in terms of rank, his golden armored deity was not necessarily superior to that of the earth. This uncertainty lingered in his mind. He shook his head, pondering the authenticity of the mystical arts and treasures he had encountered since his transmigration. Yet, who could ascertain the existence of the myriad deities that filled the heavens? Nevertheless, it presented an opportunity to test the waters and ascertain whether this world indeed harbored divine beings, as this was crucial to determining the path that lay ahead for him. Lost in contemplation, Qin Mu rose and made his way to the central hall of the Chaohui Palace, dismissing all eunuchs and palace maids in his vicinity. It remained uncertain whether the earth deity could be summoned through the incantation he contemplated. Casting his gaze upon the ground, he spoke softly to himself before forming a series of hand seals and commencing the chant, Primordial Tranquility, proclaiming to all spirits, the true official of the mountains and rivers. Earth deity, I beseech you, from the left the society, from the right the harvest, do not be rashly disturbed, return to the righteous path. Clear both the inner and outer realms, each in their rightful positions, prepared to guard the altar, by the decree of the highest, seek out malevolent spirits. Protect the Dharma King, safeguard the recitation, and return to the great way, auspicious and beneficial. This was one of the 8 great incantations of Taoism, the earth deity incantation, frequently employed by the Maoshan sect, though his Taoist sect did not engage in such practices. As Qin Mu's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. After a prolonged moment, still, there was no sign of response. Is it ineffective? Or perhaps my rank is insufficient, rendering me unworthy of witnessing the earth deity? Qin Mu mused aloud, unsure of the possibilities. It was conceivable that this world lacked celestial beings, or perhaps the 8 great incantations were of little efficacy. Of course, it was also possible that he, Qin Mu, was simply unworthy. According to the Maoshan sect, summoning the earth deity seemed to require a rank of 6 or 7. Would he try again in the future? Qin Mu speculated inwardly. Alternatively, might he seek out Zhang Gu to explore the method of bestowing talismans? He had heard that the initial bestowal required a divine rank of 6 or 7. Alas! It seemed implausible unless Zhang Gu were to join the Taoist sect and cultivate for a period. Qin Mu stroked his chin in contemplation. The method of bestowing talismans was not dissimilar to the imperial seal, however, this bestowal was unique to Daoists, conferred by the Daoist sect rather than by a dynasty. This issuance of talismans bears little distinction from the seals of the appointed officials bestowed by the dynasty. The notable difference lies in the fact that the practitioners receiving these talismans are not bound by the constraints of the dynasty, yet they still possess ranks. Conversely, the official seals of the dynasty necessitate one to serve within the court, adhering to its commands. For instance, within the Zhengyi school and the Maoshan sect, most practitioners are conferred their talismans within their sects rather than seeking official titles from the dynasty. Naturally, the leaders of these sects, such as the celestial master of the Zhengyi school and the head of the Maoshan sect, are required to obtain official seals from the dynasty, for otherwise, their legitimacy remains in question. While the practitioners of these sects may remain outside the court's bureaucratic system, it is unacceptable for their leaders to do the same and issue talismans independently. The Zhengyi school and the Maoshan sect adhere to a time-honored system of talisman issuance. According to the regulations of the Celestial Altar's Jade Standards, there are 5 levels of talisman issuance. 1. Initial issuance, the conferral of the Taisheng Sanhua Dugong Jing talisman, abbreviated as Dugong talisman, which requires proficiency in the morning and evening rituals and recitation of the Dao De Jing and Du Rin Jing, corresponding to the 6th and 7th ranks. 2. Second issuance, the elevation to the Taisheng Jingyi Mengwei Jing talisman, abbreviated as Mengwei talisman, necessitating mastery of the Jingyi scriptures, corresponding to the 4th and 5th ranks. 3. Third issuance, the granting of the Shangqing Sandong Wulei Jing talisman, abbreviated as Wulei talisman, requiring understanding of the Shangqing Jing, corresponding to the 3rd rank. For fourth issuance, the promotion to the Shangqing Sandong Jing talisman, abbreviated as Sandong Wulei talisman, which requires expertise in the Sandong Jing, corresponding to the 2nd rank. 5. Fifth issuance, the ascension to the Shangqing Digdong Jing talisman, abbreviated as Shangqing talisman, which requires comprehensive knowledge of the scriptures, corresponding to the 1st rank, typically conferred only upon the celestial master and not distributed externally. According to the regulations for talisman issuance, one may apply for elevation 3 years after the initial issuance, 8 years later, one may apply for further advancement, and 12 years hence, one may seek additional promotion. In essence, should one aspire to ascend to the 1st rank and receive the Shangqing talisman, even an exceptionally rapid ascent would span approximately 20 years. However, the advantage lies in the fact that each issuance represents a substantial qualitative leap, with even exemplary performance during the initial issuance potentially granting one an immediate 6th rank status. Yet, Qin Mu now finds himself with a golden armored divine official seal, a title that sounds impressive but is, in fact, nearly a 9th rank. This represents a full 3 ranks lower. If he is unable to procure a magical seal, he may need to delve into the study of talismans instead. Frankly, the issuance of talismans seems to him a hybrid of the magical seals and the official seals. It appears to him that the scarcity of magical seals, coupled with the reluctance of many to serve in the court, has led to the establishment of this system of talisman issuance. After all, there are only 188 official magical seals, yet how many individuals exist within the various sects of the Tao? Moreover, not all of these seals are widely circulated. Qin Mu is unaware of who has compiled the count of these 188 seals, yet in reality, no more than 20 are truly in circulation. Who can claim a share of these? Should the Buddhists nearby become aware, they might assume the Daoist sects are in dire straits. Additionally, there exists the matter of status. For example, a highly esteemed Daoist within a sect may be unwilling to serve in the court, while his disciple might choose to do so. How is it that his master must bow to his disciple when they meet in public? After all, the disciple holds a position of rank and authority. Thus, the granting of the talisman came into play. Upon receiving this talisman, one acquires rank without the necessity of entering the court as an official, simultaneously obtaining powers akin to those of a divine seal. Of course, this is merely Qin Mu's fanciful musings, detached from reality. He returned to his study, tapping on the table as he pondered. He found himself at a loss regarding the divine seal, yet he had a glimmer of hope concerning the granting of the talisman. Therefore, if he truly could not grasp the divine seal, he would have to settle for the lesser pursuit of a general talisman as a temporary measure. Naturally, this would be limited to a supplementary practice. A primary focus was out of the question, especially with his brother Zhang at hand. It would be illogical to forsake his position within the dynasty to seek a talisman career. The requirements for such a grant are exceedingly stringent, typically demanding 20 years for normal advancement. This does not even account for the time he would need to manage the process. Thus, he could only pursue supplementary practices, not primary ones. Chapter 41, Summoning the Writing Spirit for a Trial Wait. A sudden spark ignited in Qin Mu's eyes. To find someone to bestow a talisman upon him, he must first cultivate an official to perform the rite. However, he could also grant talismans to others. Was this not akin to establishing his own faction? What if he were to bestow a talisman upon Zheng Gu? Zheng Gu would then grant him an official position, aiding his cultivation and advancement. Should Qin Mu ascend, he could reciprocate by bestowing a talisman upon Zheng Gu. What is this called? This is termed mutual benefit and binding interests. Thus, he and Ying Zhang would be tightly intertwined, akin to grasshoppers on the same string. There would be no future conflicts. Despite Zhang Ji's current polite demeanor towards him, marked by respect and admiration, without enduring mutual interests, what motivation would there be for him to continually bestow rewards and official seals upon Qin Mu? Presently, Zhang Ji's efforts were fervent, but that was merely because Qin Mu had recently succeeded in extending his life. This plan was feasible. Yet the Tao Te Ching posed a bit of a challenge. Qin Mu sighed, feeling a twinge of headache. The initial requirement for bestowing a talisman was to be well versed in the morning and evening sutras, and to recite the Tao Te Ching and the Sutra of Guiding Others. During his time as a child disciple at the Taoist sect, he had read these texts daily. Memorizing them posed no difficulty. Yet, he was somewhat at a loss. Just as Qin Mu pondered, the young eunuch he had previously dispatched to deliver the divine decree to Zheng Gu returned. "Your Excellency, the national teacher." The young eunuch softly called from outside the study. "Come in," Qin Mu replied, drawing his thoughts back. The young eunuch hurriedly entered. "Were the items delivered?" Qin Mu inquired. "Reporting to the national teacher, they have been delivered, but what?" Qin Mu raised his gaze towards the eunuch. His Majesty said that he cannot comprehend your writing. The young eunuch answered. "Cannot comprehend?" Qin Mu was taken aback, but quickly realized the implication. Goodness! The first emperor does not recognize simplified characters. In the present-day Qin, they employ the Qin seal script, which he too cannot decipher, let alone write. Has Qin Mu become illiterate? Would he not need to teach Zheng Gu how to read? The mere thought of it gave him a headache. It was utterly impossible to have him learn the Qin seal script. However, if Zheng Gu were to learn simplified characters, Qin Mu lacked the energy to teach him as well. What should be done? There was no magical technique to expedite literacy. After dismissing the young eunuch, Qin Mu descended into deep contemplation. This posed a significant dilemma. It was not merely the issue of Zheng Ji's inability to understand the divine decree. The bestowal of talismans would also become problematic. Even if he memorized the Tao Te Ching, if Zheng Gu could not comprehend it, what use was there in bestowing a talisman? While it was feasible to have someone else write it down for him to read, it would be somewhat cumbersome. Certain matters must remain confidential. Could he have Zheng Gu listen and then write it down? Once or twice might suffice, but it could not be a recurring arrangement. How would Zheng Gu perceive him? A dignified sage, yet illiterate? With a hint of frustration, Qin Mu shook his head, unable to fathom that he would be stymied by the very act of reading. While he could manage to decipher some characters of the Qin script with a combination of deduction and guesswork, writing them was an entirely different matter. It was not that he lacked the ability to write, rather, his efficiency was woefully inadequate. The Tao Te Ching, with its mere 5,000 characters, was not an overwhelming task. If he were to transcribe it from memory, he could accomplish that in about an hour. However, should he attempt to write it in Qin script, who could say when he would finish? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Mu's eyes. This world possessed souls, as evidenced by Zhao Gao, which implied that ghosts must also exist, right? He mused to himself that while he might struggle to write, perhaps he could devise a method to summon a ghost to do it for him. Surely, some spirits in this era must have some familiarity with Qin script. There were numerous techniques for such endeavors: spirit summoning, soul binding, and even the 5 ghosts transporting method. However, Qin Mu's expression darkened once more.
Such sorcery was not simply a matter of setting up an altar and following a ritualistic process, they required genuine cultivation.
Last-minute efforts would yield no results. Wait. Perhaps a more unruly ghost would suffice, he pondered.
The aforementioned techniques conjured obedient spirits, yet a disobedient one would be much easier to manage.
Worst-case scenario.
He could initiate physical education. The concern lay in attracting a ghost that could not read. He stroked his chin thoughtfully.
In the current Qin Dynasty, literacy was exceedingly rare. It was far from the compulsory education of later generations.
To illustrate, in the city of Xianyang, if one were to toss a brick into the street, it would likely strike 10 individuals, 9 of whom would be illiterate.
What if he summoned a spirit medium instead? That entity seemed to possess literacy. Qin Mu's eyes brightened.
The reputation of spirit mediums in later times was quite formidable. They had nearly been overused to the point of absurdity. To the extent that he felt somewhat detached even contemplating the idea. Yet, he was certain of one thing: this medium should indeed be literate.
Furthermore,
it was remarkably easy to summon, making it perfectly suited to assist him in transcribing his writings. The practice of summoning a spirit medium was essentially a rudimentary form of spirit communication. The Taoist school also had similar techniques, referred to as fuqi, also known as jiangqi.
Fuqin, Taidan, Fuwan, Huilwan, and Jiangbi.
Despite their varied names and descriptions, their actual effects were the same. Although the spirit medium and fuqi differed in nomenclature, they were fundamentally the same, both serving as introductory forms of spirit communication.
Even ordinary individuals had a chance of successful spirit summoning if they followed the prescribed process. However,
fuqi was a niche practice seldom employed for deception, thus Qin Mu had only glanced at it, failing to commit it to memory.
Conversely,
he was well versed in the detailed steps of summoning a spirit medium due to various reasons, even knowing several classification methods.
It seemed that a minimum of 2 individuals were required for this endeavor. Perhaps he could enlist Zheng Han to give it a try?
Qin Mu contemplated.
One must find a capable assistant for this task. There exist countless versions of the spirit summoning ritual.
Yet it is known to Qin Mu that it requires the collaboration of 2 individuals. Summon General Zheng Han to the palace for a discussion. Qin Mu commanded directly. Zheng Han had proven to be quite competent in this role, having had prior experience. He was adept at serving as an assistant.
Yes, came the eunuch's response from outside,
followed swiftly by his departure to seek out Zheng Han. I must also prepare additional items to ensure we can manage the spirit once it is summoned.
Qin Mu placed his golden armored divine officer seal upon the table. With this seal in his possession,
he could at least guarantee the safety of both himself and Zheng Han. Subsequently, Qin Mu produced several sheets of yellow paper and began to draw talismans.
There were numerous talismans for subduing malevolent spirits, though he regrettably had not learned many.
He laid the yellow paper upon the table,
recalling the talismans used to suppress evil entities within the Taoist sect.
Chapter 42, Invoking the Pen Spirit with the assistance of the toolman Zheng Han. In this modern age, the realm of talismans is divided into 2 distinct schools.
One adheres to tradition, encompassing talismans such as the Divine Strength Talisman and the Spring Revitalization Talisman, which have been passed down through the ages.
The other school has evolved with the changing times, producing innovative talismans that cater to the contemporary market. It is this innovative faction that Qin Mu has studied the most, as it is essential for his livelihood. Representative talismans of this school include the Promotion and Salary Increase Talisman, the Love Rival Exorcism Talisman, and the 5 Directions Benefactor Talisman.
Most seekers of talismans nowadays are inclined towards these modern innovations, who would even consider the Divine Strength Talisman.
Among the traditional talismans, only the Peace Talisman sees significant sales.
In this day and age, the value of a talisman is gauged by its popularity rather than its name. Consequently, Qin Mu has not acquired many exorcising talismans.
After a quarter of an hour, Qin Mu recalled a talisman known as the Talisman to Pacify All Malefic Spirits.
From its name, it is apparent that it occupies a space between the innovative and the traditional. Its emergence occurred at an opportune moment.
And its function is clear: whenever a household is disturbed or haunted by spirits,
this talisman serves to pacify them, and its effectiveness is unquestionable. He pondered how many he could draw. Qin Mu mused to himself as he recalled the incantation for the talisman. He arranged the table before him like a ritual altar and proceeded to burn the brush in his hands. Heaven has its celestial generals, and earth has its earthly spirits. Impartial and fair, they sever malevolence and dispel evil, alleviating troubles and ensuring safety. As if the wrath of the gods, they shall turn to dust. Qin Mu recited the incantation for the exorcising talisman. Unlike other incantations, he chanted this one 3 times before he began to draw. First, he painted 2 dots on the left, their tails rising like a bird in flight, followed by 2 smaller dots in front, and a larger dot in the center. With 2 vertical lines on the left. To the right, he drew another dot, and then circled from the center to the left. A dot with a stroke in the lower left, and a vertical line with a hook on the right, inscribed with 2 characters of E. Accompanied by a dot and a lift next to the hook. By the time Qin Mu finished, beads of sweat had accumulated on his forehead. How exactly are the grades of these talismans determined? He wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered to himself. Within the Taoist sect, there is no clear classification for talismans. Aside from the 8 grade incantations, the rest are devoid of any grading. After all, most practitioners are focused on studying innovative talismans. Drawing a love rival exorcism talisman today and a promotion and salary increase talisman tomorrow. Who has the inclination to establish a grading system? After all, traditional talismans do not yield profit. It seems I must find time to devise a grading system. Qin Mu mused inwardly while extracting vermilion powder. In truth, the classification could be straightforward, based purely on the consumption of essence and spirit during the drawing process. However, he would need to experiment with each talisman individually. A task not to be accomplished in haste. As he contemplated, Qin Mu's hands continued to move, using the vermilion to inscribe the seal of the Taoist sect. Thus, the talisman to pacify all malefic spirits was completed. It should prove useful, he thought to himself as he examined the talisman in his hand. From the perspective of essence and spirit consumption, this talisman requires slightly more than the talisman of unfavorable fortune. Given Qin Mu's current abilities, he could manage to draw only this one. Nevertheless, with the golden armored deity seal at his disposal, he at least faced no mortal danger. Qin Mu glanced at the official seal on the table. It was indeed his source of confidence. Even if this talisman fails to summon the spirit of the pen, at least I can rely on this official seal for my safety. Though the golden armored god official seal is merely of the 9th rank, it is nonetheless connected to the destiny of the great Qin. How could mere malevolent entities dare to disregard it? Master of the National Affairs, General Zhang Han has arrived. Came the voice of a young eunuch from outside the study. Bring him in. Qin Mu instructed, placing the talisman on the table. Yes. The eunuch replied promptly. Soon ushering in General Zhang Han. Master of the National Affairs. Zhang Han saluted respectfully. I have invited you here, General, to request your assistance. Qin Mu said with a smile, turning his gaze to Zhang Han. Please, speak, Master of the National Affairs. Whatever can be done, I shall exert my utmost effort. Zhang Han responded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with opportunity. There is no need for excessive thought, General, it is merely a small favor I wish to ask. Qin Mu reassured him with a smile. Command me, Master. Zhang Han replied swiftly. Under ordinary circumstances, as the commander of the Shadow Guards directly under Ying Zhang, he would never show such deference to anyone. Moreover, aside from Ying Zhang, no one else could give him orders. However, Zhang Han had witnessed Qin Mu's capabilities and understood that failing to cultivate a good relationship might lead to unforeseen torment in the future. The living example of Zhao Gao served as a stark reminder. Qin Mu chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he called out, Bring me some rice paper. Yes. The waiting eunuch outside promptly acknowledged and hurried to fetch the paper. Do not stand on ceremony, General. Please take a seat. Qin Mu said, gesturing to Zhang Han with a smile. Thank you for your gracious invitation, Master. Zhang Han replied, sitting down with a hint of formality. Since acquiring Zhao Gao's straw effigy, Zhang Han felt particularly constrained in Qin Mu's presence. Observing this, Qin Mu merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to comment further. After a quarter of an hour, the young eunuch returned with several sheets of rice paper, placing them on the table.
What does the master intend with this paper? Zhang Han inquired, glancing at the sheets with curiosity.
Without answering, Qin Mu placed the paper before him, recalling the method to summon the spirit of the pen. This form of spirit communication was remarkably simple and required no elaborate rituals, it merely demanded the recitation of specific incantations.
To summon the spirit, one must first prepare a writing instrument. Although Qin Mu lacked a pencil, a brush would suffice. He laid a larger piece of white paper horizontally and inscribed the characters Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Chang at the center top. This step delineated the realm of the summoned spirits. As there were no such dynasties in the present Great Qin, Qin Mu instead wrote Yan, Shi, Shu, Zhao, Wei, and Han, the 6 states vanquished by the Great Qin. After a moment's thought, Qin Mu furrowed his brow, crumpling the paper before retrieving another sheet. This time,
he refrained from inscribing the names of the 6 states, instead writing solely the character for Qin. The spirit he summoned must be familiar with Qin seal script.
Summoning spirits from other nations would serve no purpose.
Thus, he inscribed only the character for Qin. Then, on the left side of the upper half of the paper, he vertically wrote, yes, no. Divide the lower half of the paper into 2 sections, writing numbers in the upper portion in a conventional order. The quantity dictated by the questions at hand. In the lower section, inscribe the 26 uppercase letters, representing the phonetic sounds. The pen spirit will respond based on these symbols. However, Qin Mu refrained from writing, for he had no inquiries to pose. His sole intention was to summon a pen spirit to serve as a laborer.
At this moment,
the blank paper bore only 3 characters, at the top, Qin, and to the left, the words yes and no. Once this was accomplished, it was time to invoke the pen spirit, a step of utmost significance. 2 individuals must intertwine their hands,
securing the pen between them, with the backs of their hands facing inward and palms outward, positioning it upright on the paper. Neither individual should apply force to the pen.
It is sufficient to ensure it remains upright, with neither elbow nor forearm resting on the table, allowing their hands to hang freely. Then, the person holding the pen should recite, in the past life, I am your present life.
If you wish to continue our connection,
please draw a circle on the paper. This incantation struck Qin Mu as somewhat embarrassing, prompting him to assign the task of holding the pen to Zhang Han. Chapter 43, Offending the National Master Invites Misfortune. Contemplating the potential repercussions, Qin Mu turned to the bewildered Zhang Han and said, General, please come closer.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Han promptly rose and approached Qin Mu. To be candid, General, I seek your assistance in summoning a spirit.
This method requires 2 individuals, thus I must trouble you, Qin Mu stated with a smile. Zhang Han stood momentarily stunned, the amiable smile on Qin Mu's face now appeared ominously sinister to him.
Master, you mean a ghost? Zhang Han's body tensed instinctively.
Despite being a formidable martial master, the notion of encountering a legendary specter unsettled him. There is no need for fear, General. I shall ensure your safety, Qin Mu quickly reassured him.
Then,
I shall assist you, Master.
After a brief hesitation, Zhang Han acquiesced. After all, it was merely a ghost. As a martial arts master, he should not be dispatched in an instant, right? Please, General.
Qin Mu gestured, placing a brush before Zhang Han. Hold the brush with your right hand and clasp my hand with your left.
Following Qin Mu's instruction,
Zhang Han gripped the brush with his right hand and extended his left to shake Qin Mu's hand. Then, Qin Mu took the brush with his left hand, and together they hovered the brush in mid-air, poised over the center of the rice paper.
Now, recite the incantation.
Qin Mu imparted the chant to Zhang Han, who would not utter it himself. It was up to Zhang Han to vocalize it. Zhang Han opened his mouth several times, yet no words emerged.
Was this truly an incantation?
He had previously heard Qin Mu chant, but this was entirely different. Under Qin Mu's watchful gaze, after a quarter of an hour, Zhang Han finally stammered out, in a past life, I am your present life. If you wish to renew our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. Once Zhang Han completed the incantation, Qin Mu became instantly vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings.
After all,
This was his first attempt at spirit summoning, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. However, after a considerable pause, there was still no sign of any activity. The two men remained, hand in hand, pens poised, staring blankly in the center of the room. Master? Zheng Han glanced at Qin Mu, bewildered by the situation. Strange, is it not working? Qin Mu mused, furrowing his brow. Was it the method of summoning the spirit that was flawed? Or perhaps this world lacked ghosts altogether? Qin Mu sighed internally. The path of the pioneer is indeed arduous, everything must be discovered through personal exploration and experimentation. For instance, the absence of the spirit left him unsure whether the method was incorrect or if ghosts simply did not exist. Master? Zheng Han's voice sounded again. Qin Mu's silence caused a chill to creep into Zheng Han's heart. Could it be that the master had been possessed by a ghost? Startled by the call, Qin Mu returned his gaze to Zheng Han. Perhaps it was Zheng Han's presence causing this? Qin Mu scrutinized Zheng Han, contemplating yet another possibility. A martial artist cultivates both their inner vitality and outer physique. Without further ado, a martial artist at the Golden Body realm possesses an extraordinarily robust vitality that renders them immune to all ailments. Not to mention the esteemed Master Zheng Han. The life force coursing through him is akin to the blazing sun within a furnace, making it impossible for ordinary malevolent spirits to approach. Perhaps it is precisely because Master Zhang is present that the attempt has failed. This leads me to ponder, perhaps the specters summoned by the spirit writing are not formidable at all. Qin Mu mused privately. If his conjecture holds true, and the mere presence of Zheng Han's vitality dissuades them from revealing themselves, then all his prior preparations were entirely unnecessary. Nonetheless, while this outcome was unexpected, it remains within the realm of reason. After all, summoning spirits through writing is merely an introductory form of divination, easily performed by any average individual. Especially in later generations, when young girls would often gather to engage in such playful rituals. The spirits invoked in this manner are naturally unlikely to possess great strength. Begone, malevolent being! How dare you occupy the body of our esteemed national master of the great Qin? Depart at once, or I shall not hesitate to show you my displeasure. Just as Qin Mu was lost in thought, a thunderous voice erupted, startling him from his reverie. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Master Zheng Han. His eyes wide with fury, his vital energy reaching its zenith. The study was akin to a furnace, stiflingly hot. Zheng Han's right hand had relinquished the brush in favor of a clenched fist, while his left hand gripped Qin Mu's wrist tightly, as if fearing he might flee. The gathered energy coalesced, and an otherworldly beastly illusion began to manifest with Zheng Han's outstretched hand. Through the force of his energy, he conjured a vivid shape. This was the mark of a master, capable of invoking a transformation in the heavens and eliciting myriad phenomena. General, there is no need for alarm, I assure you. I am quite well. Qin Mu quickly interjected upon witnessing this display. Goodness, this martial arts master is indeed formidable. With such an imposing presence, Qin Mu estimated that he would need to attain at least the rank of a 6th-tier deity to stand a chance against him. Of course, if it were a matter of employing sinister tactics, he could easily vanquish the master at present. After all, Zhao Gao was a living testament to that. National Master. Are you unharmed? Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Zheng Han's aura dissipated instantly, and he promptly released his hold on Qin Mu's wrist. Forgive my intrusion, National Master. Zheng Han was merely concerned that you had been possessed by a malevolent spirit, and thus acted out of line. I hope for your understanding. Zheng Han bowed his head in apology. It is of no consequence, I understand your intentions, General, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head, unfazed by the incident. However, it was clear that the summoning of spirits could not continue in this study. Although Zheng Han had relaxed his aura, the earlier surge of life force had enveloped the entire room, and the residual energy would not dissipate quickly. General, do you know of any particularly cold and eerie places within the palace? Qin Mu inquired, casting a glance at Zheng Han. Well, if we speak of coldness, there is only the cold palace. Zheng Han hesitated before responding. The cold palace of the Great Qin is devoid of any living creatures, having been abandoned for countless years. Ying Zheng exhibited little interest in the 3,000 beauties of the harem. He devoted most of his time to the affairs of the Great Qin. He never cast any concubines into the cold palace, so it is likely that no one has entered there for 30 or 40 years. It is a truly desolate place. The cold palace. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This could indeed be a most advantageous location. The desolate cold palace is a remote place seldom trodden by human feet, possessing the most unfavorable feng shui within the entire royal estate. The concubines cast into this forsaken realm are predominantly filled with resentment. Even in death, they are condemned to rest within its confines. This indeed sounds like a place steeped in malevolent energy. I beseech you to lead the way, General. Qin Mu gestured invitingly. Upon arriving at the cold palace, if Zhang Han could temper his vital energy and harmonize with the palace's ominous atmosphere, success should be within reach. Of course, this is predicated on the actual existence of spirits in this world, otherwise, it would amount to a futile endeavor. This. National Master, please accompany me. Zhang Han hesitated briefly, then sighed in acquiescence. With Qin Mu's words already spoken, how could he possibly refuse? Though he yearned to decline, he dared not, fearing that Qin Mu might harbor a grudge and send a petty spirit to vex him daily. Chapter 44, The Existence of Spirits and Monsters with a sigh. Zhang Han took the Xian paper and brush from the table and stepped out of the study. Qin Mu carefully stored the golden armored divine officer seal and took the talisman against evil before following closely behind. Along the way, Zhang Han led the way in silence, offering no further inquiries. He was well versed in the nuances of such matters, aware of what questions were inappropriate and which were permissible. Years of service beside Zheng Ge had made him acutely conscious of these protocols. Meanwhile, Qin Mu remained lost in thought. The recent outburst from Zhang Han ringing alarm bells in his mind. He realized that his rapid enhancement in strength was insufficient. The golden armored divine officer seal would stand no chance against those martial arts masters. A sense of unease gripped him. From the formidable aura that Zhang Han had just displayed, it was clear that the seal was far from adequate for the challenges ahead. Moreover, as far as he knew, there were at least 8 individuals within the Yin-Yang school whose prowess matched that of Zhang Han. The 5 elders of the Yin-Yang school were certainly martial arts masters. And the 2 protectors, Moon Goddess and Star Soul, who had once served as the Grand Master of the Qin Empire, possessed capabilities that transcended mere mastery of martial arts. Then there was the leader of the Yin-Yang school, Dong Huang Tai, a seasoned figure whose strength might even surpass that of the Supreme Masters. He had previously underestimated the Yin-Yang school. Qin Mu inhaled deeply, reminding himself not to underestimate this group of martial practitioners simply because he had embarked on the path of cultivation. In the past, he had disregarded the Yin-Yang school due to his focus on cultivation, but upon reflection, it was evident that their power ranked among the top 3 forces in the vast realm of the Great Qin Empire. This was a conservative estimate. The Yin-Yang school could not be taken lightly. At least until he received the 6th grade official title, he must exercise caution regarding the Yin-Yang school. He needed to hasten his foundation establishment technique, empowered by the fortune of the empire. It should not take more than 100 days, he mused. In his sect, the myriad of spells could only be cultivated after successfully establishing his foundation. Until he achieved this or received the 6th grade title, he must remain discreet. As Qin Mu pondered, Zhang Han halted abruptly. Your Excellency, upon crossing this palace gate, you shall enter the cold palace, he remarked. It has been over 20 years since anyone has set foot here. Zhang Han gazed at the slightly dilapidated gate, expressing his sentiments. The cold palace was a place shunned by the palace denizens, especially the concubines. Unless absolutely necessary, even the eunuchs and maidens avoided passing through, let alone entering. Those concubines cast into the cold palace rarely survived, and if they perished within, only the loyal maidens would bury them. Otherwise, they were discarded in a corner without a second thought. No one cared about the plight of those within the cold palace. Why lament such matters, General? Qin Mu chuckled, taking the lead and stepping inside. He was uninterested in the state of the cold palace, he was solely focused on its eerie atmosphere. Observing this, Zhang Han refrained from further discussion and promptly followed Qin Mu into the foreboding space. Upon entering the desolate cold palace, Qin Mu found himself devoid of the inclination to appreciate the surrounding dilapidation. He led Zhang Han to a gazebo overrun with weeds. Let us settle here, Qin Mu observed, nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the area. Upon hearing this, Zheng Han promptly placed the paper he held onto the stone table within the gazebo. General, your robust vitality may deter malevolent spirits, thus I kindly ask that you temper your energy, Qin Mu remarked, casting a glance at Zheng Han. Understood. Zheng Han nodded in acknowledgement. The two then proceeded with their ritual as before. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the brush they held to tremble. Subsequently, it traced an imperfect circle upon the paper. Master, you. Zheng Han stared at Qin Mu, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He hadn't moved. Was it the master who had conjured this circle? Suddenly, Zheng Han recalled the incantation he had recited, draw a circle. This was. It has succeeded. A smile crept upon Qin Mu's lips. Indeed, spirits do exist. Master, what shall we do now? Zheng Han swallowed hard and inquired. Do not panic. Qin Mu gestured for Zheng Han to remain calm. This brush spirit even feared Zheng Han's vitality. How formidable could it truly be? Brush spirit, can you read? Qin Mu asked the brush in his hand, this being his foremost concern. He certainly hoped not to summon a spirit devoid of literacy, for that would render their efforts futile. What is the master attempting? Zheng Han, bewildered by Qin Mu's inquiry, could not comprehend why. After striving so hard to summon a spirit, the first question posed was regarding its ability to read. The brush spirit seemed momentarily taken aback by Qin Mu's question. As the brush they held fell into silence. What is happening? Has it fled? Qin Mu murmured to himself, perplexed by the lack of response. He recalled that summoning a brush spirit was meant to establish communication with a ghost, which would answer questions truthfully. Yet, typically, those who posed inquiries did not fare well. Why then, in his case, did the brush spirit remain silent? Perhaps this spirit from 2 millennia ago was simply inexperienced? Just as Qin Mu pondered this, the brushes in their hands began to move. Zheng Han was startled, looking up at Qin Mu. He hadn't moved, the brush had acted of its own accord. Observing Zheng Han's reaction, Qin Mu realized the brush spirit was still present. The brushes gradually made their way to the character for knowledge. It can read. Qin Mu thought with relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then produced a talisman designed to subdue all malevolent entities. Heaven has its celestial generals, and the earth has its guardians, wise and just, impartial and fair, cutting down evil and dispelling malice, resolving crises and ensuring safety, like the wrath of the gods, reducing foes to dust. Qin Mu recited the incantation, swiftly affixing the talisman to the brush. In that instant, an excruciatingly piercing scream echoed within the minds of Qin Mu and Zheng Han. Zheng Han released his grip on the brush, cradling his head in agony, his expression one of profound distress. Qin Mu, too, was not spared. He felt his vision blur, as though he were on the brink of slumber. His complexion was strikingly pale, devoid of any trace of color. The talisman was firmly affixed to the brush, which trembled incessantly in midair. After a quarter of an hour, it finally fell onto the stone table, utterly still. Although there had been an unexpected turn of events, the outcome remained favorable. Qin Mu, cradling his head, gazed at the brush with a faint smile. The spirit of the brush had been temporarily subdued by the talisman meant to suppress all malevolent forces. Thus, what lay ahead for Qin Mu was the endeavor of taming it. Is the national master unharmed? At this moment, Zheng Han had fully recovered, his complexion contrasting sharply with Qin Mu's pallor. He had merely been caught off guard. Had he been prepared, the outcome would have been different. Chapter 45, The Defection of Gainia. Nothing to worry about. Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively and retrieved the pen from the table. This was indeed a remarkable object, one that he intended to examine thoroughly upon returning. Initially, he had merely planned to tame a scholarly ghost to assist him with writing. However, now that he held this pen in his hand, a new idea blossomed in his mind. With the pen spirit sealed by the talisman, it had already become a semi-finished spiritual artifact. If he could find a way to refine it, he could potentially acquire a magical treasure. Even if he failed to refine it, it could still serve as a trump card. Qin Mu pondered deeply. In times of crisis, if he were to tear off the talisman from this pen and cast it aside, he could indirectly summon a helper. Of course, There was also the possibility of inadvertently gaining an enemy. He needed to investigate further. Is the national master truly unscathed? Zhang Han, observing the pallor on Qin Mu's face, asked with growing concern. If anything were to happen to Qin Mu, Zheng would not let him off easily. Especially since this incident unfolded right under his watch. Thank you for your concern, General. I am quite well, Qin Mu replied cheerfully, shaking his head with a smile. He felt merely a bit weak, but no serious harm had befallen him. Then I shall feel at ease, Zhang Han replied, breathing a sigh of relief. National Master. Now that the specters have been subdued, we should depart swiftly, Zhang Han suggested, glancing around the desolate and eerie cold palace. He had no desire to linger in such a place. Agreed. Qin Mu nodded, and together with Zhang Han, they made their exit. They approached the dilapidated palace gate. Stepping outside. Ah! Upon leaving the cold palace, Zhang Han exhaled deeply, the uncomfortable sensation that had plagued him dissipating in an instant. General! Suddenly, a shadowy guard rushed from a distance, coming to a halt before Zhang Han. What is it? Zhang Han inquired, puzzled by the guard's urgency. Could something grave have occurred? General, this matter bears significant consequences. The shadowy guard hesitated, glancing at Qin Mu, unsure whether to divulge the information. According to protocol, the intelligence of the shadowy guards was to be known solely by Ying Zhang. Yet, given Qin Mu's esteemed position in the Qin, the guard felt compelled to share if the national master sought the information. Thus, he passed the dilemma on to Zhang Han. Speak freely, the national master is not an outsider. Zhang Han quickly understood and encouraged the guard to proceed. After all, in the current state of the Qin, there was little that Qin Mu could not know. Understood. The shadowy guard nodded, feeling relieved. General, the notorious criminal Gai Nia has resurfaced in the Valley of Evil Moon, slaying 300 of our elite soldiers and fleeing with the criminal Tian Ming. His whereabouts are currently unknown. The guard reported, bowing his head. Gai Nia. Zhang Han sighed upon hearing the name. What a pity, he muttered, feeling a headache coming on. He could already envision the wrath that would be directed at him by Ying Zhang once he reported this news. Meanwhile, Qin Mu's eyes lit up at the mention of Gai Nia, the renowned sword saint of the Great Qin, celebrated as the foremost swordsman in the realm. Was none other than Gai Nia, a prominent disciple of the sword school. Naturally, Qin Mu was well aware of this. Previously, he had pondered why figures from the schools of Yin Yang and Mo, along with various renowned scholars, were present, yet Gai Nia was conspicuously absent from the royal palace. It turned out he had defected. Surely, the Grand Master has heard of Gai Nia's name, remarked Zhang Han, directing his gaze towards Qin Mu. I am indeed familiar with the name of the Empire's sword saint, Qin Mu replied with a smile. Indeed. Who in the realm is unaware of the Empire's sword saint? Zhang Han shook his head, adding, it is somewhat embarrassing for the Grand Master to hear. But this Empire's sword saint is no longer our great Qin's sword saint. A month prior, for reasons unknown, Gai Nia had fled the Great Qin with a child in tow. Upon learning of this matter, His Majesty was filled with righteous fury, issuing orders to suppress the news and dispatching agents to secretly pursue Gai Nia. After the incident at the Crescent Moon Valley, it seems the truth can no longer be concealed. Soon, the world shall know of our great Qin sword saint who has defected. A bitter smile graced Zhang Han's face. The name Gai Nia represented the essence of the great Qin swordsmanship, but now he had betrayed it. Such news would undoubtedly bring shame upon the great Qin. However, this was not the gravest concern. The most crucial matter was the extraordinary bond between Ying Zhang and Gai Nia. The betrayal was something Ying Zhang found difficult to comprehend. Now, with Gai Nia having slain 300 elite soldiers of the Great Qin at the Crescent Moon Valley, there was no turning back. Others may be oblivious, but Zhang Han understood the depth of Ying Zhang's feelings for Gai Nia. Before Ying Zhang ascended to power, Gai Nia had served as both his martial arts instructor and his personal bodyguard, being the sole expert he could rely upon, as well as his only confidant. In the 11th year of Qin Wang Zhang's reign, the Great Qin was still under the control of the Chancellor El Buwei. Seeking an opportunity to seize power, Ying Zhang had stealthily left the Great Qin to visit Han Fei in Han State, with Gai Nia ensuring his safety throughout the journey. It had been nearly 2 decades since then. Such a profound relationship could not simply be dismissed as betrayal. Zheng Han vividly recalled the terror on Ying Zheng's face upon receiving the news of Gai Nie's defection from the Great Qin. Ying Zheng was not merely struggling with the concept of betrayal, he could not accept that the person closest to him had turned against him. Listening to Zheng Han, Qin Mu mentally compared the timeline. It appeared that they were indeed in the period just after Gai Nie's defection, prior to his arrival at the Amo family's mechanism city. This matter is not hidden from the Grand Master. Gai Nie is different from others. If His Majesty were to learn of the events at Crescent Moon Valley. Alas, Zheng Han sighed once more. If he were to report this news, enraged Ying Zheng might very well vent his wrath upon him. It seemed prudent to tread carefully in the coming days. Any reckless actions could lead to a river of blood. May I have the audacity to request a favor from the Grand Master? Zheng Han's eyes glimmered as he looked at Qin Mu. He dared not say it himself. But Qin Mu could. Even in his fury, Ying Zheng would not unleash his anger upon Qin Mu. Do you wish for me to report this matter to His Majesty on your behalf? Qin Mu inquired with a smile directed at Zheng Han. Indeed. The National Master may not be aware, but His Majesty holds deep affections for that Gai Nie. If we were to present this matter, we would undoubtedly face severe reprimands. Zheng Han quickly replied. It has been a month since Ying Zheng ordered the Shadow Secret Guards to secretly pursue Gai Nie alongside the Qin army. However, they not only failed to capture him but also lost 300 elite soldiers in the process. This situation is, in a sense, quite understandable. After all, Gai Nie is the sword saint of the Great Qin, a foe far beyond the capabilities of the Shadow Secret Guards. Even if I, Zheng Han, were to personally intervene, it would be a daunting task. Yet, should His Majesty become enraged, such considerations would be of no consequence. If he were to seek accountability, while it is unlikely he would execute me, as he is not that sort of tyrant, a punishment would be inevitable. I have no desire to endure an unwarranted beating. Rest assured, General, I shall take it upon myself to convey the message. Qin Mu nodded slightly, deeming it a matter of personal favor. After all, he had recently sought Zheng Han's assistance. Moreover, Zheng Han proved to be an exceptionally useful ally. Mutual benefit is key to sustaining such partnerships. Furthermore, this was a trivial matter for him. Chapter 46, The Enigma. I seek your assistance in cultivation. Upon learning that Qin Mu was willing to assist him, Zheng Han's demeanor became somewhat more relaxed. The matter concerning Gai Nie was indeed challenging. He could not ascertain whether Ying Zheng genuinely wished to recapture Gai Nie. For the esteemed first emperor of the Qin, capturing a mere supreme master should be a trivial endeavor. In the realm of martial arts, a supreme master is indeed a formidable figure, difficult for an ordinary person to rival. Yet, when juxtaposed with the might of a nation, a supreme master pales in comparison. If Ying Zheng truly desired to apprehend Gai Nie, he would undoubtedly succeed within 3 days. Did he truly believe that there were not several supreme masters under his command? To speak of the Yin Yang school, with a mere word from the emperor, they would undoubtedly mobilize in droves to seize Gai Nie. However, up until now, Ying Zheng had issued no significant orders. He merely instructed Zheng Han to dispatch the Shadow Secret Guard to collaborate with a small contingent of Qin troops to capture Gai Nie. Having known each other for over 20 years and with Gai Nie having once been Ying Zheng's swordsmanship teacher, how could Ying Zheng not be aware of Gai Nie's prowess? Thus, Zheng Han wished to avoid involvement in this affair. Whether to capture him or not would surely offend the emperor. Esteemed National Master, I entrust this matter to you, Zheng Han said, clasping his hands in respect. It is of no consequence, merely a trifling matter, Qin Mu replied with a smile, still profoundly intrigued by Gai Nie. And even more so by Tian Ming. Of course, it was not due to any peculiar predilection of Qin Mu. Rather, both individuals bore immense fortunes. Particularly Tian Ming. His name resonated with destiny, and most importantly, he seemed connected to the greatest secrets of this world. Thank you, National Master. Zheng Han bowed in gratitude. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to the Chaohui Hall. Qin Mu responded cheerfully, and after finishing his words, he headed towards the Chaohui Hall. As for the matters concerning Gai Nie and Tian Ming, they could be set aside for now. He needed to return and delve into the study of the brush spirit. Within the Chaohui Hall, Qin Mu dismissed all the waiting palace maids and eunuchs, then retrieved the brush he had been holding. He examined the brush, contemplating how to proceed. It would be ideal if he could forge it into a magical artifact, though he was uncertain of the likelihood of success. As he toyed with the brush, he muttered to himself. This brush spirit differed somewhat from Qin Mu's previous thoughts. It seemed to require a manifestation upon the brush itself. Consequently, the brush transformed into a conduit of spiritual communication. Observing the talisman affixed to the brush, Qin Mu pondered for a moment before decisively peeling it away. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the seal of the golden-armored divine officer in his hand. The instant the talisman was removed, an eerie chill enveloped the entirety of the Chao Wei Hall. The brush levitated, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. I am the golden-armored divine officer of the great Qin. Which mere spectre dares to act with impudence? A voice of immense authority resounded, and in an instant, Qin Mu found himself clad in golden armor, bathed in radiant golden light. The national fortune of the great Qin manifested as a mysterious bird, giving rise to myriad extraordinary phenomena behind Qin Mu. The frigid air surrounding him suddenly stilled, and the brush suspended in mid-air began to tremble violently. Indeed, the suppression of malevolent spirits by the national fortune of the great Qin was extraordinarily formidable. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Qin Mu's lips curled into a faint smile. He then spoke once more, addressing the ethereal brush, "Demon, I require your assistance in my cultivation." The brush, suspended in mid-air, trembled slightly, seemingly perplexed by Qin Mu's request. "You have served me for a century, and upon the completion of that term, you may depart," he continued, casting a glance at the brush. "Otherwise, do not blame me for extinguishing your very soul." The brush fell silent, as if deep in contemplation. After a brief interlude, it gracefully floated before Qin Mu, landing gently in his hand. Its intent was unmistakable. How perceptive! Qin Mu chuckled softly. This was far smoother than he had anticipated. Yet, it was only to be expected. For this little trinket merely wished to survive. In seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune, all things would behave similarly. Qin Mu then shed the golden armor enveloping him and casually tossed the brush onto the table. He subsequently placed a talisman meant to subdue all malevolence beside it. Although the brush spirit had ostensibly submitted, Qin Mu remained vigilant. "Listen well, I require your aid in my cultivation, not to summon spirits or absorb energy. I simply need you to transcribe my words in the Qin seal script." As he spoke, he produced a sheet of paper and laid it upon the table. The brush, now devoid of its inertia, lifted into the air and hovered over the paper. "Now, pay heed." Recalling the verses of the Tao Te Ching, Qin Mu began to recite. "The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of heaven and earth, the named is the mother of all things. Therefore, always remain without desire, to observe its wonders, always have desire. To observe its manifestations. These two emerge together but are different in name, together they are called the profound. Profound beyond the profound, the gateway to all wonders." As Qin Mu recited the Tao Te Ching, the brush spirit descended upon the paper, recording his words with precision. In mere moments, it had flawlessly inscribed everything Qin Mu uttered in the Qin seal script. It appears the Tao Te Ching is not so enigmatic after all, he mused to himself. The minimum requirement for this talisman was to have thoroughly studied the Morning and Evening Sutra, the Tao Te Ching, and the Sutra for Delivering Beings. Qin Mu deliberately chose to recite the Tao Te Ching first, curious to see if it aligned with the legends that claimed it could overwhelm spirits to the point of demise. However, it appeared that this was not the case. The brush spirit had managed to inscribe the text without any adverse effects. After all, the Tao Te Ching is not a monster. It elucidates the evolution of the universe through the Tao and imparts certain teachings of the Daoist tradition. While its depths may be profound and mysterious, it is not inherently malevolent. It seemed plausible that one could gain enlightenment from the Tao Te Ching. Yet it was unlikely to meet an untimely end from merely hearing it. Qin Mu mentally noted this and turned his attention back to the brush on the table, continuing to recite the Tao Te Ching. An hour later, a stack of bamboo slips had materialized before him. These slips contained the Morning and Evening Sutra, the Tao Te Ching, and the Sutra for Delivering Beings. For the latter, Qin Mu opted for the original version, otherwise, the numerous revisions of the Sutra for Delivering Beings, exceeding 600,000 words, would be impossible to complete in just an hour. Having accomplished this, Qin Mu deftly affixed the talisman back onto the rice paper. This is not a matter of Qin Mu's disregard for propriety, rather, this object must be sealed away when not in use. Otherwise, one can never foresee what unforeseen circumstances may arise. After securing the pen, Qin Mu summoned a eunuch. "Take these and accompany me to the Qilin Hall." Qin Mu glanced at the young eunuch. "Yes." The eunuch promptly gathered the scrolls from the table and followed Qin Mu to the Qilin Hall. Chapter 47, The Bestowal of the Daoist Edict. Gaining the recognition of heaven and earth in the Qilin Hall, Qin Mu approached slowly with the young eunuch. Upon entering the hall, he gestured for the eunuch to place down the scrolls and then dismissed him. "Your Majesty!" Qin Mu called out to Ying Zhang, who was attending to state affairs from the dragon throne. "Sir?" Ying Zhang looked up at the sound. Setting aside the memorials in his hand, he rose from the throne and walked towards Qin Mu. "Your servant sent a message earlier with the scrolls, forgive my ignorance, for I could not comprehend a single word upon them." "I hope you will understand," Ying Zhang said, glancing at the stack of scrolls on the floor. Although he prided himself on his knowledge of the characters of the 7 states, he had never encountered the script employed by Qin Mu. "It is of no consequence. It was my oversight. Those characters belong to my Taoist sect, and outsiders would naturally be unfamiliar with them. I have rewritten them in Qin seal script. Your Majesty must familiarize yourself with these scrolls at the earliest opportunity," Qin Mu advised earnestly. "This is a strict requirement. Only upon thoroughly mastering these 3 volumes of scriptures can the edict be bestowed." "I understand." Ying Zhang nodded. "Yet, may I inquire why you wish for me to study these scrolls?" As he spoke, he led Qin Mu towards the dragon throne. "These scrolls comprise 3 volumes of scriptures. Should your Majesty master them, I can, on behalf of the sect's grandmaster, confer upon you the edict." Qin Mu smiled, adding, "Do not underestimate the significance of this bestowal. The Daoist edict grants the recognition of heaven and earth. Should your Majesty succeed in this endeavor, you shall ascend to the ranks of practitioners, wielding myriad spells with ease." Qin Mu casually painted an enticing picture. It was imperative that he ignited a passion for the edict within Zhang, only then could he have leverage over the young ruler. The conferred edict, recognized by heaven and earth. Ying Zhang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Can you elaborate?" He was now genuinely interested in such matters. Since Qin Mu had displayed various extraordinary feats, Ying Zhang's faith in these legends had only deepened, and the notion of achieving immortality had begun to blossom within him. Indeed, Ying Zhang's aspirations had transcended mere longevity, he now yearned for ascension. The bestowed edict can be understood as heaven granting you divine authority. Upon successful bestowal, you may harness the power of heaven and earth to wield boundless might. This is to act as heaven's agent, allowing the immortal deities to traverse the mortal realm. Qin Mu spoke, weaving his tale. Though not entirely fabricated, his words were embellished. The bestowal, while not precisely as he described, would yield results in alignment with his claims. After the bestowal, one would indeed possess divine authority. If all proceeded as anticipated, Ying Zhang would, much like when he possessed the golden armored divine officer seal, acquire certain powers commensurate with the position conferred. Of course, this was contingent upon the authenticity of the bestowal. "Is your statement truly sincere?" Ying Zhang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly approached the stack of scrolls on the ground. To him, these scrolls were treasures beyond measure. "I would never deceive your Majesty," Qin Mu replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Deceiving others had always been his forte, and although he himself remained uncertain of the truth, he exuded confidence. Even if this edict proves ineffective in this realm, he possesses the cunning to deceive the sovereign for a lifetime. The current Qin Mu is no longer the trembling wanderer he once was outside the Qilin Hall. Thus, I shall commence my study of these 3 volumes of scripture immediately. Within 3 days, I shall read them 100 times. No, 1,000 times. With a grand gesture, Ying Zhang proclaimed. He had resolved to abandon all state affairs for the next 3 days, dedicating himself entirely to the study of these texts. For Ying Zhang, this was a divine opportunity. Nothing could deter him from his scholarly pursuits. "Your Majesty need not be so hasty, haste makes waste," Qin Mu gently advised. "I heed your counsel, esteemed sage." Ying Zhang nodded eagerly, yet his resolve remained unaltered.
That is all I wish to hear, Your Majesty, Qin Mu acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further persuasion. He then retrieved a bamboo scroll from his robe. Inscribed upon it was a list of divine titles, rewritten in the Qin script. Your Majesty. This scroll contains the text you previously found incomprehensible. I have transcribed it into the Qin script, hoping you will study it with care, Qin Mu said, presenting the scroll to Ying Zheng with a smile. This text is crucial for my future endeavors alongside the great Qin. Qin Mu subtly indicated. This was the matter of utmost importance. Once the sovereign peruses this divine list, even if he were to fabricate it, he could certainly conjure a title far superior to the 9th rank. He now harbored a profound yearning for the insignia of high-ranking officials. Rest assured, I shall study your esteemed work day and night. Ying Zheng pledged fervently as he accepted the scroll. Pleased with Ying Zheng's attitude, Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction and continued. I have come to discuss another matter. What is it? Please, enlighten me, Ying Zheng inquired, setting the scroll aside. This pertains to the legendary swordmaster of the great Qin. Gainya, Qin Mu began. Upon hearing the name Gainya, Ying Zheng's expression darkened instantly, only to regain composure after a prolonged silence. Are you aware of this? Esteemed sage? Qin Mu nodded. Forgive me, he was by my side for over 20 years, and now he has. Ying Zheng shook his head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate on Gainya. May I ask why you bring him up? Ying Zheng queried, recognizing that Qin Mu's mention was not without purpose. I encountered General Zhang Han during my journey, and he informed me that Gainya has slain 300 of our elite warriors in the Valley of the Waning Moon, subsequently fleeing with a child, whereabouts unknown. At this revelation, Ying Zheng's eyes sharpened with intensity. 300 of our elite slain. Has Gainya truly forsaken the great Qin? He understood that the loss of these 300 meant there would be no turning back. Ying Zheng's hands, concealed within his dragon sleeves, clenched into tight fists. He could not comprehend Gainya's resolute betrayal. Very well. So be it. Gainya. Ying Zheng's fury turned to a sardonic laugh. Was he, the first emperor, truly so inept? That Gainya would disregard their 2 decades of camaraderie, defect without a second thought, and even turn his blade against the soldiers of the great Qin? Taking a deep breath, Ying Zheng managed to compose himself. I beg your pardon for the embarrassment, esteemed sir. Qin Mu merely shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Zhang Han, displaying his astuteness, refrained from approaching me directly to report, instead troubling you for this visit. I shall ensure he receives his due reprimand at your Hall of Morning Radiance. Ying Zheng spoke with a light chuckle, entirely devoid of the anger he had exhibited moments prior. It was as if his earlier outburst had been a mere fade. That won't be necessary. Qin Mu replied with a smile. Might I inquire if there are any personal belongings of Gainya still within the palace? Would it be possible for me to retrieve a few? Qin Mu suddenly asked. Indeed. But may I ask why you desire such items? Ying Zheng inquired, somewhat perplexed. I possess a technique that may assist your majesty in reclaiming Gainya. Qin Mu replied with a grin. He had previously expressed his keen interest in the fortunes surrounding Gainya, as well as the secrets enveloping Tianming. How did he know? Naturally. It was knowledge gleaned from past lives. It appeared that Tianming held secrets pertaining to the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. And these stars were indeed the very enigmas of this world. To claim he was not intrigued would be disingenuous, especially since his own Daoist practices had seemingly manifested as reality in this realm. It was highly probable that this phenomenon was intricately linked to the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. Chapter 48, Ying Zheng's desire for an Eastern Tuoro? Might you elucidate, esteemed sir? Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's interest was piqued. This technique is known as knowledge of breath and soul pursuit, and it requires the opening of a ceremonial platform to be performed. By taking a personal belonging of the target as a medium, one can trace their essence over vast distances. Qin Mu spoke with a smile. This technique, is utter nonsense. He had never studied any tracking methods. His expertise lay solely in talismanic arts due to frequent practice in his past life. While there were indeed methods for tracking, traveling, and locating items within the realm of Tai, Qin Mu had never taken them seriously, deeming them utterly useless.
The profundities of Tao are all-encompassing. Ying Zheng remarked with a hint of admiration. The notion that Tao could seemingly achieve anything ignited a yearning within him for the teachings of the Daoist sect. Thus, I kindly ask you to remain seated for a moment. Ying Zheng rose and approached a nearby bookshelf, laden with various scrolls and a wooden sword. He retrieved the wooden sword and walked back to Qin Mu. This sword was used during my lessons in swordsmanship under the tutelage of Gainye. It is the very sword he wielded during his time with the School of Stratagems. I wonder if this sword meets your requirements? Ying Zheng inquired. His expression slightly uneasy as he held the wooden sword. Years ago, Gainye had entered the school of Yin Yang, utilizing this very sword to study the art of swordplay. After leaving the mountains, he had joined the Qin Dynasty, becoming both Ying Zheng's swordsmanship instructor and personal bodyguard, ultimately gifting this wooden sword to him. Not at all. This sword rightfully belongs to your majesty, and is not an item of Gainye. Qin Mu shook his head. What use did he have for a wooden sword? He did not genuinely intend to perform any tracking methods. He was well aware of Gainye's whereabouts, calculating the time. He deduced that Gainye must have gone to the mechanism city of the Mo family. His request for a personal item from Ying Zheng was merely a precautionary measure. Does your majesty possess any items such as Gainye's hair? Qin Mu directly inquired. There should be some. Ying Zheng nodded. Although he had no particular penchant for collecting such items, he knew that a search of Gainye's sleeping quarters would yield results. Someone. Go to Gainye's chambers and retrieve some hair to send to the Chaohui Hall. Ying Zheng commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood. A palace maid waiting outside responded promptly and hurried to Gainye's quarters. Thus, upon my return to perform the incantation, I shall be able to inform your majesty of Gainye's location by tomorrow, Qin Mu said with a smile. Though Gainye had not wronged him, future dealings were inevitable. Hence, this precautionary measure was wise. Within the Chaohui Hall, there were also figurines of Zheng Han. As for any of Ying Zheng's belongings, there were none at present. This was not due to Qin Mu's inability to procure such items as strands of hair from Ying Zheng, rather. As the first emperor of the Qin Dynasty, Ying Zheng's aura was extraordinarily potent. Furthermore, with the national fortune protecting him, should Qin Mu attempt to create a figurine of Ying Zheng, it was likely that he would suffer a backlash before even reaching the step of summoning souls. Ying Zheng nodded, appearing reluctant to discuss Gainye further. By the way, I wish to consult you on a matter, esteemed sir. Ying Zheng seemed to recall something and looked at Qin Mu with inquiry. Your Majesty, please proceed. Qin Mu nodded and inquired, might I ask, esteemed sir, do you have any connections with the Daoist tradition? Is it possible that within the Daoist sect, there exists an individual akin to yourself? Ying Zheng turned to Qin Mu, reflecting on a long-standing curiosity. Could it be that among the myriad schools of thought, one as remarkable as Qin Mu also resides within Daoism? Surely, there must be an abundance of esoteric arts within its teachings. If such were the case, Ying Zheng would need to reassess the significance of Daoism. Yet, he had never encountered any mention of Qi practitioners within the Daoist community. Moreover, during his recent perusal of ancient texts, he found that the references to the Daoist school appeared distinct from what is commonly understood as Daoism, lacking any substantial connection. Qin Mu shook his head, responding. The Daoism of the various schools of thought bears little relation to the later Daoist sections. This Daoism is not to be confused with that Daoism. During the spring and autumn period, Laozi encapsulated the profound wisdom of ancient sages, distilling the essence of Daoist philosophy into a moral theory of non-action and inherent action. The Daoism recognized among the myriad schools today primarily imparts governance principles and certain doctrines. This Daoism is a school of thought. In contrast, the Daoist sect to which I belong is the one familiar to the public. In simpler terms, one is concerned with cultivation, while the other is engaged in literary pursuits. Though there is significant overlap, the fundamental distinctions are far greater. The Daoism of the various schools is, at best, tangentially related to my own. The majority of thoughts and scriptures of the later Daoist sects, along with their legendary arts, indeed trace back to Daoism. However, my connections are more closely tied to the Qi practitioners. Many legends of the Daoist sect were crafted by these practitioners. And the establishment of sects such as Jingyi and Mashan were also the works of these individuals. Is there truly no connection? Ying Zhang mused, nodding in agreement. It was reasonable, after all, considering the Daoist tradition had proven itself ineffectual during his own struggles with illness. He found the yin-yang school to be far more beneficial. With his doubts dispelled, Ying Zhang's interest in Taoism waned. Previously, due to Qin Mu's influence, he had contemplated paying a visit to Taoism for a deeper understanding. But it now seemed unnecessary. Your Majesty, if there are no other matters at hand, I shall take my leave, Qin Mu said, glancing at Ying Zhang. With nothing pressing? He decided to allow the Emperor more time to examine the divine ranking list and expedite the establishment of a new Daoist official seal. Fear not, esteemed sir. Ying Zhang replied with a smile. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Qin Mu regarded him with some confusion. What you may not know is that though I am the first emperor of the Qin, I have yet to traverse the expanse of our 36 commanderies even once. Ying Zhang lamented. In the past, I undertook 4 eastern tours, yet each time I returned empty-handed. He sighed, reflecting on his journeys. Though he had embarked on these excursions, he had not ventured far on any occasion. The first was cut short due to pressing state affairs. The second was for the purpose of the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai, yet he did not travel extensively. The third was in pursuit of immortality. But he found neither the immortal nor the elixir of life. During the 4th Eastern expedition, I encountered an assassin, prompting an immediate return to the palace. 5 months ago, I harbored the desire to embark on another Eastern journey, to gaze upon the vast lands of our great Qin and to meet the people of Qin. Initially, I intended to discuss this matter with you in a few days, but since you are here today, I shall speak plainly. After the grand ceremony at the Weha River, I shall issue an edict for the Eastern expedition. I wonder, do you wish to accompany me on this journey? Ying Zhang turned to Qin Mu and inquired. This 5th Eastern expedition had long been planned by Ying Zhang. In the span of 5 months, preparations across the regions were well underway. And he could set forth at any moment. However, the appearance of Qin Mu had caused a delay. Your Majesty wishes to embark on an Eastern journey? Qin Mu's gaze shifted, and his countenance darkened slightly. He recalled that Ying Zhang met his demise during the 5th Eastern expedition. Chapter 49. I have decided to hunt in the north. Qin Mu fell silent, refraining from responding to Ying Zhang's words. Though Ying Zhang had defied destiny and extended his life by a decade, Qin Mu harbored uncertainties about whether repeating such reckless actions might provoke some forbidden consequence, potentially leading to Ying Zhang's demise. He had heard numerous tales of individuals saved from drowning by extraordinary beings, who warned them against returning to the water's edge, lest they tempt fate and meet their end. In the past, he dismissed these as mere stories, but now he could not afford to take them lightly. Uncertain whether Ying Zhang would meet his demise during an Eastern expedition, Qin Mu dared not take the risk. If Ying Zhang were to perish, what would become of him as the Grand Master of Qin? Without Ying Zhang, the empire would be irrevocably weakened. And how could he harness the nation's fortune for his own cultivation or strategize for promotions? The Eastern journey must not be undertaken by Ying Zhang. In a brief moment, Qin Mu reached a resolute conclusion. Just then, Ying Zhang spoke, inquiring about Qin Mu's doubts. Observing Qin Mu's somber expression at the mention of the Eastern journey, Ying Zhang felt perplexed. Your Majesty, this Eastern expedition is inadvisable, Qin Mu stated directly. Inadvisable? Why? Ying Zhang was taken aback, struggling to grasp Qin Mu's meaning. How could the Eastern journey be so easily dismissed? Moreover, it was not a matter of mere cancellation. The Emperor's procession was a significant event, meticulously planned 5 months in advance with the coordination of various provincial guards and secret services. Your Majesty, destiny is immutable. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. When I first heard of your intention to embark on this Eastern journey, my spirit was shaken and my heart was troubled. This is a harbinger of great misfortune. In my humble opinion, Your Majesty may perish during the 5th Eastern expedition. Despite having extended his life with the 7 stars, this journey must not be undertaken. Qin Mu warned Ying Zhang with a grave demeanor. I will die on the road to the Eastern expedition? Ying Zhang fell silent, contemplating the possibility. Perhaps it was indeed true. Had it not been for Qin Mu's intervention, He would have set forth on the journey in a few months, fully aware that he might very well have perished en route. What do you suggest I should do? Ing Zhang turned to Qin Mu, seeking guidance. Was he destined never to leave the city of Xianyang? The eastern expedition is not feasible. But your majesty may consider traveling to other provinces. Qin Mu proposed. If the eastern journey cannot be realized, then a southern or northern tour could suffice. After all, it is merely a matter of venturing out. Does the destination truly matter? Upon hearing this, Ing Zhang hesitated. It was not that he was adamant about the eastern journey. Rather, the other directions offered little of interest for inspection. Xianyang held a unique position. To the north stood the Great Wall. To the west lay the mountainous region of Bashu, and to the south, there was little to explore. With hardly any towns in sight, what was the point of such an aimless expedition? Why had Ing Zhang undertaken 4 eastern journeys previously rather than exploring other directions? It was simply because, apart from the east, there were no other appealing destinations. If Qin Mu's assertions held true, then it seemed he would be barred from exploring 30 of the 36 provinces of Qin. Are you implying that I shall never set foot in the eastern lands again? Ing Zhang looked at Qin Mu, struggling to accept this notion. If your majesty wishes to navigate these next 12 years in tranquility, then you must not embark on that journey. Qin Mu advised, gazing intently at Ing Zhang. This matter? He finds himself powerless. Qin Mu dares not take the risk. To be prudent, he chooses not to venture forth. Destiny. Ing Zhang muttered to himself, lost in contemplation. Very well, these 12 years have been stolen. If it is to be avoided, then so be it. Ing Zhang waved his hand and sighed. To live an additional 12 years is no small feat. If restrictions must be greater, so be it. After all, what is taken from the hands of heaven ultimately does not belong to oneself, and one's own will cannot dictate it. Your majesty need not be so concerned. All the rivers and mountains east of Xianyang belong to our Qin. What is there to survey? It would be better to march north and vanquish foreign tribes. Qin Mu interjected, urging a change in Ing Zhang's mindset. If one day Ing Zhang were to become restless and revive the notion of an eastern expedition, it would create trouble. If we cannot venture east, let us attack the north instead. Northward? Ing Zhang's eyes glimmered with interest. He had long desired to address the foreign tribes surrounding the Great Qin, but in previous years, poor health had rendered him unable. The Great Qin at that time could not withstand significant warfare. Yet now, circumstances have changed. He has gained 12 years. The prospect of a northern campaign indeed warrants consideration. I comprehend your intent, esteemed teacher. The eastern expedition shall be dismissed. Ing Zhang acknowledged Qin Mu's meaning with a nod of assurance. Summon Zhang Han to attend. Ing Zhang decreed. Since the eastern expedition would not proceed, Zhang Han must be instructed to cancel all preparations across the counties. Yes. The guards outside the hall responded promptly and hurried to locate Zhang Han. It is good that your majesty understands, the eastern expedition must not be undertaken. Qin Mu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was uncertain if his feelings were correct, but he could not gamble. Indeed, he could not take that risk. Your intent is clear to me, esteemed teacher. Ing Zhang nodded, for he too was not a gambler and would not engage in such folly. Qin Mu nodded in return, then rose to bow in farewell. He needed to return and study the ways of the Tao. Until his strength improved, he could not find peace. In the moon goddess' residence, a child clad in resplendent purple robes, adorned with peculiar patterns upon his face, entered. Having been away from Xianyang for several days, he found that many interesting events had transpired in his absence. The child murmured to himself, a strange smile gracing his features. He was none other than Xinghan, one of the 2 guardians of the Yin-Yang school, also serving as a national advisor of the Great Qin. Xinghan made his way into a peculiar chamber where the moon god awaited him. In my absence these past few days, the moon god has performed admirably, nearly causing the Yin-Yang school to lose both of its national advisor positions, Xinghan said with a smile as he approached the moon god. The discord between the 2 guardians of the Yin-Yang school was no secret. Not only did they clash, but even the 5 elders harbored their own ambitions. Lacking in skill, what can be done? The moon god remarked. If Guardian Xinghan possessed true strength, why not enter the palace to extend the life of the first emperor? Humph. Xinghan scoffed, choosing not to engage further with the moon god. Have you uncovered the truth? Has that individual truly extended the first emperor's life? Xinghan inquired. Unclear. The moon god replied, casting a glance at Xinghan, as if regarding a fool. The concept of longevity, how can one ascertain its clarity? How does one investigate? Can the moon goddess truly perceive the lifespans of others? What is the condition of the first emperor? Star Soul continued to inquire. All ailments have been eradicated. Even if immortality is unattainable, a successful extension of life should be assured, the moon goddess replied. How did Qin Mu achieve this? Has any investigation been conducted into his background? Star Soul's brow furrowed, his expression tinged with gravity. He had never heard of such an individual possessing such capabilities before. The emergence of Qin Mu significantly impacted his Yin-Yang clan, even directly undermining their standing within the Great Qin. If the protector of Star Soul wishes to know, he may conduct the investigation himself, the moon goddess remarked, casting a glance at Star Soul. Since your return, you have come to me with endless questions. Do you consider me your subordinate? Or do you see yourself as Emperor Tai Yi? With a cold laugh, Star Soul refrained from further inquiries. Though a sense of solemnity began to settle within him. He could discern that the moon goddess was not withholding information, but rather had uncovered nothing at all. Star Soul was well aware of the moon goddess's abilities, there were few in this world whom she could not investigate. Does His Excellency the Eastern Emperor have any directives? Star Soul asked once more, eager to discern the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's perspective on Qin Mu. Invite him for a discussion, if possible, recruit him into our Yin-Yang clan. The moon goddess replied. Is Qin Mu also a person of destiny? Star Soul's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Although the Yin-Yang clan possessed many ordinary disciples, those personally invited by Eastern Emperor Tai Yi were individuals with significant missions. Figures like the Five Elders, along with himself and the moon goddess, were deemed fated individuals, destined to be part of the Yin-Yang clan. Even their names were bestowed by fate. I am uncertain. The moon goddess shook her head. The Eastern Emperor merely wishes for me to engage with Qin Mu, ideally to recruit him into the Yin-Yang clan. But beyond that, I know little. In that case, I shall personally meet this newly appointed national master. Star Soul declared, filled with curiosity about Qin Mu. As you wish. The moon goddess glanced at him but did not deter him. Star Soul said nothing further and swiftly departed. His purpose here was to seize this opportunity from the moon goddess. He was eager to witness the true extent of Qin Mu's abilities. Within the morning radiance hall, Qin Mu was deeply engrossed in contemplating the various arts he had studied, the external paths, sacrificial rituals, geomancy, and so forth. Ah, had I known. I would have joined the Jingyi sect from the outset. Our Tai sect has far too little documentation on the practitioners of dynasties, Qin Mu mused to himself, shaking his head. Although the Tai sect had once basked in glory, it paled in comparison to the Jingyi sect and the Maoshan sect. Particularly the Jingyi sect, where nearly every generation of celestial masters were practitioners of the dynasty, ensuring a wealth of records and techniques were passed down. In contrast, within his Tai sect, few held official positions, leaving scant materials available. How could he harness the fortune of the nation for cultivation if he had to rely solely on his own exploration? Due to the complete absence of records regarding the Taiji sect, or perhaps such records exist but remain inaccessible to Qin Mu at his current level prior to his transmigration, he finds himself in a state of helplessness. Consequently, he retrieves the golden armor divine official seal and begins to study it intently. In the land of Qilu, within the city of Sanghaiqing, stands a revered sanctuary of Confucianism, the Zaya Shengxianzuang, a hallowed ground in the hearts of scholars across the realm. Within the city, a colossal statue is in the process of being cast. Its head has already been intricately sculpted, bearing a faint resemblance to Qin Mu. Although the statue remains incomplete, throngs of citizens frequent the site to kneel and offer prayers for blessings. After all, this figure is none other than the current Grand Master of the Qin Dynasty, the one who has been credited with extending the life of Emperor Shi Huang. Among the crowd of devout worshippers, a young man clad in a white Confucian robe gazes at the statue. This individual, who appears to possess an intimate knowledge of Qin Mu, is none other than Zhang Liang, the third master of Xiasheng Xianzhuang. Such prowess emanates from him? Zhang Liang retrieves a rather rudimentary talisman from his bosom, muttering to himself. The talisman is described as exceedingly simplistic, crafted from a piece of bamboo, with its incantations seemingly drawn in yellow clay. A stark contrast to the more traditional yellow paper talismans. This bamboo slip talisman originates from the hands of Qin Mu himself. When Qin Mu first arrived in Sanghaiqing, his situation was dire, struggling to afford a full meal. Lacking materials for crafting talismans, he resorted to utilizing whatever he could find to create a few rudimentary charms for street conning. It was during this period that Zhang Liang encountered Qin Mu. Moved by his plight, and purchased one of his talismans for 2 buns. Little did Zhang Liang anticipate how quickly circumstances would change. The once destitute itinerant sorcerer has now transformed into the Grand Master of the Qin Dynasty. This striking contrast leaves Zhang Liang standing before the unfinished statue, grappling with the overwhelming reality. Chapter 50. The great scholars gather in Xianyang as Zhang Liang found himself lost in thought while gazing at the talisman in his hand. A gentle voice drifted from behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Yan Lu, the second in command of the Shaoshengxian Academy, approaching him. Brother Zilu? Zhang Liang's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yan Lu would venture beyond the confines of the academy. He knew his brother well, preferring tranquility over commotion. Wielding his sword Hanguan without any notable victories or defeats, he was an unparalleled master of draws. Typically, he remained within the academy, avoiding all external affairs and eschewing any desire for action. Yet today, he had stepped out. Are you also intrigued by this esteemed national teacher of the Qin? Zhang Liang inquired with curiosity. It is merely a coincidence that I passed by. I came to see you, Zifang, Yan Lu replied softly, a warm smile gracing his face. I observed that you seem to share some connection with this national teacher, which is rather surprising. Yan Lu's gaze fell upon the bamboo slip talisman in Zhang Liang's hand. The Shaoshengxian Academy currently leans somewhat towards the Qin. Its leader, Fu Nian, advocates for governance through the way of kings and is willing to submit to the Qin. In contrast, you, Zhang Liang, cannot abide the tyranny of the Qin and disdain the remnants of the 6 states. Instead, you resonate more with those from the various schools of thought opposing Qin. You have often mingled with those opposing Qin's rule. It is indeed astonishing that you have now entangled yourself with the most prominent national teacher of the Qin. Nothing too astonishing, Zhang Liang chuckled, tucking the talisman away. Brother Yan Lu, it is rare for you to leave the academy. I wonder what brings you here. Interestingly, it pertains to this national teacher, Yan Lu said. A hint of helplessness crossing his face as he glanced at the unfinished statue. Oh? Might you elaborate? A flicker of perplexity crossed Zhang Liang's eyes. How could his brother have any dealings with Qin Mu? Zifang, you have not returned to the Shaoshengxian Academy these past few days, have you? Yan Lu observed Zhang Liang, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Typically, he would remain within the academy unless there were pressing matters. Zhang Liang, however, was different, often sneaking out to rendezvous with his dubious acquaintances behind their leader Fu Nian's back. I have indeed been absent for several days, Zhang Liang admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Zifang, some matters must be approached with discretion, do not make it difficult for our leader, Yan Lu remarked, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Liang. Understood, Zhang Liang nodded hastily. What has transpired in the academy these few days? Zhang Liang quickly shifted the topic. A few days ago, His Majesty issued a decree summoning the eldest son, Fusu, from the frontier, instructing him to study under the current national teacher, Qin Mu. Yan Lu recounted. A hint of frustration evident in his demeanor. What does this have to do with our Shaoshengxian Academy? Zhang Liang queried, puzzled. While this matter is ostensibly unrelated to our academy, Prince Fusu has always been partial to Confucianism, and the great Confucian sages have held him in high regard. His Majesty's decree aims to sever the prince's ties with our Confucian scholars, which has left many esteemed scholars rather restless. Yesterday, several esteemed scholars graced the humble abode of the lesser sage, intending to gather literati from across the realm under the banner of our modest institution to petition His Majesty, urging him to retract his decree. Yan Lu's eyes were filled with resignation. Has the sect leader acquiesced? Zhang Liang's countenance darkened. Should this venture misfire, the lesser sage would simultaneously offend both Ing Zhang and Qin Mu. In such a scenario, our institution would face dire straits henceforth. Not having consented, yet unable to decline, Yan Lu offered a wry smile. Although the lesser sage is a sanctum of Confucian thought, it dares not antagonize those long-established luminaries. The Confucian sphere is not dictated by the lesser sage, it merely enjoys a moment of illustrious reputation. This predicament is indeed troublesome. His Majesty has always harbored disdain for Confucianism and now likely seeks to sever the ties between the Long Prince and the Confucians entirely. Should our institution involve itself, it could spell ruin. Zhang Liang furrowed his brow, resolute that the lesser sage must not partake in this affair. The sect leader shared this sentiment, thus dispatching me to escort those scholars back individually. Rumor has it that they have rallied numerous Confucian students, venturing to Xianyang to present themselves, seemingly in communication with the scholars at the palace, preparing to jointly petition. Alas! I wonder if this will adversely affect our institution. Yan Lu sighed, somewhat troubled. They have gone to Xianyang? Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang's expression shifted. He was all too familiar with the nature of those pedantic scholars. They are a rabble who, should their whims be thwarted, would dare to scold Ing Zhang to his face. If they provoke Ing Zhang, who knows how many lives might be lost? Though our institution is aligned with Confucianism, our scholars are of a different ilk. To be embroiled in the foolishness of those imbeciles would be an unwarranted calamity. This matter is beyond our control, those eminent scholars hold positions far above us, beyond our power to persuade. Yan Lu shook his head in resignation, which was precisely the source of his distress. Unable to obstruct, powerless to dissuade, sigh. Zhang Liang remained silent, ultimately joining Yan Lu in a shared lament. The following day, in the morning radiance hall of the Xianyang Palace, Zhang Han arrived early. At that moment, Qin Mu had just completed his foundational training with Ing Zhang and was diligently studying the Tao in his study. Master of National Affairs, General Zhang Han requests an audience, announced the eunuch outside the door softly. Qin Mu replied without lifting his gaze from the talisman in his hand. The eunuch, upon hearing this, turned and ushered Zhang Han into the morning radiance hall. Master of National Affairs, Zhang Han greeted with a respectful bow. I wonder what urgent matter brings the general here so early? Qin Mu inquired, setting down the talisman. There are some troubling matters pertaining to you, Master of National Affairs. Which is why I have come to inform you, Zhang Han stated as he stepped closer. Troubling matters? Qin Mu queried, intrigued. What troubles could possibly concern him at his current standing? In recent days, a considerable number of scholars and literati have congregated in Xianyang. And according to intelligence from the secret guards, several eminent scholars are expected to arrive in the coming days. In Xianyang, over 40 scholars have clandestinely convened with these Confucian literati. As far as I know, they have all come with intentions directed towards you, esteemed national teacher. At this moment, Zhang Han's expression reflects some inner turmoil, for these learned individuals are notoriously difficult to manage. They have come with intentions towards a Daoist? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. It appears he has had little to no association with Confucianism. From Zhang Han's insinuation, it seems that all the renowned Confucian scholars in the realm have flocked to Xianyang. What could this mean? Has Qin Mu become infamous for burning books and burying scholars alive, or for cruelly persecuting intellectuals? Chapter 51, The Visit from the Yin Yang School. This matter is likely connected to the young master. His Highness, the young master, has always maintained a close affinity with the Confucian scholars, who hold him in high esteem and offer unwavering support. Among the 70 scholars in the Xianyang Palace, over 40 are from the Confucian school, all staunch supporters of the young master. 3 days ago, His Majesty commanded the young master to return to court and to take you as his mentor, which may have crossed the Confucians' bottom line, Zhang Han remarked. Ing Zhang's intention is to sever the ties between Fusu and the Confucians, but how could the Confucians simply relinquish their hold? For many years, they have invested considerable effort in supporting Fusu, who has greatly satisfied them. Should Fusu ascend the throne in the future, the Confucians would undoubtedly flourish. Hence, these individuals will not easily let go of Fusu. Is this a contest for favor? Qin Mu furrowed his brow. What on earth is this? Moreover, there are only 70 scholars in the Qin, and 40 of them belong to the Confucian school? What constitutes a scholar?
A learned individual well-versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, capable of excelling in a specific field. The position of scholar in Qin is established to master the past and present, ranking at 600 stones, responsible for addressing national inquiries and inquiries of the state. These individuals are capable of deliberating state affairs with Ing Zheng and are highly esteemed by the first emperor.
Given Ing Zheng's attitude towards the Confucians, it is unexpected that so many from their ranks would be appointed as scholars.
This appears to be the handiwork of Fusu, quietly elevating so many Confucians to scholar status.
Perhaps to subtly influencing Zhang and draw him closer to the Confucians?
No wonder Zhang Gu appears troubled whenever Fusu is mentioned.
Master of National Affairs.
These corrupt Confucians pose no real threat to you, yet they are bothersome, Zhang Han continued.
With Qin Mu's capabilities, the Confucians cannot displace him. But they can certainly be a nuisance. Moreover, these corrupt scholars have no other talent but to be irksome. Both Ing Zhang and the Prime Minister, Li Si, have been thoroughly vexed by these individuals.
I have heard whispers of this, Qin Mu nodded. He was indeed aware that Li Si had been driven to the point of advocating for the burning of books and the burying of scholars. Although the burning of books and burying of scholars targeted those who were detrimental to the state, this resulted in the loss of many scholars, and few esteemed Confucians remain. When Li Si executed this, there was certainly an element of personal vendetta involved.
General, do you have knowledge of the residence of those scholars? Qin Mu inquired,
looking up at Zhang Han. He harbored no fear of confrontation.
Irksome? Did they think he would shy away? He, Qin Mu,
had once been able to debate fiercely with Confucian scholars. Even without the use of sorcery, he did not fear these mere corrupt scholars.
Master of National Affairs, please do not act impulsively.
This matter has yet to be fully investigated. I have only come to inform you in advance. Furthermore, even if those Confucians are targeting you, His Majesty will suppress it and ensure you remain undisturbed, Zhang Han hastily advised.
But there are over 40 scholars, can one simply execute them?
Previously, the Master of National Affairs did not exhibit such a heavy disposition. He made this trip merely to provide Qin Mu with a heads-up, allowing him to prepare mentally.
The general misjudged. How could this humble monk be one who revels in bloodshed?
Upon hearing these words, Qin Mu shook his head. Let us not even mention that he is not a malevolent sorcerer inclined towards murder.
Slaying so many would only accrue additional sin, ultimately impacting his cultivation.
If he must kill, it would need to be through the hands of others.
Does the state master intend to? Zhang Han regarded Qin Mu with confusion. Could it be that the state master wishes to create 40 effigies to punish them? Why do you inquire so much, General?
Qin Mu smiled at Zhang Han, whose smile induced an involuntary shiver, compelling him to refrain from further questioning. He hastily informed Qin Mu of the various residences of the scholars.
Qin Mu nodded slightly.
He had no intention of employing any mystical arts to punish these scholars. The reason was simple: there were far too many of them. In the realm of the unorthodox,
any art that harms others ultimately harms oneself.
If it were only one or two individuals, Qin Mu could find a few pawns to shield him from calamity. But when the numbers swell, it becomes exceedingly difficult to fend them off. He hoped these individuals would exercise prudence and refrain from entangling themselves with the Daoist master. Qin Mu muttered to himself, a wicked smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth.
Should they willingly present themselves?
He would not mind experimenting with the techniques from the ancient tome he had perused in a previous life, Methods of Control Through the Ages,
which had cost him 9 coins back then, though its current price was unknown.
State Master, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Zhang Han said cautiously,
observing Qin Mu. Thank you for your information, General. Should you have time tomorrow, do visit the Chaohui Hall. I could procure some fortune for you.
Qin Mu looked up at Zhang Han with a smile. Since his arrival in the Great Qin, Zhang Han had proven to be a most reliable pawn. To urge a steed to run, one must feed it grass.
Thank you for your generous bestowal, State Master. Zhang Han replied promptly. Qin Mu nodded and ceased to speak further. Zhang Han, recognizing the cue, bowed and withdrew. Once Zhang Han departed, Qin Mu resumed his examination of the talismans on the table, having not yet placed the group of scholars in his thoughts.
Why hasn't General Wang arrived yet?
After a considerable time, Qin Mu set the talisman down, puzzled. Ying Zhang had previously shed him. Today,
Wang Jian should have entered the palace by now.
Just then, a eunuch approached with an announcement. My lord, General Wang has sent a letter.
A letter?
Qin Mu was taken aback. How could Wang Jian send a letter without his presence?
Present it, he commanded.
Yes. The eunuch complied, entering with hands extended, bearing the letter.
Qin Mu took the letter from the eunuch and began to peruse it.
Moments later, he shook his head and set the letter aside. This man has aged. Some fear death more than anything, while others fear life itself. In their twilight years, some seek to live, while others seek to die.
Wang Jian, in his letter,
expressed a desire to enjoy his final days in peace. Even if he were to be cured of his ailment, he knew he would not have long to live.
He was not like Ying Zhang, who harbored an obsession with immortality.
General Wang is indeed admirable, Qin Mu mused softly.
Were it anyone else,
they would have likely scurried to Qin Mu's side by now, eager to curry favor. Fear of death is a common sentiment.
Yet few possess the tranquility to face it. At this moment, the eunuch below hesitated, caught in a dilemma. What troubles you?
Speak freely, Qin Mu gently prompted, directing his gaze toward the eunuch. The National Master has sent a formal invitation, the eunuch replied, slightly embarrassed.
The National Master? Qin Mu was taken aback by the revelation. Which two from the Yin-Yang school?
The young eunuch, seemingly lacking in wit, faltered in directly naming the figures in Qin Mu's presence.
What was the hesitation? Was he fearful of offending the other two esteemed masters while serving under the legitimate national master? Which esteemed national master? Qin Mu inquired further. Reporting to you, my lord.
It is the Star Soul National Master from the Yin-Yang school.
The eunuch answered.
A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Mu's eyes at the mention of the Yin-Yang school.
After such a lengthy wait, representatives from the Yin-Yang school had finally arrived. Present it to me, Qin Mu commanded.
The eunuch promptly extracted the invitation and presented it with both hands.
Chapter 52, To Seek Rain.
One must train. Qin Mu received the invitation and glanced at it before discarding it carelessly. The content was an invitation from Xinghuan,
requesting him to visit the Yin-Yang family for a discussion. Discuss a pineapple. Does anyone believe that Qin Mu is unaware of the dangers lurking at the Yin-Yang family's residence? Entering may be easy, but exiting is a different matter entirely. Henceforth, there is no need for further invitations from the Yin-Yang family.
Qin Mu looked at the little eunuch who had spoken. The people of the Yin-Yang family were exceedingly strange, and he had no desire to become entangled with them, especially considering that his relationship with them was far from amicable. Until he had the strength to overpower the Yin-Yang family, to venture forth recklessly would be akin to delivering oneself as a meal.
All right.
The little eunuch nodded.
Leave.
Qin Mu waved his hand, dismissing the little eunuch, and then glanced at the talismans on the table, shaking his head as he collected them all. The path of Tao is natural and cannot be achieved in a day. These talismans were causing him considerable distress, and he had made no progress whatsoever.
To this day,
Qin Mu still could not comprehend why the talismans he drew work while the one drawn by Ying Zhang did not.
Forget it.
The path of Tao is natural, whatever works is sufficient.
Qin Mu sighed, choosing to temporarily abandon his efforts. He then procured a blank bamboo slip.
He would no longer study these talismans, there were other matters demanding his attention. He wondered how much he could still recall after all this time.
Muttering to himself,
Qin Mu picked up his brush and began to write the prohibition laws for controlling humans through the ages on the bamboo slip.
This text, Prohibition Laws for Controlling Humans,
exists in numerous versions. The most commonly circulated one among common folk outlines methods for addressing various problems they encounter. Another version, which Qin Mu had acquired for $9,
contained a detailed index listing over 40 prohibition laws. 1. 7 Arrows Method. 2. Black Eye Fixation Method. 3. Lost Items Anti-Thief Method. 4. Thousand Gene Hammer Method. 6. Rabid Dog Biting Method. 8. Borrowing Grass to Ward Off Injury Method.
12. Beautiful woman disrobing method now. Qin Mu could barely recall many of them, with the 12th prohibition law being the most vivid in his memory. Ahem. These secret methods could indeed enable ordinary people to prepare the necessary materials and execute the steps involved. Although Qin Mu remembered some of the methods, he still opted to document them for further study. A mistake in this domain could be fatal. Reflecting on the information in his mind, Qin Mu carefully inscribed it onto the bamboo slip. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Within the morning radiance hall, Qin Mu had just completed a set of Tai foundation establishment techniques with Zhang Gu. Qin Mu exhaled a breath of stagnant air. Calculating the time, he had practiced this foundation establishment technique for 6 or 7 days. The energy within him was nearing perfection. According to the texts, he was now ready to prepare for foundation establishment. Wasn't it said that this would take 100 days? Could it be that the dynasty's fortunes were assisting him? Qin Mu mused as he felt the energy within him. At this rate, he would be ready for foundation establishment in just 3 days. Upon successfully establishing his foundation, he could then engage in the esoteric arts of the sect, no longer relying solely on talismans and other obscure methods for survival. However, with the fortune of the nation bestowed upon him, why did he feel no discernible change? It was unfortunate that he had previously invested considerable time researching how to harness national fortune for cultivation. Who would have thought that this boon would manifest silently? Master? Is there something amiss with today's practice? At that moment, the voice of Ying Zhang echoed. No matter, I merely experienced a sudden epiphany and paused for a spell. Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. Ying Zhang nodded in understanding and then inquired, tomorrow marks the Weha Grand Ceremony, are you prepared? The Weha Grand Ceremony? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, having nearly forgotten about the event. It seemed he would need to brush up on his knowledge. Recalling how those elders conducted the heavenly sacrificial rites. Rest assured, Your Majesty, everything is prepared, Qin Mu assured, smiling at Ying Zhang. It is just a simple offering. It is not as if they expect much from me, he added. Thank you, Master. I can only hope that the river deity will show mercy this time. Sparing our Qin subjects from drought, Ying Zhang sighed. Your Majesty, why do you say that? Qin Mu was taken aback. Having heard nothing of any drought afflicting the Qin. You may be unaware, but the Longxi and Zhouyuan regions have not seen rain for 7 months. Zhouyuan is faring better. But Longxi borders hostile territories. If the dry spell continues for several more months, it could spell trouble, Ying Zhang lamented. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu fell silent, refraining from continuing the conversation. What did this imply? Was Ying Zhang expecting him to preside over the sacrificial rites for the Weha Grand Ceremony, potentially hoping for rain? No. That was impossible, utterly unfeasible. Despite the tales of myth where any Daoist could summon rain, such notions were absurd in reality. Based on Qin Mu's understanding of rain summoning techniques from the Tai sect, even with a prestigious divine title, he could barely manage it. The rites recorded in the Daoist texts for invoking rain require the establishment of a ceremonial altar to communicate with the celestial realm. Following this, one must recite incantations to reach out to the deities in hopes of receiving a response. After reaching this stage, one must draw a corresponding talisman of celestial rank, temporarily assuming the role of a celestial official to communicate with the heavens and bring forth rain. This celestial rank is akin to the positions recognized in the heavenly court. If one lacks such credentials, the efficacy of one's talisman rank and the stature of the one who bestowed it become crucial. Generally, the Daoist talisman is assigned based on the legendary 8 departments of the heavenly court. Within the celestial hierarchy, there are 8 departments: thunder, combat, wealth, pestilence, fire, water, pox, and Tai Sui. The deities serving in these departments are referred to as the 8 department gods. If the bestowed rank coincides with the thunder or water departments, one can consider themselves halfway to success. After all, should one's rank align with those of these departments, it is akin to seeking rain from one's own kind, making negotiations much easier. Conversely, if the rank does not correlate, one must consider the level of their bestowed title. A low rank would render one insignificant in the eyes of the deities. As for the royal Daoist and divine seals, Their effectiveness in communicating with the celestial beings is considerably diminished. After all, the official seal bestowed by this dynasty is recognized by the national fortune and acknowledged by the dynasty itself, rather than by the deities of heaven and earth. Thus, the reign-seeking Taoists are all rather insignificant, and Qin Mu still has much to achieve. Your Majesty, if the purpose of the Wei River Hall is to beseech for rain, I fear the humble Daoist may be powerless. Qin Mu spoke candidly to Ying Zhang, wishing to avoid a scenario where the sovereign would call upon him for such a request. If he were to seek rain, he must first be conferred a position within the Thunder or Water Division. However, given the current circumstances, he stands as the most prominent figure in the entirety of the Qin realm, who could possibly grant him such a title. As for invoking the celestial deities to bestow a title, that is merely a fanciful notion. Who would respond to a mere novice cultivator who has yet to complete the foundational stage? Chapter 53, Does the General wish to change his ancestral tomb? Your Majesty possesses the ability to extend life. Why, then, is it that rain is not forthcoming? Ying Zhang gazed at Qin Mu with a hint of confusion. In his mind, extending life should pose no challenge, and invoking rain would be even simpler. Extending life. Your Majesty's lifespan is not merely prolonged, it is borrowed, stolen, concealed. Such practices belong to the realm of the arcane, not the righteous path. Qin Mu shook his head. Throughout history, how many methods of prolonging life have adhered to the righteous path? Most, if not all, are steeped in the unconventional. Thus, I understand. Ying Zhang nodded, recalling Qin Mu's intervention against his eastern tour. If his lifespan were to be acknowledged by the heavens, why would Qin Mu fear his journey? Although rain may be elusive, I implore the national master to oversee the grand ceremony. Ying Zhang turned to Qin Mu, concerned that Qin Mu might abandon his responsibilities altogether. Despite the lack of rain, surely Qin Mu's abilities could lend some efficacy to the ceremony. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall oversee the grand ceremony without issue. Qin Mu nodded. A mere formality will suffice, as long as he refrains from producing any tangible results. Your Majesty, may I inquire why General Zhang Han has not been seen these past few days? Qin Mu recalled Zhang Han and posed the question. 3 days prior, he had summoned Zhang Han to the Chaowei Hall to bestow upon him an opportunity. Given the young man's disposition, his absence for 3 days seemed unusual. Is there a matter concerning General Zhang Han? I have assigned him a task. He should return after the ceremony tomorrow, Ying Zhang replied. No particular matter. I merely found his absence peculiar. Qin Mu chuckled lightly. He must be out attending to affairs, which explains his absence for 3 days. That is understandable, considering he is the chief secretary to the Crown Prince, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Shall you accompany me to the morning court today? Ying Zhang inquired, glancing at the sky. No, Your Majesty, please proceed without me. Qin Mu shook his head. There was little allure to the morning court for him, as he was not akin to Zhao Gao. Speaking of Zhao Gao, he has been remarkably composed lately and has not brought Hu Hai to meet me. Quite restrained indeed. Very well. I shall not disturb your rest any longer, Ying Zhang noted, not surprised. Although he visited the Chaowei Hall daily while Qin Mu practiced the Tai Foundation establishment method, Qin Mu had never accepted the invitations. After Ying Zhang departed, Qin Mu began preparations for the sacrificial rites. It seems I must don a ceremonial crown and attire. I possess the Taoist robe, yet I must procure a Taoist crown, Qin Mu mused to himself. Within the Taoist tradition, there are several types of crowns. Ceremonial adornments worn during rituals. They typically include the yellow crown, the 5 peaks crown, and the 5 elders crown. Qin Mu had never worn one. He was merely a novice Taoist, having acquired the Taoist seal shortly after his arrival in this world, leaving him no opportunity to don a crown for ritualistic practices. Contemplating this, Qin Mu summoned a palace maid and sketched the design of the 5 peaks crown, instructing her to seek someone to craft it. This 5 peaks crown, also known as the crown of the 5 peaks spiritual diagram, is shaped like a canopy and engraved with the true forms of the 5 peaks. Only one who has received the heavenly immortal's decree may wear it. Typically, only the esteemed masters of the Chuanjian sect are permitted to wear such ceremonial adornments. Yet, Qin Mu, having only received a minor initiation, donned the Daoist seal upon descending the mountain, signifying his status as a Daoist.
According to tradition,
he should not wear the 5 mountains crown.
However, in the present moment, who could rival Qin Mu's esteemed reputation? If he desires to wear it, what consequence could arise?
He thought to himself that he might as well don the 5 mountains crown, and when the time comes, he could follow the ceremonial protocols, utter a few casual words, and conclude with the customary 3 bows. With this thought, Qin Mu dismissed further contemplation.
After all, in this era, who possessed greater expertise in Daoist rituals than he? Even if he deviated from the established rites, who would be the wiser?
The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Mu rose and donned the Daoist robe he had worn during his travels, carefully placing the 5 mountains crown that had been crafted and delivered the previous evening upon his head.
Today marked the grand sacrificial ceremony, thus pausing the Taiyi Foundation establishment method for a day.
Though the ceremony was set for noon, it did not impede his cultivation. Just as Qin Mu prepared for the sacrificial proceedings, Zheng Han unexpectedly arrived. "Forgive me, esteemed national master," Zheng Han implored. "I have been burdened with royal orders these past few days, which has delayed my arrival until today." Upon seeing Qin Mu, he performed a deep bow, his weary demeanor suggesting he had rushed directly from the court. "There is no need for such formalities, General," Qin Mu said with a smile, assisting Zheng Han to rise.
"Will my late arrival of 3 days affect the fortune and opportunities you bestow upon me, esteemed national master?" Zheng Han inquired anxiously,
fearing that his delay might cause him to miss out on the opportunities Qin Mu had mentioned.
"Fear not, General, it is not too late,"
Qin Mu reassured him with a smile.
"That is a relief," Zheng Han replied, visibly relaxed. He then asked, "Might you elaborate further, national master?"
"This method is not unrelated to you, yet it is also intrinsically connected,"
Qin Mu replied. "Have you ever heard the saying, when ancestors are buried upright, descendants shall surely thrive?"
He looked at Zheng Han with a grin, intending to employ his rudimentary knowledge of feng shui to enhance Zheng Han's ancestral tomb, thereby indirectly augmenting his fortune.
After all, Zheng Han would need to assist him in employing some esoteric techniques.
If his own fortune were not sufficiently robust, this tool would lose its efficacy within 2 years. Without digressing, consider the straw effigy of Zhao Gao that Zheng Han possessed if he were to continue recording daily interactions with Zhao Gao. Calamity would surely befall him within 3 years.
"Ah,
I have not heard of it," Zheng Han replied, shaking his head in confusion.
What does it mean that when ancestors are buried upright, descendants shall surely thrive?"
This saying encapsulates the essence of feng shui concerning ancestral burial, Qin Mu explained. If the site where your ancestors rest is of exceptional feng shui, it will facilitate your career path, ensuring a life devoid of calamities and free from petty adversaries.
"Please, National Master, teach me." Zheng Han's eyes brightened at this revelation. He was not one of those rigid scholars who feared disturbing ancestral graves lest they incur divine wrath. What harm could come from making adjustments for his own benefit?
Surely, the ancestors could endure a slight alteration for the sake of their descendants' well-being.
Let us find a more auspicious location for them.
This matter cannot be rushed. Allow me, the humble Daoist, to select a site of exceptional feng shui for the general before we discuss it further, Qin Mu remarked.
Ever since he entered the palace of Xi'an,
he had not ventured outside.
He was unaware of any auspicious locations near Xi'an.
I have been overly impatient. I hope the esteemed national master can forgive me, Zheng Han said, hastily clasping his hands in a gesture of respect.
It is of no concern. Is the general's visit solely for this matter? Qin Mu inquired,
turning his gaze toward Zheng Han. Not entirely. Today at noon marks the grand ceremony of the Wei River, and His Majesty has summoned me to serve as the national master's attendant. Should the national master require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall see to it promptly, Zheng Han replied. Qin Mu nodded slightly. He felt no need for extensive preparations, as this was not a ritual for genuine deities, so there was no necessity for such complexity. Chapter 54, Qin Mu must die. Master Guisher, if you are adequately prepared, we may set forth at this moment,
Zheng Han remarked, observing that Qin Mu was ready.
Though the Weihua Palace is not far from Xianyang, it requires approximately an hour's journey, coupled with various preparatory rituals, thus,
departing now is optimal. And His Majesty? Qin Mu inquired, nodding slightly.
His Majesty, accompanied by the court officials, should have already departed Xianyang by this time, Zheng Han replied. Initially, His Majesty intended to invite you to ride in the dragon carriage together, but considering your preferences, he sent me to accompany you instead. Has the morning court concluded? Qin Mu's eyes flickered with surprise. He had believed he had risen early enough. It has concluded. Today's grand ceremony necessitated an earlier assembly. Zheng Han confirmed with a nod. Very well, then let us depart, Qin Mu stated, nodding once more. Upon hearing this, Zheng Han promptly descended to prepare the carriage. Meanwhile, the palace maidens within the Chaowei Hall began to gather the garments Qin Mu would require for the upcoming days. Historically, during the Weha Grand Ceremony, Ying Zhang would typically stay in the palace for 2 or 3 days alongside the court officials before returning to Xianyang. A quarter of an hour later, a carriage came to a gentle halt outside the main hall. Qin Mu, attended by 2 maidens, boarded the carriage, while Zheng Han personally took the reins and guided it away from the palace. Within the residence of the Yin-Yang family, Xing Han and Yushin sat across from one another. Behind them, 2 elders of the Yin-Yang family, De Ximing and Xiao Ximing, were also present. Was our Yin-Yang family not invited to this Weha Grand Ceremony? Xing Han inquired, directing his gaze at Yushin. What do you think? Yushin lifted her eyes to meet his. Isn't it evident? Had we been invited, I would already be at Weha Palace instead of engaging in idle chatter with you? She replied. In previous years, I have presided over the ceremony as the chief officiant. It seems the emperor's intentions are quite clear. Xing Han's brow furrowed in concern. He had not anticipated that the once mighty Yin-Yang family would be so swiftly marginalized from the power center of the Qin Empire in a mere fortnight. The fact that Ying Zhang had not summoned them to the Weha Grand Ceremony was a clear signal of the impending reduction of their influence. What strategy does Xing Han have in mind? Have you encountered that Guosher Qin Mu? Yushin asked, glancing at Xing Han. The mention of this caused Xing Han's expression to darken. 3 days prior, he had personally sent an invitation to Qin Mu, yet now, he had received no response whatsoever. It was evident that Qin Mu held him in little regard. Despite the current instability of the Yin-Yang family's position, as long as Ying Zhang had not issued a decree, Xing Han remained the Guosher of the Qin Empire. Qin Mu's blatant disregard ignited a flame of indignation within Xing Han. There is no need for the 2 guardians to quarrel. With a formidable enemy at hand, we should focus on devising a strategy to confront Qin Mu. De Ximing interjected, rising to address the tension between them. A strategy? What options remain, as long as your majesty relies on Qin Mu? The Yin-Yang sect will forever remain in a subordinate position. This Qin Mu must perish. Star Soul declared with a malevolent expression. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Qin Mu's role overlaps with that of the Yin-Yang sect. Moreover, his abilities surpass those of the Yin-Yang sect, and it won't be long before the Great Qin forsakes them. For the Yin-Yang sect has become obsolete to the Great Qin. How shall we enact his demise? Qin Mu resides deep within the palace. It is difficult for us even to catch a glimpse of him. Would the protector dare to act within the royal palace? The moon goddess turned to Star Soul and spoke. To engage within the palace is beyond the capabilities of the Yin-Yang sect. They lack the audacity as well. Despite their facade of superiority, they are acutely aware of their insignificance compared to the might of the Great Qin. How could a mere sect rival the strength of an entire nation? The power of a nation is formidable, beyond human resistance. Should we attempt to strike within the palace? Even if we succeeded, what would be the consequence? We would inevitably face the wrath of Ying Zhang, leading to the annihilation of the Yin-Yang sect. So what? I refuse to believe that Qin Mu will remain in the palace forever. Star Soul bellowed in anger. He could not accept that Qin Mu could live his life confined within the palace. Surely, there will come a day when he steps outside. Let it not be that Star Soul seizes the opportunity. The moon goddess chose not to respond, rising to depart with Xiao Ximing. After the conclusion of the Weha Grand Ceremony, send someone to the palace gates to keep watch, monitoring daily. Should Qin Mu's whereabouts be discovered, report immediately. Star Soul instructed De Ximing. Indeed. De Ximing nodded, descending to instruct the disciples to carry out the task. Qin Mu. A flicker of malice flashed in Star Soul's eyes. Although Qin Mu had left the palace for the Weha grand ceremony, Star Soul dared not act at this time. He could only await a future opportunity. Within the Weha palace, all officials were present, busily engaged in the preparations for the grand ceremony. At that moment, Zhang Han arrived, driving a carriage into the palace. The two entered the palace and approached the grand hall where Ying Zhang resided. "Is the master here?" Hearing the commotion outside the hall, Ying Zhang lifted his head to inquire. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Mu entered alongside Zhang Han. "Your Majesty." Qin Mu offered a slight bow. "There is no need for such formality, sir." Perhaps due to the significance of the day, Ying Zhang wore a warm smile, a departure from his usual demeanor. "Are you prepared, sir?" Ying Zhang gestured for Qin Mu to take a seat and asked. "Everything is in order," Qin Mu nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." The sacrificial site is by the Weha River, where a high platform has already been erected. "Countless citizens of Xianyang will come to witness the ceremony," Ying Zhang elaborated, providing Qin Mu with the details. "The selections for the priest and accompanying attendants have also been finalized. They will assist you in the ritual." As Ying Zhang concluded, an elderly man accompanied by 4 young maidens stepped forward. The elderly man was the priest, responsible for overseeing the ceremonial proceedings, while the 4 maidens were the attendants, set to assist Qin Mu, the chief priest, in fulfilling the ceremony. "Master of the nation." The 5 bowed in respect to Qin Mu. Qin Mu cast a glance at the 4 female attendants of the ritual, signaling them to refrain from excessive formalities. "Today's grand ceremony shall be liberated from the presence of the master," Ying Zhang proclaimed, clasping his hands in greeting. "The humble priest shall endeavor to do his utmost." Qin Mu reciprocated the gesture. "However, one must not speak too boastfully regarding such matters. For this ritual, I still need to construct a sacrificial altar. So I shall take my leave for now." Qin Mu observed the sky. It was nearly noon, and his altar had yet to be completed. "You may proceed, National Master." Ying Zhang replied with a smile, then turned to the 4 attendants. "You shall accompany the National Master." "Certainly." The 4 attendants responded in unison. Chapter 55, The Wrath of Ying Zhang, the imminent catastrophe of Confucianism. Qin Mu nodded and then rose to walk towards the palace exit, followed closely by the 4 female attendants. "Today, you shall remain by the master's side, ensure his protection," Ying Zhang instructed Zhang Han, who nodded in understanding, aware of the emperor's intentions. Traditionally, during the ceremony at the Wei River, numerous assassins sent by remnants of the 6 states often infiltrated the event. Now that Qin Mu's name resonated throughout the realm, it was certain that this grand occasion concealed many hidden threats. Zhang Han appeared at ease, adept at managing such matters. Over the years, Ying Zhang had faced numerous assassination attempts. By the Wei River, Qin Mu spotted the elevated platform erected for the ceremony from a distance. At that moment, a considerable crowd of citizens had gathered along the riverbank, observing with keen interest. On either side of the riverbank, the imperial guards of Xianyang stood vigilant, 3 paces apart, their ranks stretching endlessly. Qin Mu led the 4 female attendants to the platform. This platform was designated for the sacrificial rites. Once the ceremony commenced, Ying Zhang would be seated alongside the officials on the viewing platform, while the vacant space below was reserved for the citizens of Xianyang. Upon reaching the platform, Qin Mu instructed the 4 attendants to bring forth a table and then requested someone to lay a yellow cloth upon it. He subsequently retrieved several talismans from his robes and placed them atop the cloth, before dispatching someone to procure an incense burner and offerings. After a flurry of activity, a rather rudimentary altar for the sacrificial rites was established. "Master, is the altar satisfactory?" "The emperor has taken his seat alongside the officials, and the citizens are entering," Zhang Han announced as he ascended the platform. "Everything is prepared, we await the emperor's address," Qin Mu replied with a smile. "Before the ceremony begins, Brother Zhang must first say a few words." Zhang Han nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave the platform. During the sacrificial rites, no unrelated individuals were permitted to ascend. At that moment, numerous citizens of Xianyang encircled the platform. Typically, their gazes would be fixed upon the viewing platform, watching the great Qin emperor. Yet today, countless eyes were turned towards Qin Mu. "Master, it is the esteemed master!" they exclaimed. At long last, we behold him alive. Master, Master! Quickly, kneel and pray. The divine teacher is present, and our supplications shall surely bear fruit. Many citizens recognized Qin Mu, as numerous households in Xianyang displayed his likenesses and statues. It was no wonder they were so fervent with excitement at finally witnessing him in the flesh. However, Qin Mu, standing atop the platform, found himself slightly disconcerted by the scene. While he did not mind the citizens' admiration, the sight of them kneeling and reciting prayers felt akin to worshipping the deceased. On the viewing platform, the officials could not help but furrow their brows at the display. Your Majesty, although the master has rendered great service to our Qin, the decorum between ruler and subjects must not be disrupted. Now, in your presence, the citizens are paying homage to Qin Mu, protested Chun Yu, the doctor of the Imperial Academy, who had risen to voice his concern. Originally from the state of Qi, Chun Yu had entered Qin after its unification and was appointed to the position of doctor of the Imperial Academy, having been a close ally of Li Si in the past. In recent years, Li Si has deliberately distanced himself from Confucianism, resulting in a rupture in their relationship. Indeed, the ruler is the ruler, and the minister is the minister. How could a minister surpass his sovereign? Now, the esteemed voice of the national teacher, Qin Mu, overshadows that of the monarch. How can this be tolerated? Numerous scholars rose in agreement with Chun Yu. Although these individuals held no specific official titles, they were renowned figures across the realm, and their collective influence could even compel Li Si to retreat in deference. Enough! Ing Zhang slammed the dragon throne, his countenance darkening as he spoke in a low growl. You scholars of the great Qin spend your days vying for power, entangling our esteemed officials in cumbersome rituals and constraints. What does it mean to be a scholar? To be well versed in the past and present. Do you still hold this title in esteem? On this day of the Weha ceremony, I wish to see no bloodshed. Cease your chatter. Ing Zheng's voice was chillingly cold. Were it not for the substantial influence of the Confucians, he would have long since executed them all. His disdain for Confucianism was not a fleeting sentiment. Yet, the Confucians had subtly become representatives of the scholars throughout the realm, and the leaders among them were remarkably united. Should one scholar be targeted, countless voices would rise in protest. Once Ing Zheng resolves the hidden threats to the great Qin, he would turn his attention to these so-called scholars. Chun Yu, witnessing the furious visage of Ing Zheng, opened his mouth but dared not continue. He had initially intended to take this opportunity to undermine Qin Mu's reputation and unite the Confucian students in petitioning Ing Zheng to retract the royal decree allowing Fusu to take him as a mentor. However, seeing the current state of affairs, he realized that further words might yield little effect and could even incite Ing Zheng's ire towards Confucianism. Alas! When a nation is on the brink of collapse, aberrations arise. Such sorcerers possessing such renown in our great Qin will surely lead to chaos in the long run. Chun Yu sighed inwardly. In his heart, he believed that only educated individuals could govern the realm with order. And only the great sages of Confucianism deserved the title of national teacher. How could a mere sorcerer possibly uphold such a name? Yet, Chun Yu refrained from voicing these thoughts at that moment. The surrounding scholars, noticing his silence, naturally followed suit, bowing their heads and refraining from further discussion. Ing Zheng also ceased to regard the scholars. Initially, he had established the position of scholar to gather the talents of the realm for his service. At that time, Ing Zheng was indeed satisfied with the numerous scholars, as each was a top talent in their respective fields. Yet gradually, the position of scholar inexplicably became a stepping stone for those of Confucian persuasion. Among the 70 or so scholars in the court, more than half were Confucians. Although Ing Zheng disapproved, he was powerless to act. These individuals had indeed entered the ranks through their own merits, fulfilling the requirements he had established. To punish them would be unjust, as they had committed no wrongdoing. Should he arbitrarily impose charges, it might instill fear in the talented individuals across the realm. Moreover, Ing Zheng found such actions beneath him. Yet, if left unchecked, these individuals would periodically emerge to vex him. Ing Zheng still vividly recalled a few months prior, when he hosted a banquet at the Xianyang Palace for the ministers. During the feast, he had bestowed a piece of rich meat upon the chancellor, Li Si. Suddenly, a group of Confucian scholars emerged, proclaiming that the relationship between ruler and subject, governed by propriety, was in disarray. they feared that such actions might lead to the collapse of the ritual system. Some scholars, in indignation, even rose to leave, which greatly vexed Zhang. The more he contemplated the situation, the more incensed he became, nearly succumbing to the urge to storm off the platform in outrage. Feeling ashamed to share the space with such learned individuals. Yet, as the sovereign of a nation, he understood that it was inappropriate to depart from such a grand ceremony at will. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Zhang prepared to commence the proceedings. Meanwhile, Li Si cast a glance at Qin Yu, recognizing that this former friend was not long for this world. However, Li Si felt no inclination to offer any warning. Indeed, he vividly recalled the scorn he had faced from the literati months prior, all over a piece of delectable meat. Chapter 56, The Ritual for Rain and the Tremor of Heaven and Earth. The Li Si hailed from the legalist school, his roots lay in Confucianism, which ought to have fostered a bond with the Confucian scholars. Yet, the repugnance exhibited by these individuals was insufferable. After he indulged in the emperor's rich delicacies, they derided him mercilessly. Brother Tonggu, although this practitioner of arcane arts has yet to meddle in court affairs, the future remains uncertain. As Li Si pondered these thoughts, Qin Yu, having quietly shifted to his side, spoke softly. Li Si cast a glance at Qin Yu, choosing not to respond. What audacity! How dare he approach me? He mused. Was he not among those who criticized me? At that banquet months prior, it was this very individual who first proclaimed that Li Si was ignorant of propriety. Brother Tonggu still harbors resentment over that incident? Truth be told, did you act rightly in that matter? If it were merely a piece of ordinary fat meat, it would be one thing. However, that piece was perfectly marbled, with the emperor consuming the lean portions and bestowing the fatty parts upon Brother Tonggu. Such actions lack any semblance of regal decorum. You should not have accepted that piece of fat, and yet you consumed it. This blatantly contravenes the principles governing the sovereign and his subjects. Upon hearing these words, Li Si's countenance darkened instantly. What of it if he relished the fatty meat? He simply prefers it. Anger coursed through him. Is it merely because I am now aligned with the legalists? Is it because the emperor has denied you Confucians a morsel of meat? If you desire it, simply voice your wishes instead of resorting to this charade. Li Si understood all too well that the Confucians would not lambaste Zhang over a piece of meat. Their ire stemmed from witnessing the emperor's favoritism. That piece of marbled meat, shared between Zhang and Li Si, left the Confucians bereft. Thus, these corrupt scholars swiftly escalated the issue, transforming it into a grave matter of sovereign-subject relations. Consequently, since that banquet, Li Si had not indulged in the emperor's rich delicacies again. Despite their unappealing nature, the influence of these corrupt scholars was undeniably significant, even swaying the opinions of learned individuals throughout the realm regarding Zhang. While the Confucians were not without their share of corrupt members, they also boasted formidable figures. After all, the scholars of this era were well versed in the 6 arts of a gentleman, capable of securing peace through literature and martial prowess. Moreover, most individuals, though not strictly Confucian, hailed from Confucian backgrounds, much like Li Si himself. Although these corrupt scholars elicited disdain, they were astute enough to bind the formidable figures to their cause, rallying scholars to unite against outside forces, suppressing other philosophies while elevating Confucianism, ensuring mutual survival. This left Zhang's attitude towards Confucianism at a level of mere aversion, never escalating to violence. After all, such formidable individuals were desperately needed in the Qin. Seeing that Qin Yu was poised to continue, Li Si interjected sharply, Enough. Must you instruct us on how the emperor should reign? As ministers, we ought to fulfill our own duties. This sentiment echoed the words spoken by Zhang during the banquet at Xianyang Palace, marking his first display of ire within the Grand Hall. As the first emperor of Qin, he ought not to require guidance from these Confucian scholars on the art of rulership. Qin Yu opened his mouth but refrained from further persuasion. With the conversation having reached this juncture, what more could he do? At that moment, Zhang had already risen and approached the observation platform. The gaze of all the officials and the common people below shifted to this emperor of ages. Today, we celebrate the 10th Weha grand ceremony of the Qin Dynasty. I do not implore the river god of Weha to bless our great Qin. I merely wish for our people to be spared from the calamities of nature. Therefore, I have specially invited the national master to preside over this rite. May our great Qin be blessed with favorable weather and free from disaster in the coming year." Upon concluding his speech, Ing Zhang turned and resumed his seat on the dragon throne of the observation platform. Traditionally, the emperor would speak for at least half an hour. But his current mood did not permit such indulgence. He uttered only a few cursory words before hastily commencing the ceremony, neglecting to read the prepared speeches. The present Ing Zhang was devoid of enthusiasm, and the multitude of Confucian scholars present was indeed vexatious. Although he had initially felt well disposed towards the grand occasion, Xun Yu's interruption had dampened his spirits to the point that he wished to forego the ceremony altogether. Were it not for Qin Mu still stationed atop the high platform, he might have concluded his remarks and departed in a huff. At this moment, a resolution was forming in his mind. Henceforth, he would refrain from inviting these scholars to any future ceremonies, as they were truly a source of annoyance. On the sacrificial platform, after Ing Zhang concluded his speech, the elderly priest stepped forward. At that moment, wisps of vapor rose from the surface of the Weha River, obscuring the view of the gathered crowd, who found it unremarkable, as the river often behaved thus. On the sacrificial platform, the priest inquired of Qin Mu, "National Master, may we commence the ceremony?" Qin Mu nodded, signaling for the priest to proceed according to the established protocol, as he was not familiar with the intricacies of the Grand Qin Weha ceremony, nor was it his responsibility. The priest acknowledged with a nod and gestured towards the platform below. 8 guards, bearing the great Qin Shinbird flags, ascended the sacrificial platform in unison. Once atop, they positioned themselves facing outward in alignment with the 8 cardinal directions. Subsequently, 2 soldiers approached the platform, one carrying a drum and the other a gong. Upon their arrival, they began to strike their instruments slowly. Following the rhythm of the drum and gong, the old priest advanced forward. With each beat of the drum, he took a step. With each clang of the gong, he bowed. The old priest continued along the sacrificial platform until he reached the altar, where he finally halted. Qin Mu, standing nearby, observed the proceedings with great interest, for as the main officiant, he was only responsible for the final tribute to the river god. Upon stopping, the old priest called out, "Offerings." As his voice echoed, 4 female attendants, having appeared unbeknownst to the crowd, presented 4 platters of sacrificial offerings, placing them reverently at the edge of the altar, facing the Weha River. After the 4 female attendants had arranged the offerings, the priest turned his back to the river and shouted again, "Bring forth the livestock." Below the altar, 8 robust men carried the already slaughtered sheep and cattle onto the high platform, following the same rhythm of 1 beat for each step, until they reached the very edge of the altar to set down the animals. "Retreat!" the priest called once more. The 4 female attendants followed the 8 sturdy men as they temporarily descended from the sacrificial platform. After several individuals descended from the altar, the sound of gongs and drums once again reverberated. The priest, in synchrony with the drumbeats, advanced step by step, retreating to the edge of the altar. Then rose to gaze at Qin Mu. "Light the incense." Qin Mu adjusted his attire, knowing that the subsequent proceedings rested solely upon him. Approaching the ceremonial platform, he took the incense, ignited it, and arranged 3 sticks to form a pillar, symbolizing the 3 treasures incense. He then utilized his left hand to place the incense, as the left is generally regarded as auspicious while the right is considered inauspicious. The first stick was inserted at the center of the incense burner, signifying the Tao treasure incense, followed by another on the left, representing the Sutra treasure incense, and the final stick on the right, symbolizing the Master treasure incense. The 3 sticks were required to maintain a distance of approximately 1 inch apart, embodying the notion of inch heart, and must be aligned perfectly, avoiding any slant. This 3 treasures incense was a sacred offering only presented during significant ceremonies or ancestral rites of the Taoist sect. Once Qin Mu completed the incense offering, the priest spoke once more, "Offer the wine." Qin Mu lifted the wine vessel from the altar, distributing its contents into 3 cups, which he placed upon the platform. Recite the sacrificial text. After the priest's fervent command, he retreated a step, descending from the altar. At this moment, the 4 female acolytes ascended the platform, standing behind Qin Mu. The highest celestial star shifts without pause. I, a humble disciple of the Taoist sect, the great Qin Daoist, a 9th-rank golden-armored divine official of the Great Qin, today, bearing the sentiments of the populace, the fate of the dynasty, and the wishes of the sovereign. Beseech the deities of rivers and lakes to bless our Great Qin people with health and prosperity, free from disasters, and ensure favorable weather year after year. Qin Mu, holding the proclamation, recited it aloud, then placed it upon the altar. He subsequently retrieved his seal and the golden-armored divine official's seal, impressing them upon the document. Before applying a talisman atop it, I transmit this proclamation, reaching the deities of the river and the spirits of the waters. Qin Mu rolled the proclamation and handed it to the 4 female acolytes. They accepted the document, bowed, and retreated from the altar, making their way toward the banks of the Weishui River. Upon reaching the water's edge, they cast the proclamation into the river. On the altar, Qin Mu approached the edge, facing the Weishui River, and performed 3 bows and 3 prostrations with utmost sincerity. This ritual of 3 bows and 3 prostrations is a solemn gesture of reverence towards the divine, a supplication for blessings and a fulfillment of wishes. The ceremony commenced with palms joined in prayer, followed by a bow, then kneeling and bowing one's head, akin to a single bow and prostration. After completing the first bow, he stood and retreated half a step. Pausing for a few moments, he joined his palms once more, advanced half a step forward, bowed again, knelt, and performed the second bow and prostration. He continued this for the third bow and prostration. Between each bow and prostration, he silently contemplated the wishes inscribed upon the proclamation. Upon completing the ritual, Qin Mu rose and nodded toward the priest below the altar. Seeing this, the priest promptly ascended the platform and proclaimed, "The rite is complete." The 8 guardians stationed on the altar raised their banners in unison, turning to descend the altar. At that moment, an unexpected stir erupted within the crowd below. Look! What is that? The river god. The river god has manifested. Chapter 57, The Absence of Deities. The absence of river spirits. Countless citizens gasped and turned their gaze upstream along the Weishui River, their eyes wide with astonishment as they fixated on a dark silhouette within the waters. It was undoubtedly the river god. The Grand Master had invoked the deity. Quickly! Kneel down, for the divine must not be gazed upon directly. May the heavens bless the Great Qin! The populace fervently cried out, prostrating themselves upon the ground, repeatedly bowing towards the Weishui. On the observation platform, the officials exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the significance of the shadow in the river. Is it truly the river god? Chun Yu stammered, his voice tinged with disbelief. How could there exist such divine beings in this world? The sage does not speak of supernatural forces. That shadow cannot possibly be the river god. You warriors, hasten to ascertain what entity is bewitching the citizens of Qin. Chun Yu dismissed the notion that flickered in his mind and called out to the military officials. Many warriors furrowed their brows, while they could refer to themselves as warriors. They would not tolerate such a designation from others. Despite their displeasure at Chun Yu's words, the warriors turned their attention to the upstream waters, eager to discern the nature of the shadow. What is that thing? A warrior could no longer contain his astonishment. Soon, the remaining warriors echoed his exclamations. They had all seen it. Within the Weishui, a colossal creature emerged, its back rising above the surface like a small mountain, casting a massive shadow beneath the water. The mist above the river thickened, obscuring the view of the onlookers. What have you witnessed that has incited such panic? Ying Zheng, intrigued, inquired of the military officials. Could it be that a river god truly resides within the Weishui? His esteemed master possesses such power to summon a deity? Though Ying Zheng could not discern the scene above the waters clearly, he could still vaguely perceive the immense shadow approaching. Your Majesty, we dare not speak hastily, indeed. There is a colossal entity within the Weishui, its back visible above the surface, resembling a small mountain. A warrior reported, clasping his hands in respect. We do not wish to deceive your Majesty, we are uncertain of its nature. Perhaps we should wait for it to draw closer, and your Majesty may observe for yourself. The warriors were cautious in their assertions, as they had only caught a fleeting glimpse, and soon the rising mist obscured their view. Yet, they could still faintly see the enormous shadow drawing nearer upon the Weishui. No. It cannot be. Chun Yu shook his head defiantly. If divine beings truly existed, what then would be the purpose of our Confucian teachings? Yet, no one paid heed to Chen Yu's objections, all eyes remained fixed on the surface of the river. The guards stationed by the Weishui had placed their hands upon the hilts of their swords, their expressions tense as they gazed intently at the waters. The multitude of citizens remained prostrate, too fearful to rise, casting furtive glances towards the river's surface, eager to behold the true visage of the river god.
What? What is happening?
Qin Mu, situated upon the altar, wore a perplexed expression.
The river god? Is it truly possible that a river deity resides within the Weishui? Such nonsense!
Even if one were to exist, it is improbable that he could be summoned. The rites he performed bear no relation to the divine, merely an arbitrary assemblage of rudimentary ceremonial practices.
Do not involve me in this. I had no intention of invoking any deity.
At this moment, Qin Mu felt an overwhelming sense of panic.
Summoning a spirit is hardly a favorable endeavor. As the saying goes, it is easy to invite a deity but difficult to send them away.
Engaging with the divine is fraught with intricate protocols.
And any misstep could lead to offense.
To be remembered with disdain by such a being would spell a lifetime of misfortune.
Moreover, who can discern whether what has been summoned is a river god or a malevolent spirit?
Qin Mu fixated intently on the shadow above the river,
his right hand tightly gripping the seal of the golden-armored deity.
Should any ominous signs arise, he would flee to Zhanggu without hesitation.
Only a fool would confront this alone. It is wise to seek the protection of a king like Zhanggu.
As the shadow on the surface of the Weishui drew nearer, all held their breath in anticipation, eager to behold its true form.
After a quarter of an hour, the shadow finally revealed itself. Ha! A river god? Are not these martial warriors always boasting of their ability to see hundreds of feet ahead?
Yet they fail to discern even a withered tree, making fools of themselves. From the viewing platform, Qin Yu cast a scornful glance at the warriors. It is nothing more than a mass of aquatic vegetation, dead branches, and a massive withered tree drifting downstream.
What a spectacle to frighten them so! At this moment,
upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the crowd finally comprehended what the shadow upon the Weishui truly was. They beheld a layer of water plants, twigs, and various debris floating upon the surface, with a remarkably large dead tree lying among the clutter, carried along by the current.
No divine entities. No river spirits to be seen. Chapter 58, You are noble, you are remarkable.
Yet you still bow to the national master. Everyone gazed at the withered tree drifting away on the water's surface. The martial generals exchanged bewildered glances. What they had witnessed earlier was certainly not a mere dead tree.
But why was this so? Your Majesty, I would never deceive you.
What we observed before was not this tree. I can certainly distinguish a withered tree, one of the generals, who had spoken earlier, explained to Ying Zhang.
He truly speaks no falsehood. He is not a fool to jest about such matters. Your Majesty, we too witnessed it. That object is certainly not this dead tree.
It is merely the group of martial officials rose in agreement.
This must be clarified. Can we, like those scholars, exaggerate and fabricate?
Such behavior would tarnish our reputation as warriors.
Enough. Ying Zhang raised his hand, signaling for silence.
This is merely a misunderstanding. My ministers need not dwell on this matter any longer.
He cast a glance at the group of scholars. Had he not intervened,
they would have surely begun their verbose proclamations. Though doubts lingered in Ying Zhang's heart, he decided to let the matter rest to silence the scholars.
Meanwhile,
the group of scholars led by Qin Yu displayed an expression of regret. Had the emperor not spoken, they would have commenced their discourse.
At that moment,
the common folk below rose from the ground, engaged in conversation. Most wore expressions of reverence, believing that these were not mere debris, but rather that the multitude of people by the riverside had disturbed the river god, prompting the deity to withdraw from sight.
As such, the people's awe for Qin Mu grew deeper. This ceremony of the Wei River had been held numerous times, yet it was only this occasion, with the intervention of the national master Qin Mu, that summoned the river god.
Upon the altar, Qin Mu watched as the withered tree drifted further away,
feeling a sense of relief.
Regardless of whether it was the river god or a dead tree, as long as it did not manifest trouble for him,
all would be well.
During such ceremonies, he wished to avoid drawing attention. It was too prone to mishaps.
Realizing the strangeness of the Wei River,
Qin Mu decided it was prudent to descend from the altar. With the ceremony concluded, he felt no obligation to remain. Downstream, the withered tree continued its journey, surrounded by various aquatic plants and debris. Strangely, Qin Mu's decree to communicate with the river god had also been swept into the debris at some point. On the observation platform, Ying Zheng rose to depart, dissatisfied with the proceedings of the ceremony. If he was unhappy, no one else would dare to be pleased. He glanced back at Chunyu before turning away in silence. "What happened, Your Excellency?" A scholar beside Chunyu inquired, puzzled by his dazed expression. The emperor did not utter a word. Why did Chunyu appear so startled? "It is nothing, perhaps I misinterpreted the sight." How could the emperor possibly have aquatic plants on his head? Chunyu shook his head, promptly dismissing the absurd thought from his mind. The child does not speak of the supernatural, nor of chaotic forces. He, Chunyu, has devoted years to the diligent study of the sages. Yet today finds his mind swayed by a throng of ignorant commoners and some coarse warriors. If the world were to truly require deities, they would be the venerable Confucian sages, born of the essence of heaven and earth, rather than relying upon inanimate mountains and rivers. Beneath the altar, Qin Mu swiftly departed from the banks of the Weishui River, while amidst the crowd, a figure clad in black robes followed closely behind. This individual appeared unperturbed by the need for concealment, brazenly pursuing Qin Mu. The hidden guardian, Zhang Han, furrowed his brow, recognizing the man. Was this not Zhao Gao? What mischief was he attempting to stir? "Sir, please hold." Just as Zhang Han was engulfed in confusion, Zhao Gao had already caught up to Qin Mu and lifted the veil of his black robe. "Lord Zhao?" Qin Mu halted, gazing in bewilderment at the obstructing Zhao Gao. "You flatter me, sir, I am but a humble commoner." Zhao Gao pays his respects to the national master. Zhao Gao hastily clasped his hands in greeting. The past few days had been nothing short of torment for him, as he awaited the day of the ceremony with bated breath. Qin Mu had promised to perform the art of cultivating life during this ritual. With nothing to occupy his time, Zhao Gao found himself lost in thought at the residence of Hu Hai. Despite having scolded Hu Hai for doubting Qin Mu, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss with the national master. Yet, he could not articulate precisely why. The crux of the matter was that there was no animosity between them. Zhao Gao had treated the national master with utmost respect throughout. Moreover, if Qin Mu truly intended to bring about his demise, he had ample opportunity to do so, especially now that Ying Zheng heeded his every word. Thus, Zhao Gao ultimately cast aside all distractions and chose to trust Qin Mu once more, hastily arriving at the banks of the Weishui River early that morning. After all, it had come to this point. He could not afford to overturn the table now, as that would be a grave loss for him. As a mere commoner, he dared not take such a risk. Everything would hinge upon Qin Mu's performance of the ritual before he made any decisions. Should the art of cultivating life prove ineffective? Then the prior extraction of his hair and blood must have been a covert attempt on his life. Conversely, if it were successful, it would mean he had misjudged the national master, and that all was simply a matter of coincidence. "Have you chosen an auspicious site, sir?" Zhao Gao inquired impatiently, eager to ascertain Qin Mu's true intentions. Though he had lost his official position, he still retained some influence and resources at his disposal. "There is no need for haste. Lord Zhao, the Weishui ceremony has yet to conclude, and I am currently unable to disengage," Qin Mu replied, looking at Zhao Gao with a reassuring smile. "It is not impatience that drives me. Do you understand what life has been like for me since losing my position?" Zhao Gao's eyes welled with tears as he cast a pitiful glance at Qin Mu. "The ceremony is still in progress, and with so many eyes upon us. Are you certain you wish to seek the auspicious site at this moment?" Qin Mu observed Zhao Gao before speaking. "The day has been exhausting. Yet I must endure the additional burden of accompanying you, Zhao Gao, in search of auspicious lands. Such aspirations seem but a distant dream now. Ever since the thoughts of the bestowed talismans and imperial seals crossed my mind, the significance of this life-creating technique has diminished greatly. Consequently, Qin Mu finds himself less agitated at present. Zhao Gao's influence in Qin Mu's heart has plummeted sharply. In fact, in recent days, he has scarcely felt inclined to engage with Zhao Gao, barely indulging in the pretense of deception. Regardless of Zhao Gao's willingness, the secrets of this life-creating art are firmly in his grasp, and he can wield them at will. He had anticipated that Zhao Gao would recall the previous anomalies during these past few days. However, it is surprising that Zhao Gao continues to place unwavering trust in him. His obsession with power runs deep. Then, shall it be tomorrow? Zhao Gao hesitated before speaking. Excellent. Qin Mu nodded with a smile. With that, he turned and strode away towards the palace without a backward glance. Zhao Gao, observing Qin Mu's retreating figure, opened his mouth, wishing to reminisce and strengthen their rapport. Why this attire, Sir Zhao? Oh, I forgot, you are no longer a Qin official and should not don the crown and robes. At this moment, Zhang Han emerged from the shadows, casting a teasing glance at Zhao Gao. Next time, do refrain from hiding your face with that black robe. Just now, I nearly mistook you for an assassin and almost acted against you. What brings you here? Seeking the national master's favor? Or are you still unable to relinquish the allure of power? Heed my counsel, flattery will not lead to great accomplishments. After delivering a few jibes at Zhao Gao, Zhang Han, in high spirits, turned and departed. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao stood in place, his expression darkening. Damn it, you think yourself so noble and exceptional. Yet, are you not merely trailing behind the national master, ingratiating yourself? Chapter 59, The Waning of Fortune. Is there truly a divine presence? Just wait, one day Zhao Gao, will stand at the pinnacle of power. Zhao Gao gritted his teeth, growling softly. His life's ambition has always been clear, to ascend above others. Beyond this, he harbored no other desires. Women, wealth, he desired none of these, he only wished to stand at the zenith of authority. The concept of power permeated his existence. As Qin Mu and Ying Zheng departed, the grand ceremony by the Weha River concluded abruptly. Following the end of this event, a torrential rain unexpectedly poured over the two prefectures of Longxi and Zhouyuan. The citizens of both prefectures rushed through the streets, weeping tears of joy. They could survive. They could survive. At this moment, the governors of the two prefectures also wore long-awaited smiles, albeit with a hint of confusion. As the rain had arrived so suddenly. Just moments ago, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky, showing no signs of rain. Now, a deluge fell as if the heavens themselves were in upheaval. After enduring a prolonged drought, the rain was a welcome blessing, pouring down relentlessly for a full 3 hours before finally ceasing. Once the rain stopped, the citizens of both prefectures wore joyful expressions, while in Xianyang City, countless people inexplicably caught colds. Within the Weishui Palace, Ying Zheng sat upon the dragon throne, coughing several times. At this moment, his eyes appeared somewhat dazed, and his forehead burned with heat, reminiscent of a previous illness that had plagued him. What is happening to me? Ying Zheng hastily drew a rejuvenation talisman and affixed it to himself, but its effects were negligible. The overwhelming weakness enveloping his body stirred a sense of dread within him. He did not wish to revert to the state he had been in half a month prior. In this moment, he once again felt the chilling grip of death. Someone! Quickly, summon a healer to save me! Ying Zheng called out loudly to the outside of the hall, disregarding everything else. Were it not for his debilitating weakness, he would have rushed to seek Qin Mu directly. Meanwhile, Qin Mu furrowed his brow, fixated on the official seal bestowed upon him by Ying Zheng. What is happening here? Has the divine seal's period of efficacy expired? Is it a counterfeit due to being hastily made? Qin Mu muttered to himself. Before him lay the golden official seal granted by Ying Zheng. However, this seal, no longer radiating its former brilliance, was now marred with cracks and lacked luster, as if it might shatter at any moment. Just moments ago, Qin Mu sensed something amiss with the seal in his hands. Upon inspection, it had transformed into this pitiful state. What on earth is going on? Qin Mu gazed at the dilapidated seal, a headache brewing. This official seal, which manifested the fortune of the nation, should theoretically remain unbroken as long as the Qin Dynasty endured. Presently, one could argue that the Qin was not merely in its prime, it was indeed flourishing, with at least a decade of prosperity ahead for Zhang. Something is amiss. It seems the seal has shielded me from disaster? Qin Mu scrutinized the dull, lifeless seal before him, noting the absence of any aura of national fortune, as if it had been completely drained.
In light of this situation, a hypothesis began to form in his mind.
Is someone undermining my fortune?
A glimmer of fierce light flickered in Qin Mu's eyes. This situation bore some resemblance to the recorded methods of disaster prevention within the Taoist sect. Those who were bestowed with talismans, be they Daoist priests or court officials, held ranks and titles.
When beset by misfortune, the talismans and official seals they received would manifest signs of decay, shielding their masters from calamity. Yet how could this be achieved?
In the vast lands of the Great Qin, I possess neither ancestral graves nor kin, my birth date is unknown, and my Daoist title is a mere fabrication, surely. I should not be subject to such machinations.
Qin Mu furrowed his brow. The various methods of misfortune he was familiar with left him unfulfilled.
He remained vigilant, constantly collecting and incinerating hair and other items that fell from the morning radiance hall, wary of any ill omen. His title, Tai Xian, was also a mere invention.
Although he was a Daoist of the Taoist sect, by lineage alone he could not possibly attain such a lofty designation. Most importantly, in this world, no one should be able to wield Daoist arts, right? Qin Mu's brow tightened further. This strange phenomenon unsettled him. National Master. National Master. Is the National Master within the hall?
Just as Qin Mu pondered deeply, an urgent voice called out from outside the hall.
Before he could react,
Zheng Han burst into the chamber.
My lord! My lord!
Something has happened to His Majesty, National Master, please come with me to see. Zheng Han's face was etched with anxiety as he addressed Qin Mu.
Something has happened to His Majesty.
Qin Mu's gaze sharpened.
First, there was an issue with the divine seal, and now, Zhang was also in trouble? Surely not.
Even if something unfortunate befell Zhang, the state of the Great Qin would not immediately collapse, unable to withstand the loss of a ninth-rank official seal. General, do not panic, allow this humble Daoist to investigate. Qin Mu reassured him, swiftly pocketing the official seal from the table before following Zheng Han out. Within the royal chamber, Zhang reclined upon the dragon bed, appearing much as he had during Qin Mu's first encounter with him.
Master! Master, save me!
Upon seeing Qin Mu hasten towards him,
Zhang's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. Your Majesty, do not be alarmed. Qin Mu quickly approached Zhang, offering a calming presence.
Truth be told, he felt no more certainty than the Emperor himself. Your Majesty, please remain calm, allow this humble Daoist to assess your condition.
With a composed exterior,
Qin Mu's heart was filled with trepidation.
In this predicament, the only recourse he could conceive was to employ the Taoist sect's art of prognostication to discern Zhang's current state.
This technique was not one Qin Mu could fully manifest. It involved observing the qi of mountains, water, forms, and living beings to reveal auspicious or inauspicious signs, capable of discerning both static and dynamic trends.
All Daoist arts and spells are grounded in internal cultivation and external application, without foundational power.
They are as fleeting as a leaf on the wind.
Higher-level prognostication falls under the domain of celestial sight, ultimately leading to the realization of one's true nature and divine abilities.
What Qin Mu could employ was merely an assessment of one's state.
A vibrant complexion indicated prosperity, while a dull appearance foretold decline.
Red qi signified immense wealth, black qi hinted at calamity, purple qi indicated great nobility, and golden qi suggested a connection to the Tao. The situation was fluid and subject to change, often exhibiting a mixture of colors.
Recalling the records of the prognostication technique,
Qin Mu summoned the scant qi within his body to gather at his eyes, directing his gaze towards Zhang.
Upon observing Zhang,
a resplendent aura emanates from his brow, a hue of pure purple, devoid of any other colors. This is certainly not the pallor of impending death. It appears that the esteemed ruler is not in mortal peril. However, one notable concern arises: the aura seems rather diminished.
Sir? Am I in danger of losing my life?
On the dragon throne, Zhang gazes at Qin Mu, his brow furrowing in silence, a chill creeping into his heart. The true dread does not stem from the physician revealing the severity of his ailment, but rather from their silence and furrowed brows. Such a countenance strikes terror into the heart of the patient. Fortunately, upon hearing the Emperor's words, Qin Mu regained his composure and responded with a gentle smile, Your Majesty, rest assured, for the brilliance of your aura reveals a bright purple, indicating no threat to your life.
Is that so? Ah. As long as there is no threat to my life, I shall endure. I can still live. Ying Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him, his complexion gradually brightening. What has befallen your majesty? How could your vibrant spirit so suddenly wane? Qin Mu inquired curiously. As the sovereign of a nation, Ying Zhang's fortune could be deemed the most stable within the Qin realm. The national fortune serves as a bulwark, making it difficult for ordinary circumstances to disrupt the emperor's essence. Yet, the current state of Ying Zhang bears a striking resemblance to that of the divine official seal. This. Upon returning from the grand ceremony, I attended to state affairs within the palace. After approximately 3 hours, I began to feel unwell. Initially, I did not pay it much mind, merely applying the talisman gifted by you, esteemed sir, but to my dismay, it bore no effect. Thus, I sent for your presence. A look of lingering trepidation shadowed Ying Zhang's face. At that moment, he feared that the borrowed 12 years of his life might be reclaimed. Qin Mu, upon hearing this, fell into contemplative silence. The timing of Ying Zhang's sudden discomfort coincided almost precisely with the incident involving the divine official seal. Were it not for the seal, he too might have experienced a similar drain of vitality. How peculiar, indeed. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, comprehending that it was within the realm of possibility for his fortune to be manipulated. After all, he was merely a 9th-tier cultivator within the dynasty, not particularly formidable. Yet, Ying Zhang, the sovereign of the Qin, the very first emperor of heaven and earth, possessed a wealth of fortune bolstered by the national destiny. Who could dare to meddle with that? In the past 2 days, he had not encountered any unusual occurrences. Ah! Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Mu. General Zhang Han, I must trouble you to hasten to Xianyang City and investigate whether the countless citizens who prayed alongside me by the Weishui River today exhibit any peculiarities. Qin Mu directed his gaze toward Zhang Han. He could only hope that his suspicions were unfounded, otherwise, this matter could indeed become troublesome. The praying populace? Zhang Han, taken aback, pondered the connection. Ying Zhang, the people, the national master? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. He recalled Qin Mu's proclamation during the grand ceremony regarding the river god. The transcendent Taoist of Tai Gate, the esteemed 9th-tier divine official of the Qin, has come forth today with the intent of the multitude, the fortune of the dynasty, and the wishes of the sovereign, to beseech the divine spirits of the rivers and lakes, to bless the citizens of the great Qin with health and prosperity, ensuring favorable weather and abundant harvests year after year. Chapter 60, The enigmatic beings of the river. The gentleman surmised that all of this was intricately connected to the festival. Ying Zhang, seated upon the dragon throne, turned his gaze towards Qin Mu and inquired. However, Ying Zhang found himself perplexed. How could the grand ceremony of the Weha River, dedicated to the river deity, provoke the very wrath of the deity itself? Every aspect of the rites was meticulously observed, with not a single detail amiss, and he, the first emperor, was present in person. I cannot assert anything with certainty, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head, cautious not to speak too definitively. The notion of a river deity was one he was most reluctant to accept. If, indeed, there existed in this world beings of immortality, divinity, or spirits within the mountains and waters, he would have to thoroughly recall the ceremonial protocols of the Taoist sect for dealing with such entities. For any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Henceforth, he would refrain from engaging in reckless banter. I shall return to Xianyang immediately. I will ensure my arrival within half an hour, Zhang Han proclaimed as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. With that, he swiftly exited the grand hall, sprinting towards the city of Xianyang. He chose to run without a horse, for he believed that, at full speed, he would outpace any steed. Witnessing this, Qin Mu felt a flicker of solace. Indeed, even a martial arts master, formidable as they may be, was still bound to the earth. While he might not be able to match such a master in direct confrontation, once he successfully established his foundation, he would be able to practice the arts of flight and evasion. Ah, how could a mere brute compare to one who practices the path of cultivation? Sir, if this matter truly pertains to the edict of the festival, do you understand the reasons behind it? Ying Zhang turned to Qin Mu, seeking clarification. Surely, every occurrence must have an underlying cause. He, Ying Zhang, believed he had devoted sufficient attention to the Weha River ceremony, without a hint of negligence.
Your Majesty, have you heard of the practice of returning a vow? Qin Mu asked, looking earnestly at Ying Zhang.
Are you suggesting that our prayers to the river deity for favorable weather and the well-being of our people have been fulfilled?
And it is now time for us to express our gratitude?
Ying Zhang replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty.
However, this does not seem right.
He continued, his brow furrowed. The concept of returning a vow pertains to the promises made by the supplicant at the time of prayer. When the deity fulfills the request,
one ought to express their gratitude by honoring their commitment.
Yet, the river deity appeared to take without question.
This was distinctly different from returning a vow. Moreover,
during the time of prayer, no promises had been made, nor were any indicated in the edict.
Is this a forced transaction? Your Majesty misunderstands.
What I refer to as returning a vow differs from your interpretation.
Qin Mu explained.
The spirits and entities that inhabit the mountains and rivers are venerated by the populace. And they fulfill the wishes of the people, but these wishes must be reciprocated. The timing and nature of the reciprocation are determined by those enigmatic beings. The edict bears my seal, the seal of the deity granted by your Majesty, and the collective wishes of the people who prayed alongside me at the altar. Thus, it is indeed possible that we have made contact with those beings within the water.
Yet, I dare not jump to conclusions.
Further investigation is required before we reach a definitive judgment, Qin Mu concluded, reflecting on the records he had seen within the sect, though certainties still eluded him.
Are you suggesting that the existence within the Weha River is not of the divine order but rather an entity of enigmatic nature? However, as you have stated, even if these beings are to return a vow, they must first fulfill our prayers before seeking anything in return. Are you suggesting that in the future, my Qin will experience bountiful harvests and its people will be free from calamities and ailments? Ying Zhang inquired of Qin Mu.
If that is the case, it does seem plausible. If I can merely endure a temporary weakness in exchange for my Qin to enjoy years of prosperity and the populace to remain untroubled, then it would indeed be a remarkable gain.
How could these mountain spirits and wild creatures possess such capabilities?
Those of lesser cultivation would surely fall before General Zhang Han's might. And even those slightly stronger would not be formidable, otherwise, they would have long attained their goals and would not need to occupy these revered mountains and rivers.
Most of these apparitions are rather feeble, only capable of bullying ordinary folk.
Once their power increases, they may employ some minor, unorthodox techniques to fulfill certain wishes for their supplicants. Should their strength grow further, they would seek divine acknowledgement from the heavens to become proper deities.
Thus, these rural spirits are not powerful. Their sole distinction lies in their innate ability to perform these minor arts.
This is also why Qin Mu has yet to depart. As for these minor arts, I have certainly observed my fair share.
Let me demonstrate. In my humble estimation,
this so-called river god has appropriated our fortunes to fulfill its own wishes and should have brought forth ample rain upon the counties of Longxi and Zhouyuan, alleviating the drought. As Qin Mu spoke, a hint of confusion crossed his visage.
These spirits, residing in revered mountains and rivers, receive the prayers of countless people.
While it feels uncomfortable to kneel before such entities, they possess a notable characteristic compared to the celestial deities: they respond to every request, truly acting upon them.
Regardless of whether they can fulfill the task, they engage willingly. For wishes, they are unyielding in their acceptance, provided one can afford the price.
Should one be unable to pay, the outcome would inevitably be a tragic demise, leading to ruin and despair.
In the present circumstances, although the nameless entity has taken Ying Zhang's fortune, it should have also sent down rain for the 2 counties of Longxi. After all,
it lacks the power to ensure that my Qin remains free from disaster and disease. The only explanation that comes to Qin Mu's mind is that the heavy rains in Longxi and Zhouyuan have taken a small portion of their fortune. This could be seen as a fair exchange. They performed a service, and in return, they claimed what was rightfully theirs.
Each party remains content. After all,
they did not take much, perhaps just the right amount.
This is the crux of Qin Mu's dilemma. If his suspicions are indeed accurate, should he still seek to confront them? To some extent, this is the price they ought to pay.
Although it bears a semblance to coercive transactions, remaining silent and turning the page would be unacceptable. Qin Mu feels a disquiet in his heart. His thoughts are convoluted. The sage mentioned that this entity was insufficient to bless my Qin with eternal peace, thus alleviating the drought in Longxi and Zhouyuan. Is that why it compels me and the populace to repay?
Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang too found himself ensnared in contemplation.
He, Ying Zhang,
has always been distinct in rewarding merit and punishing transgressions. Despite the annoyance caused by that group of Confucian scholars, he has not resorted to violence against them for mere frustration. Whether this presence is a spirit or a deity, it ultimately fulfilled its duty before seeking remuneration. After a prolonged pause, Ying Zhang lifted his gaze towards Qin Mu. Might I inquire if you possess the confidence to confront such spirits? Though they have settled matters, both Ying Zhang and Qin Mu remain acutely unsettled.
Their thoughts remain entangled.
In other words, while capital punishment may be avoided, lesser crimes are inescapable. Without glimpsing the true nature of things, I, a humble priest, would not dare to speak recklessly. Qin Mu shook his head. He had lost even his official seal.
And engaging in a direct confrontation would merely be akin to delivering oneself as a meal.
However, he still possessed methods of subterfuge. Although we, as cultivators, ought to tread the path of immortality with integrity and strive for the highest of magical arts, circumstances must also be considered. Qin Mu had yet to complete his foundational cultivation, rendering him no more than a mere practitioner of the righteous path, a true immortal in the mundane world.
This unorthodox technique was now his sole option.
Soon, once the Tao master completes his foundation, he shall certainly master the art of swordplay. Riding the winds and wielding his sword, he shall eradicate evil from the realm. Qin Mu murmured to himself, ultimately acknowledging his lack of power. Relying solely on the scant energy within him, aside from drawing talismans and setting altars, he could only dabble in these unorthodox methods.
Meanwhile,
Ying Zhang failed to grasp the meaning behind Qin Mu's words and, after pondering for a considerable time, could only helplessly inquire, "What do you believe we should do now?"
"Esteemed sir?"
"Wait."
Qin Mu responded, glancing towards the entrance of the grand hall.
All that remained was for Zhang Han to return to substantiate his speculation. Although it was impossible to ascertain whether it had rained in the two counties of Longxi in such a short span, the information brought back by Zhang Han would at least clarify the condition of the Weishui River. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang could only calm himself and await patiently. With nothing else to occupy his time, he began to peruse the Tao Te Ching and the scriptures of salvation that Qin Mu had previously sent.
Following today's events, he found himself increasingly eager to be granted the Daoist talisman.
Meanwhile, Qin Mu sat to the side, reflecting on his own actions. In future sacrificial ceremonies or similar grand events, he must not permit his magical seal to be affixed. And he should strive to keep Ying Zhang from being involved as well. Qin Mu silently resolved to remember this lesson: the magical seal must not be carelessly applied. Chapter 61. My lord, I have encountered him. Approximately an hour later, Zhang Han hurriedly returned. With his swift pace, the round trip from Xianyang to the palace typically required but half an hour. However, he had spent considerable time investigating the condition of the thousands of people by the Weishui River today.
Upon entering the grand hall, Zhang Han eagerly spoke. The national master is astute in his predictions. Today, all the people who prayed by the Weishui River inexplicably fell ill with a cold.
I have consulted physicians, and it is merely a common cold, posing no significant threat to life.
Ying Zhang, upon hearing this, nodded slightly.
Then set aside the Tao Te Ching and turned to Qin Mu. Sir, it appears there is something unusual about the Weishui.
Qin Mu pondered for a moment before addressing Zhang Han. Did any officials exhibit strange behavior?
There were no irregularities among the officials, Zhang Han replied with a respectful gesture.
Very well.
Let us suppress this matter for now. We must not allow rumors of a river deity to spread among the populace.
Additionally,
swiftly dispatch someone to investigate the situation in the counties of Longxi and Zhouyuan. Qin Mu instructed Zhang Han.
Acting according to your wishes.
Ying Zhang spoke at that moment.
Yes.
Zhang Han accepted the command and exited the grand hall.
Can you devise a sound strategy?
After Zhang Han departed, Ying Zhang turned to Qin Mu and inquired.
What do you believe should be done, Your Majesty?
Qin Mu countered with a question. A minor punishment serves as a great warning.
If we do not impose penalties, where lies our authority in the Qin? Ying Zhang declared resolutely. This matter must be dealt with appropriately. Even if we attribute it to the river deity bringing forth rain to alleviate drought in the two counties, it has also caused the people of Xianyang to fall ill, resulting in a loss of my fortune and the damage to your official seal. Such cannot go unpunished. I share the same sentiment. Qin Mu agreed with a smile and a nod. How do you intend to proceed? Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to express it. Ying Zhang gestured grandly, indicating that he would fulfill any reasonable request. Your Majesty, how many martial masters reside within Xianyang? Qin Mu posed the question. These martial practitioners, though not scholars of the Tao, wield formidable strength. A single blow from a martial master could easily overwhelm ordinary entities, even if the being within the Weishui seems formidable. How many punches could it withstand? Moreover, I, Qin Mu, shall be present to seize any opportunity to strike. This notion of striking was merely a metaphor. It was a minor punishment serving as a great warning. After all, the offense did not warrant a death sentence. Of course, if matters escalated beyond control, that would be a different story. Throughout this discourse, Qin Mu never considered that the entity within the Weishui might be a true deity. After all, what kind of deity would be so careless? Ah. This matter is beyond my knowledge. When Zhang Han returns, you may inquire with him. However, there should be no fewer than 10. Ying Zhang pondered for a moment before looking up. Martial masters are among the foremost powers in the realm. Yet in the city of Xianyang alone, there are 10. If we consider all of Qin Mu estimated there to be around 20 in total. That is sufficient. A smile spread across Qin Mu's face. He had witnessed Zhang Han's prowess firsthand. With 10 such martial practitioners, chaos would ensue. May I ask? When will you commence your rites to capture that entity? Do not rush. As the day wanes, it is precisely the time when spirits are at their most potent. We shall wait until noon tomorrow for the ritual, Qin Mu remarked with a shake of his head. His words were not mere evasion. This moment marks the transition of yin and yang, the zenith of the moon, when the spirits reach their utmost strength. In light of this, we shall defer our discussion until tomorrow. I wonder, is the chamber suitable for you, esteemed sir? If it is not to your liking, you may stay in my palace tonight, Ying Zhang said, casting a glance at Qin Mu. Are you afraid, your majesty? Qin Mu asked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The eternal emperor, the first emperor of Qin, the revered ancestor dragon of future monarchs, fearful of phantoms? I am not. Ying Zhang declared with a flourish of his dragon robe. I merely worry that you may find the guest chamber uncomfortable and the bed too hard. Forgive me, your majesty. I spoke thoughtlessly. Noticing the faint flush on Ying Zhang's face, Qin Mu quickly responded. Very well, it is indeed hard. Are you comfortable, esteemed sir? Ying Zhang inquired again. Your majesty, I must admit, the bed in the guest chamber is rather firm. I prefer something softer. Qin Mu conceded reluctantly. In that case, please spend the night in my palace. Attendants, swiftly bring in a soft bed. Ying Zhang emphasized. This is all for your comfort. You toil for the great Qin. How could I let you suffer without a proper soft bed? Thank you for your understanding, your majesty, Qin Mu said, bowing with a wry smile. No need for thanks. It is only right. Ying Zhang waved his hand dismissively. As night fell within the palace, Qin Mu lay upon the exceptionally soft bed, reflecting on all the spells he had encountered. The breath of the two forces? No, though it belongs to the lesser arts, it requires magical power to manifest. The art of summoning the fallen horse? That seems ineffective. The soul-capturing technique also demands magical prowess. Qin Mu continuously contemplated these renowned lesser arts. These techniques are indeed famous. The valiant generals of the Qin Dynasty had all practiced them. Their might is considerable, capable of catching even deities off guard. Alas! Despite their renown, they still require magical energy to support them. Thus, Qin Mu continued to prepare for the remaining spells. At that moment, he felt no anxiety. After all, he was backed by the might of the Qin. A mere water spirit could not surpass the strength of a whole nation. If need be, he could summon Zhang Han and his martial men to subdue it. Meanwhile, Ying Zhang lay upon his dragon bed, deep in slumber. Time slipped by slowly. The moon hung high in the night sky. The hour of the rat had arrived. Originally lost in sweet dreams, Zhang now furrowed his brow, as if haunted by nightmares. Insolence! Suddenly, a commanding shout echoed through the tranquil palace. Torches flared to life, and oil lamps illuminated the space. Outside the hall, Zhang Han rushed in with hundreds of shadowy guards. Qin Mu immediately leapt from his bed and hurried to Zhang's side. "My lord, I have beheld him." Chapter 62. The spirit enters a dream to seek an official title. Zhang's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity, his expression inscrutable. Zhang Han stood behind Qin Mu, his face etched with concern. There sat Zhang upon the dragon couch, drenched to the skin, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. The shadowy guards surrounding the chamber had sealed it off completely. Qin Mu stood before the dragon couch, his countenance darkened, his gaze heavy with gravity. "Your Majesty mentioned that he dreamt of you?" Qin Mu sought confirmation from Zhang. Indeed, Zhang nodded. "He dreamt of the king." This technique is not one that mere spirits can wield. The art of entering dreams is no trivial matter. It is certainly beyond my capabilities, Qin Mu reflected. The art of dream entry is vast and multifaceted. The most renowned example is that of Wei Zhang slaying the dragon in his dreams. The chancellor of the Tang Dynasty, Wei Zhang, wielded his enlightened blade in a dream and vanquished the Dragon King of the Jinghe River. "Your Majesty may glimpse his true form." Qin Mu turned his gaze back to Zhang, momentarily disregarding the need to change his clothes. Zhang, after a moment of silence, spoke. "It resembles a withered tree in sparse grass, transforming into a giant fish or beast soaring thousands of feet high, taking on the visage of a myriad of people, yet remaining inscrutable. It seems to embody countless forms, yet at its core, it resembles a scroll of edicts, surrounded by an aura of incense." At Zhang's words, Qin Mu's pupils constricted slightly. The incense spirit. The incense spirit arises from the human heart, thus it is formless, manifesting countless forms due to the multitude of beings. Upon hearing Zhang's description, Qin Mu thought of the most widespread spirits in the mortal realm. These spirits differ from deities, they belong to the realm of the ethereal. Demons, ghosts, monsters, spirits, and immortals, they are all classified as such. These spirits are born from human hearts and exist by virtue of the incense offerings made to them. When deprived of sustenance, they fade away, extinguished from the world. If the populace forgets them, they too will dissipate. Since they are born from the hearts of the people, they enjoy the offerings of the masses and may seek official recognition from the heavens. Once granted divine status, they may be called deities. Could it be that our previous conjectures were erroneous? Yet, is this incense spirit so unrefined? Qin Mu mused to himself. Such spirits are generally benevolent, safeguarding the populace, and possess their own set of rules. If he is indeed the river god, then his position should have been rightfully sought from the heavens and should not be acting in such a manner. "Your Majesty, did he share any words with you upon entering your dream?" Qin Mu inquired, raising his gaze to Zhang. "This matter is precisely what I wish to convey to you. He entered my dream, speaking with decorum, extolling me as the king of men, and bowing in the manner of a minister, seeking an official title from me. He stated that I need only consult you to discern how to proceed." Zhang rose from the dragon couch, looking at Qin Mu with intent. "He seeks an official title from you?" Qin Mu was further perplexed by this revelation. He is not yet officially recognized, thus, he is not yet a deity. Logically, he should seek recognition from the heavens, and upon success, he would be conferred the title of river god. Yet now, he has come to plead for a title from Zhang, the mortal monarch. This left Qin Mu bewildered. This was not in accordance with protocol. Casting a glance at the perplexed Zhang, Qin Mu momentarily suppressed his own confusion and began to elucidate. The concept of sealing is akin to enfeoffment, when a spirit or supernatural being has attained sufficient cultivation. It seeks acknowledgement from the heavens to achieve its true form. Spirits will petition the skies, while demons will seek recognition from mortals. If one successfully receives such an acknowledgement, they may transform from their monstrous forms, becoming divine beings. The tales of serpents and dragons, as well as the legendary Huangdaxian seeking acknowledgement, refer to this very matter. This is the essence of sealing. According to your Majesty's words, this entity should belong to the spiritual realm. The spirit of the Weishui River ought to petition the heavens for recognition, aspiring to the divine titles of river lords and river gods, thereby becoming a deity worthy of public veneration. However, it is curious why it seeks acknowledgement from you, your majesty. Ing Zhang's eyes were clouded with confusion. Yet he astutely grasped the crux of the matter. Enfeoffment? Are you suggesting that I can bestow titles upon divine beings? His interest piqued. He recalled the many nobles and officials he had honored, but this was his first encounter with the notion of conferring divine status. What do you think I should do? Ing Zhang inquired of Qin Mu. To be candid, he felt a stirring within, yet remained hesitant to agree, uncertain of the costs associated with such an act. Well, I shall first negotiate with it, Qin Mu pondered for a moment before responding. The costs associated with sealing are not particularly concerning, according to the established customs. Should your majesty confer a title upon a deity, the deity would then belong to the Qin Dynasty, which would indeed be a tremendous fortune. However, Qin Mu was not willing to rush into a decision without further consultation. Ah, esteemed national master, what are the arrangements for tomorrow? Zheng Han interjected at this moment. He had summoned all the elite members from the Shadow Secret Guard, and Ing Zhang had also ordered the 10 martial arts masters from the palace to assemble, ready to deliver punishment to the river god the following day. Yet now, it seemed that both the emperor and the national master had suddenly changed their minds. Should we not still confront it? Where are the 10 masters? Qin Mu asked Zheng Han. They are all residing in the temporary palace, if the national master requires. I can fetch them immediately, Zheng Han replied. Bring them along, follow me to the banks of the Weishui River. Are we going to confront it now? Zheng Han was momentarily taken aback. It was understandable given the circumstances. The actions of the river spirit, regardless of right or wrong, had dared to provoke imperial authority. I shall lead the way. Qin Mu shot a glance at Zheng Han before turning and striding out of the imperial quarters. Ing Zheng hastily summoned several palace maids for a bath and change of clothes. At the banks of the Weishui River, a simple altar was erected. Zheng Han, accompanied by the 10 martial arts masters, observed Qin Mu from a distance. This distance ensured that they would not disturb him, yet would allow them to respond swiftly should any danger arise. Meanwhile, Ing Zhang sat upon his dragon carriage, surrounded by hundreds of shadowy guards. Before the altar, Qin Mu arranged the offerings and murmured to himself, with such favorable innate conditions, the spirit of the Weishui River has a significant advantage. Adhering to the proper protocols to petition the heavens for recognition. Would it not be better to become a deity rather than seeking acknowledgement from Ing Zheng? Could it be attempting to usurp my role? Having made all necessary preparations, Qin Mu took up his brush and inscribed a talisman to communicate with the spirit. Subsequently, a scroll of bamboo slips was unfurled, upon which a proclamation was inscribed. The talisman was affixed beneath the proclamation before being cast into the waters of the Wei River. I, the Taoist of the Tai sect, have been appointed as the national master of the Great Qin. O spirit of the Wei River, hasten to appear. As the proclamation entered the water, the previously tranquil surface began to ripple, and soon a whirlpool formed, swirling the proclamation into the depths below. Above the serene waters of the Wei, mist began to rise, and a vague silhouette emerged from upstream once more. Zheng Han and his companions instantly became vigilant, prepared to spring into action at the slightest anomaly. As the shadow drew closer with the current, their vision gradually sharpened. To their astonishment, the shadow revealed itself to be the pile of aquatic plants and debris seen during the day, with the desolate tree at its center. However, unlike before, a proclamation adorned with a talisman now hung from the branches of the withered tree, bearing both the seal of Qin Mu and the official insignia. It was indeed the proclamation cast into the Wei River during the daytime ceremony to commune with the river deity. Chapter 63, Born divine yet lacking human understanding. Is this withered tree truly the river spirit? The crowd was momentarily taken aback upon encountering the familiar desiccated tree. No one had anticipated that this tree, which had drifted past them during the day, could potentially be the river spirit destined for divinity. Qin Mu, standing before the altar, was equally astonished. He had observed the tree earlier without any indication of its significance. As the tension mounted among the onlookers, the withered tree floated downstream to the banks of the Weishui River. Sir! A somewhat ethereal voice resonated, causing the blood and energy within Zheng Han and the others to surge instantly. The voice seemed to emanate from beneath the water, or perhaps from within the tree itself. Even for seasoned masters like Zhang Han, discerning its exact origin proved challenging.
Are you the spirit born from this Weishui?
Qin Mu inhaled deeply and inquired of the tree ahead. This was his inaugural encounter with such entities, leaving him devoid of any prior experience.
However,
he found himself compelled to engage despite his reservations.
Indeed, or perhaps not, the voice responded once more. Can you ascend to the shore?
Qin Mu frowned slightly,
disliking the nature of this negotiation.
It is not unacceptable for a gentleman to extend an invitation. With the conclusion of this ethereal voice, the withered tree vanished instantaneously, replaced by a youth clad in simple robes, treading upon the water. This young man's visage seemed to embody the essence of all living beings,
akin to what one might call an everyman in contemporary parlance. Greetings, sir.
The river spirit approached Qin Mu and performed a respectful bow. The reason for such reverence puzzled Qin Mu, who wondered why this being would show him such deference.
Nonetheless, he remained vigilant,
mindful that his official seal had been compromised by this enigmatic entity.
I must ask you, did you draw upon the fortunes of the people of Xianyang and the first emperor of my Qin?
Qin Mu addressed the spirit directly, feeling little inclination for pleasantries.
Indeed.
You are the spirit of the Weishui, why engage in such extraordinary actions as to forcibly extract fortune? Qin Mu gazed at the river spirit and questioned.
Why should I not?
The river spirit's expression turned peculiar. It was not arrogance that clouded his demeanor, but genuine confusion over the impropriety of his actions. The wishes of the multitude prayed for by the gentleman are beyond my capacity, thus, I could only summon great rains over Longxi Zhou Yuan. Taking merely half of the people's fortune, a fragment of the king's fate, and a portion of your merit, sir. The rains in Longxi's 2 counties struck with thunder at noon, poured at the hour of the monkey, and culminated in ample rain by the hour of the tiger. I accounted for 6 feet, 3 inches, and 48 points of water. I did not withhold a single drop more from you or the people, why must I be chastised? The river spirit's face bore a look of perplexity, even growing a bit anxious. He truly believed he had not taken more than was due.
Was it possible that the rain had indeed fallen short?
The river spirit pondered, scratching his head, lost in contemplation. So much time had elapsed,
leaving him unable to verify the matter.
Ah, if the rainfall was insufficient, I shall rectify it immediately.
He declared, if it was indeed lacking, I will promptly make amends.
As the river spirit articulated its incantation, the waters of the Wei River stirred tumultuously, enveloped in a thick veil of vapor that ascended gracefully towards the heavens.
Soon, this mist transformed into a torrential downpour over the 2 counties of Longxi.
Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhang Han and his companions remained unmoved by the river spirit's words. To them, the notions of right and wrong were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that this river spirit had dared to offend Ing Zhang,
the first emperor of Qin.
Had it been anyone else, they would have already been dragged out for execution.
Yet, Qin Mu and Ing Zhang exchanged glances of exasperation,
pondering the foolishness of the spirit.
The river spirit's assertions were not entirely unfounded, it had neither withheld nor demanded excessively.
From the perspective of the river spirit,
its actions seemed reasonable. However, it lacked an understanding of human sentiment.
If one were to consider the perspective of the countless supplicants, the situation would be markedly different.
The citizens of Xianyang were likely cursing its name.
Even Qin Mu and Ing Zhang had initially contemplated a mild reprimand.
The acts of supplication and fulfillment must be acknowledged by both parties beforehand. How could one be pleased when decisions are unilaterally imposed?
The river spirit believed it had done nothing wrong, yet the populace's curses were equally justified. Who among the common folk could find joy in suffering from a grave illness,
only to be subjected to a forced transaction?
It had failed to bring forth favorable weather and avert calamities, resulting instead in a deluge.
This coercive transaction yielded subpar results, albeit at a reduced price. Yet, who could find joy in such an outcome?
Were the river spirit to possess a temple, it would likely face destruction.
Such deities are born from human hearts and perish by human nature. Qin Mu sighed inwardly.
This spirit, after all, did not comprehend humanity.
Sir? The river spirit, noticing Qin Mu's silence, could not help but call out.
You have yet to explain where I have erred. The spirit gazed at Qin Mu with a hint of anxiety. It recalled its meticulous rainfall and the careful extraction of fortune, ensuring not a jot was excessive. Surely, no mistakes had been made. Casting a glance at the innocent countenance of the river spirit, Qin Mu shook his head in resignation. It was time for a lesson. Do you believe that by bringing rain to the two counties and alleviating their drought, the multitude will regard you favorably? How will they treat me? Naturally as before. The river spirit furrowed its brow in contemplation before responding. Though I summon rain, I also extracted fortune. I should be regarded as before. Incorrect. The populace is suffering from colds and curses the one who has taken their fortune, which is you. Qin Mu interjected. Why is this? The river spirit's face was one of confusion. Despite having taken the people's fortune, it had indeed performed its duties. How could it still be subject to their ire? It might not have been able to ensure that the Qin enjoyed annual bountiful harvests and that the citizens faced no disasters, but its extraction of fortune was minimal. The populace's supplications were made without knowledge of the necessity of reciprocity and remained blissfully unaware of the true circumstances. You have presumptuously taken their fortune, resulting in the people's ailments. Should they not curse you? Moreover, you have failed to fulfill the people's wishes. Unilaterally opting for lesser alternatives while claiming their fortune, how can this be excused? Qin Mu admonished the river spirit. He discerned that the spirit was not malicious, but rather a combination of foolishness and naivety. The river spirit appeared bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Unable to grasp the essence of the matter? To simplify, I offered 10 taels of gold to procure wine, yet you provided me with a mere jar of water and took back 1 tael of gold. How do you suppose I should respond? Well, sir, you should find contentment in departing, for although there is no wine, there is water. And I have only taken 1 tael of your gold, so there is no debt between us, the river spirit replied. Qin Mu interjected, what nonsense is this? Such a waste of breath. Summon Zhang Han and his band of warriors to teach this fool a lesson. Chapter 64, From this day forth, I shall remember you. The river spirit observed that Qin Mu had fallen silent once more, and a look of perplexity clouded his features. Please, esteemed sir, enlighten me. The river spirit clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence, his tone earnest and sincere. He genuinely failed to comprehend what the issue was. Qin Mu gazed at this fellow with a touch of exasperation. Spirits are inherently intelligent, capable of understanding the written word and discerning the myriad phenomena of existence. Yet they remain oblivious to the ways of humanity. Explaining this could take an eternity. He, Qin Mu, had come to seek justice, not to play the role of a mentor. The crux of the matter lies not in what you have acquired, but in the fact that what you have obtained is not what was sought after. Observing the river spirit's earnest expression, Qin Mu sighed in resignation and spoke. After all, he was a kind-hearted, enlightened being. Not what was sought after? The river spirit nodded in a daze, as though a flicker of understanding had ignited within him. The great rites of the Wei River, a collective prayer of the people for favorable weather and freedom from calamity, had yielded results contrary to their wishes. Thus, was this where he had erred? Indeed. Qin Mu nodded, relieved to see that the river spirit was beginning to grasp the concept. He was uncertain of the present sentiments among the populace, but it was likely that many were cursing the great rites of the Wei River, perhaps even blaming him. Qin Mu, in the process. After all, they had all participated in the rites only to return home afflicted by illness. I prayed for no disasters nor ailments, and yet, right after the rites, I fell gravely ill. It is one thing to not grant protection from misfortune, but why must you turn around and strike me? Anyone in their position would surely wish to dismantle the river spirit's establishment. Yet, the wishes of the people are beyond my reach. To settle for lesser outcomes is indeed a desperate act. I acknowledge your prayers, esteemed sir, I cannot simply ignore them. We spirits exist for this very purpose. The river spirit lamented, looking at Qin Mu with a troubled expression. He wished to fulfill the prayers, but his capabilities were limited, and he could only manage a semblance of success. If you cannot fulfill them, why then do you claim the people's fortune? Is it because you brought heavy rains to Longxi? But was that the people's prayer? No. What you have acquired is not what was sought. Yet, you still demanded a portion of the fortune. This is your error. Qin Mu addressed the river spirit sternly. To be a deity should not entail such behavior. You must first learn to be human. Then, shall I return? But I do not know how. The river spirit's face was etched with conflict. He could only take, not give back. Furthermore, the rain had already fallen, the water could not be retracted. Enough. Considering this is your first offense, and you are unfamiliar with human nature and the ways of the world, I shall let this pass. Qin Mu regarded the troubled river spirit and waved his hand dismissively. This fellow's heart was not wicked, thus, no punishment was necessary. Moreover, he held potential to become a divine being, should he be integrated into the Qin. It could yield manifold benefits. Thank you, esteemed sir. The river spirit expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. However, should I encounter this matter again in the future? How should I proceed? Please, teach me. If you cannot fulfill the request, then simply refrain from manifesting. Qin Mu replied, casting a curious glance at the river spirit. If you cannot accomplish it, just let it be. What more can be done with limited capabilities? However, upon hearing these words, the river spirit fell into a contemplative silence. A shadow of melancholy crossing its face. After a considerable pause, the river spirit finally lifted its gaze towards Qin Mu and spoke, Sir, I am merely a river spirit. The extent of my capabilities is confined to bringing rain, controlling water, and ensuring the river remains calm, thereby protecting the lives of the people along its banks from the chaos of flooding. Beyond this, I possess no other powers. Among the countless souls in this world, their sole wish, aside from the call for rain, is something I cannot fulfill. Do you know what other desires the multitude by the Weishui River have beseeched today? Aside from your own? Among them are several women praying for children, and men wishing for immense wealth, honors, and high positions. I am but a river spirit. How can I grant such requests? Sir, if I cannot fulfill the wishes of the people, will they not forget me? If I am forgotten, then my existence holds no meaning for them. I do not seek offerings or the fervor of worship. I merely wish not to be forgotten. Thus, I must respond to every supplication. The river spirit looked towards Qin Mu, bowing in reverence. Right or wrong? It simply desired to be remembered in the hearts of the people that the Weishui possesses a spirit. If the wishes go unanswered, then for humanity, I cease to have purpose. To be forgotten is akin to death. Qin Mu fell into silence upon hearing these words. He had often heard of deities being forgotten. There were mountain gods who, after failing to receive offerings, faded away, their essence extinguished. There were also water gods who vanished from existence after losing their final worshipper. While forgetting may be trivial for mortals, for deities, it signifies death. When no one remains to remember them, they quietly dissipate, as if they had never existed in this world. Ironically, if forgetting is a common occurrence for humans, exceedingly easy to do. Qin Mu gazed at the river spirit. Countless individuals might envy the deities, yet they remain oblivious to the fragility of their existence. The lifespan of mortals is fleeting, even if they remember a deity. How long can that memory endure? This river spirit may not be foolish, it simply fears becoming a relic of the past, lost to the tides of time and generations. It must not be forgotten, for to be forgotten is to die. Though I lack celestial powers, I have a good memory. Qin Mu gradually spoke to the river spirit, I shall remember you. Coincidentally, I should be quite capable of living for a long time. Qin Mu smiled. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he expected to endure for many years and retain memories for just as long. Sir! The river spirit looked at Qin Mu, a glimmer of surprise illuminating its eyes. You will truly remember me? For certain? Indeed. I do not deceive. At this, the river spirit's face blossomed with a relieved smile. In the future, do not engage in such self-destructive actions. Qin Mu sighed as he regarded the river spirit. Thank you for your guidance, I shall take heed. The river spirit nodded vigorously. As for the matters of prayers and offerings, I will discuss them with you at a more opportune time, though you are a spirit. You must learn to embody humanity. Qin Mu affirmed. The river spirit's thoughts must be conveyed as well. Indeed. The spirit nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. It could not comprehend why a being destined for divinity should focus on the intricacies of humanity. Yet, as it was the master's decree, it merely acquiesced with a nod. This matter aside, I shall endeavor to quell the grievances of the masses. However, there remain two questions that perplex me. How did you come into existence? Qin Mu inquired, directing his gaze towards the river spirit. This spirit must have been recently born, for its demeanor betrays a lack of familiarity with its role, suggesting it could not have existed for long. This is not that I am unwilling to answer, but rather, I too am in the dark. It appears to be related to the written decree from the master. When I manifested, that decree was already upon me. The river spirit pondered for a moment before speaking. It expressed its confusion, indicating that it seemed to have emerged naturally following Qin Mu's ritual conducted at the Weishui River. Chapter 65, The National Masteress Dilemma. Is it because of me? A flicker of confusion crossed Qin Mu's eyes. He lowered his gaze to his hands, though perplexed. He felt a hint of mental preparation. The mystical arts from later generations had manifested as reality in his grasp. Perhaps the spirit of the pen appeared in this world due to his summoning, just as the river spirit now emerged because of his offerings. It might very well be for this reason that the river spirit treated him with such deference. Qin Mu was acutely aware that something amiss resided within him. Yet he had no inkling about its nature. However, the failure of the land ritual that day nagged at him. Was it a display of arrogance? Upon returning, he would certainly attempt it again. Regaining his composure, Qin Mu turned his attention back to the river spirit and inquired, I must ask again. Why did you enter the dream of Emperor Shi Huang, seeking his endorsement? You are a spiritual entity, born from the faith of myriad beings. And thus you should petition the heavens for your position as the river god, the spirit replied. To respond, it is not that I am unwilling to adhere to the customary practices, but rather that I find myself in a predicament. I endeavored to reach the heavens, yet received no reply. It seems there are no rightful deities above. The river spirit answered earnestly. No divine response? Qin Mu murmured to himself, uncertain of the circumstances. After all, this was uncharted territory for him, and he had no experience with whether such petitions to the heavens for endorsement were guaranteed to succeed. Perhaps the spirit's arrogance deterred the celestial beings from acknowledging him? Thus, I sought the endorsement of His Majesty the King. If I were to be granted a title, surely the world would remember me longer. The river spirit nodded in agreement. If you were to receive such a title, would it entail any loss for His Majesty? Qin Mu probed further. He understood that those who were granted titles must possess a robust fate. If their destiny were weak, they might face retribution immediately after being recognized as deities. Folklore spoke of the Huang de Xian who sought endorsement. If one complied with his wishes, they might perish the very next day, and even if they survived, misfortune would surely follow. Conversely, if one opposed him, they would incur his wrath. Thus, the matter of divine endorsement was perilous for mortals, and encountering such a fate often led to downfall. However, the Emperor of Qin was the first sovereign. His fate undeniably strong, and protected by the nation's fortune. This initial condition was thereby fulfilled. According to records from the Taoist sect, many emperors in history had conferred titles upon deities, akin to the roles of Taoist officials, and such divine appointments were based on the fortunes of the state. The divine rank was born out of national destiny, though the specifics remained undocumented. Therefore, Qin Mu needed to proceed with caution. There would be no loss. My petition to His Majesty for endorsement is essentially akin to your pursuit of an official position. You seek an official seal, while I seek a divine title. Fundamentally, there is little distinction between the two. The river spirit articulated. The difference between seeking a title from a commoner and petitioning a monarch was indeed significant. No distinction? Qin Mu's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. The river spirit's statement aligned with his own understanding. Yet, the notion of no distinction was perplexing. As a spirit of the Wei River, if it were to be granted the title of river god, it would undoubtedly hold at least a 7th grade divine rank. After all, the Weishui River is the largest tributary of the Yellow River. Qin Mu recalls the river deity of the Yellow River, one of the 4 great river emperors. Also known as the 4 river gods, who stands as a celestial being in the heavenly realm, alongside the great emperors of the 5 mountains. Collectively referred to as the 5 mountains and 4 rivers in ancient times. Thus, Weishui undoubtedly plays the role of the foremost subordinate to the Yellow River. Even if the river spirit has only recently come into existence, it is destined to attain the rank of a 7th grade official after its formal recognition. Yet, it currently remains at a mere 9th grade. Alas, now even the 9th grade is gone. Damn it! Qin Mu resolutely decided that after this matter, he must have Zhang Gu arrange for him a 6th grade official seal. He cannot be overshadowed by this wretched spirit. Qin Mu had previously calculated that, given the current fortune of the great Qin, it was entirely feasible to bestow a 6th grade divine title. If he were to conquer the surrounding foreign tribes and attract myriad nations to pay homage, in an era of prosperity, he could even bestow divine titles above the 6th grade. Sir, do you have any unspoken concerns? If formal recognition is not possible, it matters not. As long as you remember me, I shall always be present. The river spirit, noticing Qin Mu's displeased expression, hastily spoke. Whether or not one becomes a deity is of little consequence, he merely desires to be remembered by more people. It is trivial. Bestowing you a title as a river god is within the capabilities of the great Qin, but this matter must be discussed with His Majesty. I will provide you with a response in a few days, Qin Mu replied, looking at the river spirit. He was not apprehensive about the river spirit causing trouble after receiving recognition. After all, the divine status it would hold would be supported by the fortune of the great Qin. Once recognized, it would be a simple matter for Zhang Gu to manage it. However, this was not a trivial issue, and haste would not serve. He needed to return and make some preparations. Thank you, sir. The river spirit bowed deeply to Qin Mu. May I ask your name? Qin Mu inquired of the river god. I have none. The river spirit shook its head. If you wish to be remembered, you must have a name. Qin Mu stated, gazing at the river spirit. Please, grant me a name. The river spirit humbly requested. There is no rush. When the day of your formal recognition arrives, I shall bestow a name upon you, though it cannot be called a grant. Qin Mu waved his hand. He had already resolved to have Zhang Gu officially recognize the river spirit. After all, having a river deity in the Great Qin would yield immense benefits, not to mention, it would ensure that the Great Qin would not suffer from droughts. At the very least, it could serve as a formidable enforcer. This matter does not concern you any longer, you may withdraw. Qin Mu gestured for the little river spirit to leave. After all, while he had spared the little river spirit, the group of martial men led by Zhang Han was still nearby, eagerly preparing for action. For them, right or wrong mattered little. What was paramount was not to offend Ing Zhang. Thank you for your trouble, sir. The river spirit respectfully performed a bow and then turned to the distant dragon chariot carrying Ing Zhang, offering another deep bow. Ing Zhang, atop the dragon chariot, merely nodded slightly, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. Although he was curious about the river spirit, Ing Zhang maintained the necessary vigilance. Until he thoroughly understood it, he could not place himself in jeopardy, even if this river spirit appeared somewhat simple-minded. By the riverbank, the river spirit slowly walked into the water. Mist rising as the tangled water plants and withered trees re-emerged, drifting away with the current. Why does it always prefer to transform into withered trees and water plants? Qin Mu observed this scene with a slight sense of exasperation. The divine is formless yet embodies myriad forms. It can transform in any manner it desires. Yet this entity appears to lack intelligence. Could it be that the decree is tethered to the withered tree, thus allowing this assemblage to manifest its true essence? Qin Mu's gaze flickered as he pondered this possibility. Master National Teacher, are you well? At that moment, Zhang Han's voice resonated from behind, pulling Qin Mu from his reverie. Never mind, let us proceed. Please ensure the altar is dismantled and removed, Qin Mu replied with a nod, specifically instructing Zhang Han to take down the altar. He feared that leaving the altar in place might conjure some peculiar phenomena. Understood. Zhang Han responded with a bow, then turned to the altar, delivering a powerful punch that shattered it into fragments. Witnessing this scene, Qin Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A brutish warrior. He then made his way towards Ing Zhang, aware that a multitude of responsibilities awaited him. He needed to attend to the prayers of the populace. Arrange matters regarding the river spirit sealing, and procure a new official seal, one that must not be inferior to that of the river spirit. Moreover, it was likely that Zhao Gao would come to trouble him tomorrow. It seemed that peaceful days were a distant memory. Chapter 66, The National Master led astray by General Zhang Han before the dragon chariot, Qin Mu halted his steps. Your Majesty, regarding the river spirit and my discourse. You must have heard it. I believe this deity can be conferred. Indeed. Your sentiment aligns with my own. An additional divine presence would be of boundless utility for our great Qin. Zhang nodded. The act of deifying a god in this era was unprecedented. He was the first emperor of this realm and now also the pioneer in conferring divinity. This god can indeed be conferred, but preparations must be made. I propose that after your Majesty bestows the talisman, we hold the grand ceremony of deification, Qin Mu suggested, gazing earnestly at Zhang. Although the conferment of divinity relies on the national fortune of Qin to support the divine position, there is no guarantee it will not affect Zhang adversely. Thus, Qin Mu resolved to wait until after the emperor had acquired some strength before proceeding with the deification. Very well. The writings you provided, I've already comprehended the Tao Te Ching. And I am close to mastering the morning and evening scriptures. However, the Transcendence Sutra requires a bit more time. I shall have it thoroughly understood within 3 days. Zhang pondered before responding from within the dragon chariot. Excellent. Qin Mu smiled and nodded. There is one more matter that may require your Majesty's attention in the coming days, he continued. Please, speak, Master. Zhang inquired, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. The matter of the river god not only jeopardizes your Majesty's fortune, but my official seal has also sustained significant damage and is likely unusable. As cultivators, we require an official seal to stabilize our own fortune. It is imperative that your Majesty forge a new one promptly. Qin Mu advised, his demeanor serious. This is indeed a pressing issue, the official seal must be replaced swiftly. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements regarding the official seal. Just a few days ago, I instructed the Gongshu family to commence its creation, and it should be completed shortly. Zhang replied, a smile gracing his face, evidently pleased with the forthcoming seal. In that case, I can rest easy. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled. With the assistance of the deification list, it would undoubtedly surpass the previous 9th grade official seal. Is there a way to quell the public's fervent wishes in Xianyang? Zhang turned to Qin Mu with a question. The sudden affliction of the common people, while not trivial, is not insurmountable. It hinges on whether certain individuals seize the opportunity to incite trouble, such as those Confucian scholars. Presently, various schools of thought clash fiercely in the great Qin court. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that these scholars might exploit this situation to target me. After all, I have become a thorn in their side, obstructing their rise. Fear not, this minor ailment can be alleviated with a simple talisman, Qin Mu assured. His expression relaxed. He possessed ample experience in remedying this affliction, especially one stemming from the depletion of fortune. That is splendid news. Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. With Qin Mu's solution, he would be spared from dealing with those troublesome Confucians. Qin Mu nodded and subsequently accepted Zhang's invitation to ascend the dragon chariot. Returning together to the palace. In the tranquil confines of his chamber, Qin Mu lay upon his exceptionally soft bed and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Zhang, devoid of any inclination for rest, immersed himself in the Guide to Transcendence, poring over its contents by the flickering light. Striving to meet the requirements for the bestowal of talismans at the earliest possible moment. As dawn broke, Qin Mu, attended to by several palace maids, attended to his morning ablutions and donned fresh attire. He then retreated to his private hall, where he positioned himself to practice the Taiji Foundation establishment technique. Zhang, however, remained engrossed in his studies, likely not to join Qin Mu in martial practice for the next few days. After half an hour, Qin Mu concluded his practice and exhaled a deep breath. At this rate, in no more than 2 days, I shall be ready to establish my foundation. He murmured to himself, yet his visage betrayed no hint of elation. For once a practitioner establishes their foundation, the energy within transforms into mystical power. Enabling the mastery of myriad techniques, only then can one truly be considered a genuine cultivator. Yet, Qin Mu lacked experience. With no mentor to guide him and no fellow practitioners to support him, he was entirely reliant on his own efforts. What if an unforeseen mishap occurred during his foundation establishment? The consequences could be disastrous. He had read numerous texts recounting tales of practitioners who, in their haste to succeed, jeopardized their own foundations, ultimately finding themselves forever kneeling at the threshold of enlightenment, unable to gain entry. Though Qin Mu had previously yearned for the moment he could soar through the skies on his sword, encountering this reality now filled him with trepidation. In the realm of cultivation, stagnation spells doom. Should he approach the establishment of his foundation with such a mindset, it would lead him to irrevocable ruin. Shaking his head, he quickly endeavored to recalibrate his state of mind. A true cultivator must advance relentlessly. Should fear take root in one's heart, it would lead to irreversible consequences. Moreover, it is crucial to avoid the sentiment of stagnation, colloquially referred to as giving up. The path ahead remains long, and even as he embarks upon it, Qin Mu found himself tempted to abandon his efforts. Such an attitude was decidedly detrimental. Determined, Qin Mu began to chant the tranquility incantation. Hoping to dispel the chaotic emotions that threatened to hinder his progress, cold as the ages, all is tranquil, let my heart and breath be still. I seek to unify my spirit, my energy to follow in harmony, undisturbed by the myriad changes, free from delusions, desires, and attachments. However, the incantation bore little fruit. His heart was not restless, but rather excessively tranquil. Indeed, the solitary path of cultivation, devoid of companions or peers, often leads to a desire to yield at the slightest achievement. When one walks alone, they are prone to halt their progress. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Mu shifted his focus to the heart-cleansing incantation. As clear as water, so is the heart. When breezes do not stir, waves remain undisturbed. Yet again, despite reciting the heart-cleansing incantation multiple times, he found no relief. Instead, it only served to heighten his agitation. What the hell? Why should I be afraid? He muttered under his breath, steeling his resolve to regain his confidence. I refuse to kneel before the establishment of my foundation. Strangely enough, despite its crudeness, his exclamations invigorated him far more than the tranquility or heart-cleansing incantations ever could. At that moment, a palace maid, trembling with trepidation, spoke from the doorway, "Your Excellency, the National Master." She is a maidservant of the Morning Radiance Palace, having served Qin Mu since his arrival there. How could the esteemed National Master speak in such a manner? Those coarse words are only heard from the mouths of the martial officials. Is this National Master, who has always been ethereal and transcendent, now adopting the rough speech of those brutish warriors? General Zhang Han maintains a close rapport with the National Master, visiting him nearly every day. Surely, it is General Zhang Han who has led the National Master astray. Qin Mu cast a glance at the maid by the palace door, reining in his emotions before inquiring, "What is it?" Reporting to the esteemed National Master, the former charioteer Zhao Gao requests an audience. The maid promptly replied, lowering her head. Although Zhao Gao currently holds no official position, the reputation he left behind in the palace still commands a level of respect from these maidservants and eunuchs. Have him wait. Qin Mu gestured dismissively. Understood. The maid responded and quickly turned to leave. Chapter 67. Today His Majesty shall embrace the Dao. Qin Mu summoned several palace maids waiting in the hall. With their assistance, he bathed and changed his attire. He then instructed a maid to notify General Zhang Han to prepare some yellow paper, vermilion, ink, and enough clean water for 10,000 people, as these would be required upon his return. After arranging his garments, Qin Mu turned to one of the maids and commanded, "These supplies are, of course, meant for the citizens of Xianyang suffering from the cold." "Yes." The maid responded promptly and hurried away to find Zhang Han. Once everything was in order, Qin Mu was about to address the mess created by Zhao Gao when a young eunuch rushed in, appearing to be no more than 14 or 15 years old. "Grand Master, Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The young eunuch gasped, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. "What has happened to His Majesty?" Qin Mu's expression shifted, and he inquired about the eunuch. "Has something gone awry in just 1 hour since my departure?" "His Majesty requests Grand Master to come to the inner palace for a discussion." The young eunuch finally managed to catch his breath and spoke. Qin Mu thought to himself, Had he recited the heart-calming spell earlier, he might have given the young eunuch a proper reprimand.
What is the urgency?
If it is not of significant importance,
why rush in, panting for breath?
Taking a deep breath, Qin Mu ceased to regard the young eunuch and proceeded towards the inner palace of Zhenggu.
As for Zhao Gao, what of Zhao Gao? What has happened?
Within the inner palace, Ing Zhang held the Sutra of Crossing Beings in his hands. His expression somewhat exhilarated. Upon seeing Qin Mu enter, he quickly approached him, saying, "Sir, I have already memorized these 3 volumes of scripture."
All of them?
Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised at the rapidity of his progress. He had entrusted these scriptures to Ing Zhang merely 5 or 6 days prior. While mastering the Tao Te Ching and the morning and evening prayer texts was manageable, the Sutra of Crossing Beings contained a substantial number of characters. Although Qin Mu had provided a simplified version, it was still not something one could completely master in just a few days.
To have memorized and completed them are 2 distinct matters. I would not deceive you, sir.
I originally believed I would require another day or 2 to fully memorize the Sutra of Crossing Beings, however. Perhaps the sights and sounds of last night have intensified my yearning for the divine, allowing me to achieve twice the result with half the effort.
In just 1 night,
I have indeed mastered this scripture. Ing Zhang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he looked at Qin Mu. One must be challenged to discover the extent of their potential.
Qin Mu mused. Pray, when shall you bestow the talisman upon me? Ing Zhang looked at Qin Mu with eager anticipation.
He too wished to become one of those celestial beings, capable of summoning the winds and rains.
Your Majesty, do not be hasty.
The bestowal of a talisman is a grave matter, and you must first embrace our Tao before such an act can transpire, Qin Mu explained to Ing Zhang.
Am I not yet considered a member of the Tao?
Ing Zhang was taken aback, recalling their agreement that he would follow Qin Mu in his cultivation. Your Majesty has yet to embrace the Tao, receive the transmission, or undergo the precepts. Thus, you have not entered our path, Qin Mu clarified to Ing Zhang. The initiation into this practice, while not overly complex, cannot merely be established through mere words. First and foremost, one must take refuge, embracing the teachings of Taoism, and expressing a desire to commit to the 3 treasures, the Tao, the scriptures, and the Master. According to the doctrines and precepts of Taoism, one must lead a life as a believer, aspiring towards tranquility and compassion, ultimately attaining peace of body and mind. Next comes the transmission of the teachings. After a devotee takes refuge or becomes a disciple, should they wish to become a disseminator of Taoism, they will be guided by the texts and the 3 masters through a ritual of transmission, thus formally entering the path of Taoism and embarking upon a journey of cultivation.
Sir, if I were to take refuge in the Tao, could I still retain this imperial throne?
Ing Zhang inquired, casting a glance at Qin Mu.
If not,
then the bestowal of the talisman would hold no value for him.
After all,
his desire to attain immortality and divinity was rooted in his ambition to be a good emperor.
Yet, if the price of becoming an immortal or a deity meant relinquishing the throne, then he would rather not pursue it.
There is no need for your Majesty to worry, Qin Mu replied with a wave and a smile.
These customs have evolved into simplicity over the millennia.
At least when I joined the Taoist sect, I merely listened to an old Taoist prattle for half a day, nodded, and that was that. That very day, I received my Daoist robe and a myriad of other items, officially becoming a disciple of the Taoist sect.
Thus, please guide me to take refuge and transmit the teachings to me. Ing Zhang eagerly interjected. As long as it does not interfere, it shall be fine. In principle,
as the first emperor, I should not join any sect or scholarly school. However, the temptation of the talisman is too great. Your Majesty must consider this well.
Once you enter the Tao, there is no turning back,
Qin Mu cautioned, looking intently at Ing Zhang. I have already considered it. Both my great Qin and myself are safeguarded by you, sir.
What is there to prevent me from entering the Tao? Ing Zhang laughed heartily. Ultimately,
he recognized that his current position was due to Qin Mu's presence. Without the 7 stars of longevity, he might still be languishing in the Xianyang Palace,
barely clinging to life upon the dragon bed.
Well then, today I shall take the liberty to guide His Majesty the First Emperor into our Tao,
Qin Mu declared. Do you understand what it means to take refuge?
He asked Ing Zhang, initiating the first step of the process. with limited conditions. Devoid of the grand halls of ancestral masters and the cumbersome rites, they would proceed directly. I do not know. Ying Zhang replied candidly. To take refuge means to rely upon and depend on, our Tao emphasizes, taking refuge in the supreme Taoist treasure, which signifies allegiance to the supreme and infinite Tao, enabling one to transcend the cycle of reincarnation. Taking refuge in the supreme scripture treasure pertains to allegiance to the 36 revered scriptures, permitting the hearing of the true teachings. Taking refuge in the supreme master treasure means relying on the great master of mystery, ensuring one does not fall into erroneous views. Your Majesty now understands what it means to take refuge. Do you wish to take refuge in our Tao and become a lay practitioner? Qin Mu directly inquired. After taking refuge, one may be called a lay practitioner, but not yet a Daoist. I am willing. Ying Zhang responded with a respectful gesture. Having taken refuge in our Tao, do you wish to transmit the teachings of the Taoist sect? Qin Mu inquired further. The founder of the Taoist sect, the realized one, established the teachings for transmission. All cultivators should transmit under the founder's name to propagate the Tao, benefit the world, and uphold the precepts. I am willing to transmit the teachings of Tai to the world, Ying Zhang declared solemnly. Qin Mu cast a glance at Ying Zhang, a faint smile gracing his features, before he removed the 5 mountains crown from atop his head. According to the doctrines of the Taoist sect, a lay practitioner must endure 3 arduous years of asceticism within the temple, free from transgressions, before being granted the crown and scarf. This crown, also known as the minor precept, signifies that only after receiving the precept may a layperson be entitled to the title of Daoist, thus considered a member of our sect. However, given His Majesty's esteemed status and unwavering dedication to the Tao, I, a humble priest, have chosen to make an exception and bestow upon His Majesty the 5 mountains crown. This crown is typically reserved for true immortals who have undergone the celestial immortal precept. Yet His Majesty, as the King of mankind, may be an exception. As Qin Mu raised the 5 mountains crown and placed it upon Ying Zhang's head, he mused. This was indeed a fabrication, according to the regulations of the Taoist sect, no matter the exception. It was impossible to grant the 5 mountains crown to a newly initiated lay practitioner. He himself had spent 3 whole years in that ancestral temple before receiving merely a crown and the seal of law. Yet, there was no recourse. Where could he find a common crown now? Moreover, it would be utterly ludicrous to adorn the head of the esteemed ruler with a mere minor crown. Rules are rigid. And in this world, he stands as the sole Daoist. What harm is there in bending the rules a little? Chapter 68, The Day of the 3 Yuan. Ascending the altar to bestow the talisman, sir, does this mean I have entered the Daoist sect? Ying Zhang inquired, donning the 5 mountains crown as he turned to Qin Mu. Your Majesty, there is no need for haste. Within our Daoist tradition, there exists a multitude of precepts. To become a respectable practitioner, one must adhere to various regulations. However, given your distinguished status, you need only observe the 10 precepts of our Daoist sect, Qin Mu responded, gazing at Ying Zhang. The Daoist precepts are indeed numerous, and thus far, Qin Mu had only undergone a minor initiation at the ancestral hall. What are the 10 precepts? Please elucidate, sir. Ying Zhang promptly asked. The celestial master of our Daoist tradition states, good men and women who can comprehend the natural principle shall enter the Dharma gate and receive my 10 precepts and 14 virtuous conducts. They shall be disciples of the great Tao, equaling the valiant in their ascension. Those who diligently advance without retreating shall transcend the 3 realms and become true persons of the upper purity. Among these 10 precepts and 14 virtuous conducts, Your Majesty need only remember the 10 precepts. 1. Do not kill, consider all living beings. 2. Do not engage in illicit relations, respect the spouses of others. 3. Do not steal, refrain from acquiring unjust wealth. 4. Do not deceive, uphold the distinction between good and evil. 5. Do not indulge in intoxication, constantly maintain purity in conduct. 6. Foster harmony among kin, harbor no animosity. 7. Rejoice in the good deeds of others, provide support with joy. 8. Assist those in distress, contribute to their welfare. 9. When others come to me, harbor no thoughts of repayment. 10. For all who have yet to attain the Tao, I shall not withhold my generosity. These 10 precepts, Your Majesty, should be diligently remembered in your heart. Qin Mu advised Ying Zhang,
implying that while one must keep these principles in mind,
the application may vary according to circumstance.
For instance, the first precept, do not kill, consider all living beings. There are indeed many practitioners whose hands are stained with blood.
As long as one does not commit senseless slaughter, it does not constitute a breach of the precept. Moreover, in this world,
there is no ordained master to oversee one's actions.
I understand. Ing Zhang replied, grasping Qin Mu's implication.
In that case, allow me, as a humble Daoist,
to lead your majesty into the Taoist sect, Qin Mu declared, addressing Ing Zhang. This formal initiation is markedly different from mere verbal expressions. Surely, one cannot genuinely take Zheng Gu as a disciple, that would be rather awkward. How shall I address you in the future? Ing Zheng questioned Qin Mu.
Everything shall remain as usual, Qin Mu smiled.
That shall suffice. Ing Zheng nodded.
While he could manage to call Qin Mu senior brother, it still felt somewhat uncomfortable.
Sir, having entered the Daoist sect, when shall the talisman be conferred? Ing Zheng asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. Your Majesty.
The conferral of the talisman cannot be rushed. Qin Mu replied with a wry smile.
This conferral is not merely a matter of Qin Mu arbitrarily assigning a title.
The ceremony for bestowing the talisman requires initial rites, such as paying homage to the celestial deities, transmitting teachings, offering sacrifices, presenting memorials, and sending blessings.
Though the process has been considerably streamlined, it still necessitates paying respects to the ancestral masters.
Even so, Qin Mu lacked the necessary ritual implements, talismans, insignias, scriptures, and Daoist robes, all of which must be bestowed upon Ing Zhang during the initiation. Although your majesty has joined our Daoist sect, you still require a Dharma name.
Qin Mu concluded, directing his gaze towards Ing Zhang. The choice of a Dharma name must be approached with utmost seriousness.
The Xianyuan temple record documents that those who receive positions under the three heavens are bestowed with the following Dharma names: Shou Dao Ming Rendi, Quanzhenfu Tai, Zhicheng Xian Yu Jian, Zhong Zhang Yan Jin Ke, Zhonghan Tong Xian Yun, Gaohong Ding De Luo, Wudeng Yixingzhen, Fu Hai Qi Hong Bo, Shong Long Yang Miao Fei, and Huan Yizheng Xian. Do the three heavens refer to the blood droplet sect of the northern school, encompassing Wu Dang, Himing, and Long Hu. Among them, the Zhangyi sect is also affiliated with Long Hu, albeit with slight differences that are negligible. The Tai sect of Qin Mu has, in later generations, become an appendage of the Zhangyi sect of Long Hu Mountain,
and thus its Dharma name must align accordingly. Please grant me a Dharma name. Ing Zhang, suppressing his inner excitement, clasped his hands in a respectful bow.
As a humble monk, I shall guide your majesty into the fold, and thus you shall be considered my peer.
Therefore, I shall bestow upon you the character in and name you Ren Xin. Qin Mu suggested after contemplating Ing Zhang's request. Rod? Ing Zhang responded, perplexed as he gazed at Qin Mu. Is not your Dharma name Tai Xian? As your equal, how is it that I should belong to the Ren lineage? The phrase Shou Dao Ming Ren Di.
Quanzhenfu Tai. He suggests that if your Dharma name is Tai Xian, then I should also be of the Tai lineage.
How is it that I leap to the Ren lineage? Have you made an error, esteemed teacher? Ing Zhang's mind was filled with confusion, yet he dared not inquire further.
Your Majesty, the character Tai holds profound significance within our order, and thus it is rarely conferred upon disciples. I have accumulated numerous merits for the Tai sect, which is why I was granted the Tai character, Qin Mu explained with a smile, sensing Ing Zhang's bewilderment. His words were half-truths. Indeed, the Tai Dharma names are seldom given, often skipped over. However, the latter part of his statement was a fabrication. He possessed no such merits. Yet, having initially adopted the name Tai Xian, he was bound to it for life, allowing the true nature of his Dharma name to remain concealed.
A flicker of understanding crossed Ing Zhang's eyes. So it was.
Matters of Dharma names were not of significant concern to him. His focus remained steadfast on the bestowal of the talisman.
I wonder when you shall grant me the talisman. Should there be any requirements, please do not hesitate to express them. Ing Zhang inquired of Qin Mu.
The bestowal of the talisman requires the establishment of a talisman transmission altar, which can only be consecrated on the 3 Yuan days, specifically, the 15th day of the 1st, 7th,
and 10th months, Qin Mu elucidated.
The construction of the altar is straightforward. Your Majesty need only have someone build a Dharma altar within the palace,
and I shall come to arrange it. However, the 3 Yuan days require some patience. Not to worry, as you have mentioned, tomorrow is the 15th of the 7th month. The perfect occasion for the consecration of the altar and talisman. Ying Zheng exclaimed with joy. Really? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, since his arrival in this world. He had not kept track of the days. He had not anticipated that tomorrow would indeed be the day for the consecration. Ying Zheng's talisman was being granted with astonishing speed compared to most Taoists. Today he entered the fold, and tomorrow he would be bestowed the talisman. Meanwhile, he, Qin Mu, had spent 3 years at the ancestral temple just to receive a minor initiation. Thoughts of a talisman were far-fetched. Such bestowals were typically reserved for major sects like Zheng Yi and the Mao Mountain faction. However, the Taiji sect also possesses such capabilities. Albeit the number of individuals qualified to receive the talisman is exceedingly scarce. It is not uncommon for years to pass without a single altar being consecrated. Thus, Your Majesty has commanded the construction of an altar within the royal palace, and tomorrow, this humble monk shall inaugurate the altar to bestow the talisman upon Your Majesty. Qin Mu collected his thoughts and turned to Ying Zheng, stating, in addition to this, Your Majesty must also instruct someone to craft a plethora of magical artifacts and talisman certificates overnight. These items are merely ceremonial, the genuine magical artifacts and talisman certificates, along with the symbols, are beyond the grasp of mere artisans. I do not even know how to create them. Nevertheless, it is essential to fulfill the ceremonial aspects for Your Majesty. With this in mind, Qin Mu summoned a eunuch to procure writing materials. He meticulously sketched the specifications of the magical artifacts and the forms of the soft and hard talismans. While he had seen such items before, he was unfamiliar with the incantations inscribed upon them and lacked the ability to consecrate them. Thus, even if they were to be crafted, they would undoubtedly amount to a collection of worthless trinkets. Had he possessed knowledge of the art of crafting, he might have harbored a glimmer of hope. Chapter 69, I. Zhao Gao, I am not completely destitute, come forth. Swiftly deliver these blueprints to the Gongshu family, work through the night, for I wish to behold these artifacts by dawn. With a wave of his hand, Ying Zheng summoned a guard and issued his decree. Yes. The guard took the blueprints, not daring to delay even a moment, and hurriedly dashed out of the palace. Thus, by tomorrow, His Majesty shall ascend the altar to confer the talismans. Qin Mu remarked. He initially believed that even with haste, it would take at least a month. He never anticipated that under such fortuitous circumstances, Zheng Ge could bestow the talismans by the morrow. Thank you for your labor, esteemed sir. Ying Zheng expressed with a hint of excitement, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. It is no trouble at all. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to prepare for the conferment of the talismans. Qin Mu nodded. Your efforts are much appreciated. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send someone to seek me. Ying Zheng gestured grandly, offering whatever was needed. Very well. Qin Mu returned the gesture and then withdrew from the inner palace. In a side hall, Qin Mu reflected on the celestial records contained within the jade tablet of the heavenly altar. The conferment of talismans and titles was not arbitrary. It must align with the respective altars. The Mashan Qingjing altar, the Gezhou Mountain Lingbao altar, the Xishan Jingming altar, and the Longhu Jingyi altar. Generally speaking, the conferment of talismans and titles is conducted under these 4 major altars. Additionally, there exists the Jing altar, which is determined by the year of birth. The Jiazi Tongxian Jizhen Jingling Jinying Mao altar, the Ichou Fuxing Dingjin Jingling Ing Tongxian altar, and the Bingying Tongjian Chenghua Jinging Miao Ing altar. The celestial records and officials are also categorized into various ranks, such as the 9 ranks of the Tianshu Institute, the 9 ranks of the Beiji Exorcism Institute, and the 9 ranks of the Jade Court, among others, each with distinct hierarchical levels. The titles can be quite convoluted and lengthy. Currently, Qin Mu could recall only a handful of these names. The one that left the most profound impression on him was the title, Shangqing Siming, Lesser Minister of the Jade Court, Co-Administrator of Thunderbolts and Demon Suppression, which belonged to the 9 ranks of the Jade Court. Why was it so memorable? Because this was the rank conferred to the head of the Taoist sect. Alas, Taoist sect has since fallen into decline, merely an appendage of the Jingyi sect. And to attain a 6th rank is already commendable. The Jingyi sect flourished in later times, with at least a dozen subordinate sects under its banner. To have a head of the Taoist sect attain a 6th rank amidst the many subordinates is indeed a notable achievement. Where ought to be the placement for Zhang Ge? Currently, he can only be conferred the title of Du Gong Lu, at most receiving a 7th rank title. If we consider his spiritual attainment, he might only qualify for a 9th rank, though the conferred Du Gong Lu may allow for a 6th or 7th rank title. It is not without 9th ranks among celestial records. Qin Mu speculated that these 9th and 8th rank positions are likely reserved for those who find favor through connections. After all, the conferment of talismans and titles must adhere to the principles of law and talisman. And those devoid of merit and virtue who seek advancement will surely incur heavenly wrath. Previously, Qin Mu would have deemed such a notion humorous. Yet in this world, he must tread with caution. Zhang Ge, it is not that I wish to withhold from granting you a high office. The potential for divine retribution is not to be trifled with. Qin Mu muttered to himself, gesturing for ink and brush, and inscribed the official titles he could recall. Ranging from the 9th rank, from the Taiji Palace, selected as a Jinshi, left judge of the 5 Thunder Institute, concurrently managing affairs of the Thunder Command. To the rightful 9th rank, right chief judge of the Northern Exorcism Institute, also serving as the alchemical administrator of the Nanshan Upper Palace, overseeing the Exorcism Institute. The rightful 9th rank, chief judge of the right of the 5 Thunder Institute, concurrently managing affairs of the Thunder Command. The rightful 9th rank, minister of peaceful transformation, deity of the Celestial Law Palace, also serving as the administrator of storms at the Western Terrace. It seems they are all 9th rank? Qin Mu set down his brush, his expression a mix of confusion. These were the only titles he could remember. Who could blame him when the names of these celestial officials were so lengthy? Remembering these was no small feat. Even with these titles, Qin Mu was uncertain if he had written them correctly. If he were to miswrite a single character, Zhang Ge would end up with nothing. Think again. Qin Mu shook his head. Although there was a hint of impropriety in securing a 6th or 7th rank celestial title for Zhang Ge, which might provoke heavenly wrath, he ought to at least secure an 8th rank. Yet, all these titles were excessively long, not one was short. Even having perused the entirety of the Heavenly Altar's Jade Codex, it was difficult to recall much. At that moment, at the palace gate, the maidservant whom Qin Mu had previously dispatched to send off Zhao Gao returned. "What is it?" Qin Mu inquired, looking up at the maid. "Sir, Zhao Gao has been waiting outside the palace. He sent someone to announce his desire to meet you," the maid replied. Zhao Gao. Qin Mu's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, recalling that he seemed to have forgotten something important. It was indeed this fellow. Go tell him that what I have promised shall certainly be fulfilled. Instruct him to return and await changes for 3 days. Qin Mu waved his hand. This matter concerning Zhao Gao was something he could easily handle himself. After all, the birth date and other pertinent details were all in Qin Mu's possession. The art of feng shui still required experimentation, yet at this moment, Qin Mu was less concerned with its efficacy and more intrigued by the repercussions and heavenly retribution that might ensue. Though he appeared to be quite proper and conventional, he did not dismiss the possibility of needing some unorthodox methods one day, which could lead to backlash. Presently, it was advantageous to use Zhao Gao to explore if there were any countermeasures. The maid nodded, turning to leave the palace. At the palace gate, Zhao Gao smiled as he saw the maid off, then furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the royal residence for some time. 3 days. Very well. I shall wait another 3 days. If nothing transpires after 3 days, do not blame me, Zhao Gao. He murmured to himself, before turning to depart. He could afford to wait 3 days. At the very least, after 3 days, he would still be able to mobilize quite a number of people. After all, the assassins of the net were firmly within his grasp. As long as Ying Zhang did not explicitly demand he relinquish control of the net, Zhao Gao would not be left with nothing. The following day, at the palace gate, Qin Mu and Ying Zhang shared a dragon chariot, followed closely by a multitude of officials. It struck them as peculiar that His Majesty was hastening back to Xianying so soon. Traditionally, he would linger at the temporary palace for 3 or 4 days, reveling in the beauty of the Weishui River. Rumor has it that a calamity has befallen the citizens of Xianyang, with thousands afflicted by a chilling ailment. the origins of which remain uncertain, perhaps a plague. It seems His Majesty is troubled by this matter, prompting his early return to court. Indeed, I have heard whispers of this strange occurrence. Within the dragon chariot, Ing Zhan listened to the official's discourse, offering little in response. At that moment, his thoughts were solely consumed by the desire to return to the royal palace, to ascend to the heavens and attain the status of an immortal. Chapter 70, bestowing the imperial decree 2 hours later, in the city of Xianyang. The imperial dragon carriage entered the city with great solemnity, proceeding directly to the royal palace as officials dispersed at the palace gates. An hour later, dozens of large jars were set up in front of the palace, filled with clear water. The common folk lined up in long queues to receive their share. These individuals were the very citizens who had previously made their wishes by the Weishui River. The water was a special talisman concocted by Qin Mu the night before, possessing remarkable efficacy against the ailments caused by the absence of fortune. Truly, the national master is indeed an enlightened being, with just a bowl of this talisman water. My affliction has vanished. Indeed, the compassion of the national master shall be forever remembered. Many citizens, having consumed the talisman water, began to kneel in reverence towards the royal palace. What should we do? It seems that Qin Mu possesses genuine prowess after this event. His reputation among the people of Xianyang will be unparalleled, and our plans. A scholar stood behind Chunyu, expressing his concerns. Let us postpone for now. Chunyu shook his head. Additionally, send someone to pacify the elders, this is not the opportune moment. Once the fervor subsides, we shall advise His Majesty. However, the young master is nearly returning to court. Once he pays his respects to Qin Mu as his mentor, it will be too late. Furthermore, you are well aware of the temperaments of those esteemed scholars, they cannot be restrained. The scholar sighed in resignation. What can be done? Approaching His Majesty at this juncture may provoke his wrath and further alienate him from Confucianism. Moreover, the news of the talisman water remedy has spread among the citizens of Xianyang. We cannot suppress Qin Mu. Chunyu shook his head. Besides uniting the people, Confucians excel at swaying public opinion and discrediting their adversaries. When it comes to defamation, they are quite experienced. After all, few of the populace are literate, and thus the words of scholars are often deemed credible. In the eyes of the common folk, scholars hold an elevated status. Yet in this current predicament, they cannot manipulate public sentiment. If they only rally the scholars to advise, it may backfire. To topple Qin Mu is impossible at this moment, we must wait. If those elders are unwilling, let them depart from Xianyang. Chunyu turned to the scholar and spoke. If we cannot afford to wait, how can we achieve greatness? Are we not the foremost among the 100 schools of thought? To bring down Qin Mu is within our reach given our current standing, but we must not act hastily. Furthermore, let us reach out to those esteemed scholars and their disciples. There should be no reservations now. This is a matter of our Confucian ascendance. We must utilize all available connections. A mysterious glint flashed in Chunyu's eyes. The influence of Confucianism that instills such trepidation in Ing Zhan relies not solely on cunning strategies. It is also the extensive network of relationships cultivated by Confucians. Many owe their allegiance to the teachings of Confucianism, particularly those illustrious scholars whose fame is widespread. It is no exaggeration to say they have students scattered across the land. Whether one aligns with the school of military strategy or legalism, it is the Confucians from whom you once sought guidance. Take, for instance, Li Si. Although one may now align oneself with the legalist school, upon encountering Xuanzi of the small sage's abode, would you not respectfully address him as your teacher? Regardless of one's arguments, you have indeed been shaped by Confucian teachings. It is essential to observe the rights of a disciple. Should Xuanzi speak? As long as his requests are not excessive, even Li Si would acknowledge this bond of mentorship. There are many like Li Si in the Qin Dynasty. Presently, they are all prominent figures in their respective schools, yet if their former teacher were to issue a decree, one must honor the relationship of teacher and student. Alas! It is unfortunate that the small sage's abode is reluctant to partake in such matters, otherwise, His Majesty could reclaim his royal mandate. Chunyu could only shake his head in regret. Many talents have emerged from the small sage's abode. At this moment, within the royal palace, outside the Chao Hui Hall, A wooden high platform stood erect. This was the altar for the bestowal of talismans, hastily constructed by the Gongshu family overnight. Upon it lay a dozen replicas of legal artifacts. Beneath the altar, Qin Mu donned a purple ceremonial robe of the Taoist sect, also known as the heavenly immortal cave garment. This robe, open at the front, extended to the calves, was sleeveless, and its sleeves flowed gracefully. Adorned with golden and silver threads embroidered with various auspicious Taoist symbols, this garment was worn by high-ranking practitioners during grand sacrificial ceremonies. It is said that when the Daoist ancestor Laozi rode out on a bull, a purple aura emanated from the east, hence the robe's esteemed purple hue. Such a purple Daoist robe is reserved for those of profound enlightenment. Today, Qin Mu temporarily assumed the role of the talisman bestower and thus donned this robe with great solemnity. "Your Majesty, we may commence." Qin Mu directed his gaze toward Ying Zhang, who at that moment had also changed into a Daoist robe. This robe was blue, with a broad front and wide sleeves, reaching down to the wrists. Typically, the sleeves of a Daoist's attire measure 18 inches wide. For those of higher rank, the sleeves extend to 24 inches, with the length flowing seamlessly. Only after donning the crown and headband does one officially become a Daoist priest, permitted to wear this garment for ceremonial occasions. Qin Mu ascended the altar first, followed closely by Ying Zhang. Once atop the platform, Qin Mu seated himself on a chair, while Ying Zhang stood before him. According to the bestowal ceremony of the Taoist sect, it is requisite for the officiating master, accompanied by ceremonial banners and attendants, to invite the 3 Grand Masters and the 6 Protective Masters to enter the law altar. After the 3 Grand Masters and the 6 Protective Masters entered, they would present incense, bow, and initiate the rites, paying homage to the Jade Emperor, the 3 Pure Ones, and the ancestral Heavenly Master, with all talisman bestowers following in reverence. However, due to constraints, Qin Mu represented both the 3 Grand Masters and the 6 Protective Masters alone, guiding Ying Zhang through the proceedings with grace. Incense was offered, and bows were made in reverence. Subsequently, homage was paid to the deities. In the absence of idols, Qin Mu procured several plaques inscribed with the names of important celestial deities of the heavenly court, including the 3 Pure Ones and the ancestral Heavenly Master, all represented by plaques. After a series of kneeling and presenting incense, Qin Mu returned to his chair and began to expound upon the classics and precepts. The texts included the Sutra on Delivering People and the Sutra of the Northern Dipper, among other essential teachings. The precepts encompassed not only the 10 precepts of the Daoist school but also those specific to the Taoist sect. Upon the completion of the ceremonial rites, it is imperative to bestow upon the disciples the official documents, also referred to as the talisman, along with sacred texts, ritual implements, ceremonial swords, command flags, edicts, tablets, the ghostly peach staff, the celestial measuring rod, Daoist robes, and hats. Among these, the official document holds paramount significance, as it pertains to the celestial rank of the recipient. Those of the 5th rank and above are designated as celestial ministers, while those below the 5th rank are known as celestial officials. Without doubt, the recipient shall be classified as a celestial official. Your Majesty has already entered under the auspices of the Taoist sect and has adeptly mastered the sacred scriptures. Today, I, Qin Mu, temporarily acting as the Master of Talismans, shall confer upon Your Majesty the Great Merit Talisman. You shall be sealed as an 8th rank celestial official, entering the celestial register and taking your place among the celestial ranks. The official title bestowed shall be Right Commander of the Tai Chi Canon, presiding over the enforcement of law alongside the true sovereign, managing the thunderous affairs of the capital. Chapter 71. I, Qin Mu, aspire to be a great official. As the words fell, Qin Mu reverently presented the official document to Ying Zhang. With exhilaration, Ying Zhang accepted the document from Qin Mu's hands. From this day forth, he, Ying Zhang, would be ranked among the immortals and possess celestial status. Master, does this mean I am now considered an immortal? Ying Zhang asked, holding the document with excitement in his eyes. Your Majesty, this granting of authority merely confers upon you celestial status, Qin Mu replied with a wry smile. If one could directly ascend to immortality upon receiving such a decree, who would still pursue the path of cultivation? The rank of celestial official merely bestows a fraction of abilities linked to one's position. For instance, Ying Zhang's role as the right commander of the Tai Chi classic, overseeing military law and wielding the power of thunder, was associated with the upper clear heaven altar and linked to the thunder division. Had the granting been fully successful? He could have initiated rituals to invoke rain and summon thunder at will. He could also summon celestial soldiers from the thunder division, just as Qin Mu had done previously. Well, that is merely an aside. In Qin Mu's view, it was already quite impressive. How could one expect to ascend to the heavens just by receiving a decree? From an 8th rank, what more could be desired? Not to mention, at least Qin Mu had yet to achieve the ability to summon rain. Moreover, the authority that Ing Zhang held involved a modicum of military power over the Thunder Division, allowing him to command celestial soldiers in battle. The celestial beings under the command of an 8th rank official would undoubtedly be far superior to the golden armored warriors he had previously summoned. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Ing Zhang could wield the powers of the celestial official's position as Qin Mu had before. Is it truly possible to summon winds and rain as you previously mentioned? Ing Zhang inquired, looking at Qin Mu. That should be correct. Your Majesty can utilize this altar to invoke rituals and communicate with the celestial beings of the heavenly realm. Qin Mu's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he contemplated testing whether Ing Zhang's decree had indeed been successful. Though the ritual was rather rudimentary, it possessed the essential elements required. What must I do? Ing Zhang promptly asked. When performing the ritual, Your Majesty must present yourself as a disciple of the Taoist sect, the Qin Daoist, and not as the first emperor of the Qin. Do you understand? Qin Mu instructed, gazing at Ing Zhang. Indeed. Ing Zhang nodded, comprehending Qin Mu's intent. Adorned in this divine attire, he would embody the Qin Daoist of the Taoist sect, rather than the first emperor of the Qin. This was a relief to Qin Mu, who had harbored concerns that Ing Zhang might stubbornly refuse to adopt this alternate identity. I have also prepared the necessary documents for the ritual and the proclamation to communicate with the heavens, Qin Mu declared, producing a scroll inscribed with detailed procedures. Your Majesty merely needs to perform the ritual, and I shall provide the symbols and instruments, as well as draft the documents. Ing Zhang took the scroll and, after a brief glance, grasped the essence of the matter. Observing this, Qin Mu silently stepped aside. Ing Zhang then arranged the altar previously dedicated to the deities, transforming it into his own ritual altar. To the celestial beings above, I, the Qin Daoist, from the 8th rank right commander of the Tai Chi Classic, overseeing military law and wielding the power of thunder, now received the celestial status. Ing Zhang recited the proclamation that Qin Mu had meticulously prepared in advance. Unbeknownst to Qin Mu, a cluster of flames erupted upon the altar, where he wielded a replica of a ceremonial sword, upon which he had delicately affixed a talisman, casting it into the fire. Though the sword was not genuine, the talisman had been painstakingly crafted by his own hand. The ritual of opening the altar and invoking blessings was a task he was quite familiar with, having assisted various masters during his time as a novice. As the talisman vanished into the flames, it was instantaneously reduced to ash, soaring skyward. Today, with benevolence in our hearts, we beseech the heavens for rain, 1 foot, 9 inches, and 18 points. Thunder Lord and Lightning Mother, drive away the thunder and summon the clouds, hasten as the law commands. Ing Zhang intoned the incantation, simultaneously channeling the scant fortune within himself, connecting with the official document held in his left hand. Observing this, Qin Mu retrieved a scroll from his robe, and with a flourish, a brush manifested in his grasp, dipped in the cinnabar upon the altar, whereupon he inscribed the seal of the Taoist sect upon the document. He then handed both the scroll and the brush to Ing Zhang, who inscribed his name before casting the document into the flames, ensuring its passage to the celestial realm. Qin Mu gazed at Ing Zhang, unusually omitting the title of Your Majesty. Ing Zhang nodded, taking the scroll and brush, inscribing his name, and tossing it into the flames, where it was consumed and vanished without a trace. At this sight, Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Had it succeeded? He mused silently. The document, made of bamboo slips, could not possibly be entirely incinerated in an instant. Such a phenomenon clearly indicated success. As Qin Mu pondered, dark clouds suddenly gathered over the once clear skies of Xianyang, catching the citizens off guard as they hurriedly retreated to their homes. It worked! Ha ha ha! I too can summon rain. I am a celestial master. Ing Zhang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The outcome of the rain invocation was of little consequence to him. What truly mattered was the authenticity of his celestial status. He had merely begun as an 8th rank official. If he could ascend in rank, immortality might well be within his reach. From this day forth, he, Ing Zhang, would not only be the first emperor of Qin but also a celestial overseer of the high heavens, commanding the thunderous legions of the Tai Chi canon. One day, his celestial title would rival that of the first emperor. Immortality, life equal to the heavens. All beneath the heavens would be governed by him, Ing Zhang. Master, he thought, casting a grateful glance towards Qin Mu. This was but a small step from an 8th rank celestial official for him. To ascend further, he would still need to rely on Qin Mu. There is no need for such formality, Your Majesty. The power of this talisman must still be discovered by yourself. As I understand, once we of the Daoist order attain celestial titles, we can command the deities and generals within our jurisdiction. This journey is one you must undertake alone. Qin Mu addressed Ing Zhang. He was not a talisman master and possessed limited understanding of the intricacies involved. The abilities granted by this celestial title would require the emperor to explore for himself. As the two conversed, a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. Qin Mu and Ing Zhang hurriedly gathered the mystical artifacts from the altar and sought refuge within the morning radiance hall. Once, I too possessed such abilities. Observing the rain outside, Ing Zhang felt a tinge of nostalgia. It is merely the limitation of my humble cultivation that I can only aspire to secure a position as an 8th rank immortal official for Your Majesty. Standing beside Ing Zhang, Qin Mu offered a subtle reminder. You have already attained the rank of an 8th rank immortal official. When will the divine official seal be ready? Surely, it cannot be inferior to an 8th rank position. If that official seal were still a 9th rank, I, Qin Mu, would raise quite a stir. Indeed, I would. What do you mean by such words, esteemed sir? With your unparalleled abilities, there is no one in this realm who can compare to you. Ing Zhang quickly responded upon hearing this. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Qin Mu replied with a faint smile, though it bore a hint of strain. It seems that the sovereign has not grasped my intent. The official seal. The rank. I, Qin Mu, aspire to be a high official. Chapter 72, please calculate the location of Gainya. Perhaps sensing the unusual smile on Qin Mu's face, Ing Zhang's thoughts shifted, and he quickly understood. Are you concerned about the official seal, esteemed sir? Ing Zhang inquired of Qin Mu. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I have already consulted the Gongshu family. And the seal will be presented no later than tomorrow. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with delight as he spoke. We, as cultivators, must possess an official seal when practicing within the dynasty, otherwise, our hearts will remain unsettled. That is alleviated. Ing Zhang nodded, marking the matter in his mind. Contemplating preparing a spare official seal for Qin Mu in the future. The official documents must be properly safeguarded, as they differ from my official seal. If they are damaged, a second issuance cannot be granted. Qin Mu cautioned, glancing at the official document in Ing Zhang's hands. This document served as proof of Ing Zhang's celestial official status. And should it be destroyed, Qin Mu was at a loss for how to remedy the situation. I understand. Ing Zhang nodded, carefully storing away the document. The various capabilities of the celestial official require Your Majesty to explore independently. I shall refrain from elaborating further, Qin Mu continued. Indeed. Upon mentioning the celestial official, a smile unfailingly graced Ing Zhang's face. Has the entire conferral ceremony been completed, esteemed sir? He confirmed with Qin Mu, eager to return and experiment with the powers of the celestial official. You may leave with peace of mind, I shall take care of the concluding matters. Qin Mu discerned Ing Zhang's intentions and spoke with a smile. Thank you, esteemed sir. Ing Zhang nodded with a smile, then personally lifted the pile of magical instruments, braving the rain as he made his way to the Zhengda Hall. There was not a single palace maid or eunuch nearby, not even Zhang Han, whom Ing Zhang had not summoned. After all, the conferral was a matter of great significance, and Ing Zhang did not fully trust even Zhang Han. Even now that success was within reach, Ing Zhang had no intention of letting anyone else know of this affair. This was his trump card. With the matter of Zheng Gu resolved, I must find a time to deal with Zhao Gao's grave as well, Qin Mu muttered as he watched Ding Zheng's departing figure. Before heading towards the Chao Hui Hall, he had no plans to dismantle the conferral altar. One never knew when it might be needed again, albeit the hope appeared slim. While the conferral of the official seal was relatively straightforward, ascending to the alliance's might was considerably more challenging. Qin Mu mused as he walked. The conferral of the official seal could barely allow Zheng to meet the minimum requirements. However, the criteria for the alliance's might required a thorough understanding of the Zhangyi scriptures. Not to mention that Zheng Gu had never even completed reading the Zhangyi texts himself, which were crucial classics within the Zhangyi school. Such texts were beyond Qin Mu's comprehension, let alone mastery. Nevertheless, the conferral of the official seal would suffice for Zheng Gu for a time, as it could confer titles up to the 6th rank. Currently, Zheng Gu was at the 8th rank, with the potential for advancement. They could discuss further promotions when that time came. Qin Mu shook his head, temporarily setting aside this troublesome issue. Within the residence of the Yinyan school, Xinghan carefully examined a bowl of water in his hands. This water was a talismanic liquid provided in front of the royal palace for the common people to ward off the chill. Upon learning of this, Xinghan had someone procure a bowl for him. At this moment, before the palace gate, a dashing young man afflicted by the cold gazed mournfully at the empty large jars. What was happening? Was it not promised that each person would receive a bowl? That everyone would partake? Where was his? Meanwhile, the instigator, the national master of the Star Soul, was cautiously savoring the precious bowl of talismanic water in his hands. This water seemed utterly ordinary. How could it cause those common folk to recover from the cold so swiftly? After smacking his lips, the Star Soul found nothing particularly remarkable about it. This water was simply plain water. He channeled his genuine energy, infusing it into the clear water. Under the control of his true energy, the water in the bowl formed a floating sphere. Curiously, there was no medicinal power or genuine energy present within. What exactly had Qin Mu accomplished? The Star Soul withdrew his true energy, allowing the sphere of clear water to fall to the ground. Send someone to monitor the common folk of Xianyang who drank the talismanic water and observe any changes, commanded the Star Soul, waving his hand. Understood. The disciple of the Yinyan family acknowledged and turned to leave. Wait. The Star Soul suddenly called out to the disciple. Bring a few of those who drank the talismanic water to me, I wish to observe personally. He added. Understood. The disciple nodded in compliance and subsequently departed from the Yinyan family's residence. In the palace, outside the Morning Radiance Hall, the Chancellor Li Si made a rare appearance. Since Qin Mu had become the national master of the Great Qin, Li Si had never interacted with him. Nor had he exchanged even a single word. As he gazed upon the unfamiliar Morning Radiance Hall, Li Si took a deep breath and stepped inside. Within the study, Qin Mu was engrossed in reviewing the techniques of cultivating life foundations when he was interrupted by a young eunuch at the door. After Zhang Ji's departure, the Morning Radiance Hall had lifted its restrictions, and the eunuchs and palace maids had naturally returned. National Master, the Chancellor requests an audience. The young eunuch declared respectfully. The Chancellor? Li Si? Qin Mu responded with a hint of confusion. He had no significant connection with Li Si. Why would the head of the Great Qin's officials come to visit him? Show him in, Qin Mu gestured. Yes, the eunuch replied and quickly ushered Li Si inside. Forgive my intrusion, National Master, I came uninvited, Li Si said as he entered the study, bowing to Qin Mu. No trouble at all. But I am curious as to what brings the Chancellor to my humble Morning Radiance Hall today, Qin Mu replied with a smile. Then waved his hand to signal the young eunuch to offer a seat. I feel rather embarrassed. I have come today to request your assistance, National Master. After taking his seat, Li Si looked at Qin Mu with a wry smile. Please, go on, Qin Mu encouraged him to speak freely. This matter concerns the former sword saint of Great Qin, Gainye. Li Si sighed as he began. You must be aware of Gainye's situation. Originally, His Majesty ordered General Zheng Han to lead the Shadow Secret Guard to capture Gainye, but as you understand, His Majesty does not genuinely wish to harm Gainye. However, Gainye has gone too far. During the battle at the Valley of the Waning Moon, he slew 300 of our elite soldiers. In a fit of fury, His Majesty entrusted this matter to me. Prior to the grand ceremony at the Wei River, the Emperor commanded me to dispatch individuals to retrieve Gainye within 3 months, regardless of the consequences. I had originally intended to visit the National Master 3 days ago, yet I hesitated, considering that the National Master might be preoccupied with preparations for the Wei River ceremony, hence I delayed until today. If the Prime Minister has something to convey, he may do so directly, without such circumlocution. Qin Mu interrupted Li Si's discourse with a wave of his hand. Li Si, with a knowing smile, seemed unfazed. Tonggu has come today to seek the National Master's assistance in discerning the whereabouts of Gainye. General Zhang Han has indicated that the National Master may possess knowledge of his location. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu nodded, understanding why Li Si sought him out. He recalled boasting to Zhang Gu about having acquired some personal belongings of Gainye, claiming they could lead to discovering his whereabouts. With the multitude of events transpiring lately, he had nearly forgotten this matter. Li Si anxiously regarded Qin Mu, aware of the significance the Emperor placed on Gainye. Although it was stated that he had 3 months, Li Si estimated that if 10 days passed without progress, he might face severe consequences. Rest assured, this matter is within my capabilities. Qin Mu reassured him with a smile. However, I have one condition. Please, speak freely, as long as Tonggu can fulfill it. I shall not hesitate. Li Si promptly replied. I require both Gainye and the child to be brought back alive. Qin Mu declared, his gaze fixed on Li Si. He was keenly aware of the secrets those two harbored. By employing the Tai divination technique, Qin Mu surmised he could uncover something significant, particularly concerning Tian Ming. He was nearly certain that this individual was linked to the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. Chapter 73, Let the Sword Saint experience the art of voodoo. Upon hearing Qin Mu's request, Li Si found himself in a quandary. To capture the legendary Gainye alive? The renowned sword saint of the former empire. While he was confident in his ability to retrieve the deceased Gainye, after all, the mighty army of the Qin numbered in the millions, capturing him alive proved to be a formidable challenge. The man possessed the ability to flee if confronted, and Li Si could not afford to employ lethal force. How many lives would be lost in the pursuit of Gainye? If the sacrifice of too many of Qin's elite soldiers were to occur, Ing Zhang would surely unleash his wrath upon him. Master of the nation. It is not that I lack the desire to comply, but rather that Gainye's prowess is well known. You must understand the difficulty in attempting to capture him alive. Li Si remarked with a wry smile. From the moment he received this task, he had no intention of leaving any survivors. After all, slaying Gainye was far simpler than apprehending him. Moreover, what connection could the master of the nation possibly have with Gainye? Li Si cast a puzzled glance at Qin Mu. Although he had not specifically investigated Qin Mu, as the Chancellor of the Qin, he was well acquainted with most matters. Ordinarily, one would presume that the master of the nation has no ties to Gainye. This situation is intricate, and it may be inappropriate to discuss it with the Chancellor. All that is required is to bring both men back alive. I shall clarify the matter with His Majesty, Qin Mu replied with a smile. This master of the nation misunderstands. It is not a matter of inquiry into the past, but rather that Gainye's strength is formidable. I possess no confidence in capturing him alive, Li Si said, his expression tinged with concern. He had engaged with Gainye on numerous occasions and was acutely aware of his capabilities. Despite Gainye's public assertion of being at the pinnacle of the master level, the skilled individuals within the palace often fared well against him. Yet, Li Si understood Gainye's temperament. He would often declare, "This man's skill is not beneath my own," before drawing his sword and dispatching foes in an instant. Li Si harbored his suspicions. Gainye was likely far more powerful than merely a master. Fear not, Chancellor, there is no need for concern regarding this matter, Qin Mu reassured him, rising to retrieve a small box from a nearby shelf. This item will assist you in capturing Gainye alive. However, I must insist that he be taken unharmed. As he spoke, Qin Mu slid the small box toward Li Si. What is this? Li Si stared at the box in confusion, uncertain of its contents. How could such a small item possibly subdue a figure of Gainye's caliber? Open it, and you shall see, Qin Mu encouraged with a smile. Hesitantly, Li Si reached out and opened the box, revealing a straw effigy adorned with a talisman, accompanied by 3 silver needles.
What is this? Li Si's bewilderment deepened as he examined the peculiar items. This is a creation of my secret technique.
When these silver needles are thrust into the effigy, Gainia will experience the same injuries, Qin Mu explained with a chuckle. However, this item may only be used 3 times, after that, it will lose its efficacy. It is not that he has cut corners, rather, he finds himself in a predicament. The scarecrow associated with Gainia is markedly different from that of Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao's scarecrow was meticulously crafted using a combination of birth dates, blood essence, hair, skin flakes, nails, and a host of other materials, all prepared with utmost care.
Consequently, it could endure for an extended period.
In contrast, Gainia's scarecrow is constructed solely from the skin flakes and hair that Qin Mu possesses, rendering its efficacy significantly diminished. Even with considerable potential for harm, it would not be fatal, unlike Zhao Gao's, which could be lethal with a mere twist of its head.
Furthermore, its usability has been drastically reduced to merely 3 instances.
Master of the nation, this.
Li Si exclaimed,
his eyes widening as he gazed at Qin Mu. The concept of threatening a master-level warrior merely by weaving a scarecrow was beyond his comprehension.
To pierce it with a silver needle could inflict upon Gainia the same injuries?
Although it could only be used thrice, if he were to decapitate the scarecrow.
Would that not mean Gainia would? Terrifying. This master of the nation is far more formidable than he had previously imagined. If this scarecrow could be woven without restraint, would it not be a trivial matter for this master to control the court, or even the entirety of Qin?
It is no wonder that General Zhang Han reportedly visits the Chaohui Hall nearly every day. He must have already discerned the capabilities of this master of the nation.
With such an artifact at his disposal, might the Prime Minister capture Gainia alive? Qin Mu inquired of Li Si. Indeed.
Li Si replied without hesitation. If the scarecrow truly possesses the effects you claim, capturing Gainia alive would be effortless.
Qin Mu nodded, choosing to speak no further. Li Si understood Qin Mu's intent, securing the box and rising to take his leave. I am grateful for your assistance today, Master of the Nation. Should the need arise in the future, I shall certainly offer my utmost support. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to be wary of Chunyu in the coming days.
The Confucians have reacted vehemently to the news of the young master taking you as his teacher.
Chunyu? That individual from Qi? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback.
Among his scant historical knowledge, he recalled this name.
Indeed, Chunyu hails from Qi. The master of the nation is aware of him? Although he is from Qi.
After the unification of the realm under the Great Qin, he has become a distinguished scholar and assistant within our empire, holding considerable esteem among the Confucian scholars.
Ah. Once a friend of mine, yet this individual. Li Si shook his head, choosing not to elaborate.
His opposition to Chunyu was rooted not merely in rivalry over influence, but also intertwined with the ideological conflict between Confucianism and legalism, stemming from their differing philosophies.
I am already aware of this matter.
The Prime Minister need only focus on his responsibilities, both Gainia and that child must remain alive.
Qin Mu emphasized, nodding at Li Si.
He feared that in a moment of exuberance, Li Si might inadvertently cause Gainia's demise.
Chapter 74, Zhao Gao's Intentions. Zhao Gao. If he wishes to eliminate someone, it is a matter of utmost ease.
The words of the national master are to be heeded with great caution.
Li Si nodded fervently and left with an excited demeanor. How dare the insignificant Gainia act so audaciously? He would personally apprehend him. Yet,
he pondered whether the national master's forbidden techniques had numerous restrictions. If permissible, Li Si contemplated employing the Confucian method on everyone.
Not for any other reason,
but to silence them incessantly, 1,000 times over. With these thoughts racing in his mind, Li Si hastily departed from the Chaohui Hall.
Observing Li Si's retreat,
Qin Mu began to prepare the necessary items for the technique of cultivating a life foundation, as well as the preparations for consecrating the river spirit.
He intended to accomplish both tasks simultaneously.
Qin Mu waved his hand, placing one of Zhao Gao's items into a cloth pouch, then retrieved a blank bamboo slip. He summoned the scribe spirit to inscribe the key elements of the life foundation technique. This method, a form of geomancy, required no magical incantations or talismans. It could be set in motion through another's hands. Bring this item to General Zhang Han and instruct him to follow the prescribed procedures meticulously. Qin Mu commanded a eunuch. Given Zhang Han's capabilities, there should be no issues with executing this task, as he had provided detailed instructions. Even if it were to be imperfect, it would suffice to make adjustments when consecrating the river spirit. Within the estate of the 18th prince, Hu Hai summoned Zhao Gao. Master, how goes the matter with the Luo Wang? It has been several days, yet not a whisper of news has returned. Hu Hai's expression bore signs of anxiety. With Fusu poised to return to court, the silence from the Luo Wang assassins was troubling. Their prior efficiency had been commendable. If Fusu were to return, expelling him would not be so simple. Moreover, upon his return, he would seek to take Qin Mu as his mentor. And one could not guarantee that this national master would remain steadfast. Your Highness, do not fret, the Luo Wang never fails. Zhao Gao replied, though his gaze was somewhat absent. He was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Mu's life foundation technique. How can I not be anxious? Time is pressing, Fusu may arrive in Xianyang by tomorrow. Hu Hai's tone grew more fervent as he regarded Zhao Gao. And still, you are unconcerned. Once Fusu sets foot in Xianyang, not even a single top-tier assassin could touch him. Zhao Gao's despondency stemmed from his demotion. He had become somewhat listless and inactive. Hu Hai harbored no ill will toward Zhao Gao, but it seemed he had lost his clarity of purpose. Once Hu Hai ascended to the throne, what position would Zhao Gao desire? He could easily be appointed as a prime minister. Usurping the throne was the matter of utmost importance. Is it tomorrow that he arrives in Xianyang? Zhao Gao's eyes flickered with surprise at this revelation. He had not calculated the days. His thoughts had been solely consumed by Qin Mu. The distance from the northern lands to Xianyang was remarkably short, had it not been for Meng Tian escorting Fusu back. The army's progress would have been swift, and they would have arrived days ago. Hu Hai looked at Zhao Gao with a mix of helplessness. The northern lands were so near to Xianyang, had his master's demotion dulled his wits? Very well. I shall notify the Luo Wang. Fusu shall not enter Xianyang unimpeded. Zhao Gao steadied his mind, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Although Meng Tian led the military guard, Zhao Gao remained confident in his ability to take the life of Fusu. If necessary, he could even deploy the 6 sword slaves under Fusu's command. I appreciate your assistance, my teacher. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai exhaled in relief. He was well aware of Zhao Gao's formidable power, otherwise he would not still address him as teacher at this point. Rest assured, Your Highness, Zhao Gao nodded, turning to stride towards the estate's exit. What could possibly be the matter with the eldest son of the Qin? Zhao Gao mused that ending his life would be a trivial task. Previously, he had spared Fusu out of deference to Ying Zhang's wrath. However, circumstances had changed, and time was of the essence. Zhao Gao was uncertain when his clandestine dealings with Hu Hai would be exposed. Should that happen, even decades of service to Ying Zhang would not spare him from a grim fate. Thus, the only course of action was to eliminate Fusu first, then win over Qin Mu, and subsequently seize control of the Qin court. This final gamble hinged significantly on Qin Mu. Hence, Zhao Gao had devoted his thoughts to Qin Mu in recent days. It was time to consult the Wang family. Hu Hai watched Zhao Gao's retreating figure, muttering to himself. Though the Wang family had consistently supported him, they had not publicly declared their allegiance. Hu Hai found himself unable to mobilize the military power held by the Wang family. Yet, given the current situation, he had to compel Wang Li to make a choice. If anything were to go awry with Qin Mu, he would still have a chance to fight back. Summon General Wang Li to the estate for a discussion. Hu Hai commanded, his mind racing. As night fell, in the Chaohui Hall, Qin Mu, attended by several palace maids, had just finished his evening ablutions and was preparing to rest when Zhang Han requested an audience in the late hours. What brings the general to seek me at such an hour? Qin Mu inquired as he gestured for Zhang Han to take a seat in his study. I respectfully report to the national master that the matter by the Weishui River has been resolved, Zhang Han replied. This Weishui River affair pertained to a certain technique of vital essence cultivation. I appreciate your efforts in this matter, General. Qin Mu nodded. The location he had chosen was the estate by the Weishui River that he had observed on the sand table last time, specifically, the estate belonging to Zhao Gao. It was a place of considerable feng shui, neither too grand nor too modest. Although Zhao Gao had gifted it to Qin Mu, he had no intention of residing there.
Is your late-night visit solely for this matter?
Qin Mu asked, regarding Zhang Han with curiosity.
Zhang Han was indeed a busy man.
For him to make a personal visit at such an hour seemed rather excessive, almost embarrassing. I have come at His Majesty's command to invite the National Master to the royal chambers for a discussion, Zhang Han quickly clarified.
His Majesty? Qin Mu was taken aback. Why would he be summoned to the royal chambers at such an hour?
This time was typically reserved for inviting the concubines of the inner palace, not him.
Could it be that after sharing the royal quarters, Zheng had developed some inclination? Do you know the purpose of His Majesty's summons?
Qin Mu inquired of Zhang Han. I do not have that knowledge, we dare not presume to fathom His Majesty's thoughts, Zhang Han replied with a wry smile. He knows nothing of the matters at hand. I must trouble the general to lead the way. Qin Mu pondered for a moment before nodding and speaking.
Master of the state, you are too courteous. Zhang Han rose and nodded, then proceeded towards the entrance of the Chaohui Hall.
In front of the sleeping quarters, Ying Zheng had already donned a robe for rest. Upon seeing Qin Mu's figure appear at the palace gate, he quickly rose and approached.
The esteemed gentleman has arrived, please. Come inside to the inner chamber with me.
A smile adorned Ying Zheng's face, and without waiting for Qin Mu to bow, he took his hand and led him into the inner sanctum of the sleeping palace. Observing the excitement on his face, Qin Mu felt an increasing sense of bewilderment.
Is he still caught up in the joy of the day's bestowal?
Surely, it could not warrant a summons to such a private space in the middle of the night.
What matters could not be discussed in the Qilin Hall?
Chapter 75, The Great Qin's Blessing from the Heavenly Palace filled with perplexity. Qin Mu was drawn by Ying Zheng into the inner chamber upon the dragon couch.
Your Majesty, since returning to the palace today,
I have been contemplating the powers of this celestial official. Who would have thought that I could connect with the upper realm and summon 9 divine generals of the Thunder Department?
Sitting at the edge of the dragon couch, Ying Zheng exclaimed with uncontainable excitement as he shared his newfound abilities with Qin Mu.
Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring the protection of 9 divine generals. Qin Mu responded with a smile, affirming his suspicions. Given Ying Zheng's grade of the 8th rank, the summoned generals likely surpassed the strength of the Diamond Realm,
perhaps even possessing the prowess of the returning Sea Realm. This is all thanks to you, Master.
Without your guidance, I would not have attained this celestial status. Ying Zheng said with a beaming smile.
I summoned you here at this late hour to show you this. Rising from the dragon couch, Ying Zheng retrieved an exquisitely carved box from a nearby table and placed it before Qin Mu.
What is this? Qin Mu gazed at the box, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips.
Need I even guess?
Surely, it must contain my official seal. This item served as his assurance of power
before establishing a foundation.
This official seal was his sole source of strength.
Why else would he have sent Zhang Han out of the palace today to arrange for such a fundamental technique? Apart from the inconvenience, it was also due to the lack of an official seal. What if he encountered the Yin-Yang school or the Confucians outside?
Upon returning to the palace, he had noticed that there were indeed individuals whose eyes were fixed intently upon him at the palace gates.
These individuals were either from the Yin-Yang school or the Confucians.
Master, I have finished reading the tome you bestowed upon me.
This seal was crafted as I observed that divine ranking. Ying Zheng continued.
You mentioned that the official positions of our great Qin should not be overly elevated, and that you should not partake in such matters, so I deemed it inappropriate to bestow a divine position upon you.
Upon hearing this,
a satisfied smile appeared on Qin Mu's face as he took a small sip from the teacup on the table.
Indeed, Ying Zheng was astute.
As long as he refrained from directly copying the divine positions he had documented, this endeavor would likely be secure.
This official seal should be useful. However,
I lament that my studies of the Daoist texts have been insufficient, making it difficult for me to devise a position worthy of you in the short term. After much contemplation, I have decided to take the character Tianan bestowed upon you.
Clang!
Qin Mu's hands trembled, causing the teacup he held to crash to the floor. Your Your Majesty means to say, you would bestow the character Tian upon this humble Daoist? Qin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ying Zhang. What in the world? Truly, he is the first emperor. Has he become addicted to titles? How did this title of emperor come to be? Ying Zhang had taken the character Huang from the three sovereigns and Di from the five emperors. He considered himself virtuous like the three sovereigns and accomplished like the five emperors. Qin Mu was unaware of the complexities involved, but he understood that Ying Zhang was more than capable of bearing the title of emperor. Yet, this Tian. How could a mere Qi practitioner like him shoulder such a weight? Setting aside the question of whether the fortunes of the great Qin could sustain it, Qin Mu absolutely could not bear the burden of Tian. He had initially believed this situation to be secure, yet it now seemed to be a fleeting joy. Master. What troubles you? Are you dissatisfied with this title? Ying Zhang gazed at the teacup that had fallen to the ground, his expression one of utter perplexity. Heavens! Surely, the esteemed gentleman would not be dissatisfied. Your Majesty, Qin Mu replied with a wry smile, the weight of this character's fortune and causality is beyond what I can bear. Indeed, he desired a lofty position, yet this was too grand. It could very well overwhelm him. Although Qin Mu had been living a life of prominence, he remained acutely aware of his limitations. Your Majesty, my acquisition of the character heaven does not imply that I am bestowing upon you the title of celestial sovereign, but rather, it is meant to harmonize with the character for official, thus designating you as the celestial official. With your capabilities, no earthly position could possibly suffice. Only a celestial official could match your extraordinary talents. Ying Zhang hurriedly elaborated. The celestial official. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's countenance did not brighten. What exactly is a celestial official? According to the records of the Taoist sect, it venerates the three deities of heaven, earth, and water, collectively known as the three officials, with the celestial official being one among them. Each year on the 15th day of the first month, the celestial official descends to the mortal realm to assess the virtues and vices of humankind, hence the title celestial official bestowing blessings. This role is certainly beyond what Qin Mu can endure, let alone what the fate of the Qin Dynasty can sustain. Why? The full title of the celestial official is Supreme First Rank, bestowing blessings, Celestial Official Yuan Yang, the Great Emperor of the Purple Microstar. Your Majesty. Does this celestial official have a specific designation? Qin Mu inhaled deeply, directing a hopeful gaze towards Ying Zhang. Perhaps the title Ying Zhang established for the celestial official was merely nominal? Surely. He found it hard to believe that Ying Zhang could fortuitously select such an elaborate title as Supreme First Rank, bestowing blessings, Celestial Official Yuan Yang, the Great Emperor of the Purple Microstar. If it were merely a nominal title, Qin Mu might still be able to accept it. After all, the term celestial official had also been established during the Great Zhou. The Rites of Zhou records that the court was divided into 6 offices, with the celestial official as the foremost, overseeing all officials. What if Ying Zhang intended it that way? Then perhaps Qin Mu could indeed bear it. How did the national master know the full name? Ying Zhang inquired, astonished, as he looked at Qin Mu. It was a sudden alteration I made. Qin Mu replied. Yes, right after receiving the decree today. Ying Zhang had noticed the length of the title bestowed upon Qin Mu and thus returned to amend it. Oh no. Qin Mu's expression stiffened. It seemed that his fears were materializing. Yet, Ying Zhang, unaware of Qin Mu's inner turmoil, excitedly proclaimed. The title is, the celestial official bestowing blessings from the heavenly Lu of the Xianyang Palace of the Great Qin. Are you satisfied, esteemed gentleman? You have granted me an additional decade of life within the Xianyang Palace, and with your bestowal of the celestial decree. You are indeed the celestial official of blessings for our Great Qin. Ying Zhang gazed at Qin Mu with eager anticipation, having contemplated this name for quite some time before settling on it. Excellent. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Mu's face. This he could accept. This title was indeed manageable. If it were merely the celestial official of blessings, he might have hesitated. However, with the prefix of Great Qin and Xianyang Palace, it was perfectly acceptable. He would not be in conflict with the celestial sovereign above. As long as you are satisfied, Your Majesty, Qin Mu replied. Seeing this, Ying Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Given Qin Mu's earlier reaction, he had feared the title would be met with disapproval. This imperial seal, unlike the previous golden armored minister's seal, measures 3 inches and 3/10 in length and 3 inches and 1/10 in width, crafted entirely from ethereal jade. Come forth. With these words, Ying Zhang called out towards the palace entrance once more. Having previously experienced the ceremony of bestowing seals, the capable sovereign arranged everything without needing Qin Mu's reminders. Your Majesty! A young eunuch, bowing respectfully, entered while holding the royal edict. Bestow the seal. Upon hearing this, the eunuch unfurled the bamboo scroll in his hands and proclaimed loudly, on this day, in the 37th year of the first emperor, in the month of July, our Qin, blessed by the celestial arts of the national master, receives divine favor within the palace of Xianyang. This is the celestial blessing granted by Tianlu. Thus, the first emperor has specially commanded Gongshu to forge the seal of the heavenly official, measuring 3 inches and 3/10 in length and 3 inches and 1/10 in width, entirely made of ethereal jade. Inscribed, the heavenly official of Tianlu's blessing to the great Qin from the palace of Xianyang. Qin Mu beamed with delight as he observed the young eunuch reciting the royal edict. The last seal was conferred in June, and now, in the blink of an eye, it was already July. If only the sovereign exerted a bit more effort, he could bestow a seal each month, amassing a total of 12 within the year. Such an abundance would be most welcome, as he held multiple positions and aimed to achieve success through quantity. Chapter 76, The Deity of the Weishui River. As the eunuch finished proclaiming the imperial edict, the familiar phenomenon reappeared. Yet this time, Ying Zhang was able to witness it. Master, what is this? Ying Zhang gazed at Qin Mu with astonishment. After the eunuch declared the edict, he distinctly saw a mysterious bird-like apparition soar into Qin Mu's being. Your Majesty, do not be alarmed. This is merely the process of conferring the seal. Such phenomena occur only when the fortunes of the great Qin acknowledge it. Qin Mu, upon hearing Ying Zhang's words, felt a flicker of light in his eyes and proceeded to explain. You also saw it, Brother Zhang? Is it due to the conferral of the talisman? Qin Mu pondered to himself. The last time he received the official seal, he alone had perceived the phenomenon, but this time, Ying Zhang too was able to behold it. So it is. Ying Zhang nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a sense of wonder. Ever since he received the talisman and attained celestial status, it seemed as though he had been reintroduced to this world. It is likely that Your Majesty has attained celestial status, granting you the ability to perceive things beyond the ken of ordinary mortals. Qin Mu remarked, casting a glance at Ying Zhang. This was merely his conjecture, yet it was likely to be quite close to the truth. Meanwhile, the young eunuch below appeared somewhat distressed, holding the imperial edict high with both hands. His head bowed deeply. Normally, it was expected that Qin Mu would receive the edict at this moment. However, he dared not urge him, so he continued to hold it aloft. After a quarter of an hour, the young eunuch's arms began to tremble slightly, prompting Qin Mu to take notice. Oh! Infinite Celestial Lord, I momentarily became overwhelmed with excitement and forgot to receive Your Majesty's edict. With a beaming smile, Qin Mu accepted the edict from the eunuch's hands and then turned to Ying Zhang, expressing his gratitude for the bestowed honor. You are too courteous, Master. This seal is not a bestowal, it is rightfully yours, Ying Zhang promptly replied. Qin Mu nodded, refraining from further comments. The young eunuch, meanwhile, let out a sigh of relief and promptly bowed as he retreated. Your Majesty summoned me, is there anything else besides this seal? Qin Mu inquired, glancing at Ying Zhang. If there were no further matters, he would take his leave, eager to experiment with the newly acquired official seal. Indeed, I have one more matter to discuss with you, Ying Zhang affirmed with a nod and a smile. Regarding the deity of the Weishui River, I find myself at a loss. Although you have informed me of the process, how shall we determine the title of this river deity? Ying Zhang looked at Qin Mu, perplexed. This title had posed a challenge for him. Initially, Ying Zhang had considered simply appointing a river deity. However, upon reflection, he realized that the titles of celestial officials were often quite lengthy, though he did not know why. He wondered if there were any unspoken regulations he might be unaware of. The spirit of that river is a manifestation of the people's faith. Born from the Weishui River itself, thus, appointing it as the deity of the Weishui River suffices, Qin Mu observed, somewhat puzzled, as he looked at Ying Zhang. Is it not sufficient to simply appoint a river deity? Why must we elevate it with a grand title? Shall we call it the deity of the Weishui River? Ying Zhang queried, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Indeed. Qin Mu nodded in affirmation. Why is it that the titles bestowed upon me by the gentleman are so lengthy, encompassing various celestial departments, and likewise the list of deities he authored bears the same weighty nature? Ying Zhang inquired. I confess my ignorance concerning the intricacies of these regulations. Hence I hesitate to arbitrarily designate the title of river god. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's eyes flickered with a hint of resignation. He had not contemplated this matter. However, it was indeed true that the names associated with celestial officials were often exceedingly grandiose, presumably to emphasize their own magnificence. Moreover, the title assigned to Zhang was not particularly long. Consider the well-known Daoist emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Hozong, who first proclaimed himself with the extravagant title, Lingxiao Shangqing Tonglei Yuan Yang Miaofei Yuan Jun. Perhaps in his initial attempt, he was still somewhat restrained. Yet, subsequently, he unleashed a torrent of opulence in his titles. His second iteration added the grandiose, Zhoutian Hongjiao Pujishi Ling Zhangyin Yang Gonggu de Dao Sini Ren Ziji Shenwan Yang Jinring Yuan Su Shening Kai Hua Fuimo Zhong Xiao Di Jun. The third iteration escalated further to Taishang de Luotian Xian Ziji Changsheng Xingji Zhao Ling Tong San Yuan Zhengying Yusu Zongguan Wu Lei de Jinring Xian Du Jing Wanshou Di Jun. Ultimately, he appended whatever grandiloquent titles he desired. In comparison, Zhang's title fell somewhat short. Alas! Qin Mu could only accept that he was merely a humble Daoist and dared not to emulate such ostentation. A singular misstep in his title could potentially bring harm to Zhang. Thus, a gradual and deliberate approach was prudent. Sir? Ying Zhang's voice resonated, drawing Qin Mu back from his drifting thoughts. Your Majesty, the name of a celestial official and the title of a deity must resonate with the heavens, communicating their specific functions, hence the majority are indeed lengthy. However, this river god, as designated by our great Qin, is not conferred from the heavens. The title is solely at your Majesty's discretion, Qin Mu responded, directing his gaze toward Ying Zhang. The designation of this river spirit is distinct from that of heavenly deities. There exist two pathways. One, as previously discussed with the river spirit, involves bestowing the title of river god through the fortune of the great Qin, thereby embodying its essence. The second course entails a heavenly bestowal, wherein the mortal realm confers a deity's title, subsequently seeking approval from the celestial realm. Should the heavenly deities acknowledge it, they would grant the divine office. However, given the river spirit's fruitless appeal to the heavens, it is evident that this latter path is unfeasible. Wait. That cannot be right. If the river spirit's plea to the celestial realm was in vain, then how was your Majesty's celestial registration achieved? And how was rain requested? Qin Mu suddenly realized. The river spirit had previously stated that its appeal to the heavens was met with silence, suggesting the absence of various celestial departments. Yet, here and now, he had conferred upon Ying Zhang a position within the realm of the Shangqing Tiantang, associated with the thunder department. If the heavens lacked celestial altars and deities, how could Zhang's position have been established? Furthermore, the subsequent communication with the thunder department for rain had indeed succeeded. This thought had not occurred to him earlier. Could it perhaps be due to my involvement? Qin Mu gazed at his own hands, contemplating. It seemed his interference had led to the emergence of celestial beings in a world that ought to have been devoid of them. On the altar of bestowal, he had summoned numerous divine presences for reverence, ostensibly to facilitate the birth of. No, surely not. Qin Mu muttered to himself. Could he truly be so impressive? Merely inviting a few spirits and lighting some incense could summon such deities? Perhaps the spirit of the little river was simply too naive, unworthy of the heavens' attention, thus disregarded in its petition for recognition. Qin Mu shook his head. He had not yet succumbed to such narcissism as to believe that the emergence of those gods was in any way a result of his own existence. Sir? Ying Zhang gazed at Qin Mu with a sense of helplessness. What troubles you? It seems that you have begun to speak to yourself. It was rather disconcerting. If you are unwell, you may return and rest. We can discuss these matters further tomorrow. Ying Zhang looked at Qin Mu with concern. In the Grand Qin, anyone could encounter misfortune, but he and Qin Mu could not afford such a fate. Regaining his composure, Qin Mu dismissed his errant thoughts and turned to Ying Zhang, saying, "No matter, esteemed sovereign, I merely experienced a moment of enlightenment, causing you undue concern." Chapter 77, The matter of bestowing divinity shall be announced to the world as well, as long as the esteemed master has no concerns. Ying Zhang assessed Qin Mu, observing that he appeared to be free of any abnormalities, which eased his mind. However, regarding the matter of bestowing divinity, do you believe it should be proclaimed to the world, or shall we permit self-bestowal? Ying Zhang inquired of Qin Mu. He himself was uncertain, after all. Whether it involved conferring an official seal upon Qin Mu or granting him an edict, such matters had been conducted discreetly, without any grand announcements for the officials and common folk to witness. The matter of bestowing divinity must indeed be proclaimed to the world, inviting spectators from afar and inviting the deities to take their places. Qin Mu responded. This process of divinity differs significantly from the conferral of edicts. Those who rely on incense offerings for sustenance cannot have their deities secretly bestowed upon them, for without public acknowledgement, how would the river god receive his offerings? Indeed, I must take the time to instruct that impudent fellow, ensuring he does not indiscriminately grant wishes or enforce transactions at will. Very well. Then let the esteemed master determine a date. On the morrow, during the morning court, I shall issue an edict to announce it to the various prefectures. Ying Zhang nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu raised his right hand slightly and began to calculate. After a brief interval, he lifted his gaze to Ying Zhang and stated, "Let it be set for the day of Rinxin in the month of Dingwei. Although this day lacks the auspiciousness for temple construction, it is suitable for sacrifices, blessings, fasting, healing, and groundbreaking ceremonies, and it is the nearest favorable date." However, Ying Zhang appeared bewildered. Esteemed master, what exactly do you mean by the month of Dingwei and the day of Rinxin?" "It is the 18th of July. Qin Mu replied with a smile. Ying Zhang nodded, realizing that a more straightforward expression would suffice. Why not speak plainly? Thus, after the morning court tomorrow, I shall issue an edict to construct a temple for the river god by the banks of the Wei River. Given the capabilities of the Gongshu family, 3 days should be ample time. Ying Zhang gathered his thoughts and spoke. The mechanical arts of the Gongshu family are no less impressive than those of the Mo family. Constructing a temporary temple for the purpose of bestowing divinity should not pose a challenge in 3 days. By the way, speaking of the temple, the esteemed master's Taoist temple should soon be completed. Would you be willing to visit the Taiyi temple in Xianyang to impart your teachings to the people of Qin? Ying Zhang suddenly recalled Qin Mu's temple. If the esteemed master wishes to share the teachings, I shall issue an edict to announce it to the world, inviting all to attend. A month prior, Ying Zhang had decreed the nation to construct a temple for Qin Mu, and now the one in Xianyang was nearing completion. There is no objection. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He understood that Ying Zhang was providing him with an opportunity to propagate the teachings of Tai. Such a privilege was not afforded to other schools of thought. Indeed, the chancellor is an ally, making the dissemination of these teachings a seamless endeavor. Since the esteemed master has consented, I shall announce it to the world tomorrow. I trust all schools will send representatives, and I shall personally attend. Ying Zhang nodded with a smile. His Majesty, the First Emperor, personally issuing an edict to invite all schools to hear the teachings would surely deter few from declining, except for the Mo family, who openly defy authority. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's assistance in propagating the teachings of Tai. Qin Mu bowed in gratitude. It is of no consequence, I am, after all, a disciple of Tai now. Ying Zhang waved his hand dismissively. As the time has come to a close, I shall not detain you any longer, esteemed sir. If you have no further matters to attend to, you may take your leave at your convenience. Your Majesty should also retire early, I shall take my leave now. Qin Mu, cradling the official seal box, rose and performed a respectful bow before striding toward the palace exit. Within the Chao Wei Hall, Qin Mu retrieved the heavenly official seal, which was considerably larger than the golden-armored divine officer seal and somewhat cumbersome to carry. Yet, Qin Mu harbored no disdain for it. This great Qin bestowed upon him the heavenly official seal from the Tianlu Palace, signifying a position of the 7th rank in divine duties. However, he found himself somewhat perplexed regarding its functions. Curiously, the previous golden-armored divine officer seal had actively demonstrated its capabilities, while this heavenly official seal remained utterly inert in his grasp. Heavenly blessings. Could it be that this heavenly official seal has the power to alter the fortunes of others? Qin Mu mused aloud while toying with the seal in his hand. The precise nature of its powers eluded him for the moment. As for Zhang Gu, he was uncertain of what Zhang Gu could possibly know. The title of heavenly official had been a spontaneous creation by Zhang Gu. Next time, I must remind Zhang Gu to articulate the specific powers associated with this position to spare me the trouble of figuring it out myself. Nevertheless, a 7th-rank divine official is surely superior to the golden-armored divine officer. A faint smile graced Qin Mu's lips. Though he could not discern the abilities of the heavenly official seal at present, he suspected he would unravel its mysteries within 3 days. Gazing at the sky, Qin Mu carefully stored the heavenly official seal, intending to study it further on the morrow. He also needed to prepare for the foundational establishment, pondering which technique to pursue. Setting the heavenly official seal aside, he contemplated the significant matters of his life. After achieving completion in Qi cultivation, he would embark on the process of foundational establishment, which, as the name suggests, involves laying the cornerstone of the human body. The extent of his future journey in the realms he could attain hinged critically on this foundational establishment. The practice of foundational establishment serves 2 main purposes: to mend deficiencies and to cultivate. One must select a technique to practice, transforming the body into a flawless vessel. The success of this mending can be simply defined: for men, it is the cessation of nocturnal emissions; for women, the absence of menstruation. Essence and blood are treasures of the human body, the very source of vitality. Once foundational establishment is achieved, a flawless body is formed, preventing the loss of one's vital energy. The second aspect involves marrow cleansing and self-restraint. After achieving a flawless body, while the vital energy remains contained within, it may also lead to the accumulation of impurities and toxins within the body. This is particularly pertinent for female cultivators, post-mending. They may find an excess of impurities and toxins accumulating. Thus, marrow cleansing serves to expel these substances. Restraint pertains to the cultivation of self-discipline and the mastery of one's desires. Hence, foundational establishment requires a period of abstinence to avoid the leakage of one's essence and spirit. Many techniques can be cultivated with a flawless body. Which one shall he choose? Qin Mu furrowed his brow, recalling the countless techniques of the Taoist sect he had perused. After a considerable time, a spark ignited in Qin Mu's eyes. The golden light mantra seemed promising. This mantra is one of the 8 great spells of Taoism, widely circulated. And nearly every Taoist has encountered these 8 divine spells. This is also the most esteemed technique known to Qin Mu. The golden light spell serves as both a Daoist incantation and a form of cultivation. In terms of the techniques familiar to Qin Mu, none surpasses the golden light spell in excellence. Should one practice this spell to cultivate an impervious body, the foundation would undoubtedly be robust. After all, it is one of the 8 great spells of the Daoist tradition, and the success rate of establishing a solid foundation should be considerably higher than that of other techniques. Qin Mu mused to himself. However, without the effigy of the 3 pure ones, must he first craft 3 statues of the ancestors? The practice of the golden light spell requires daily reverence, with 3 bows before the effigy of the 3 pure ones, followed by forming the golden light seal with both hands. Qin Mu recalled the formation of the golden light seal, where the middle and ring fingers intersect, while the index, little, and thumb fingers are extended. The index and little fingers point upwards, and the thumb points downwards. He would then raise the golden light seal to his brow, close his eyes tightly, and visualize the golden light symbol, which shimmers with golden radiance above his head. Subsequently, he would recite the golden light spell, placing the golden light seal atop his head, and then, after releasing it behind him, he would envision golden light radiating from his entire being. Chapter 78, The Mystical Doctrine of Heaven and Earth, the Root of All Energies, Cultivating Through Eons, Attaining My Divine Powers. Following the method embedded in his memory, Qin Mu attempted the incantation but elicited no response whatsoever. Could it be that the absence of accompanying mantras and rituals was the cause? Or perhaps it stemmed from neglecting to pay homage to the 3 pure ones? Qin Mu pondered to himself. This golden light spell indeed requires both incantation and ritual. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu settled into a meditative posture and recited, "The mystical doctrine of heaven and earth, the root of all energies, cultivating through eons. Attaining my divine powers. Within the three realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. My body is enveloped in golden light, illuminating my form." Each line of the incantation corresponds with a specific gesture. For the mystical doctrine of heaven and earth, he pinched the base of his ring finger with his thumb. For the root of all energies, he pinched the base of his middle finger. For cultivating through eons, he pinched the base of his index finger. For attaining my divine powers, he pinched the middle joint of his index finger. For within the three realms, he pinched the middle joint of his middle finger. For only the Tao reigns supreme, he pinched the upper joint of his middle finger. For my body is enveloped in golden light. He pinched the tip of his middle finger, and for illuminating my form, he returned to pinching the base of his ring finger. Upon completing the sequence of incantations and gestures, Qin Mu immediately sensed a shift. The energies within him began to circulate through his meridians. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, there was an unsettling obstruction hindering the flow of these energies. Qin Mu, wary of the situation, ceased his practice. Could it be due to his failure to pay respects to the three pure ones? He mused quietly, hesitant to proceed further. Contemplating this, Qin Mu summoned an attendant to bring ink and brush, intending to render an image of the three pure ones. Let it be known, by the decree of the national master, that this artwork be delivered to the Gongshu family. Within 3 days, I wish to see the finished product. Qin Mu instructed, handing the 3 portraits to the eunuch. Yes. The eunuch carefully accepted the portraits and departed the palace. Qin Mu then casually tidied up before retiring to bed. In the deep of night, at the hour of the rat, Zhang Han found Ying Zhang. "Your Majesty, an hour ago, the Long Prince was attacked, but fortunately, as you had previously dispatched those 10 masters for protection, he is none the worse for wear," Zhang Han reported, bowing his head. Since returning from the Weishui Palace that morning, Ying Zhang had sent those 10 masters out again to escort the returning Fusu. Who was responsible? Ying Zhang inquired. His expression calm, revealing no surprise. Uncertain, but the assailants are affiliated with Luo Wang. Zhang Han hesitated, refraining from directly naming Zhao Gao. Although the 6 sword servants of Luo Wang participated, they were most likely acting under Zhao Gao's orders. Given that the investigation was still ongoing, directly implicating Zhao Gao could suggest a hasty conclusion on Zhang Han's part. He merely needed to present the facts, allowing Ying Zhang to make his own judgments. Little 18. Zhao Gao. Ying Zhang closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, his demeanor weary. "Where is Zhao Gao now?" he asked. "Reporting to your Majesty." "He should be at the residence of the 18th prince," Zhang Han replied with a respectful gesture. "Summon him to the palace." Ying Zhang, having spoken, closed his eyes and fell silent. "Yes." Zhang Han cautiously replied, then bowed and exited the imperial chamber. As a close aide to the first emperor, Zhang Han deeply understood that Ying Zhang was genuinely enraged. Above the residence of Hu Hai, Zhao Gao, with a somber expression, sought out Hu Hai. "Master. What news? Is Fu Su dead?" Upon seeing Zhao Gao, Hu Hai immediately inquired, his demeanor betraying an anxiousness that contrasted sharply with his previous calm composure. After all, after tonight, Fu Su would soon enter the borders of Xianyang, and any action thereafter would be fraught with peril, revealing their intentions. Thus, tonight was their final opportunity. "It has failed," Zhao Gao stated grimly. "What?" Hu Hai's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Zhao Gao. "Failed? How could the net fail? I am well aware of the prowess of those elite assassins. I do not know, but Yen Ri has gone dark. And the 6 sword servants I dispatched have yet to return with a report." Beneath Zhao Gao's grim facade, a fleeting hint of panic crossed his features. This is impossible." Hu Hai was reluctant to accept the reality. Yen Ri, the #1 assassin of the net, possessed unparalleled strength. Teetering on the edge of becoming a supreme master, he had never known defeat. In all tasks assigned by the net, Yen Ri had succeeded without fail. As for the 6 sword servants, they were the pinnacle of Zhao Gao's painstaking training. United, they could even restrain the formidable Gai Nie. With such a cadre of experts set upon Fu Su, how could they possibly fail? Meng Tian was merely a martial artist of the returning Sea realm. And although his golden fire cavalry was the elite of the Qin, this was not a battlefield. How could they withstand the assassination of both the 6 sword servants and Yin Ri? Unexpected developments have occurred, we must now contemplate how to respond. Zhao Gao cast a glance at Hu Hai as he spoke. Though he too was riddled with doubt, this was not the time for uncertainty. Yin Ri's failure was troubling enough, but the 6 sword servants, known to be Zhao Gao's men, presented a dire predicament. Whether they had been captured alive or slain. Should Fu Su return to Xianyang with their bodies, Zhao Gao would likely meet a grim fate. What was I thinking, allowing the 6 sword servants to participate? At that moment, Zhao Gao felt a twinge of regret for his decision. What he had believed to be a surefire plan now appeared precarious. Dispatching the 6 sword servants seemed inconsequential, for once Fu Su was dead, their scheme would remain concealed. Yet, Zhao Gao had never anticipated such a failure. Despite his doubts, Hu Hai could scarcely comprehend how Fu Su, devoid of any powerful allies, could escape the assassination attempts of the 6 sword servants and Yin Ri. Observing the flustered Hu Hai, Zhao Gao sighed inwardly. I should not have sought out this inept fool. Now is not the time for self-reproach. Our only hope lies in whether Qin Mu is willing to assist us. Zhao Gao hesitated before speaking, for he found himself at a veritable dead end. Days ago, he was once a trusted confidant of Ying Zhang. Basking in the glory of his position as the chancellor of the chariot department, scheming with Hu Hai to usurp the throne. In those moments, he brimmed with ambition, poised to seize power upon Ying Zhang's demise. Yet, all of this transformed irrevocably with the emergence of Qin Mu and the unexpected longevity of Ying Zhang. The preparations he had meticulously crafted to grasp authority had now become a death warrant for Zhao Gao. The mere revelation of a single secret could lead to his execution. The ascent to greatness had morphed into a descent into the abyss. Zhao Gao felt little emotion within. On the day Ying Zhang regained his strength, he had foreseen the possibility of such a dire predicament. However, retreat was not an option. Having ventured this far, there was no turning back, even upon encountering insurmountable obstacles. Both progress and retreat led to death, thus, the only course was to persist resolutely. Hence, Zhao Gao sought to draw closer to Qin Mu, placing his faith in him. He found himself with no alternatives, to live in fear, awaiting the day Ying Zhang would discover his treachery and execute him, or to take a gamble, hoping against hope that fate favored him. Will Qin Mu aid us? Hu Hai inquired, casting a furrowed brow at Zhao Gao. Despite their recent interactions suggesting a glimmer of camaraderie from Qin Mu, Hu Hai realized that each engagement thwarted their chance to broach the subject of poisoning Ying Zhang directly. Each time he attempted to invite Qin Mu to discuss this matter, other distractions intervened. Does your highness have any other strategies? Zhao Gao asked Hu Hai. While it was true that Hu Hai was the most favored prince of Ying Zhang, he was merely second to none. Chapter 79, Hu Hai, has my usurpation ended before it even began? Upon hearing these words, Hu Hai found himself in a state of bewilderment. Was his grand scheme of usurpation destined to conclude before it had even commenced? This was simply unfathomable. Everything had previously unfolded with such ease. All obstacles had seemingly been cleared away. Surely, Hu Hai would ascend to the throne of the great Qin. Yet now, Ying Zhang, the ever-living, sat upon the dragon throne. Without lifting a finger, he could drive them into a corner. A living first emperor, without the need for any stratagem, merely by occupying that seat, could suppress the 36 prefectures of Qin, stirring not a ripple. At this moment, Hu Hai finally comprehended the terrifying power of Ying Zhang's continued existence. As long as this father remained, the great Qin could not rise against its fate. Your Highness, I had forewarned you on the day of His Majesty's longevity that as long as he lives, our demise is inevitable. Zhao Gao remarked, casting a glance at the silent Hu Hai. On that day, he had suggested to Hu Hai the most treacherous of actions, yet Hu Hai had opted for a different approach, seeking to win over Qin Mu, plotting gradually. Although Zhao Gao had acquiesced to this plan, he felt a pang of regret. Master! Hu Hai opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Your Highness! Someone from the palace has arrived. A guard outside softly called out. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai's expression shifted dramatically. Master! He turned to Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao's face also reflected a flicker of dread. Could it be that His Majesty learned of this so swiftly? He Han-Ti even awaited Fu Su's return on the morrow. Your Majesty, haha, it is no wonder. For even a top assassin and 6 sword slaves together could not subdue Fu Su. Zhao Gao cast a bleak smile toward the direction of the palace. This sovereign, seemingly indifferent, was acutely aware of everything. Seeing Zhao Gao's demeanor, Hu Hai felt panic rising within him and hurriedly opened the study door to inquire of the guard. What news from the palace? In response to your highness, General Zhang Han has dispatched a shadowy envoy requesting that Lord Zhao enter the palace at the emperor's urgent summons. The guard replied, bowing his head. Only to summon my master to the palace? They did not mention anything else? Hu Hai's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Could it be that the matter had not been exposed, and that Ying Zhang merely wished for Zhao Gao's presence? After all, this was simply a casual notification, with no imperial guards sent to apprehend anyone. Even if something were amiss, it was only Zhao Gao being called forth, with no mention of him, Hu Hai. It seemed that his father still favored him, even in his missteps. Master, you. Hu Hai glanced at Zhao Gao, contemplating. Did Zhang Han not come in person? Zhao Gao queried the guard. No, only a shadowy envoy arrived, and after delivering the message, departed. The guard answered honestly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope arose within Zhao Gao. Could it be that the national master's life-giving techniques had taken effect? He recalled that Qin Mu had instructed a palace maid to inform him to sense it within 3 days. Could it be that Qin Mu had already succeeded? Thus, even if he were to be exposed, the influence of this fortuitous aura would spare him from this calamity. As he pondered, a glimmer ignited in Zhao Gao's eyes. It seemed he no longer faced death. The state master was indeed a remarkable figure. It was no wonder Zhao Gao entertained such thoughts. Having served Ying Zhang for many years, it was evident that Ying Zhang was aware of Zhao Gao's extraordinary prowess. If there truly were intentions to eliminate him, it would be none other than Zhang Han himself who would come to apprehend him, rather than sending a mere shadowy envoy to deliver a message. Perhaps, your highness, we are not without hope, Zhao Gao remarked to Hu Hai, a rare smile gracing his face. He had placed his bet wisely. Indeed, the state master had not deceived him. I shall enter the palace first to prevent His Majesty from waiting too long. Your highness, you may visit the state master in the Chaowei Hall, lest unforeseen circumstances arise and we might still seek the state master's assistance, Zhao Gao advised Hu Hai. All right. Hu Hai nodded, somewhat bewildered. What has come over the master? Why does he suddenly place such trust in that Qin Mu? Initially, Hu Hai intended to remain in the residence, awaiting news, as he believed this matter did not involve him. However, since Zhao Gao had spoken, he decided to accompany him. Quickly prepare the carriage. Hu Hai gestured to the guard. Yes. The guard, not daring to delay, hurried off to ready the carriage. A quarter of an hour later, 2 carriages halted before the palace gates. Zhao Gao and Hu Hai entered the palace in succession. Upon entering, Zhao Gao wasted no time, hastening towards Ying Zhang's royal chambers. Outside the chambers, Zhang Han clutched a straw dummy, shaking his head and sighing. What a pity, I shall no longer hear this fellow's wails. Zhang Han murmured to himself, wishing he could inflict a few more stabs if the timing had permitted. He had intended for it to last another decade, the dummy remained intact. Yet the real person would be lost first. With a sigh, Zhang Han tucked the dummy into his bosom, lamenting the loss of future amusement. General Zhang Han. At this moment, Zhao Gao arrived outside the royal chambers, exhibiting extraordinary courtesy towards Zhang Han. Yes, please enter, His Majesty has been awaiting you for some time. Zhang Han gestured for him to proceed. Zhao Gao bowed slightly and promptly entered the outer chamber of the royal quarters. Meanwhile, Ying Zhang was engrossed in reading the Daoist classics presented to him by Qin Mu. Commoner Zhao Gao pays his respects to your majesty. Zhao Gao hurried forward and knelt. Ying Zhang lifted his gaze slightly to regard the prostrated Zhao Gao, his expression devoid of any emotion. Rise, Ying Zhang finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Thank you, your majesty. Zhao Gao quickly stood up, but anxiety crept into his heart upon witnessing Ying Zhang's impassive demeanor. Had Ying Zhang displayed anger, he might have felt somewhat reassured, yet, in this moment, he felt genuine trepidation. How long have you served me? Ying Zhang set aside the scroll and inquired. Replying to your majesty, it has been approximately 20 years. Zhao Gao murmured, lowering his head. Since entering the palace at a young age. He had been with Ying Zheng longer than even Gainya. 20 years, Ying Zheng echoed softly. Gainya has also served me for 20 years. How is it that, within a mere span of 20 years, these individuals have cultivated such a profound spirit of rebellion? You and Gainya, who entered the palace first? In response to His Majesty, I have resided in the royal palace since my youth, thus I must have arrived earlier than Gainya. Upon hearing Ying Zheng inquire about this matter, Zhao Gao's heart began to flutter with trepidation. For 20 years, how have I treated you? Ying Zheng inquired, casting a glance at Zhao Gao. Your Majesty has treated me with. Zhao Gao was about to articulate his thoughts. Yet he was abruptly interrupted by Ying Zheng's furious rebuke. What is it that you desire that I have not bestowed upon you? In the 27th year of the empire, everyone condemned Zhao Gao for his sycophantic ways, labeling him a man of no virtue. I silenced their tongues. If you wish to attend court, I shall permit you to do so as a eunuch, merely to observe. In the 29th year of the empire, you transgressed the laws of the Qin and were apprehended by Meng Yi, facing the death penalty as per the law. I spared your life, instead granting you a reprieve and restoring your position. In the 30th year of the empire, during the autumn harvest ceremony, I was ambushed by assassins. In the aftermath, all officials and the populace alike claimed that Fu Su conspired with the remnants of the Chu to commit regicide against me. Thus, I decreed that Fu Su be reassigned to the northern frontier. But do you think I am unaware of those who are entangled in the web of deceit? Ying Zheng rose, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Gao, his voice resonating with fury. What more do you expect? Chapter 80, The Fury of Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng fixed his gaze upon Zhao Gao. Were it not for a modicum of sentiment, Zhao Gao would have met his end on the day of the autumn harvest ceremony. The assassination attempt was orchestrated by Zhao Gao and Hu Hai. Not with the intent to eliminate Ying Zheng, but rather to stage Fade. They intended to expose the assassins as remnants of the late Lord Chongping, aiming to implicate Fu Su in a plot to usurp the throne. Lord Chongping, Xiongqi, was the son of King Kaili of Chu and the uncle of Fu Su, serving as the prime minister of Qin. He had previously opposed Ying Zheng's tyrannical rule and supported Fu Su's ascension to power. Ultimately, he defected from Qin, returning to Chu where he was proclaimed the last king, only to be vanquished by Wang Jian's forces. The relationships among the seven nations were predominantly familial. Moreover, Lord Chongping Xiongqi belonged to the royal lineage of Chu while serving as the prime minister of Qin. At this moment, Zhao Gao stood frozen, unable to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng's fury and resentment, a multitude of grievances, remained unexpressed. I have conducted 3 eastern tours. Was it not your duty alongside Li Si to manage the seals? Have I not elevated your status sufficiently? 20 years. 20 years. How many times have I spared you? Ying Zheng slowly sank back onto the dragon throne, casting a grave look at Zhao Gao, tinged with a hint of disappointment. In just 20 years, how much have you? Zhao Gao, transformed? Once, you were the sole individual in the palace who could recite the laws of Qin from memory. How is it that, after merely 2 decades, you have forgotten everything? In the past, I admired your diligence, appointing you as the director of the Central Carriage Bureau, overseeing the royal carriages, and even designating you as the tutor for the young Hu Hai, to teach him the intricacies of law and judgment. What, pray tell, have you imparted to him? Ying Zheng seized a memorial from the table and hurled it at Zhao Gao's face. Zhao Gao bowed his head deeply, not daring to utter a word or evade the confrontation. Look at this! Ying Zheng exclaimed, his breath quickening. These documents are filled with the accusations from the entire court against you. At this moment, his anger was nearly insurmountable. Why must those around me desire my demise? In the past, it was the same with my uncle El Boué and my mother Zhao Ji. Even the once loyal Gainya, who vowed to protect me, now contemplates betrayal. And Zhao Gao, you are the longest-serving courtier at my side. How can human hearts be so fickle? It has only been 20 years. In truth, Ying Zheng's tirade was less about reproaching Zhao Gao and more a catharsis of his own pent-up emotions. Zhao Gao remained with his head bowed, not daring to retort. He had not always been this way. In the beginning, he was but a lowly eunuch, easily bullied within the palace. At that time, he was diligent and eager to learn, painstakingly studying the laws of Qin, aspiring to rise above his station. His dedication and scholarly pursuits eventually reached Ing Zhang's ears, leading to his promotion as the director of the Central Carriage Bureau. Though not an overnight success, it was a monumental leap for Zhao Gao. Before he could savor his newfound position, Ing Zhang appointed him as Hu Hai's tutor, tasked with teaching him the nuances of law and judgment. In the beginning, Zhao Gao was diligent and excelled in every aspect, leaving no room for criticism. He even spared no effort in mentoring Hu Hai, imparting to him the laws of Qin daily. However, as time passed, Zhao Gao found himself increasingly dissatisfied with his position as a eunuch. He realized that no matter how well he performed, he could never ascend further. Despite his profound understanding of the Qin laws, he remained merely a eunuch, barred from becoming the head of the penal system or adjudicating cases. His aspirations had reached an impasse. Being a eunuch excluded him from the court and hindered his rise. That night, Zhao Gao pondered deeply and, the following day, set ablaze the very laws he had painstakingly studied. From that moment forth, he ceased to study the Qin laws and no longer instructed Hu Hai in legal matters. Instead, he devoted himself to the art of flattery, striving to keep Ing Zhang pleased and content, ensuring that the emperor's attention was constantly drawn to him. He succeeded remarkably. Although he remained a eunuch and the director of the Central Chariot Office, his status underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming a favored figure in Ing Zhang's court. From that point onward, Zhao Gao embarked on a strategic approach centered around Ing Zhang, prioritizing the emperor's comfort in all matters. He catered to every need of the emperor, even accompanying him with an oil lamp during nocturnal excursions. Yet, as time progressed, Zhao Gao began to contemplate anew. The status of being a favored courtier no longer sufficed to satisfy his ambitions. Gradually, his focus shifted towards Hu Hai. "I never intended to kill you. Yet you are insistent, and what can I do?" Ing Zhang finally spoke, observing the silent Zhao Gao. He was acutely aware of Zhao Gao's numerous clandestine actions over the years. This great Qin was his, and he knew of every occurrence within the city of Xianyang, including the day Zhao Gao cried out in pain in the court. Ing Zhang understood it all too well. Was there anything within the Xianyang palace that could escape his notice? No. Seizing the opportunity, Ing Zhang decided to strip Zhao Gao of his position, intending to admonish him and instill a sense of caution. Yet, Zhao Gao obstinately sought his own demise. Ing Zhang had already extended many opportunities. He did not wish to resort to violence against those near him. Since declaring himself the first emperor, he had ceased to refer to himself as lonely or a mere man, choosing instead to embrace the title of emperor. He did not wish to be isolated. Yet, such was the nature of those around him. In the past, Zhao Ji had fought valiantly to protect him while in Zhao, but upon returning to Qin, this mother who had risked her life for him wished for his demise due to external influences. During the expedition to Han, Gainia had also stood resolutely by his side, yet now, he had openly defected because of outsiders. Now, it was Zhao Gao's turn. Ing Zhang was not incapable of accepting the fickleness of human nature or betrayal. He simply could not comprehend why those closest to him, his internal ministers, would act in such a manner. Was the throne truly a path to an inescapable fate of solitude? "Your Majesty, I deserve 1,000 deaths." Zhao Gao knelt, unable to raise his head. "You indeed deserve 1,000 deaths," Ing Zhang replied. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Gao dared not utter another syllable. He possessed a profound understanding of Ing Zhang's temperament. At this moment, Ing Zhang was engulfed in fury. Should he dare to plead for mercy, it could very well lead to his immediate demise. He acutely sensed the murderous intent radiating from the emperor. But why? Why did His Majesty wish to take his life yet only dispatched a mere shadow guard to convey such a message? Did he truly not fear that Zhao Gao might flee? At present, Zhao Gao could only place his hopes upon Hu Hai, praying that Hu Hai could once again persuade Qin Mu to intervene. In the Chao Hui Hall, the slumbering Qin Mu was roused from his dreams by a young palace maid's gentle shaking. "What is it?" Qin Mu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone tinged with severity. Master, the 18th prince requests an audience, claiming to have a matter of utmost urgency to discuss with you." Chapter 81, The Death of Zhao Gao Not Seeing Anyone. Qin Mu replied casually. At this late hour, not even Hu Hai could gain entry, let alone anyone else. My lord. The 18th prince appeared exceedingly anxious, stating it was concerning Zhao Gao, the former minister of the imperial chariot. If the lord refused to meet, the prince would not leave. The palace maid managed a bitter smile, acknowledging that if Hu Hai insisted, they, the palace maids and eunuchs, would dare not drive him away. Zhao Gao. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What trouble had he found himself in this time? Just earlier in the day, a grave had been established, and now trouble brewed? Let him come again tomorrow. Qin Mu shook his head, dismissing the matter. It was not his concern, after all, it was the dead of night. And only a madman would be awake. The palace maid, witnessing Qin Mu turn to sleep, could only leave with a grimace. Outside the morning radiance hall, the palace maid exerted considerable effort to dissuade Hu Hai from barging in. Why would Qin Mu refuse to see him? Could it be that his mentor's entrance into the palace heralded misfortune? Hu Hai's expression darkened. There was no reason for Qin Mu to dismiss him. Their prior discussions had flowed so smoothly. Yet tonight, Zhao Gao was urgently summoned by Ying Zhang, and Qin Mu chose to refuse him. Such circumstances left little room for doubt in Hu Hai's mind. He raised his gaze towards the direction of the sleeping quarters, hesitated, then strode towards the palace gates. This was not an act of ungratefulness. Should there be a way to save Zhao Gao, he would certainly attempt it. For he and Zhao Gao had conspired in various endeavors. If Zhao Gao were to expose him, he too would face dire consequences. But in the current situation, what could Hu Hai accomplish by visiting the sleeping quarters? He might even endanger himself. Teacher, do not blame me, I do not wish for this. Hu Hai murmured, head bowed as he walked out of the palace. All he could do now was to retreat and hope that his father would show him mercy. Inside the sleeping quarters, Ying Zhang had regained his composure, his gaze towards Zhao Gao now devoid of warmth. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I dare not, I dare not. Zhao Gao, sensing the shift in Ying Zhang's demeanor, instantly lost his composure. He hastily knelt, prostrating himself on the ground, fervently bowing his head and repeatedly pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, grant me another chance. I will surely obey. I dare not. Zhao Gao implored, from now on, I shall be but your humble dog, woof, woof, woof. As he uttered these words, he mimicked the sound of a dog. Ying Zhang, however, merely regarded Zhao Gao with a calm, unwavering gaze, saying nothing further. Though I have erred at times over the years, my loyalty to the Qin remains steadfast. Zhao Gao continued, kneeling and looking into Ying Zhang's tranquil eyes, a chill of despair creeping into his heart. Come forth. Grant a seat to the minister of the imperial chariot. Ying Zhang commanded slowly. Having knelt for a lifetime, it is time to sit. Your Majesty. Zhao Gao's eyes widened with trepidation, a boundless fear swelling within him. He realized that this time, Ying Zhang was serious. At that moment, Zheng Han personally brought forth a chair. Please. Zheng Han gazed at Zhao Gao and spoke. Zhao Gao trembled, fixating on the chair before him. To sit in that chair meant a lifetime of ambition realized. All he desired was to possess his own seat within the court. To hold a place in the royal palace. Yet, as fate would have it, this was the moment of his reckoning. Is this not what you wished for? I grant it to you, Ying Zhang said, looking at Zhao Gao. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this bestowal. Zhao Gao managed to force a ghastly smile upon his face. He turned his gaze toward the chair, slowly shuffling his feet, trembling as he approached. The distance of merely 2 or 3 steps took him an agonizing quarter of an hour. Finally, he sank into the chair. The moment he sat, his body went limp. He understood that this act signified the end of his life. Though he had considered resistance, he knew it would alter nothing. Even as a Grand Master of martial arts, what could he achieve before the first emperor? Within this palace, countless masters lurked in the shadows. Desperately, Zhao Gao attempted to straighten his posture. Yet the dread of death rendered him powerless. What is it? After a lifetime of bowing, you no longer know how to stand tall? Ying Zhang observed Zhao Gao's disarray with a calm demeanor. I, Zhao Gao, was born a slave, unable to stand upright. Zhao Gao replied. A tragic smile adorning his face, his eyes deep with boundless regret. His mother, punished for violating the law, had been mutilated and confined to the hidden palace, where Zhao Gao and his brothers were born. All who dwelled within that hidden palace were slaves. Thus, he was indeed born a slave. Ying Zheng cast a long, penetrating glance at Zhao Gao before rising and departing for the inner palace without a backward glance. A palace maid entered, raising a tray aloft, upon which lay a short sword. Upon seeing the weapon, Zhao Gao comprehended Ying Zheng's intent and understood that he was destined to die today. At that moment, he found no inclination to ponder matters of succession, nor the likes of Qin Mu or Hu Hai. Lord Zhao should comprehend the reason for his demise, Zheng Han remarked, casting several long swords into the air. Zhao Gao recognized them all: Zhengang, Duanshui, Luanshen, Wang Liang. These were the blades of the 6 sword servants, gifts he had bestowed upon them. Now, the truth was laid bare. Zhao Gao fell silent, refraining from responding to Zhang Han. Yet within him surged a newfound strength, and he straightened his back for the first time in his life. Fixating on the short sword on the maid's tray, he took it without uttering a word. Zhao Gao yearned to voice something, yet found no words to express. To complain? To resist? To fight to the death? Such emotions may have stirred moments ago, but now his mind was devoid of thoughts. Grasping the short sword, Zhao Gao smiled bitterly. In the end, I, Zhao Gao, am merely a slave. What is a slave? One whose life and death are not their own. A glint of cold steel flashed. The short sword sliced through Zhao Gao's neck. Ying Zheng desired his death, and thus he could not survive. Prior to this moment, Zhao Gao believed he had liberated himself from such constraints. However, it has now become evident that he was perpetually ensnared within Ying Zheng's dominion. As long as Ying Zheng draws breath, a mere word from him could compel Zhao Gao to embrace death willingly. This individual, whom countless eunuchs envied for his prominence, now faces an utterly mundane demise. This master of martial arts is no different from an ordinary person. Carry him out, and grant him a proper burial, Zheng Han commanded, gazing at Zhao Gao's lifeless form as he summoned 2 shadowy guards. At once, the 2 guards obeyed, swiftly removing Zhao Gao's corpse. Meanwhile, by the banks of the Wei River, within the confines of the estate, a grave suddenly emitted wisps of white smoke. Upon closer inspection, the tombstone bore the name of Zhao Gao. This was the grave that Zhang Han, under Qin Mu's instructions, had erected for Zhao Gao. Chapter 82, Zhao Gao is not dead? The following day, within the morning radiance hall, before dawn, Qin Mu had already washed and donned his practice attire, setting forth the stance of the Tai Foundation establishment technique to commence his daily cultivation. Half an hour later, Qin Mu withdrew his fists and stood still. Soon, the vital energy within him would reach perfection, allowing him to fully comprehend the golden light incantation, which was essential for successfully establishing his foundation. As he sensed the energy coursing through him, a faint smile graced Qin Mu's lips. Once he succeeded in foundation establishment, he would truly be recognized as an enlightened master, capable of effortlessly wielding myriad spells. National Master. At that moment, a young eunuch cautiously approached from behind and called out, "Have you gathered any news?" Qin Mu, pulling his thoughts back, turned to inquire of the young eunuch. Last night, Hu Hai had visited late due to matters concerning Zhao Gao. Thus, Qin Mu had instructed the palace eunuchs that morning to investigate what had transpired. Replying to the National Master, last night, the Grand Commandant of the Central Chariot, Zhao Gao, was urgently summoned into the palace by His Majesty and was granted a sword to take his own life. The young eunuch spoke with his head bowed, his eyes filled with trepidation. To them, Zhao Gao represented a lifelong aspiration, a pinnacle few eunuchs in the Qin Dynasty could hope to attain. Yet now, the figure they revered had been abruptly executed. Dead? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Mu's face. Regardless of Zhao Gao's faults, Zheng Gu had held considerable affection for him. How could he have so suddenly perished? Moreover, given that the life-sustaining technique had already been employed, it would stand to reason that, even if his fortunes did not allow Zhao Gao to soar, he should have been able to regain his position without issue. Do you know why he offended His Majesty? Qin Mu asked the eunuch, replying to the National Master. This is beyond our means to ascertain, the eunuch lamented with a rueful smile. Such matters, unless declared publicly by Ying Zheng, were not something they could uncover. However, General Zhang Han would likely possess some knowledge, as it was reported that he was responsible for handling Zhao Gao's corpse. Very well, you may leave. Qin Mu nodded slightly, gesturing for the young eunuch to depart. Zhao Gao's death, was it due to a flaw in the life-sustaining technique or something else? Qin Mu gazed towards the Weishui River, contemplating whether he should investigate. After a moment's hesitation, he arrived at a decision. He must observe Zhao Gao's burial site. For this life-sustaining technique relied on the auspicious energies of the land, which were meant to be infused into the living. Logically, with Zhao Gao's great fortune, it should have been impossible for an accident to occur during this time. Additionally, he intended to impart some knowledge to the little river spirit. With the impending deification, it was essential to teach this young one some proper etiquette. Just as Qin Mu was deep in thought, Zhang Han arrived at the morning radiance hall to seek an audience. National Master, Zhang Han respectfully bowed. Why such formality, General? Qin Mu observed Zhang Han's overly courteous demeanor, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. They were all so familiar with one another. Why act as if it were their first meeting? Might I inquire what brings you to seek me today? Qin Mu turned to Zhang Han and inquired, suspecting that it must be related to the death of Zhao Gao the previous night. I have come at His Majesty's command. Some trivial matters occurred last night, which is why His Majesty found it difficult to attend the morning assembly with the National Master today. I hope the National Master will not take offense. Zhang Han sighed internally and replied, I am unaware of what transpired last night. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu pressed on, what exactly happened? Ah. Zhao Gao is dead. Zhang Han initially hesitated, but realizing it was not a deeply guarded secret, he spoke candidly. How did he die? Qin Mu continued to inquire, eager to learn more, as this was what he most wished to understand. This matter should not be widely circulated, but since the National Master has asked, I dare not withhold the truth, yet it must not be spoken of outside this room. Zhang Han hesitated briefly before continuing. Rest assured. Qin Mu responded with a smile and a nod. Regarding the return of the young master to court, I believe the National Master is already aware. Last night, Zhao Gao dispatched the assassins of the Luo Wang, the 6 sword servants, to ambush the young master. Fortunately, His Majesty had anticipated this, and all 6 assassins were eliminated before they could execute their plan. Zhang Han continued, Zhao Gao has committed numerous offenses against the laws of Qin over the years, and His Majesty has often turned a blind eye. However, this incident served as the final straw, thoroughly inciting His Majesty's wrath. He did not finish his thought, but Qin Mu comprehended that the patience of the emperor had reached its limit. Zhao Gao truly has a penchant for self-destruction, Qin Mu mused, slightly exasperated. He was fearless in his treachery. Typically, when he engaged in petty schemes to undermine Fusu, Ying Zhang would remain unfazed. In fact, each time, the emperor would use these incidents as opportunities to instruct Fusu about the challenges of ruling. Yet, Fusu seemed to have absorbed none of these lessons. Now that Zhao Gao has harbored intentions to kill Fusu, he has undoubtedly provoked the emperor's fury. Regardless of Fusu's shortcomings, Ying Zhang has always regarded him as his successor. Zhang Han interjected, retrieving a straw effigy from his bosom. Now that Zhao Gao is dead, this should be returned to you, my lord. Ah? Qin Mu's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the straw effigy in Zhang Han's hand. This thing still exists? This effigy is intrinsically linked to Zhao Gao's very soul. Logically, it should have been destroyed alongside him. Why, then, does it remain intact? National Master, is there something amiss with this object? The reaction of Qin Mu made Zhang Han increasingly anxious. Are you aware that this item is connected to Zhao Gao's spirit? Qin Mu refrained from taking the effigy, instead looking up at Zhang Han with a questioning gaze. Are you suggesting? Zhang Han's pupils constricted as he began to grasp Qin Mu's implication. If Zhao Gao is dead, then this object should also cease to exist. Qin Mu confirmed Zhang Han's suspicions. How can this be possible? Are you implying that Zhao Gao is still alive? Zhang Han exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Qin Mu. But I saw him take his own life, and afterward, I ordered the shadow guards to conduct a thorough examination. Zhao Gao should indeed be dead. Zhang Han furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the situation. It was inconceivable that Qin Mu would deceive him, and he was well aware of the extraordinary nature of the scarecrow. However, Zhao Gao had perished right before his eyes. If Zhao Gao were indeed alive, it would spell significant trouble. After all, Zhao Gao was a master of martial arts, possessing an intimate understanding of the Qin Dynasty and the habits of Ying Zhang. Among the officials and eunuchs in the court, who could say how many were entangled with him? Should Zhao Gao have feigned his death to evade capture and seek revenge? Zhang Han's expression turned grave in an instant. Fear not, General, for there is no need for such distress. Whether Zhao Gao is truly dead or merely faking his demise is of little consequence. Even if he is only pretending, you can ensure his true end, Qin Mu remarked, casting a glance at the scarecrow in Zhang Han's grasp with a smile. The implication of the national master's words ignited a spark in Zhang Han's eyes. He was acutely aware of the scarecrow's capabilities, almost having forgotten them in his moment of anxiety. He hasn't truly died, has he? We can simply eliminate him once more. Although he had initially contemplated keeping Zhao Gao for experimentation, the situation had spiraled beyond his control, prompting him to consider a more decisive approach. Better to eliminate the threat outright than to live in constant apprehension of this schemer. If left unchecked, it was conceivable that Zhao Gao might seize an opportunity to re-emerge and create chaos. This would only serve to complicate matters further. Thus, to deal with Zhao Gao, one must simply crush him decisively. Yet, the fact that Zhao Gao had managed to escape death by some means indicated that relying solely on the scarecrow might not suffice. A more potent approach was warranted. With this thought in mind, Qin Mu summoned a waiting palace maid nearby, instructing her to fetch some additional straw. Chapter 83, The Art of Seven Arrows, Annihilation. What is the master of the nation planning? Zhang Han looked at Qin Mu with confusion. Surely, it would suffice to simply twist the straw man's head off. Why the need for further preparations? The fact that Zhao Gao had narrowly escaped death was indeed peculiar and warranted caution. Qin Mu chuckled softly and spoke. He had begun to surmise how Zhao Gao managed to survive, perhaps due to the efficacy of that life-giving grave. If it were indeed the case, it would be good news for Qin Mu, for it meant that this technique was not only effective but also feasible. The only regret was that he had not witnessed how the divine retribution had transpired. He had no intention of allowing Zhao Gao to serve as a test subject for that divine punishment, as it could lead to numerous complications. While the two conversed, a palace maid had already brought a bundle of straw. Qin Mu, without engaging Zhang Han further, took some straw and began to fashion another doll. Is the master of the nation attempting to create yet another straw man? Zhang Han began to grasp Qin Mu's intentions. Not quite, this technique is considered forbidden. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not dare to employ it. Qin Mu replied with a smile directed at Zhang Han. He was not merely preparing to construct another doll. He was determined to experiment with the first of the forbidden arts, the Seven Arrows technique. The name of the Seven Arrows technique was scarcely known. Yet its more advanced counterpart, the Nailhead Seven Arrows book, was familiar to most as a malevolent sorcery. This Nailhead Seven Arrows book, a form of curse from the obscure arts, was indeed one of the most nefarious and lethal forbidden techniques, capable of killing invisibly. It belonged to the realm of hexes, employing the crafting of a straw man to curse one's enemies. Among the myriad of forbidden arts, it was the most fearsome. The execution of this technique was exceedingly challenging, and employing it against an ordinary person would be a grave miscalculation. The method required the establishment of a camp, within which a platform was constructed, a straw man was erected, with the enemy's name inscribed upon it, a lamp placed atop its head, and another lamp at its feet. The feet must be blessed, inscribed with symbols, and then burned. This ritual was to be performed 3 times a day for 21 days. Throughout this process, the victim would possess virtually no capacity for resistance. After 21 days, the enemy's 3 souls and 7 spirits would be severed, at which point arrows could be shot into the straw man as if targeting the enemy's very essence, resulting in both the doll and the enemy bleeding profusely. It was truly a diabolical practice. The 7 arrows technique, as a simplified version, required only the establishment of a platform, 3 daily offerings, and 7 days of devotion to claim a life. However, its limitations were evident. Even deities could fall victim to the Nailhead Seven Arrows book. while the 7 arrows technique was only effective against mortals. Let me observe the extent of this life-giving energy's potential, Qin Mu mused aloud. He had countless methods to eliminate Zhao Gao, as he was well aware of the man's hair, blood, and birthdate. There were numerous avenues through which he could invoke a curse. However, he chose the 7 arrows technique to ascertain how many days Zhao Gao could endure. Testing the level of fortune derived from this life-giving art. Forbidden arts? Zhang Han watched Qin Mu's actions with trepidation, refraining from uttering another word. The straw man in Qin Mu's hands was already fearsome enough. What could possibly be more formidable than this? Zhang Han stood by quietly, awaiting Qin Mu to complete his task, daring not to interject. Before long, Qin Mu had fashioned a scarecrow. This technique necessitated the assistance of a general. Qin Mu smiled at Zhang Han. Could he expect to execute such esoteric methods alone? Absolutely not. With the foundation of his cultivation on the verge of completion, even the slightest error was unacceptable. Thus, Zhang Han, as a mere tool, was to play his part. Your command, National Master. Zhang Han promptly clasped his hands in respect. This technique. Qin Mu began to relay the method of the 7 arrow technique to Zhang Han. The crux of this approach lay in the effigy and the victim's birthdate and time, which Qin Mu had already prepared. The remainder required only that Zhang Han erect a platform and offer reverence to the scarecrow for 7 days. During this week, Qin Mu intended to reside in the Weishui Manor, closely monitoring the grave of Zhao Gao. The concept of fortune was elusive, and this was a rare opportunity to delve deeper into its mysteries. I comprehend. Zhang Han carefully noted Qin Mu's instructions. Remember, during the execution of this technique, you must pierce the scarecrow with 3 needles each day. Qin Mu instructed, his gaze fixed on Zhang Han. Understood. Zhang Han nodded, well aware of the task at hand. Should any irregularities arise during the execution of this technique, immediately twist off the scarecrow's head, no mistakes must occur. Qin Mu emphasized. This was research, but he wished to avoid any complications. Yes. Zhang Han nodded in agreement. Although he found it perplexing that Qin Mu preferred this elaborate ritual of daily tributes over simply snapping the scarecrow's neck to send Zhao Gao to his demise, he resolved to follow Qin Mu's directives without question. With his mind swirling with questions, Zhang Han departed from the Chaohui Hall, clutching 2 scarecrows and a bundle of around 20 talismans. These talismans were hastily drawn by Qin Mu, including those meant for daily offerings and others inscribed with Zhao Gao's birth information, infused with his blood for spiritual connection. This was the advantage of esoteric arts. The practitioner could enlist others to perform the rites on their behalf. Zhang Han was indeed commendable. The matter of the ancestral grave required prompt attention, and he contemplated the possibility of securing for him a position of divine authority over the nation's fortune. Observing Zhang Han's retreating figure, Qin Mu mused to himself. By having Zhang Han perform these esoteric rituals, his fortune would undoubtedly suffer greatly. A vague and ominous future awaited him. In fact, should fortune wane further, he might not survive until tomorrow. The fate of a person is intrinsically linked to their fortune. As one approaches the end of their fate, survival becomes untenable. Thus, Qin Mu pondered the necessity of relocating Zhang Han's ancestral grave to enhance his fortune through geomancy. If feasible, he would also strategize to secure for him a recognized divine position, to mitigate his own fortune and, in the event of a backlash from these esoteric rituals, to shield Zhang Han from impending disaster. Indeed, I shall seek out Zhang another day to explore this, Qin Mu contemplated, when suddenly, the heavenly official seal he carried ignited with a brilliant light. Immediately thereafter, a piece of information manifested within Qin Mu's mind. Chapter 84, The Divine Official of National Fortune. The golden-armored divine official, the divine official of national fortune, ranked at the 9th tier, is indeed capable of bestowing titles. As Qin Mu absorbed the information swirling in his mind, he gradually retrieved the heavenly official seal from his bosom, a flicker of speculation igniting within him. This implies that he can bestow official seals upon others, and even confer positions of national fortune? If such authority to confer positions of national fortune exists, then he could harness a fragment of the great Qin's national fortune and channel it toward others. Is it possible that this 9th rank holds such remarkable power? The functions of the heavenly official can bestow divine officials. This is akin to a buy one get one free offer, or even more generous. How delightful!
This remarkable item would enable Qin Mu to manipulate a measure of the great Qin's national fortune, bestowing blessings upon himself and attaining greater strength.
Should he inadvertently,
through the national fortune, surpass his current cultivation bottleneck and reach the prowess of a grandmaster, it would be even more advantageous.
However,
his current official seal belongs to the 6th rank, the highest attainable rank at present.
To advance further, the Great Qin must expand its territories. Yet, that is a matter for another time.
Furthermore, the national fortune is not something that just anyone can readily consume.
For now,
the task at hand is to ascertain whether this matter of life foundation can be realized.
The fate of Zhao Gao, this test subject, remains uncertain, if he yet lives. How many more days might he linger? It is also an opportune moment to press the simple-minded river god.
With the ceremony of conferring divinity imminent, should this foolish being cause any complications, it would prove troublesome. With such thoughts, Qin Mu made his way directly to the banks of the Wei River,
where the tumultuous waters flowed ceaselessly.
River god, emerge. Upon uttering these words, a large shadow gradually surfaced from the depths, amidst swirling mists,
transforming into a youth clad in white robes.
Upon seeing Qin Mu, the river goddess' eyes glimmered with admiration, and he respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Sir,
what are your commands? Could it be regarding the matter of conferring divinity?"
Qin Mu nodded with calm assurance. "I have conferred with His Majesty, in 3 days. The grand ceremony of conferring divinity will take place, with the temple to be erected by the Wei River. His Majesty has proclaimed it to the world, inviting all to witness and welcoming the divine beings to join the ranks." The river god, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude with fervor.
"Thank you, sir. I hope you will allow me to convey my thanks to His Majesty."
Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively and continued, "There is no need for thanks. The conferring of divinity upon you serves the interests of our great Qin. Within the next 10 days, do not grant any wishes to those who come to the river seeking blessings.
Remember this well." "Understood."
The young river god obediently bowed in gratitude once more. At the Wei River estate, Qin Mu ultimately decided to take up residence there. With the golden-armored divine official seal in hand, the next step was to ascertain the matter of establishing a life foundation, specifically regarding Zhao Gao's ominous burial site.
Amidst the weeds in the backyard, Zhao Gao's burial mound stood conspicuously.
Qin Mu's gaze fell upon it instantly. He observed that a distinct fissure had formed upon the mound. This crack appeared as though struck by lightning, extending downwards into the earth, with wispy tendrils of ethereal smoke faintly rising from the crevices. It seems Zhao Gao truly has not perished.
Qin Mu's suspicions were confirmed. The life foundation had indeed taken effect, sparing Zhao Gao from death. However,
the presence of Zhao Gao is nothing short of a calamity. The 7-arrow technique has already been entrusted to Zhang Han.
As long as that fellow remains obedient and follows Qin Mu's directives, the potential of the birthgrave is exceedingly promising.
The good days for him and brother Zhang lie ahead. The birthgrave, with its repeated cycles, could certainly ensure their survival for centuries.
Once the territories of the Qin are expanded, the prospects will be even more extraordinary. Contemplating the days of reaching the pinnacle of life,
Qin Mu felt a surge of excitement within. Outside the city of Xianyang, a troop of horsemen approached, kicking up dust.
"Report, Your Majesty. The eldest son has returned and is now within the walls of Xianyang." A eunuch hurriedly rushed into the Qilin hall.
Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang's heart leaped with joy.
He dropped the bamboo slip in his hand and stood up.
"Quickly summon Fusu into the palace."
"Yes."
Within the span of a single incense stick's burning time,
the eldest son of the great Qin, Fusu, entered the hall.
Ying Zhang observed the weathered maturity etched upon his son's face. Aside from his familiar features, he appeared almost unrecognizable compared to the boy who had departed from Xianyang.
"My son pays respects to father."
Fusu maintained a stoic expression as he performed the customary salute.
Ying Zhang, sitting upright, addressed him gravely. "The reason for your summons is of great importance. Today, the unification of the Great Qin is nearing stability, and both internal and external affairs require my presence.
I have found a sage, whom I shall appoint as the national teacher, to extend my life and vitality.
As my eldest son, you shall soon be initiated under his tutelage to cultivate virtue and align with my aspirations.
Upon hearing this, a flicker of subtle discontent crossed Fusu's otherwise stoic visage.
He had already heard whispers regarding the happenings in Xianyang. Zheng Han had located a sage for his father, who, after a mere 6 days of seclusion, managed to grant the ailing king a new lease on life, as if he had been reborn.
Consequently,
this individual was honored with the title of national teacher, granted a position of unparalleled authority, second only to the emperor himself. They even undertook extensive construction to erect temples and residences in his honor. Now, was it expected that he, Fusu, would also seek apprenticeship in this path? 1,000 objections surged within him, yet he found himself unable to voice them. No one dared to defy Ying Zhang's will, not even his own son. Even though he believed that Confucianism was more suited for governance and statecraft, the current situation remained precarious. His younger brother, Hu Hai, had colluded with Zhao Gao, casting a watchful eye over him, and had repeatedly attempted assassination during his exile from Xianyang. Although Zhao Gao was now deceased, Hu Hai's character rendered him a continued threat. Nevertheless, Fusu dared not go against Ying Zhang's intentions. Noticing Fusu's silence, Ying Zhang felt a twinge of displeasure.
The National Teacher's Temple will soon be completed.
And at that time, the National Teacher shall conduct teachings within, marking your initiation ceremony. I will summon scholars from across the realm to Xianyang to witness my eldest son's formal apprenticeship under the sage Qin Mu.
Henceforth, the great Qin shall be governed by the way. By the way.
Fusu lowered his head, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, but he refrained from speaking out.
Ultimately, he bowed deeply. Yes, I shall obey.
Pleased, Ying Zhang instructed Zheng Han to escort Fusu to find Qin Mu.
The journey was filled with Fusu's brooding discontent.
This national teacher, Qin Mu, must possess considerable abilities to have garnered such trust from his father.
Yet, could the secrets to immortality truly be so easily obtained? With a sense of skepticism, Fusu encountered Qin Mu. Observing Qin Mu's appearance, Fusu's feelings grew increasingly perplexed. The Grand Master was surprisingly youthful? Upon first hearing of Taoism, he had envisioned the Grand Master as an elderly man, perhaps in his 70s or 80s, wielding a whisk and dressed in a flowing Daoist robe. To his astonishment, Qin Mu appeared to be of a similar age to himself. To become his disciple? How utterly awkward. Nevertheless, Fusu's expression remained as tranquil as a placid lake as he respectfully bowed toward Qin Mu. Fusu pays his respects to the Grand Master. Qin Mu,
seated in the hall and engrossed in his study of the golden-armored deity, rose to greet Fusu upon his arrival.
I am Qin Mu.
There is no need for excessive formalities, young master. Observing Fusu's demeanor, Qin Mu felt a stir of thoughts.
Fusu, the eldest son of Zheng Ge,
had initially seemed only a few years his senior. Yet now, seeing Fusu's countenance, it was evident that he had endured considerable hardships during his exile.
Zheng Ge had been rather harsh on his son.
Now that Fusu had become his disciple, it appeared that he had entered the fold before Ying Zhang.
In the future,
Fusu and Zheng Ge would each have their own paths.
Ying Zhang, you call me father, and I shall call you brother. Chapter 85, The movements of the Yinyang family. Zheng Han brought Fusu before Qin Mu, thus fulfilling his task. National Master.
His Majesty has instructed that the temples and Daoist shrines will soon be constructed and perfected. At that time, you may expound doctrines within those sacred spaces, inviting the various schools of thought to observe, while the eldest son will publicly take his vows as a disciple.
Qin Mu nodded. In the future, the eldest son shall accompany me.
After Zheng Han completed his instructions, he prepared to take his leave. Qin Mu, feeling a twinge of concern, reminded him, General, do not forget the entrusted matters. I will not fail the National Master's expectations, Zheng Han replied respectfully, departing with a courteous gesture. Observing Zheng Han's demeanor, Fusu felt a surge of respect for this young National Master. Zheng Han, once a spirited warrior, had earned the deep trust and favor of the king. Now, he was tasked with serving this National Master, displaying a demeanor of utmost willingness and sincerity. It seemed evident that this National Master was no ordinary individual. Achieving such success at a young age stirred a sense of envy in Fusu's heart. The eldest son, please follow me, Qin Mu's voice interrupted Fusu's reverie. National Master. Where are we headed?
I am taking you outside for a look, Qin Mu replied nonchalantly. Fusu refrained from further inquiries, feeling a hint of anticipation despite the mystery surrounding it. As Qin Mu stepped outside, he noticed unusual movements behind him.
After a while, at the Yin-Yang family's domain,
a report came in. Qin Mu has left the palace, accompanied by only one attendant. Seated in a chair, Xinghan opened his piercing eyes, the blue flames on his face flickering ominously. Upon hearing that this renowned national master had departed, Xinghan resolved to pay him a personal visit.
Neither the moon god nor Xinghan, both national masters of the Qin Dynasty, had ever received such privileges from Ming Zhang.
They had never experienced the power of being above thousands or the recognition of an entire nation following the Tao, nor even possessed a temple residence.
What made the Yin-Yang family inferior to Qin Mu? The pursuit of immortality?
There was no such thing as a genuine method for eternal life. It was merely a ruse to deceive, using various fallacies to convince the Qin king that his health had improved, thus signifying longevity.
It was a delusion.
Even the great Eastern emperor could only enjoy a mere few hundred years of life. A humble disciple of the Tao, making grand claims of immortality, was simply riding on the coattails of Qin Mu's growing prestige in the Qin dynasty.
It was time to engage in discourse. At dusk,
by the banks of the Wei River, Qin Mu stood with Fusu, gazing at the serene evening glow, motionless, as if waiting for someone.
Fusu sensed an anomaly. His gaze shifting slightly, yet he remained silent, quietly absorbing the profound aura emanating from Qin Mu.
At that moment, a swirling purple mist suddenly appeared above the river. National Master of the Great Qin, I have long admired your esteemed name. As Qin Mu beheld the figure emerging from the purple mist, adorned with blue and purple flames,
he instantly recognized it as Xinghan of the Yin-Yang family.
Internally, Qin Mu rolled his eyes.
Why did every greeting from this being carry such an air of the bizarre and uncanny? The name of the left guardian of the Yin-Yang sect is indeed well known. Flattery is a skill anyone can master.
Xinghuan's gaze briefly swept over Fusu, who stood beside Qin Mu, and his keen eyes detected that this individual was not ordinary. However, he ultimately discerned nothing significant and merely regarded Fusu as a mere attendant of Qin Mu. The national master was being overly courteous. His visit was merely to extend greetings.
As fellow masters of the same nation, collaboration in service to a single sovereign would facilitate future endeavors.
Collaboration?
Young brother, are you mistaken? You, of the Yin-Yang sect, are attempting to discuss cooperation with the national master of the Great Qin in front of the crown prince. This seems rather inappropriate. Is it the Yin-Yang sect that is bold, or is this young brother simply lacking in discernment? Oh. What sort of cooperation does the left guardian wish to discuss?
I am but a humble acolyte, with little to offer.
Should your recent fortunes be lacking, I could assist you with a divination and provide a protective talisman. Considering our shared service to the sovereign, I shall charge you only half the usual fee. Xinghuan? Who wishes to purchase your talisman? Is there something amiss with Qin Mu's mind?
Xinghuan, maintaining his composure, continued, the Yin-Yang sect possesses rituals spanning over a century, with countless ancient techniques, as a national master.
You must be aware of this, yes? And if I am?
The artifacts of the Yin-Yang sect pale in comparison to the teachings passed down from the Taoist sect. Qin Mu cast a casual glance at Xinghuan, saying nothing, yet his disdain was almost palpable.
Xinghuan's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance darkening. How could the esteemed left guardian of the Yin-Yang sect, bearing the ancient techniques of his sect, be met with such contempt? He had not even made any demands yet. A gentleman can endure, but a lady cannot. National Master, you. No matter, please continue.
I am merely observing the sunset, Qin Mu replied nonchalantly,
raising an eyebrow towards the horizon.
Fusu, standing nearby, noticed the changing hues of Xinghuan's face and could not help but think to himself.
The Yin-Yang sect actually seeks to win over Qin Mu.
Originally, they might have refrained from a direct proposal due to his presence, after all.
The ancient techniques of the Yin-Yang sect are coveted by many.
However, seeing Qin Mu's reaction, it was clear he looked down upon the Yin-Yang sect. Whether the crown prince of the Great Qin was present or not seemed irrelevant.
Though it felt somewhat peculiar, ultimately. Qin Mu was indeed extraordinary. Incensed,
Xinghuan's eyes sparkled with a sinister glint.
Qin Mu, do you truly consider yourself a being capable of defying fate, merely a lowly acolyte of the Tao?
Hearing the provocation, Qin Mu remained unfazed, admiring the sunset with an air of indifference. Guardian, kindly step aside, you are obstructing my view. Fusu nearly burst into laughter at these words. Qin Mu's demeanor suggested he regarded Xinghuan with utter disdain. Such an approach was far more insulting than a direct refusal. In light of this, Fusu could conclude that Qin Mu would certainly not cooperate with the Yin-Yang sect. There was even a possibility of enmity arising. Regardless of whether it is due to his status as a young noble that renders conversation difficult, or simply because Qin Mu is inherently disinclined to engage.
The left protector of the Yin-Yang sect, despite appearing as a mere youth, exudes an intense aura of hostility. Moreover, he is a formidable martial artist, making him a challenging adversary. Can the national master handle this?
With piercing eyes filled with sharp intent, Xinghuan fixed his gaze upon Qin Mu, national master.
You, whom? What did you say? Leaving? No farewell?
This time, Qin Mu did not even spare Xinghuan a glance, with a casual wave of his hand.
He dismissed him as one might shoo away a bothersome fly.
At this moment, Xinghuan was thoroughly incensed. Though his attack lacked power, the insult was profoundly felt. With a crackling sound, a surge of violet, luminous energy coalesced in Xinghuan's hand.
In an instant, a murderous aura emerged, the purple light flaring dramatically.
Xinghuan launched a swift strike, propelling a fierce blade of violet energy towards Qin Mu.
Chapter 86, A brother's anger turns to action with a sigh.
Qin Mu contemplated the situation. Star Soul was now no match for him. Resorting to violence without reaching an agreement bore the hallmarks of a cunning trickster. As he observed the purple energy blade approaching, Qin Mu gathered his strength in his dantian, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth from his palm.
In an instant,
he countered with a decisive strike, meeting Star Soul's energy blade head-on.
The clash of the purple and white blades resonated through the air, accompanied by a sound akin to an explosion. Qin Mu's calm demeanor rendered Star Soul's murderous intent a mere farce. Star Soul, incredulous, glared at Qin Mu with eyes filled with resentment, humiliated and poised to intensify his assault.
In his youthful arrogance, Qin Mu shook his head at Star Soul, rotating his palm slightly.
Suddenly, the white energy blade amplified its power manifold.
The collision revealed a stark disadvantage for the purple blade, and before Star Soul could react, he was forcefully propelled backward. His purple figure soared like a kite severed from its string, landing several meters away with a thud, leaving a long trail in the earth. As he slowly rose, brushing off the dirt, Star Soul recognized that Qin Mu had merely forced him back without unleashing his full potential.
Yet, this knowledge only deepened his sense of humiliation and resentment.
Qin Mu, he spat through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Qin Mu, indifferent, cast a fleeting glance in his direction.
Once again, that look of disdain.
No one had ever dared to regard him with such contempt, even the esteemed Lord Donghuang held him in high regard. Yet today, he found himself dismissed twice by this unknown disciple of the Tao. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Mu regarded Star Soul with a frosty gaze and spoke coolly, "As the Grand Master of the Great Qin, I hold no grievances with the Yin-Yang school.
Is your left protector's unwarranted provocation a sign of disrespect towards me, or does he simply disregard the Great Qin?"
Star Soul's eyes regained their sharpness as he rose to reassess Qin Mu.
Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. What does it matter if you are the Grand Master of the Great Qin? The world will ultimately belong to the Yin-Yang. Ultimately belong to the Yin-Yang? Qin Mu couldn't help but scoff. What constitutes righteousness?
In the affairs of the world, all serve the king, all homes are loyal to the king. Only what is recognized by the current emperor can be deemed righteous. The Yin-Yang, with its deviousness, and the Confucians, who reject violence in favor of benevolence. Along with the Moists, who excel in mechanisms but not in warfare, life itself is the foundation of all. Only the Tao can assist the king in achieving longevity. Do the insignificant members of the Yin-Yang dare to claim the name of righteousness? Pray tell, how can your singular strength contend with the might of a nation? However, Star Soul seemed wholly unperturbed by Qin Mu's words. Lord Donghuang will personally enlighten you. With that, his figure transformed into a cloud of purple mist, swiftly dissipating over the Weishui River. Donghuang Tai, was it? Rumored to be a colossal being who had lived for centuries.
What was he to do? Was Star Soul resorting to summoning help because he couldn't defeat him?
Qin Mu felt no interest in the ambitions of that colossal entity. The sole inquiry that piqued my curiosity was how this longworm managed to survive for centuries.
It must be connected to the long-lost ancient Yin-Yang secrets mentioned by Xinghuan.
I had anticipated that after I directly rebuffed Xinghuan's correspondence suggesting a meeting with the Yin-Yang clan, he would eventually come seeking me in person. Having taught that young rascal a lesson this time, it seems that the formidable Donghuang Taiyi will soon come looking for me as well. Externally, Qin Mu appeared composed. But internally he was in a state of turmoil.
That recent strike had truly been a desperate gamble. Fortunately, my acting skills proved adequate to deceive Xinghu. Thus, I must hasten my cultivation.
If another formidable figure were to appear next time, I could be unable to withstand it. Losing face is trivial,
but losing one's life is paramount. The Yin-Yang clan truly is relentless. Wouldn't it be better if we kept our distance? Qin Mu harbored many clandestine thoughts. Yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, standing there gazing at the meandering Weishui River. Fusu, having witnessed everything,
could not help but feel a heightened respect for this grandmaster, who would soon become his mentor.
The left protector of the Yin-Yang clan could be easily repelled.
It is no wonder that even Zhang Han, the leader of the Shadow Secret Guards, holds him in such high esteem.
Clearly, Qin Mu's prowess extends far beyond what is apparent. However, Fusu remained unaware that Qin Mu's primary abilities did not lie within those arts.
Fusu respectfully clasped his hands.
Master, the left protector of the Yin-Yang clan has come merely to test the waters, with intentions of enticement. It seems your loyalty to the great Qin is evident to the heavens. Your Majesty has shown great favor to a humble man, how could he not be loyal? Qin Mu replied coolly.
Yet, his mind was racing with countless thoughts. From Fusu's lips, he perceived no hint of praise.
Truly, one must be cautious. The experience of serving alongside a sovereign is one he initially deemed manageable, but why does it feel so convoluted? Has Zheng arranged for him a disciple or an informant?
Since ascending to the position of Grand Master, he has scorned the flattery from Zhao Gao and Hu Hai's faction, as well as the overtures from the Yin-Yang clan.
What he seeks is longevity, and he desires it alongside Zhang. In the future, these aspirations will require the great Qin's fortune to sustain one another.
Those petty gains are nothing more than mere stones in the long river of history. Having arrived in the great Qin, as a traveler from another realm, one must possess vision.
The scope must be broadened. Little did he know, beneath the Weishui, a certain figure was gazing longingly at the silhouettes on the shore, with fervent admiration and respect.
2 days later, the grand ceremony of canonization commenced. By the banks of the Weishui River,
the newly constructed temple's entrance bore 4 grand characters: River God Temple.
The only drawback to this grand ceremony was
Taiyi's foundational method would be paused for yet another day. Early in the morning,
the surrounding area was thronged with citizens eager to witness the renowned Grand Master and the manifestation of the Weishui River's spirit accepting canonization. Such a rare spectacle, occurring only once in a century, would surely leave those who missed it filled with regret. Outside the temple, Zhang Han, obeying Ying Zheng's command, led a contingent of men, forming a formidable guard with 3 layers of protection. Inside the temple, Ying Zheng sat upright, exuding an air of authority. Qin Mu and Fu Su stood flanking him, with Qin Mu adorned in a Taoist robe, emanating an ethereal grace that caught Fu Su's attention. Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. I shall summon the river spirit to present itself for the bestowal of its title.
Agreed, Ying Zheng replied, and as his words resonated,
the sound of drums thundered outside the temple.
Qin Mu stepped forth with resolve, each footfall echoing as he exited the temple and approached the riverbank.
Memories of the last unintended summon of the river spirit flooded his mind, stirring a sense of unease. With so many witnesses this time, he mused, perhaps he ought to maintain a semblance of decorum, for if merely uttering a few words could conjure that unruly entity, the river spirit's future prestige would surely be compromised.
Chapter 87, The Living Grave. The resonating sound of drums intensified around him. Thus, Qin Mu stood by the riverbank and retrieved a document.
In the name of the Supreme Star of Tai Shan, with unceasing adaptability, I, the Daoist of Taiyi from the Taishan sect, a dignified 9th-rank golden armored official of the Great Qin, bearing the will of the Qin people,
Summon the deities of Jiangchuan and the spirit of the Wei River to manifest and receive their titles. Upon concluding his proclamation, he cast the document into the river. The process was executed with practiced ease. Soon enough, a shadow emerged once more from the waters of the Wei. The crowd gasped in awe. Those who had witnessed this spectacle before eagerly brought the newcomers to witness the river spirit's manifestation. Suddenly, a cry rang out, and from the dark mass, a figure appeared. A young man clad in white robes, with dark hair and a youthful visage, radiated in extraordinary elegance. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with surprise. Has he grown more handsome? The river spirit respectfully approached the shore, bowing gracefully to Qin Mu. Qin Mu, with a serene smile, remarked, "It appears your cultivation has flourished. And your appearance and demeanor have significantly improved." The river spirit, his gaze clear and bright, replied, "All is due to your teachings, esteemed sir." Indeed, the transformation was remarkable. He had now taken on the title of a minor deity. It was evident that he was no longer the same river spirit of yore. It was time for him to embrace enlightenment and work diligently for the welfare of the people. Understood, he affirmed. The two proceeded towards the temple, while the onlookers remained astounded. What was this unfolding? Though the river spirit was diminutive, he was still a divine being. To behold a deity even once in a lifetime was a fulfillment of one's aspirations. Yet, this divine entity exhibited such reverence towards the national master. Who exactly was this national master? The captivated crowd watched in bewilderment as the two entered the river god temple. Inside, the central altar was adorned with countless offerings, and an extraordinary sensation surged within the river spirit. At that moment, Yingzheng sat solemnly at the heart of the temple, exuding an imposing aura. With a wave of his hand, he signified that Qin Mu could proceed with the proceedings. The trifles of ceremony were of no concern to him. Thus, Fusu presented the decree. The gleaming parchment evoked in Qin Mu a feeling akin to that of a eunuch reading an imperial edict. Damn, he thought. The river spirit was to be conferred a title. By the command of the great Qin's first emperor, I hereby appoint the river spirit as the god of the Wei River, bestowing upon him the name Zhang Bojun, and granting him the title of River Lord, with the establishment of a temple for offerings. Then there was silence. The decree seemed both straightforward and yet ambiguous at the same time. Yingzheng was rather unconcerned with the details. Forget it, Qin Mu concluded, quickly producing his heavenly seal and pressing it onto the decree's conclusion. As the heavenly seal descended, a golden aura enveloped the entire decree, transforming it as if reborn. The seal's impression instantly turned golden, radiating an exceptionally brilliant light that could dazzle even the sharpest of eyes. With the heavenly seal in place, the decree was indeed transformed. Qin Mu calmly stored the document and presented it with both hands to the river